After becoming the prodigal young master of a top martial arts family, the first thing you did was a sliding tackle, kneeling before the maidservant at her side, ask for her forgiveness. Because the maidservant humiliated by the original owner in front of him was the future 8th rank martial monarch, and you, whose soul had just transmigrated over. He unexpectedly obtained the villain redemption system 40 years ahead of time. The first task assigned by the system was to obtain the forgiveness of the future martial monarch of the 8th rank. Help her overcome her inner demons. The mission reward is the divine level talent, Black Emperor. Inside a luxurious private room at an elite club in the imperial capital. You looked shocked. Divine level talent? Something's up. What will surprise you even more? The maidservant weeping before him turned out to be the future martial monarch of the 8th rank. Yet the original host had awakened the most worthless D-grade talent, to indulge his own twisted fetishes. He relied entirely on his martial godfather's influence, bullying men and abusing women, stopping at no evil. You curse the original owner in your heart, calling them a real piece of work, a peerless genius with a prestigious 3S level talent. I've been reduced to nothing but his tool for venting. An apology is absolutely necessary. Then you suddenly stretched out your hand. Waziyu instinctively recoiled in fear, but you pulled off your own tie, carefully tending to her wounds. Your voice is hoarse. I'm sorry. All these years, I've been worse than an animal. Waziyu froze, remaining silent for a moment. Then suddenly she spoke. It's okay, master. Master? What the hell is this nickname? Hurry up and explain. I genuinely feel that I was wrong. I was too much of a jerk in the past. Your tone is deadly serious. Please give me a chance to make it right. Alright? Waziyu stares blankly at you. She didn't expect you to be serious. She suddenly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. It's fine. I know the young master is a good kid. Just a bit short-tempered. Of course I would forgive the young master. You look speechless, holy cow. It seems this matter isn't entirely the protagonist's fault. The next second, the system voice sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, divine level talent, Black Emperor. Your damaged body will evolve into an eternal form. It can devour all things, exuding an imperial majesty akin to an emperor's. Born to counter all talents. Boom! A flash of black light flickered before your eyes. Your body from bones to soul. Everything is being violently reshaped by a terrifying force. The previously stagnant realm instantly began to soar. First order sixfold, first order sevenfold, first order eightfold, in just a few seconds. Your strength has undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He actually skipped straight through 3 minor realms. An intangible aura of pressure radiates from you, like an emperor. Scorn the heavens and earth. In an instant, Waziyu suddenly sensed something. Why has the young master's spiritual power surged so drastically? She keenly perceived. Your aura has undergone an earth-shaking transformation as well. You look down at your palm, feeling the surging power within the body. Your current physical strength far surpasses that of your peers. It can even squarely withstand the attacks of a second-tier powerhouse. You gasp in shock. The system arrived unexpectedly early. The task has unexpectedly become so easy. Doesn't that mean? Your eyes instantly sparkled. At this moment, Waziyu cautiously spoke up. Young master, should we go home now? Or should we play a little longer? You froze on the spot. Oh no, the original owner went too far. How could a decent person like you do such a thing? Play for a while. Waziyu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she prepared to make a move. But the next second, with a bang, the door to your private room was kicked open with a single forceful blow. A red-haired man swaggered in. Hey, why is there no sound? This young master knows how to have some thrilling fun. When he saw Waziyu, a fleeting glint of greed flashed in their eyes. You look indifferent. Who the hell are you? Get out. Quite the tough guy, aren't you? Su Zhangyang grinned. His gaze was fixed intently on Waziyu. No way, dude. We're all reckless spendthrifts. How come you get to play with such nice things? Let me offer you a deal. Trade your maid with mine. What do you say? Narrowing your eyes in the imperial capital. No one has ever dared to speak to you like that. Su Zhangyang obviously didn't recognize you. Just taking you for some low-life spendthrift. He lowered his voice and threatened, don't you understand human language? Do you know who owns this club? Give me some face. Otherwise, you'll never be allowed in again. Before he could finish speaking, a dull thud sounded. His body was flung sideways in an instant, slammed hard onto the ground. Su Zhangyang was completely dumbfounded. Holy shit. You dared to hit me here? You flicked your wrist. Didn't really want to teach you a lesson myself. But letting Shigetsu fan you, I fear you might find it too pleasant. Upon hearing this, Waziyu's earlobes quietly flushed red. Is the young master standing up for me? But then she immediately sensed something was wrong. The young master's speed. When did it become so fast? Bastard. Su Zhangyang, coming to his senses, was filled with fury. Do you know who I am? You delivered yet another resounding slap. Do you know who I am? You spoke coldly. At your level anyway. You have no right to speak to me, but I'm showing you mercy. Here's your chance to cross class lines seeking death. The commotion had already alarmed the entire corridor. Many people craned their necks to look, whispering and murmuring among themselves. Damn, isn't that the second young master of the Su family? He actually got beaten up by someone. Damn, does that kid who threw the punch even know him? Wait, why do I think the one who's hitting people is? Does this look familiar? Su Zhengyang was utterly furious. Damn it. He couldn't understand why, as a peak first rank expert. How could I be suppressed by someone at the first rank, 8th layer? Just as your next strike was about to land, Su Zhengyang suddenly retreated, narrowly managing to dodge at the last possible moment. He let out a cold laugh. Fortunately, my talent is mind reading. Predicting your moves, now let's see how you fight. However, your mind was instantly flooded with a torrent of chaotic thoughts, not giving him any chance to read my thoughts at all. Su Zhenyang looked utterly baffled. What the hell? Then, snap, snap, snap. 3 consecutive slaps sent him tumbling to the ground under your strikes. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. At this moment, he was not only suffering grievous bodily harm, but Taoist heart was utterly shattered by you. At that very moment, a stern and authoritative roar rang out. Stop it. The crowd quickly parted. A cold-faced man strode forward with long steps. It was Su Zhengyang's elder brother, Su Hai. He had originally come to save his brother, but when I saw your face clearly, his face turned instantly pale. Damn, it's actually this guy. Su Zhengyang shouted madly. Didn't even notice my brother's expression at all. Bro, save me quick. He actually dared to hit me, go break one of his legs. Yet, you cast a cold glance at Su Hai, your tone icy. Xiao Su, didn't I tell you? Is no one allowed to enter my compartment? Is this how you get things done? Xiao Su? Everyone present was stunned. Even Su Zhenyang was dumbfounded. He hadn't even processed it yet. He saw his majestic elder brother suddenly plop down. He actually knelt directly. Sorry, young Master Yi, it's my fault. Instantly, the whole place erupted in uproar. Damn, young Master Yi? Could it be that he is? This time you've kicked an iron plate. Is he that Yi ran? It's over, young Master Su was really done for this time. Su Zhenyang finally realized something. His face instantly turned as pale as paper. No, no way? Is he that formidable figure? Don't you kneel and apologize. Su Hai roared angrily, and slapped his younger brother hard across the face with a backhand. Su Zhenyang didn't dare hesitate another moment and immediately knelt on the ground, trembling all over like a sieve. You sneered coldly, remember this. Putting on airs is like this. In an instant, Su Zhenyang's arrogant demeanor completely vanished. He hung his head low, not daring to meet your gaze again. You spoke calmly, Xiao Su. Do you know why I hit him? I don't know. Su Hai dared not say he knew. It must be your own younger brother who lacks good judgment. Sorry to disturb your pleasure, sir. You snorted coldly. Because I can't stand the sight of men bullying women for the life of me. Just looking at your brother like that makes my blood boil. Everyone else present was stunned. No way. You can't even stand to see this? You used to do this every single day, didn't you? Su Hai's forehead was drenched in sweat. Damn it. His eyes darted nervously. In the past, all it took was a few flattering words and a little bribe, and this big shot usually wouldn't bother to make a fuss. Surely this time would be no different? With that thought, Su Hai forced a smile. Young Master Yi, my brother was blind to his own shortcomings and offended you. Please be magnanimous and spare him this time. How about this? Whenever you visit our club, I'll present you with a supreme black card. All expenses covered, and the top-tier private room will always be reserved for you. This spendthrift loved coming here to play. Throw him a few sweet deals and he'd surely be placated. Yi Xing looked surprised. Seriously? That good? Su Hai's eyes lit up, of course. Not only that. You think I'm a whore? Yi Xing suddenly roared, his eyes icy cold. Now, I'm making you cripple your own brother. His tone was icy. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll turn this Thai clubhouse of yours into a public toilet. You think a black card will get rid of me? What the hell kind of official can't handle this kind of test? Su Hai's face paled. Young Master Yi, now you have one more leg. Yi Xing cut him off coldly. One more word, and you'll become a cripple too. Damn it, he still thinks he can fool me? Su Hai shuddered, his eyes filled with disbelief. The pleasure-seeking, spoiled brat who could be placated with mere trifles, how could he be so ruthless and decisive today? 2 legs. What? Su Hai snapped his head up. He finally realized that today's incident would never be resolved easily. He turned to his younger brother, Su Zhenyang, who was now pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with pleading. Su Hai clenched his teeth, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. No. If this continues, forget about this club. The entire Su family would be finished. Bam. He slammed his palm into Su Zhenyang's dantian, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that instantly shattered his qi. Su Zhenyang let out a piercing scream as his cultivation base was utterly destroyed. Without hesitation, Su Hai raised his foot and crushed both of Su Zhenyang's legs. The brutal blow from his own kin nearly knocked Su Zhengyan unconscious, his face streaming with tears. Damn it, you could at least give a warning. Su Hai dared not pause, swiftly delivering several hard slaps to his own face. Young Master Yi. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Yi Xing shot him a cold glance, that's more like it. He strode toward the door. As he passed Su Hai, his footsteps faltered slightly, his voice deepening. Remember, Su family don't get too big for your britches. The capital doesn't need a family more arrogant than the Yi family. With that, he walked out, accompanied by Hua Ziyue, whose eyes shone brightly. Su Hai remained kneeling where he stood, drenched in cold sweat. Not a single person around dared to speak. That was the young master of the Yi family. Of all the people to offend, why him? Only after Yi Xing had departed did Su Hai collapse onto the ground. Phew! He realized that this young master of the Yi family had changed. Meanwhile, Yi Xing and Hua Ziyue stepped out the front gate as the night breeze carried a slight chill. A dark red Ferrari had been waiting at the entrance, and the two soon climbed inside. Hua Ziyue stole a glance at Yi Xing's profile, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. The next moment, the engine roared to life, and the Ferrari charged into the night like a beast. Inside the car, Hua Ziyue finally couldn't hold back any longer. Young master, you seem different. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow at her words. How so? Hua Ziyue pressed her lips together and whispered softly, the force and the speed. Both have changed. The young master of the past could never have sent a peak-tier opponent like Su Zhengyang flying with a single slap. Yi Xing chuckled. Never mind. Give my shoulders a rub. Hua Ziyue murmured softly, but my hands are a bit sore. Yi Xing shot her a glance. What about your feet? Hua Ziyue. Half an hour later, at the Yi family residence. The Ferrari slowed to a stop before a magnificent mansion. The vermilion gates bore the characters Yi residence in bold, sweeping calligraphy. Before the two could step out, a furious roar erupted from within the mansion. I, Yi Yuan Tian, disown this son. 2 whole days without coming home. If he dares return, I'll break his legs. The sound shook the tiles on the courtyard walls. Hearing his father's rage, Yi Xing couldn't help but halt his steps. At that moment, text appeared before Yi Xing's eyes. Ding! Thinking of your deceased father fills you with heart-wrenching regret he never got to see how you've changed. Quest issued, revive Yi Yuan Tian. And earn his recognition. Reward, divine tier technique pitch black blazing sun. What was this? Resurrection? Yi Xing, hearing the commotion inside the room growing louder, fell silent. My father isn't dead yet. Hua Ziyue's face paled. Young master, the head seems furious. Perhaps, we should retreat? With the mission right before him, could he possibly leave? Yi Xing snorted coldly, hide from his wrath? Now was the perfect opportunity to complete the mission. He strode boldly toward the mansion. Hua Ziyue stared in disbelief. Wasn't the young master the one most afraid of the family head? Yi Manor's main hall. Yi Yuan Tian stood in the center of the hall, hands clasped behind his back, his expression dark and brooding. His robust frame was clad in a jet-black robe, an aura of divine presence faintly surrounding him. Merely standing there, he exuded an oppressive, suffocating presence. Rebellious son. You still have the nerve to return? Yi Yuan Tian whipped around, his gaze locking onto Yi Xing as he entered. Didn't I tell you not to leave? Where have you been these past 2 days? He was furious. How could a martial god like himself have sired such a son? Yi Xing remained unflinching, his expression solemn. I went to cultivate. You went drinking again. Ha? What did you say? Just as Yi Yuan Tian was about to explode, that single word froze him in his tracks. Cultivating? What unfamiliar words? His expression darkened. You're just showing off, aren't you? I'd sooner believe my ancestors' graves exploded than that you're actually cultivating. Yi Xing spread his hands. Father, I really did cultivate. Yi Yuan Tian sneered coldly, cut the crap. Do you have any idea how many people are filing complaints against you? Accusing you of bullying men and oppressing women, breaking people's legs at the drop of a hat. What? Yi Xing's eyes widened in fury. Who's spreading rumors about me? If I catch them, I'll break their legs. Yi Yuan Tian. Isn't that basically admitting it? Just as Yi Yuan Tian was about to continue his scolding, Yi Xing suddenly surged with energy, unleashing the full force of his stage 8, level 1 spiritual power without reservation. Father, I really did go cultivate. Feeling Yi Xing's enhanced cultivation, the martial god of the imperial capital didn't immediately rejoice. Instead, his pupils suddenly contracted as he leapt to his feet. Damn it! The ancestral graves. Yi Xing, question mark. Dad, is something wrong with your reaction? Ding. Mission complete. Reward obtained, God tier technique pitch black blazing sun. Chapter 4, Divine tier technique the pitch black blazing sun. In the main hall of the Yi Manor, the two stared at each other in silence. Yi Yuan Tian took a deep breath, then swept his powerful divine sense toward the Yi family ancestral tomb. After confirming no abnormalities, he relaxed. You actually went to cultivate? Ye Yuan Tian spoke up, but how did your cultivation suddenly improve so much? It's only been 2 days. Yi Xing remained unflappable. Father, I've been in seclusion practicing diligently these past 2 days. You've been secluded in a place that massages and sings? Yi Xing. Damn it, how did you find out about this? As his father, Yi Yuan Tian knew Yi Xing's whereabouts inside out. But his own son actually went to that kind of place to meditate? Foot massage is also a path? Yi Xing couldn't help but sigh. As he pondered, his gaze drifted to the newly acquired pitch-black blazing sun. Jet-black blazing sun, reversing yin and yang, imbued with the power of the great sun. After cultivation, one's blood can heal any injury. Its pitch-black flames consume all things. At its pinnacle, it can even influence the sun's trajectory. After reading the description, Yi Xing felt exhilarated. Truly a god-tier technique. The system-issued Revive Ye Yuan Tian quest was expected to be extremely difficult. But unexpectedly, the real Ye Yuan Tian was never dead to begin with. This made things infinitely simpler. Ye Yuan Tian clearly doted on Yi Xing. Though he might say otherwise, the system had already revealed everything. At this moment, Yi Yuan Tian remained half convinced. He knew his son all too well. His talent was only D grade. Logically speaking, even with a week of grueling cultivation, he might not break through to the 8th tier of the first stage. Suddenly, Yi Yuan Tian's expression changed as if he'd thought of something. Did you use some kind of pill to forcibly boost your cultivation? Such pills might grant a temporary boost in cultivation, but they would damage his foundational cultivation, a trade-off that wasn't worth the cost. Given his son's reckless nature, such a thing. Yi Xing's eyes widened. Father. What are you talking about? Seriously. Do I look like some good-for-nothing who only knows how to play around? Yi Yuanti, ? Don't you have a clearer understanding of yourself? Yi Xing inwardly cursed the mess left behind by the original owner. It was far too difficult to clean up. So he decided to tell a lie. Yi Xing took a deep breath. Father, actually, my talent has evolved. What? Yi Yuan Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Snapping back to his senses, he abruptly raised his hand and pressed it onto Yi Xing's shoulder, his powerful spiritual energy instantly probing into his meridians. This power? His stern expression froze instantly, replaced by unmistakable shock. This? How could it have grown so much stronger? Yi Yuan Tian knew full well that innate talent could evolve. But Yi Xing's situation had completely defied all logic. It was as if an ant transformed into a soaring celestial dragon. Seeing his father's stunned expression, Yi Xing's lips curved upward. Father, if you still don't believe me, how about I demonstrate my cultivation right here in front of you? After all, nothing proves a point better than real combat. Yi Yuan Tian drew a deep breath, his gaze complex. For the first time, he looked at the once good-for-nothing child with the gaze reserved for a prodigy. Agreed. He snapped his fingers sharply. Whoosh. Space warped, and the surrounding scenery shifted instantly. In the blink of an eye, father and son found themselves within a cultivation chamber. The dense spiritual energy around them was almost liquid, flowing slowly through the air. The spiritual energy here, you couldn't exhaust it in 100 years. Yi Yuan Tian narrowed his eyes. Just advance one realm, and I'll believe you. Truth be told, Yi Yuan Tian already believed him. But he wanted to see Yi Xing cultivate. All right. Yi Xing said nothing more, immediately sitting cross-legged and channeling the pitch-black blazing sun. Boom! In an instant, pitch-black flames erupted from his body. Like a demonic dragon awakening from the abyss, it instantly engulfed the entire cultivation chamber. Yi Yuan Tian's pupils contracted sharply. This flame, what technique was this? Even he had never seen it before. What shocked him even more was, the pitch-black flames directly ignited the spiritual energy. The pitch-black flames, like ravenous beasts, voraciously devoured the spiritual energy within the cultivation chamber. They then transformed into a surging torrent, flooding into Yi Xing's body. Immediately, Yi Xing's cultivation level began to surge wildly. First tier, 9th layer. First tier peak. Yi Yuantian stared in disbelief. This happened in just a few seconds? And Yi Xing's cultivation was still rising. Second tier, first level. Second tier, second layer. Second tier, third layer. Only then did that terrifying pace of advancement gradually come to a halt. Yi Xing opened his eyes, and a flash of pitch-black flame flickered deep within his pupils. As if a great sun were plummeting from the heavens. He rose slowly, feeling the surging power within him, a smile curling his lips. And when he looked at Yi Yuan Tian, it was as if he were saying, well then, old man. The head of the Yi family, whose might shook the imperial capital. His eyes were now vacant. You've been possessed? Yi Xing, ? Yi Yuan Tian's expression was utterly incredulous. His own biological son spent 2 days at a club. And now he's a genius? Suddenly, Yi Yuan Tian seemed to grasp something, his eyes darting about. He clapped his hands sharply, the crisp sound echoing through the empty space. Swish! 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 3 figures appeared like ghosts, kneeling on one knee as they shouted in unison, Master! Dressed in black, their aura was profound. All were third-tier powerhouses. When they lifted their heads to see Yi Xing, a fleeting, barely perceptible look of contempt flashed in their eyes. They performed a perfunctory bow. Young master. That good for nothing again. After all, Yi Xing's reputation was common knowledge. No one would care for such a fellow. Yi Xing keenly sensed the disdain in their eyes. Just then, system text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! You encounter former family guards, now all 8th-tier powerhouses who have long lost respect for you, the young master. Quest issued, regain their respect. Reward, God-tier talent Thunder God. A gleam of determination flashed in Yi Xing's eyes. Ye Yuan Tian stood with his hands behind his back. Come. Let me see the new you. These three are geniuses capable of fighting opponents several tiers above their own. Combined, they could even defeat a late-stage 3rd-tier opponent. Ye Yuan Tian knew Yi Xing couldn't defeat them, but he wanted to see his son's limits. The three guards exchanged glances, clearly understanding the situation. Their eyes immediately lit up with excitement. An opportunity to teach a spoiled brat a lesson didn't come every day. They promptly turned and bowed stiffly. Young master, we apologize for the offense. Though their words were respectful, their eyes clearly said, who doesn't know how weak you are? Let's see how many moves you can last. Yet, as he was the young master, convention dictated they let Yi Xing strike first, sparing him some face. But, you disagree? Yi Xing suddenly spoke, his voice icy. The three froze. Before they could react, Yi Xing abruptly stepped forward, unleashing the Black Emperor's aura with a thunderous roar. Then I'll make you submit. Boom! The ground shattered. Yi Xing's figure vanished instantly. What? The lead guard's face drained of color. Before he could react, a palm dripping with scorching heat clamped down on his throat. What? Seeing this, the other two rushed to rescue him. They never expected their comrade to be seized in an instant. At that very moment. Kneel! A thunderous command echoed, the Emperor's authority crushing down like a mountain. Both men instantly paled. Thud! Thud! Their legs buckled uncontrollably, forcing them to the ground. Sweat poured from their foreheads, and they couldn't even move a single finger. Thud! Yi Xing's fist slammed out, sending the guard he'd grabbed flying backward like a projectile, crashing violently into the wall. What? The other two guards were stunned. Next, Yi Xing raised both hands. Jet-black flames erupted from thin air, coiling into two river-like fire dragons that roared toward the two kneeling figures. They tried to defend themselves, but the Black Emperor's overwhelming pressure made it impossible for them to even gather their spiritual energy. Their usual spiritual power could now only be exerted at 30% of its normal strength. The spirit energy shield they had painstakingly gathered shattered instantly. Amidst the agonized screams, both figures were engulfed by flames and hurled dozens of meters away. Silence. The entire arena fell silent. Yi Yuan Tian's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Three guards of equal cultivation level. Instant annihilation. Chapter 5, God-tier talent Thunder God. My son will surely become a martial god. The three men lying on the ground struggled to look at Yi Xing. Is this still the young master of the Yi family? How could he have become so powerful? They never imagined that even one of them, with cultivation far surpassing Yi Xing's, could be defeated so utterly. Ding! Task completed. Acquired God-tier talent Thunder God. Thunder God, sovereign of all thunder, commanding lightning like a deity. Wherever the thunder strikes, all is reduced to ashes. Yi Xing stared at the text that appeared before him. He never imagined acquiring another God-tier talent so easily. Just then, Yi Yuan Tian's eyes brightened as he looked at Yi Xing. Come here. Let your father see your talent again. All right. Yi Xing nodded and stepped forward, allowing Yi Yuanti's hand to rest on his shoulder. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy probed deep into his body. The strength of this physical body. Yi Yuan Tian was stunned to discover that Yi Xing's meridians were as resilient as dragon sinew, and his bone density rivaled that of black iron. Consider this, the physical strength of an ordinary second-tier martial artist was, at best, comparable to refined iron. Yet his own son, having only just broken through to the second tier, possessed physical strength approaching that of a third-tier powerhouse. What stunned him even more was that as he probed deeper, a terrifying imperial aura suddenly rebounded back at him. Ha! Yi Yuan Tian hastily withdrew his hand, his eyes blazing with sharp light. This was... Ha 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 ha! Heaven blesses the Yi family. A true dragon is about to emerge from our clan. The seasoned Yi family patriarch suddenly burst into a loud, hearty laugh. This talent was likely even more terrifying than Hua Ziyue's SSS tier. But he couldn't fathom how his own prodigal son who spent his days carousing in pleasure quarters could have undergone such a complete transformation. Could it be that he truly attained enlightenment? Ahem. Yi Yuan Tian finally composed himself and said, by the way, you haven't been back to school in ages. Since your talent has evolved so remarkably, why not return to your studies? Ha! Yi Xing froze, then recalled from the original host's memories that after awakening his D-rank talent, he'd been utterly crushed. That's why the original owner never set foot in school again, spending his days carousing and indulging in debauchery. I'll transfer you to Imperial Capital First High. The principal there is a friend of mine. Ye Yuan Tian continued, go there and hone your skills properly. Stop frequenting those places of ill repute. After all, he was still the young master of the Yi family, how could he be frequenting such places day in and day out? Alright. Yi Xing's crisp agreement caught Ye Yuan Tian off guard. He'd expected to have to persuade him, but his son agreed so readily. It seemed, his son had truly changed this time. Yi Xing, however, had his own plans. Going to a school where geniuses gathered would surely make it easier to trigger the mission. Good boy. Ye Yuan Tian patted Yi Xing's shoulder with satisfaction. Go register this afternoon. Wait for me to give you the vice principal's number. Alright. After Yi Xing departed, the smile on Ye Yuan Tian's face gradually faded. He spoke in a calm tone, Songfeng. A dark figure materialized in the hall, kneeling on one knee, Master. This man was none other than Songfeng, the commander of the Yi family's secret guards and an 8th-tier martial lord. For years, he had secretly protected Yi Xing. You've gone to great lengths protecting that good-for-nothing, Ye Yuan Tian sighed. Songfeng shook his head. No matter what the young master does, I will follow him to the death. As the Yi family's most loyal shadow guard, no matter how many absurd things Yi Xing did, he would only silently protect him. But this time, my son seems truly different. Ye Yuan Tian's gaze grew complex. Songfeng immediately chimed in, the young master is a true dragon. Sooner or later, he will soar to greatness. Ha! Ye Yuan Tian let out a light chuckle before suddenly commanding in a deep voice, go. Bring me the phoenix blood heart. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. I shall for my son. A foundation that will endure for 10,000 generations. A divine body forged for 1,000 lifetimes. My son shall become a martial god. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Yi Xing was soon on his way to Imperial Capital First High School. Throughout the Imperial Capital, the Yi family reigned supreme, while the other 3 great clans held sway over the Demon City, the Northern Frontier, and Jinling. Specifically, the Bai family in the Demon Capital, the Gao family in the north, and the Hui family in Jinling. Among the 4 great families, only Yi Xing and the Bai family's daughter were only children, yet Yi Xing was by far the most useless. In stark contrast, the Bai family's daughter possessed demonic talent. Yi Xing twisted his lips. He couldn't fathom what he'd be thinking in a decade or so, still pursuing a marriage alliance with the Bai family. The original owner must have truly lost their mind. At the gates of Imperial Capital First High School, Yi Xing stood beside a luxury sedan. The gilded gates bore the words Capital's Premier Martial Arts High School, gleaming in the sunlight. This was where he would be staying from now on. He pulled out his phone, about to dial the vice principal's number, when a sudden commotion erupted around him. Holy crap! She's absolutely stunning. When did our school get such a stunning girl? That face, that aura. She's a goddess. Yi Xing followed the voices and saw a girl in a white school uniform standing at the school gate. Her skin was as white as snow, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a radiant glow. Ha! Yi Xing raised an eyebrow and walked over. What was she doing here? At that moment, the woman seemed to be searching for someone. When she spotted Yi Xing approaching, her cold, clear eyes suddenly lit up. The students gathered around to watch the commotion immediately began whispering. What's that guy up to? He's not trying to hit on her, is he? Haha, he's pretty handsome, but his cultivation seems to be only at the 2nd tier. He's definitely going to get rejected. That woman looks super aloof. Just waiting to see him get rejected. Just as everyone was waiting for the joke to unfold, the woman suddenly lunged forward in a single stride. To everyone's stunned gazes, she threw herself straight into Yi Xing's arms. Why didn't you wait for me? She pouted, I hate you. Daddy! The entire scene fell silent. All the onlookers? Yi Xing. He looked down at Huaziyu, who was pouting in his arms, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Huaziyu lifted her little face and mumbled. I asked the family head for permission. I said I could accompany the young master to school, since my talent isn't too shabby, after all. Yi Xing instantly understood. This girl probably pulled out her SSS tier talent card to get her old man to give in. Damn, she sure knows how to spin a story. Damn it! What's that kid's deal? How the hell does he get to have such a top-tier girl on his arm? Seems like he's not even from our school. Countless jealous stares pierced them like knives. Yi Xing couldn't be bothered with these sourpusses. Let's go register. Okay. Huaziyu nodded obediently, about to follow. Halt! A sharp command suddenly rang out from behind. A figure with a discipline committee member badge pinned to their chest strode quickly toward them. He first gave Huaziyu's figure a greedy once-over, then turned to Yi Xing with a look of contempt. Who are you? This is Imperial Capital First High. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited. Judging by your shabby appearance, you're probably some third-rate academy freeloader, aren't you? Chapter 6, Reborn Empress? Truly, heaven leaves no one without a way out. Third-rate school? Scraping by? Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. Everyone nearby instinctively turned to look. This kid's in for it. Serves him right. Who told him to bring such a gorgeous girl to show off? Exactly. Some people gloated over his misfortune. They were already preparing to enjoy the spectacle. You see, this discipline committee member loved picking on others the most. Everyone had been on the receiving end of his harassment. Ziyu frowned, about to speak, but Yi Xing gently pressed her hand down. He spoke lazily. Are you talking to me? The discipline committee member sneered. Who else? Besides you, who else looks like they snuck in? Hand over your student ID now, or get out of here. He'd seen plenty of people trying to sneak into Imperial Capital First High, but this place? Would they let ordinary people in? Yi Xing shook his head. I don't have a student ID. He'd just transferred and hadn't gotten one yet. Then get out. Don't waste our time. Smack. Before the discipline committee member could finish his sentence, the slap sent him reeling. The others, who had been waiting to see the spectacle, suddenly froze with laughter on their faces. Then their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Holy! He hit the discipline committee member? He's crazy. This kid is that strong? This was Imperial Capital First High School who dared to resort to violence here? The discipline committee member clutched his face, his mind completely frozen. He actually didn't react to that slap? Yi Xing sighed. I was trying to be the good guy. When someone wants to trample you, reason is useless. Given the choice, he could only decide between being a good guy or a bad boy. Choose to be a good bad boy. The student council member, finally snapping out of it, flushed crimson. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Yi Xing couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and pulled out his phone. A call for you from the vice principal. The discipline committee member froze. Are you kidding me? Why would I have the vice principals? I said answer the call. The discipline committee member's brain froze again. What the hell? He then instinctively took the phone. But when a deep voice came through the line, his face instantly drained of color. Yes. Yes. Vice principal. I understand. I'm so sorry. I'll handle it immediately. The discipline committee member's hands were trembling. The look in his eyes toward Yi Xing had shifted from contempt to sheer terror. This person was actually the young master of that family. How could he be attending school here? Yi Xing reached out to retrieve his phone. Hello, vice principal. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh came from the other end. The principal isn't here right now. The head of the Yi family already informed me. Please hold on a moment, I'll come see you once I'm done with my business. Truthfully, he couldn't fathom why the Yi family head would suddenly send his son here. With his D-grade talent, cultivating here would be a complete waste of time. Though puzzled, the vice principal saw no need to pry. Perhaps this was merely a token gesture, a formality to be fulfilled. Alright, thanks for your trouble. No problem. After hanging up, Yi Xing turned to the discipline committee member. Are you still telling me to get lost? The discipline committee member was drenched in sweat. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. Please forgive me. Yi Xing nodded, then. Smack. The discipline committee member's face was slapped so hard it turned sideways. Yet he dared not even get angry. Instead, he slapped himself again. Smack. 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 You're absolutely right. I deserve it. I'm sorry. The surrounding students were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? He actually had the vice principal's phone number. This discipline committee member was usually so arrogant. Last time he didn't even give face to a young master from a prominent family. And today he's actually backing down. Yi Xing paid no further attention to the others, turning instead to Ziyu and saying, Let's go. Let's see how impressive this so-called Imperial Capital First High School really is. Ziyu smiled and followed suit. Left behind were a group of stunned students and the discipline committee member still slapping himself in the face. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. It seemed some extraordinary figure had arrived today. Imperial Capital First High School. Yi Xing frowned slightly. Are all schools in the capital like this? Ziyu sighed softly. Most students here come from prominent families. Some have grown accustomed to bullying others with their privilege. After all, in the imperial capital, only the offspring of prominent families could attend here. How despicable. Yi Xing clenched his fists. I can't stand people who use their background to bully others. Wait a minute? So that means I'm at the top of the food chain? Then it's fine. Just then, Ziyu spoke thoughtfully. How exactly do you plan to use it? Yi Xing, ? Wait. Is this what I think it means? Just then, a piercing, mocking laugh echoed from the distance. You, an ordinary person, think you deserve to attend Imperial Capital First High School? The two instinctively looked over. A girl in a custom-made designer school uniform was cornering a black-haired girl. Her uniform was soaked through, and her pale face bore fresh wounds. She'd clearly just been bullied. But strangely, there was no fear in her eyes. Only deep confusion, as if everything before her eyes felt utterly unfamiliar. Can you even afford the tuition? Su Xinxi sneered, don't tell me you're living off some guy? A flicker of jealousy crossed her gaze as she studied the girl's delicate features. Apologize to me right now. Who do you think wants to deal with someone like you? Xiao Chen, standing beside her boyfriend, was eyeing the girl's rain-soaked uniform with a greedy gaze. As the crowd grew larger, he cleared his throat insincerely. Don't be so harsh, Xinxi. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. If she apologizes, we'll let it slide. But if she doesn't? He deliberately adjusted the collar embroidered with the Xiao family crest. I am a member of the Xiao family. In the imperial capital, if our family decides someone should be expelled, they will be expelled. You wouldn't want to disappoint your family, would you? He thought this would scare the girl. But the girl surrounded by them remained calm, even appearing slightly puzzled. This made Xiao Chun frown. Meanwhile, the surrounding students murmured among themselves. How many times this month? No idea, but that Su Xinxi is clearly jealous of how pretty she is. Shoo! Keep your voices down. That Xiao Chen is from the Xiao family. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Listening to the surrounding chatter, it seemed like this might be a case of school bullying. Just then, rows of golden text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! After all these years, you've encountered the great love immortal emperor once more. Once she was an insignificant insect you looked down upon, but you later discovered she was actually the reincarnation of the empress. Now, though she stands as a ninth-tier martial god, she lies gravely wounded and besieged by formidable foes. Quest issued, aid the empress and punish the villains. Quest reward, Fate Masters Dao Bone. Yi Xing froze upon reading these words. Holy crap? The reincarnated empress? That bullied girl is the future empress. She'll be on the same level as her own father in the future? At the same time, in the center of the crowd, Fong Ningbing slowly raised her gaze. A profound gleam flickered in her eyes. Have I been reborn? She murmured to herself, indeed. Heaven never abandons those who strive. Chapter 7, The Greatly Loving Immortal Emperor? A woman's tears are too bitter. Fong Ningbing instinctively looked down at her unfamiliar hands. This body was young and fragile. It bore none of the countless scars from her past life's trials, but it was alive. A surge of overwhelming joy flooded Fong Ningbing's heart. She had been an unparalleled empress who dominated an entire era, yet perished under the heavenly tribulation while attempting to break through to the 10th tier. Before her death, she had activated a time-space artifact. To her astonishment, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself inhabiting the body of an ordinary girl bearing her very name. I never thought it would actually work. I didn't die. I can plunder again, spread my great love. At that moment, Su Xinxi, observing Fong Ningbing's dazed expression, mistakenly thought she was frightened. With a sneer, she remarked, someone like you should just be content to be a fish, ready to be slaughtered. Fong Ningbing instinctively looked up. Seeing the two figures before her, she instantly understood what had happened. Su Xinxi and Xiao Chen standing before her were the two who most frequently caused her trouble. It all started last month when the original owner accidentally knocked Su Xinxi's textbooks off the shelf in the hallway. Since then, they'd been hounding her non-stop, and today marked the 4th time this month. All because Fong Ningbing was an ordinary person. That's why they bullied her like this. Hey! What are you spacing out for? Su Xinxi tried to shove Fong Ningbing. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Fong Ningbing deftly sidestepped, causing Su Xinxi to stumble and nearly fall. You! Su Xinxi's eyes widened in disbelief. This usually neat pushover actually dodged her? Fish? Fong Ningbing tilted her head slightly, her dark hair cascading over her shoulder. You're right. I do want to be a fish. She took a slow step forward, though she was shorter than Su Xinxi. Yet she exuded an overwhelming sense of superiority. Too bad, she continued, the fish I want to be swims against the current. Before her words faded, she suddenly raised her hand and seized Su Xinxi's wrist. Snap! Ahahahev! Su Xinxi let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Xiao Chen was utterly stunned, and the surrounding classmates sucked in a sharp breath. Fong Ningbing actually dared to fight back? Xinxi! Xiao Chen immediately lunged forward, but Fong Ningbing swiftly dodged his attack. Sensing her opponent's peak 2nd-tier cultivation, Fong Ningbing narrowed her eyes. Her own cultivation was only at the 5th tier of the 2nd stage. Dealing with Xiao Chen would likely prove troublesome. But it wasn't impossible. Su Xinxi felt the pain in her hand. Xiao brother, teach her a lesson. Watching his girlfriend get hit, Xiao Chen's eyes darkened as he glared at Fong Ningbing. Don't push your luck. Just as Fong Ningbing was about to speak. Stop. A calm voice suddenly cut through the air. Everyone instinctively looked up to see a tall, slender youth strolling over leisurely. Oi oi oi, a woman's tears are the sharpest weapon. What kind of man bullies a woman? Yi Xing kept his hands in his pockets. The surrounding area erupted in commotion. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he meddle in Xiao Chen's business? Never seen him before. Probably a freshman? Oh no, he's dead meat. Remember, we're talking about Xiao Chen here. Last time someone accidentally crossed him, they didn't just get expelled. One night, their dantian was suddenly destroyed. Fang Ningbing furrowed her brows slightly, sizing out the suddenly appeared youth. Who was she? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Yi Xing declared without waiting for a response. What I detest most in life is bullying the weak. In the distance, Hua Ziyu sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. What on earth is the young master doing? When he himself was the biggest bully of all. Oh, looks like we have a saint here? Xiao Chen shot him a dismissive look. You've done your fair share of good deeds, haven't you? Of course, Yi Xing replied without a flicker of guilt. Meanwhile, Su Xinxi was so furious she stomped her foot. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Do you even know who Brother Xiao is? He's the son of the Xiao family head. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. The Xiao family? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling his lips. So it was the Xiao family. In his memory, the Xiao family was indeed one of the prominent clans in the imperial capital, but they were nothing more than upstarts who rose to prominence by sucking up to the Yi family. All these years, the Xiao family had thrived in the imperial capital by serving as the Yi family's top underling. And he'd heard that the Xiao family's young master hadn't been in the capital for years. This must be him. Oh? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. And? He had expected Yi Xing to be startled by the Xiao family's name. But seeing the other party's nonchalant reaction suddenly made Xiao Chen's heart tighten. In the capital, who could remain so unperturbed upon hearing the name Xiao? Xiao Chen scrutinized Yi Xing closely. Having just returned from the Demon City, he was still unfamiliar with the young masters of the imperial capital. But the man before him possessed an extraordinary bearing. Perhaps. Young man. Xiao Chen's tone softened slightly. This is a private matter between us. I'd appreciate it if you. Private matter? Yi Xing suddenly smiled. Bullying a female classmate in front of so many people, you call that a private matter? He turned to Fang Ningbing. Miss, need some help? Fang Ningbing, ? Su Xinxi, humph. Why doesn't she look at herself for being bullied? Fang Ningbing's eyes darkened. Yi Xing nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. But why don't you look for the reason yourself when you're ugly? Why don't you look for the reason yourself when your mother dies? Why don't you look for the reason yourself when someone beats you to death? You. Su Xinxi's gaze seemed murderous. Fang Ningbing's eyes lit up, unable to resist glancing at Yi Xing. This guy has a devilishly charming aura. Xiao Chen's eyes darkened instantly upon hearing his girlfriend being insulted. Friend. Don't cross the line. What can I do? What can I do? Yi Xing, I'm definitely getting involved in this. Are you kidding me? That system even let me get laid. Why would I waste my breath arguing with you? Besides, the rewards look seriously impressive. Everyone around them sucked in a sharp breath. This kid actually dared to speak to the Xiao family's young master like that. Many were already envisioning Yi Xing's tragic end. You're asking for death. Xiao Chen finally lost his temper. If not for his father's repeated warnings to avoid trouble lately, he would have. Since the other was asking for it. You think you're something special, you piece of trash. Before the words had even left his mouth, Xiao Chen's form erupted. His right fist, infused with pale blue spiritual energy, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, aiming straight for Yi Xing's face. This move, Azure Dragon plunging into the sea, was a Xiao family's secret art, a blow that would leave an ordinary person either dead or crippled. Young master, be careful. Hua Ziyu's pupils contracted sharply. She knew Yi Xing's current strength all too well. How could he possibly withstand Xiao Chen's full power strike? Fang Ningbing's heart tightened as well. Though her cultivation hadn't fully recovered, the Empress's discernment was as sharp as ever. The youth who'd stepped in to defend her possessed thin spiritual energy. His cultivation was even weaker than her own at present. Get out of the way. She shouted sharply, preparing to intervene at the critical moment. Just as everyone thought Yi Xing would be struck down by this move, Yi Xing not only didn't retreat, but stepped forward directly into Xiao Chen's fist wind. Boom! The moment the fists collided, a blast of air rippled outward, knocking nearby students off their feet. The sound of cracking bones followed immediately, but to everyone's surprise, it was Xiao Chen who stumbled backward. What? Xiao Chen was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. It felt as though his fist had struck a 1,000-year-old black iron. Pain. Yi Xing shook his wrist. You wanna go hand to hand with me? You've got some guts, kid. ? Before Xiao Chen could process the meaning behind those words, blinding lightning suddenly erupted from Yi Xing's fist. This was no ordinary lightning, it was a terrifying purple thunderbolt, its terrifying pressure palpable, with dragon-shaped arcs faintly visible within it. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Xiao Chen froze in shock. This is. Get lost. Yi Xing uttered the single word with casual indifference, and the lightning on his fist erupted instantly. Xiao Chen was sent flying as if struck by a terrifying beast, his body launched into the air and crashing heavily into the fountain pool 10 meters away. Boom! As water splashed everywhere, the entire crowd fell deathly silent. Su Xinxi slumped to the ground, staring blankly at Xiao Chen convulsing in the water. Then she looked at the youth standing where he was, shaking his hand. Suddenly, she let out a shrill cry. Xiao brother. Chapter 8. Behind the Xiao family lies the Yi clan. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the scene. Xiao Chen, defeated? In one move? He was at the peak of the second tier. After a brief, deathly silence, the venue erupted in chaos. Damn it! How is this possible? Xiao Chen is already at the peak of the second tier, isn't he? What terrifying thunder! What kind of talent is this? Hua Ziyue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Young master. He defeated a peak second-tier cultivator with a single strike? Fang Ningbing, standing nearby, now fixed a grave gaze upon Yi Xing. That bolt of thunder earlier. Even she felt her heart skip a beat. Who exactly was this suddenly appearing youth? You're asking for death. Su Xinxi suddenly shrieked, the Xiao family has a 7th-tier powerhouse. You're dead meat. Shut up. Yi Xing didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, merely waving his hand casually. Boom! Boom! 2 bolts of thunder ripped through the air, sending Su Xinxi flying backward. One slap from him. Yi Xing remarked indifferently, you got 2. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Who the hell is this guy? I'll kill you. Xiao Chen scrambled out of the lake, soaked to the bone, his eyes bloodshot. Kid, my father is a 7th-tier powerhouse. Do you want your entire clan wiped out? 7th tier? Yi Xing suddenly smiled, well, that's good enough to qualify as a guard in my household. Xiao Chen froze, then burst into a bitter laugh. Who do you think you are? The Yi family of the imperial capital? The moment Yi Xing moved, he immediately ruled out the Yi family. After all, how could the rumored young master of that Yi family possibly possess such strength? Gritting his teeth, he snarled, kneel and kowtow now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise. Xiao brother. Su Xinxi screamed in fury, kill him. Slaughter this bastard. The surrounding students scrambled backward, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. It's over. This kid is dead meat. Hua Ziyu instantly appeared beside Yi Xing, narrowing her eyes. Daring to call the young master a bastard. He's asking for it. Xiao Chen watched the scene unfold, his eyes burning with jealousy. Such breathtaking beauty, why on earth would she follow that bastard? Meanwhile, Fang Ningbing's eyes flickered as she sighed inwardly, who would have thought someone would stand up for me? It seems I can only. Just then. Snap. Xiao Chen suddenly crushed a jade talisman. The space instantly tore apart and a figure stepped out of the void. Young master. Xiao Chen's face twisted, Uncle Lu. Disable someone for me. Lu Xinyan frowned slightly, young master, the family head is about to visit the Yi family soon. At this critical juncture. Cut the nonsense. Xiao Chen roared furiously, do it. Lu Xinyan sighed. The instant he turned and saw Yi Xing's face, his heart nearly stopped. What the hell is this ancestor doing here? Xiao Chen clearly hadn't noticed this, still staring at Yi Xing. Kid, you're done for. Uncle Lu is a 5th-tier powerhouse. You're dead. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd sighed in unison. Oh no, a 5th-tier powerhouse has arrived. This kid is finished. But at that moment, Yi Xing caught Lu Xinyan's gaze. She instantly realized there was no need to call out the secret guards. Fang Ningbing quietly stepped forward and whispered, you go first. She hadn't expected a 5th-tier powerhouse to show up. This was going to be tricky. It's fine. He glanced at Xiao Chen, his tone tinged with amusement. Is this your helper? You still dare to be so arrogant? Xiao Chen erupted in fury, channeling spiritual energy into his palm and unleashing a fierce strike toward Yi Xing. Just as he assumed the 5th-tier powerhouse wouldn't dare resist such a strike. Stop! Lu Xinyan roared, his figure darting like lightning to block Yi Xing's path. With a single palm strike, he dispersed Xiao Chen's attack. Xiao Chen, ? Smack! Followed by a resounding slap. Xiao Chen was sent spinning 3 times on the spot, completely stunned. Dead silence fell over the entire crowd. Thud. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Lu Xinyan dropped to his knees. Young Master Yi, I beg your forgiveness. Xiao Chen? Su Xinxi. Onlookers. A brief silence ensued. Yi? Young Master Yi? Someone suddenly realized something, and then. It's Yi Xing. The scene erupted instantly. Holy. The Yi family from the capital? The son of the martial god? Isn't he famously useless? Wait, that thunder just now? Xiao Chen and Su Xinxi suddenly turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Yi family of the imperial capital? How could this be? Just then, a figure appeared in the distance. The vice principal hurried over and bowed deeply upon seeing Yi Xing. Young Master Yi. My apologies for keeping you waiting. This greeting confirmed Yi Xing's identity beyond doubt. Fang Ningbing's pupils suddenly contracted. The Yi family of the imperial capital? He is the son of a 9th-rank martial god? Yi Xing walked slowly toward Xiao Chen. Now, do you still intend to cripple me? Xiao Chen's lips trembled. I. Lu Jinyun hurriedly kowtowed, "Young Master Yi. My young master is young and ignorant. Please. Did I give you permission to speak?" Yi Xing interrupted coldly. Lu Jinyun's body trembled violently as his forehead slammed hard against the ground. This humble servant acknowledges his mistake. Xiao Chen finally broke down, kneeling on the ground and frantically banging his head. "Young Master Yi, spare my life. I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it." He never imagined the other party was the young master of the Yi family. After all, the Xiao family owed its very existence to the Yi family. Today, he had provoked the one person he should never have crossed. Yi Xing stared at Su Xinxi, who was trembling uncontrollably. "Just now, did you say you wanted to kill me?" I. Su Xinxi's face turned deathly pale. "Apologize." Both of them immediately began banging their heads on the ground like garlic being crushed. "Young Master Yi, spare our lives. We were blind. I wasn't talking about myself." Yi Xing pointed behind him at Fang Ningbing. "Apologize to her." Xiao Chen and Su Xinxi froze, then turned to Fang Ningbing. We're sorry." Fang Ningbing looked bewildered. She couldn't fathom why this stranger would stand up for her. Yi Xing flashed an innocent smile. "Don't worry. I hate people who bully others." Lu Jinyun. But Xiao Chen and Su Xinxi clung to him like a lifeline. "Right. Young Master Yi just stood up for that girl too. He must be kind-hearted." "Maybe." But the next second, Yi Xing's words plunged them into an icy abyss. Yi Xing looked at Lu Jinyun. "You handle this yourself. Of course, if your cultivation hasn't been crippled and your limbs haven't been crippled. I'll be very unhappy." Xiao Chen and Su Xinxi snapped their heads up, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. "You call this not getting your hands dirty?" Cold sweat beaded on Lu Jinyun's forehead. "Young Master Yi, this." A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly struck the ground at Lu Jinyun's feet, instantly scorching the earth black. Yi Xing's palm pulsed with terrifying thunder. "One more word." Lu Jinyun's body trembled violently. The vice principal stared fixedly at the thundering Yi Xing's hand, his pupils suddenly contracting. "This lightning. Wait. Young Master Yi. My father is the head of the Xiao family. The entire Xiao clan stands behind me. You can't." Xiao Chen tried to beg for mercy, but Yi Xing casually waved his hand. Two bolts of thunder roared forth like enraged dragons, striking the men's dantian and limbs with pinpoint accuracy. Amidst the piercing screams, Xiao Chen and Su Xinxi crashed heavily to the ground, utterly unconscious. Dead silence fell over the entire crowd. "You have the Xiao family backing you?" Only Yi Xing's icy voice echoed through the air. "But behind the Xiao family stands." "But the Yi family stands behind them." Chapter 9, Fate Masters Dao Bone? "Where's my stuff?" Ding. Task completed. Acquired Fate Mastering Dao Bone. Fate Mastering Dao Bones, spinal column radiating chaotic purple light, innately attuned to the 3000 Dao paths grasping laws and ascending realms, becomes effortlessly simple. A terrifying, overbearing force surged instantly into Yi Xing's body. His bones instantly glowed with faint golden patterns, as an immensely powerful force attached itself to Yi Xing. This was the Fate Mastering Dao Bone. Yi Xing could distinctly feel his perception of the world's spiritual energy increase several-fold. Not only martial arts, but even peripheral Dao paths like alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting now seemed incredibly simple to him. This meant he could now master all paths simultaneously. As he absorbed this power, he suddenly sensed countless stunned gazes fixed intently upon him. The vice principal stared at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. That thunder was simply beyond the capabilities of a D-rank talent. Could it be that the reputation of the Yi family's young master as a good-for-nothing was a lie? He snapped out of his daze and immediately announced in a loud voice. Xiao Chen and Su Xinxi have consistently exhibited improper conduct. Today, they attempted to use family influence to harm a classmate. Effective immediately, Xiao Chen and Su Xinxi are expelled from the academy. What? Everyone around them was stunned. Over such a minor incident today, they'd not only been stripped of their powers but also expelled. And it was all because of that youth from the Central Academy, solely due to his status. The onlookers' expression shifted instantly. The principal is wise. Young Master Yi is ridding the world of a menace. Who dares say young Master Yi bullies men and women? He's clearly a champion of justice. These people changed their tune faster than you could flip a book. By now, Lu Jinyun's face had turned ashen. He knew this matter wouldn't end here. At that moment, Yi Xing spoke. "You decide for yourself." Hearing this, Lu Jinyun gritted his teeth. He then sent a telepathic message to the Xiao family's secret guards. "Dispatch men immediately exterminate the entire Su family." After issuing this order, he slammed his palm against his dantian. Blood gushed forth as Lu Jinyun's cultivation base was completely destroyed. Yi Xing froze in shock. "Why would you destroy your own cultivation?" "Lu Jinyun? No, it's not, you told me to." "Oh." Yi Xing suddenly understood. "I only told you to drag these two useless fools away." "Put." Lu Jinyun spat out another mouthful of blood, this time fainting from sheer rage. Damn it. Don't worry, I'm a genuinely kind person. Yi Xing flashed an innocent smile. The vice principal's mouth twitched. Kind? He certainly didn't hold back when those two bolts of lightning struck earlier. Yi Xing turned to Fang Ningbing. Are you okay? I'm fine. Fang Ningbing shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with profound complexity. She couldn't fathom why this stranger would help her. Was it truly just a case of seeing injustice and stepping in? Whatever the reason, this favor is noted. Her gaze then swept over the unconscious Xiao Chen, a flash of icy coldness flickering in her eyes. Waziyu stepped forward, gently taking Fang Ningbing's hand. Don't be afraid. Our young master is a good person. Fang Ningbing nodded slightly. Thank you. You're welcome. Yi Xing never imagined bumping into the reincarnated empress on the very first day of school. This luck was beyond belief. Seems like he should start hanging out in crowded places more often. Who knows? He might trigger even more quests. What's your name? Fang Ningbing. Nice name, Yi Xing smiled. It suits you well. Just then, the vice principal spoke up. Young Master Yi, shall we proceed with the enrollment paperwork first? After all, it seemed like everything was taken care of. Yi Xing nodded and said to Fang Ningbing, we'll take our leave then. All right. Fang Ningbing stood rooted to the spot, watching as Yi Xing and his group walked away. Until their figures vanished from sight. Fang Ningbing lowered her head to examine her now feeble cultivation base, her brow furrowing. The cultivation that could shatter mountains and split seas in the blink of an eye. In her previous life, now she couldn't even manage the most basic projection of spiritual energy. Fang Ningbing sighed and shook her head. She must regain her strength as soon as possible. Without hesitation, she turned and headed toward the school's cultivation room. Shortly after, Yi Xing departed with the vice principal. Inside the academic affairs office, the vice principal handed over an admission notice. Young Master Yi, this is your special enrollment letter. His demeanor now was a stark contrast to their first meeting. What a joke! The man who casually crippled the Shao family's young master, could he possibly be a failure? Yi Xing glanced over the course list: Fundamentals of Alchemy, Introduction to Artifact Forging, Introduction to Talismans. With the life-controlling Dao Bone, knowledge that would take ordinary people decades to master was nothing but child's play for him. After signing the documents, Yi Xing said a few words to Hua Ziyue. Then he turned and left. Now that he possessed the fate-mastering Dao Bone, it was the perfect opportunity to test it out in the school's cultivation room. He headed toward the cultivation room. Though the school's cultivation room couldn't compare to the Yi family's facilities, they were still among the few high-grade cultivation rooms in the imperial capital. Before long, Yi Xing arrived. The moment he entered, Yi Xing's gaze was drawn to a familiar figure. He saw Fang Ningbing's figure just entering one of the training rooms. Yi Xing froze. So she was here to cultivate too. Then he remembered her status as the reborn empress. Without another word, he entered the cultivation room next to Fang Ningbing's. Huff. Yi Xing took a deep breath, crossed his legs, and sat down, placing his hands in a seal upon his knees. He closed his eyes, sensing the purple glowing fate bone within his body. At his mental command, the bone suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately, a powerful suction force erupted from within his body. The spiritual energy within the entire cultivation chamber instantly surged into chaos. The spiritual energy that had been quietly flowing within the formation was swept up by this suction force, rushing madly into Yi Xing's body. Even more astonishingly, this suction force actually pierced through the walls, beginning to plunder the spiritual energy from the adjacent cultivation room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Ningbing sat quietly within her cultivation chamber. Her gaze fell upon a cicada-shaped spiritual energy in her hand. Thankfully, this came with me. This cicada-shaped spiritual energy was no ordinary object. It was Fang Ningbing's spacetime artifact, the tears of the cold cicada. Yet now, it contained only a faint, waning trace of spiritual energy. Even so, this sliver of energy was of utmost importance. If she could refine this cicada-shaped spiritual energy, her cultivation would surpass her current level by more than just a little. Moreover, it would offer a chance to restore the entire cold cicada tears. She drew a deep breath, just as she was about to begin absorbing this precious spiritual energy. Suddenly, a tremendous pulling force surged from the adjacent space. Before Fang Ningbing could react, the cicada-shaped spiritual energy in her hand was snatched away. Fang Ningbing? Holy crap! Where'd my stuff go? Chapter 10, 2nd Tier, 7th Layer. Obtained a 9th Tier secret treasure. Cold cicada tears. Yi Xing sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation chamber. The spiritual energy around him surged like a raging madman, seemingly guided by an unseen force, violently pouring into his body. A storm of spiritual energy swept through the entire cultivation chamber. Like a howling hurricane, it roared throughout the entire room. Yet ultimately, it was all ruthlessly refined by the fate-binding Dao Bone before entering Yi Xing's body. Immediately afterward, Yi Xing could distinctly feel his physical body, meridians, and spiritual power all developing at an astonishing speed. 2nd Tier, 4th Level. 2nd Tier, 5th Layer. 2nd Tier, 7th Layer. In mere moments, his cultivation had surged to the 7th tier of the 2nd stage. Such a cultivation speed, if it were to be revealed, would be enough to shake the entire academy. Yet, just as he was immersed in the euphoria of his explosive cultivation growth, a crystalline, cicada-shaped spirit light shot straight toward him, only to be swept up by the spiritual energy storm and drawn into Yixing's body. Yixing was startled, unable to react in time. In that instant, a profound, world-defying force of time and space erupted within him. Text appeared immediately. Ding! After rescuing the Empress, Shili cast a rare, earnest glance your way, then bestowed her most precious secret treasure upon you. Yixing? What the hell? Ding! Acquired a 9th tier secret treasure tears of the cold cicada. Yixing's pupils contracted as he saw a silver-white cicada, its entire body shimmering, perched silently atop his spiritual energy. What the hell? Just a moment ago, it was merely a thread of cicada-shaped spiritual energy. How could it transform into such a massive cold cicada the moment it entered his dantian? Even water expansion wouldn't cause this kind of growth. Cicada tears, upon the host's death, it enters a temporal cycle, gradually rewriting spiritual energy attributes to dramatically accelerate comprehension of spacetime laws. Mark any location with a cicada pattern seal. With a single thought, traverse thousands of miles and instantly arrive at the marked spot. Holy crap! Yixing was stunned. He was just cultivating, why was he getting a bonus package? But then it dawned on him the system must have messed up again. But this seemed to belong to Fong Ningbing. Ah well, he'd pretend he didn't know. As long as he wasn't losing out, it was fine. Just as Yixing turned to leave, he pushed open the door and collided head-on with a figure radiating icy detachment. Fong Ningbing stood in the hallway, her ice blue eyes dark and still as water. Oh no! How did I run into her the moment I stepped out? Yixing's eyes flickered, but he quickly composed himself, determined not to show any signs of panic. What are you doing here? As long as he acted natural, she wouldn't suspect him. Fong Ningbing's eyes flickered. What was going on? Why had the aura of the cold cicada tear vanished completely? She had clearly sensed the secret treasure's essence being forcibly dragged away by some power, yet when she burst out of the cultivation chamber, it was gone. As if it had been instantly refined by someone. But how could that be possible? Even a single thread of cold cicada tears was far beyond what ordinary people could refine. After all, it was the remnant of a 9th tier secret treasure. Not some common cabbage. Her gaze instinctively fell on Yixing, only to find him staring back at her. The atmosphere instantly froze. Fong Ningbing, no, I can't let her know I'm searching for the cold cicada tear. This thing is too precious. If word gets out, it could bring major trouble. Yixing, she mustn't discover it's on me. Both, we need to hide it. After several seconds of silence, Fong Ningbing broke the deadlock first. You're here to cultivate too? Yes, just finished a breakthrough. Yixing replied. In that case, thank you for what you did earlier. No problem, no problem. Fong Ningbing asked casually, how's your cultivation going? Not bad. Finally reached the 7th level of the 2nd tier. Oh, that's... Wait, duo Xiao? Fong Ningbing's previously indifferent expression froze instantly. 2nd tier, 7th rank? She remembered clearly that when she saw Yixing this morning, he had only just entered the 2nd tier. How much time had passed? He'd broken through multiple minor realms in such a short span? How was that even possible? Yixing felt uneasy under her intense gaze. Maybe it's a case of long-term accumulation paying off. Fong Ningbing was utterly dumbfounded. Accumulation paying off? Do you think cultivation is as simple as eating and drinking? A thought flashed through her mind, could he have refined the cold cicada tears? But she dismissed the thought the very next second. Impossible. The cold cicada tears contained the laws of time and space. Even she could only refine them slowly. How could a mere 2nd tier cultivator absorb it instantly? Watching Yixing's cultivation progress so rapidly, Fong Ningbing felt a surge of irritation. No, she couldn't waste time here. She had to find the cold cicada tears immediately. She forced her emotions under control. I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Yixing's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly, sure. I actually have something to do too. With that, the two hurried off in opposite directions. A short while later, when Yixing arrived at the alchemy chamber, he was astonished to find Fong Ningbing's figure suddenly reappear before him. Fong Ningbing, Yixing. Caught completely off guard, they locked eyes for a moment, both momentarily flustered. The scene was intensely awkward. Yixing hadn't expected her to be here either. He'd intended to try his hand at alchemy, especially with the Si Ming Dao bone in his possession. Fong Ningbing, however, had come seeking the cold cicada tears, intending to refine pills to aid her cultivation. After all, she was a peerless grandmaster of the alchemy path. After several seconds of silence, Fong Ningbing spoke first, her tone as cool as ever. You practice alchemy too? A little. I know the basics. Fong Ningbing raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over him. His sudden surge in cultivation was strange enough. Could he also understand the art of alchemy? However, remembering how Xing had once helped her, a thought crossed her mind. Since the cold cicada tears wouldn't be found anytime soon, why not? She drew a light breath and said indifferently, since we've met, why not join forces? Fong Ningbing had already turned and walked toward an empty alchemy furnace. Xing watched Fong Ningbing. Then he remembered she was the empress. After all, her alchemy skills were surely superior to his. Why not observe first? Fong Ningbing stood before the furnace. A ball of spiritual flame leapt from her palm, instantly swirling around the furnace. Her movements flowed with the grace of clouds and water. Several spiritual herbs churned within the flames, gradually melting into a medicinal liquid. Xing stood nearby, intently observing every detail of her movements. As Fong Ningbing's alchemy progressed, the fate bone within Xing's body suddenly trembled faintly. A tangible wave of alchemical insight surged into his mind like a tidal flood. The interplay of medicinal properties, the precise control of heat, the resonance between spiritual energy and herbs. This alchemical wisdom, which should have taken decades to accumulate, now filled his mind entirely. Ning! Fong Ningbing commanded softly. Immediately, the alchemy furnace blazed with intense light as 7 pills shot out, hovering in midair. 3 supreme grade, 4 high grade. A flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. If those old fogies at the academy found out a student could casually refine supreme grade pills, they'd likely be stunned speechless. After all, these were supreme grade pills. Some alchemists couldn't refine them even after 10 or 20 years of practice. She turned to look at Xing, already picturing the stunned expression on his face. But Xing suddenly frowned and stood up, blurting out, "Your quenching technique was all wrong just now." Fong Ningbing, huh? She doubted her own ears. What did you say? This was her original 9-turn ice condensing technique, and now a mere second-tier practitioner was telling her it was wrong? Before she could react, Xing strode toward the alchemy furnace. Fong Ningbing froze. Was he going to refine a pill? Chapter 11, Reincarnation of the Alchemy Immortal? Assignment issued, annihilate the Dark River. At this moment, Fong Ningbing could only think, the strange things happening since her rebirth were absurd. First, the child of a 9th-tier martial god came to aid her, effortlessly crushing opponents stronger than herself. Then, that trace of cicada tears vanished without a trace. And now, this was even more absurd. She, the esteemed empress of alchemy, was being told by a newcomer that her alchemy was wrong. Ha 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 ha. What the hell was wrong with this world? Watching Xing's clumsy selection of medicinal herbs, she couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. This young master probably just wants to show off in front of me. Too bad he didn't realize he's dealing with someone far from ordinary. Fong Ningbing could already foresee what would happen next. The furnace would blow up first, then the elixir would burn to a crisp. After watching him make a fool of himself, she'd just offer a couple of casual pointers and call it a day, Fong Ningbing thought. Suddenly, Xing raised his hand, and in an instant, all the herbs flew up, being tossed into the alchemy furnace in perfect sequence. Fong Ningbing's pupils contracted. Wait? Is he controlling objects with divine power? Wasn't he a novice? What shocked her even more was that though Xing's alchemy technique seemed somewhat crude, every movement aligned perfectly with the laws of heaven. It was as if he were mimicking every single detail of her own actions just moments ago. Fong Ningbing was stunned. She was about to praise him when she saw Xing toss several incompatible herbs into the furnace at once. She froze in disbelief. What are you doing? Stop immediately. The ice heartgrass and firelings you will. Before she could finish, the 2 diametrically opposed medicinal energies within the furnace fused together perfectly. This. Fong Ningbing's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What on earth? As a former Supreme Alchemy Grandmaster, she understood better than anyone that the clash of ice and fire was an ironclad law of alchemy. Even she required the formidable 9 transformation secret technique to barely achieve a truce. Yet this youth before her. The quenching must be done earlier. Xing suddenly spoke up. The spiritual energy from the cold-natured herbs begins dissipating by the 7th breath, so preparations must be made earlier. Fong Ningbing was struck as if by lightning. This was precisely the problem she had set out to solve when creating the 9 turns ice condensing technique in the first place. How could you? She was about to speak when the alchemy furnace suddenly shook violently, cutting off her question. What followed was a sight that left her utterly stunned. Xing had actually added 3 more medicinal ingredients at the critical moment of pill formation. Stop. Adding herbs now will. Instead of the expected explosion that would have destroyed the pill embryo. Instead, the furnace walls instantly blazed with countless rays of light as bright as the sun. Immediately after, a blurred, ethereal figure formed atop the furnace. Crowned with an imperial diadem, draped in a star-embroidered robe. This is the alchemy path manifesting divinity. Fong Ningbing gasped in shock, her Dao heart trembling violently. This was the legendary phenomenon that appeared only when the most perfect elixir was refined. Open. Xing struck the furnace with a palm, unleashing 7 streaks of light. Each pill was entwined with 3 chaotic patterns, while miniature dragons and phoenixes, formed from the essence of medicinal fragrance, danced between the pill's markings. All top grade. And they even have their own patterns. Fang Ningbing's mind seemed to freeze. How did you manage that? I just learned by watching you refine pills earlier. Fang Ningbing's eyes darted wildly. Me? What the hell does learned by watching me refine pills even mean? Then a terrifying thought struck her. Could he be the chosen one of the alchemy path? A incarnate? This is utterly absurd. At this moment, Fang Ningbing's entire worldview had been shattered by Yi Xing. By the way, what kind of pill is this? Yi Xing asked. Fang Ningbing finally snapped back to reality. She gave Yi Xing a deep look before replying. This is the Great Love Pill. Yi Xing, huh? What does it do? This pill has a primary pill and a secondary pill. Whoever consumes the secondary pill has their cultivated spiritual energy transferred to the person holding the primary pill. It's about sacrificing oneself for another, hence the name Great Love Pill. Yi Xing. This is just some twisted, unorthodox practice. Who would ever use such a pill? Yi Xing discreetly stowed the pill away before speaking. The person who invented this must be a genius. Such a spirit of great love, I'm deeply moved. Fang Ningbing's eyes lit up. He gets me. Immediately after, Fang Ningbing spoke up. I have some questions about alchemy to ask you. Fang Ningbing proceeded to ask Yi Xing questions. With the assistance of the Fate Master's Dao Bone, Yi Xing quickly obtained the answers. This was utterly absurd. First, Yi Xing had to listen to her speak before gaining more alchemical knowledge, then he'd relay it to her. It was practically a perpetual motion machine of knowledge. Fang Ningbing, despite her profound mastery of alchemy, couldn't help but be stunned by Yi Xing's words. She almost blurted out, "Holy! That's incredible!" Fang Ningbing then confided in Yi Xing that every time she refined pills, due to her innate constitution, she felt an overwhelming chill. Even after using numerous fiery herbs, it still wasn't enough. Yi Xing, that's because the fire element is insufficient. I've pondered this issue myself, but nothing I've tried has worked. In the past, Fang Ningbing had even resorted to the Golden Crow Divine Fire effective, yet not a permanent solution. Yi Xing suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. I have a solution. Fang Ningbing froze. You do? Could it be that her father, the 9th-rank martial god, had left behind a secret technique? Just as a flicker of hope rose within her, Yi Xing suddenly held out his hand. Open your mouth. Fang Ningbing? Before she could react, a slender finger was already approaching. Don't bite. Fang Ningbing froze completely, her mind going blank. What are you talking about? She instinctively tried to pull back, but in the next instant, an unprecedented warmth surged from her mouth. It was the fiery power of the blazing sun, purer and more overwhelming than the Golden Crow Divine Fire. Is this Yi Xing's blood? Don't use your tongue. Yi Xing frowned. It suddenly occurred to him he cultivated the pitch-black blazing sun. What material could possibly be hotter than his own blood? But Fang Ningbing could no longer hear Yi Xing's words. All she could remember was absorbing every single drop of Yi Xing's blood. Outside the door, Hua Ziyue hummed a tune as she approached the alchemy chamber. The young master said he was testing something in the alchemy room. Hua Ziyue approached the entrance to Yi Xing's alchemy chamber. Just as she was about to enter, she heard a voice. What's it like? A bit fishy. I was asking about your body. Very warm. Hua Ziyue's face flushed instantly. What's going on? Immediately after, Fang Ningbing's voice rang out. How did you manage that? Secret. But 3 more fingers if you keep making noise. Hua Ziyue? Meanwhile, inside the alchemy chamber, Yi Xing slowly withdrew his fingers. After all, having Fang Ningbing keep drawing on her blood wasn't a sustainable solution. Fang Ningbing felt the power surging within her eyes growing ever brighter. Unbelievable. His blood was even more potent than the Golden Crow Divine Fire. Just then, Yi Xing spoke up. I'll be going now. Fang Ningbing's eyes flashed with determination. I owe you 2 favors. I'll repay them. Recalling that the other person's belongings were still on him, Yi Xing felt a twinge of guilt and said, It's fine. I'm just a helpful person. Fang Ningbing felt even more favorably toward Yi Xing. She hadn't expected this man to possess such a generous heart just like her own. Yi Xing, wanting no further entanglement, strode quickly out of the alchemy chamber. Just then, a faint, familiar scent suddenly tickled her nose. Hua Ziyue's scent? Yi Xing scanned the corridor, finding it deserted. Strange. Look! A commotion erupted in the distance. The scene was now playing on the giant spirit screen at the academy's center. A young man, his face brimming with excitement, was on the verge of tears. I can't thank Xiaohua Martial Arts Hall enough. After training here for just 1 week, my cultivation broke through from the peak of Tier 2 straight to Tier 3, Level 4. The scene shifted. Next came scenes of rows upon rows of students training inside the dojo, each radiating an unnatural crimson spiritual energy. The secret techniques of Xiaohua Martial Arts Academy are incredible. Everyone, hurry and sign up. A chorus of curses erupted from the surrounding crowd. Are you kidding us? Bull. Improving this much in a week? Is this even plausible? This ad is way too fake. Yi Xing couldn't help but shake his head. This ad was way too fake. Just as he was about to leave, a line of blood-red text suddenly appeared before his eyes. You have finally arrived at the headquarters of the apocalyptic organization Dark River. Yi Xing's footsteps halted abruptly. What the hell? Everyone knows the Dark River's leader commits every conceivable evil, kidnapping prodigies, slaughtering entire cities, bullying young girls. But who could have imagined that this dark organization, whose very name strikes terror across the world, once began as an ordinary martial arts dojo called Little River Martial Arts Academy in the imperial capital? Even knowing this, you can't change the past. Now, you can only change the present. Assignment issued: annihilate the Dark River. Mission reward: divine talent, chaotic ice dragon body. Chapter 12: no skeletons in the closet? Then you're all in cahoots. Yi Xing stared at the text before him. What the hell? World-destroying organization? Yi Xing stared at the screen, which showed a place that looked like a third-rate cram school. So this martial arts school is destined to become the future world-destroying organization? Yi Xing suddenly understood. No wonder his cultivation had improved so much in just 1 week. This place was clearly no ordinary place. If it's the future apocalypse organization, there must be something wrong with it. Just as he pondered this, Hua Ziyua's voice suddenly came from behind him. Young master. Yi Xing turned to see Hua Ziyua had appeared behind him at some point, her face flushed crimson. You're here, Yi Xing replied casually. Hua Ziyua exhaled in relief. Before the young master had emerged, she had fled the scene, now pretending she had just arrived. 3 fingers? The thought made her ears flush crimson once more. What's wrong? Why are you blushing so much? Yi Xing asked curiously. Nothing. Hua Ziyu quickly changed the subject. Oh, young master, the head of the household asked you to return home immediately. He said it's urgent. Home? Yi Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. I am the young master of the Yi family. Having uncovered an extremely dangerous terrorist organization, I naturally needed to call in reinforcements, sir. Request family support. This group could be the future end of the world. Who knows how far they've grown by now. Having connections is no small advantage. Let's go right now. Yi Xing made a snap decision, grabbing Hua Ziyue and dashing straight for the school gates. After briefly explaining the situation to the vice principal, the two hurried back to the Yi family compound. A short while later, Yi Xing arrived at the Yi residence swiftly. Yi family main hall. Father, you sought me out? As soon as Yi Xing entered the hall, he saw his father looking at him with a smile. I heard you helped a classmate at school. What you did was. Ye Yuan Tian was about to praise Yi Xing, but his eyes suddenly widened mid-sentence. Holy crap! What happened to your cultivation? The usually dignified and composed head of the Yi family now looked utterly dumbfounded. He instantly appeared before Yi Xing. 2nd tier, 7th level? You just reached 2nd tier, didn't you? Yi Xing gave a nervous chuckle. Wait. Yi Yuan Tian's expression abruptly darkened. How could there be fluctuations of the spacetime law within you? Yi Xing sighed. He couldn't hide it from his own father after all. Yi Yuan Tian was utterly bewildered. What on earth had happened to his son during that trip? Did he go to the foot massage place again? Father, this isn't something I can explain right now. I'll tell you later. First, tell me what you needed me for. Hearing this, Yi Yuan Tian's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected his son to have secrets. Yi Yuan Tian hesitated, then simply gave his son a deep look before saying in a low voice, Songfeng. A green-clad figure materialized in the hall like a ghostly apparition. Master of the house, young master. Songfeng knelt on one knee, hands cradling a box. The moment the lid lifted, the temperature in the entire hall surged. Within the box, a heart that did not belong to a human being beat slowly. Yi Yuan Tian spoke slowly. This is the Phoenix blood heart. Songfeng will instruct you on the specifics. I have other matters to attend to. Before his words had fully faded, Yi Yuan Tian cast a deep, lingering glance at Yi Xing before vanishing without a trace. Yi Xing's gaze fell upon Songfeng. He was well aware of Songfeng's identity and power, and understood that this man had likely been protecting him in secret all along. Uncle Songfeng, you've truly gone to great lengths for me these past days, Yi Xing said with a smile. Young master, you flatter me. This is simply my duty, there's no need to dwell on it. Songfeng then explained to Yi Xing, young master, this is a 1,000-year phoenix blood heart. After refinement, it can yield a phoenix heart, which is extremely valuable. Unfortunately, while it might have undergone a transformation in the past, the absence of large-scale bloodshed now means it can only remain as it is. Yi Xing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This was the advantage of having connections. Suddenly. Ding! After enduring countless battles between beasts and humans, this phoenix blood core has finally achieved its ultimate ascension, becoming the wicked phoenix heart. Sinful phoenix heart, innate divine ability. Sinful phoenix phantom soul obliterates all existence. Upon receiving fatal damage, the phoenix undergoes rebirth, elevating its realm. The system messed up again? Yi Xing froze in surprise. At that moment, Songfeng continued, young master, this phoenix is the supreme flame. I'll teach you how to refine it, or else it might. That won't be necessary. Yi Xing's expression remained calm as he seized the heart and instantly began refining it. He possessed the pitch-black blazing sun, why would he fear fire? Blood-red flames erupted across Yi Xing's body, while a phantom phoenix emerged behind him. Yi Xing let out a low growl. The heart was gradually crushed, then slowly permeated by the phoenix's essence blood. Song Feng froze in shock. What was happening? How could the phoenix blood heart still manifest such anomalies? Hadn't the transformation failed? As the last flicker of flame retreated, Yi Xing slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting golden red glint flickered deep within his once pitch-black eyes. Though his features remained largely unchanged, they now radiated an overwhelming aura of noble grandeur. Song Feng immediately knelt. Young master truly possesses divine talent. To refine it so effortlessly. He had expected to be needed. Feeling the power within him, Yi Xing was about to speak. But then he remembered the matter concerning the dark river and spoke. Uncle Songfeng, there is something I need your help with. Young master, speak freely. Yi Xing was about to speak when suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up. Uncle Songfeng, it's like this. 2 hours later. Inside a warehouse. Songfeng now stood beside Yi Xing. Young master, it's done. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Songfeng, Yi Xing said with a smile. Before them stood over a dozen martial arts academy masters, their expressions tense. Among them were masters of several prestigious martial arts academies, as well as a few renowned martial arts masters from the surrounding areas. Yet now, these formidable figures who usually commanded awe were fixed in terror upon the figure standing behind Yi Xing. Just half an hour ago, they had been teaching disciples in their respective martial arts halls or secluded in meditation. But suddenly, an irresistible force had snatched them all away without even a chance to resist. What realm of power was this? And now, this terrifying presence stood respectfully behind that youth. Who on earth was this person? May I ask what brings the two of you here? A white-haired elder spoke nervously. Yi Xing smiled faintly. There's no need to be afraid. I am Yi Xing, the young master of the Yi family. Yi Xing? A human shadow, a tree's name. In an instant, everyone's faces turned even paler. Yi Xing's lips twitched slightly. Is my reputation really that terrifying? He cleared his throat. I called you all here today to actually help you. Help us? Recently, a new martial arts academy called Shoha opened in the capital, right? Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. We're all in the same business. With them around, recruiting students must be tough for you, right? Several dojo masters suddenly lowered their heads, falling silent. As neighbors, you should know the Xiaohua martial arts school well. I want to know, have they been engaging in any illegal activities behind the scenes? His eyes narrowed. This young master has decided to crack down hard on such behavior that corrupts the martial arts community. Now, each of you must name one illegal act committed by the Xiaohua Martial Arts Academy. Understood? The room fell deathly silent. The dojo masters exchanged nervous glances, none daring to speak first. Finally, after a long pause, a middle-aged dojo master spoke up. Young Master Yi, the Little River Martial Arts Hall's master has actually been quite kind to us. She's beautiful too, and often sends us medicinal pills. Oh? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. So you're saying there's absolutely nothing wrong with them? I suppose so. The next second. Boom! Songfeng's overwhelming pressure erupted suddenly, instantly forcing the hall masters to their knees. Terror gripped every pair of eyes. No! They said it was gone. Yi Xing's gaze turned utterly cold. So it seems you're all in cahoots, every last one of you involved in illegal activities. In that case, starting tomorrow, all your martial arts gyms will be turned into public restrooms. Chapter 13, I haven't done anything yet. How did I get surrounded? What? Turned into public restrooms? The martial arts school owners were utterly dumbfounded. Their minds screamed frantically, but we genuinely have no idea what illegal activities the Xiaohua Martial Arts School is involved in. They knew the Xiaohua Martial Arts School was run by a young woman who, since arriving in the capital, had maintained excellent relations with other schools. Even though her school had snatched away most of their business, she remained low-key. She even occasionally gifted other masters with pills to aid their cultivation. But now, facing Songfeng's terrifying aura, someone finally cracked. Yes. I know. A frail-looking dojo master stammered, his voice trembling. Yi Xing shot him a glance. Make it up. I mean, tell me. The gym owner steeled himself and blurted out, I suspect the students at that Little River gym are using banned substances to boost their cultivation so quickly. Please investigate, young Master Yi. Seeing this, the others immediately caught on and blurted out. It's not a question of whether they exist anymore. It must be true. Exactly. They even stole our martial arts manuals. Their master practices dark arts late at night, polluting the air with foul fumes. Right. Their master even raped young girls. Yi Xing. You're a female dojo master, raping young girls? These accusations were getting more outrageous by the minute, but at least they served their purpose. Yi Xing wasn't the same pure scumbag as the original host. Now, when he went out looking for trouble, he made sure to have a legitimate reason. After all, no one else knew about the world-destroying organization. What if the target hasn't done anything wrong yet? So all this is evidence, right? Enough, enough. Xing quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Your reports have been noted, young master. He waved his hand, signaling Sanfeng to withdraw the pressure. You may leave. Hearing this, the other hall masters scrambled to leave, fearing Xing might change his mind. Once everyone had left, Xing turned to look at Sanfeng. Uncle Sanfeng, thank you for your trouble. Sanfeng gave a slight nod. Understood, young master. Though he couldn't fathom why the young master would make such a fuss over a minor martial arts academy, he never questioned the young master's orders. But the young master isn't quite the same as before. In the past, the young master wouldn't have cared about reputation at all, he'd have simply sent men to wipe them out. But now, Xing actually understood the need for a legitimate pretext. Suddenly, Xing seemed to think of something. How about bringing more men? After all, the enemy was the future apocalypse organization. Getting caught off guard would be no laughing matter. Sanfeng was puzzled, but he nodded nonetheless. All right. Outside the Xiaohe Martial Arts Hall. I can't thank you enough. With this potion, my cultivation is sure to reach new heights. The student featured in the Lingmu ad was visibly thrilled. Wei Qingqing smiled and said, no problem. Come by often. Absolutely. Absolutely. The young man nodded repeatedly. Only after his figure vanished completely did Wei Qingqing's smile turn grim. A bunch of idiots. She turned and walked back to the martial arts hall, her shadow stretching long behind her. Did they all drink it? Just then, a figure appeared. Wei Qingqing's lips curled upward. Of course they did. That bunch of fools were practically fighting over it. Luin stepped out of the darkness. Ha! It won't be long before they become the most loyal puppets. This was the secret behind the sudden surge in cultivation among the Little River Martial Arts Hall's disciples. Each complementary support potion contained the heart-eating parasite bestowed by the beast god. This otherworldly elixir could unleash human potential, yet it would invade the mind. Even 7th-tier powerhouses couldn't detect the anomaly in the short term. Once the beast rift opens, these puppets will be the ultimate weapon to destroy the imperial capital. Wei Qingqing stroked her belly. I've conceived the beast god's child. When he's born, he'll be the leader here. Perhaps we should name this place Dark River? Luin nodded, agreed. What thrilled them most was that no one paid them any mind now, and no one knew of their plans. This gave them ample time to develop. Luin smiled as he spoke. Thanks to the beast god changing our fate, hardly anyone notices us now. We've gained a huge window for development. Exactly. Wei Qingqing smiled as well. Who would have thought that a small martial arts academy in the imperial capital could one day even threaten to destroy the... Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the heavens, causing the entire martial arts hall to tremble. Immediately after, suffocating pressure poured down like a torrential river. Before Wei Qingqing and Luin could react, they watched in horror as the entire martial arts hall building began shaking violently before instantly disintegrating. Walls, glass, and floors shook violently, cracking apart. Within mere moments, everything shattered completely. What the hell? Wei Qingqing screamed. Lu Yin's face turned deathly pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. As a 5th-tier powerhouse, he understood far better than Wei Qingqing what this signified. This was the overwhelming pressure only a 7th-tier powerhouse could wield. The next moment, countless black figures appeared in the sky, instantly surrounding the two 6th-tier, 7th-tier, even 8th-tier powerhouses. The oppressive aura emanating from each figure caused the fetus in Wei Qingqing's womb to stir restlessly. Seeing this, Wei Qingqing's face paled. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many powerful beings here? Just then, a tall, slender figure materialized amidst the crowd, towering over them with a condescending gaze. You are surrounded. Xing spoke with solemn earnestness. You've committed heinous crimes. Not only did you steal food from the neighboring cafeteria. He paused abruptly. Wait, I misread that. He cleared his throat awkwardly. I've received multiple formal complaints from martial arts masters. They accuse you of bullying men and oppressing women, committing every conceivable evil. Using banned substances, stealing martial arts techniques, and even raping young girls. The evidence is irrefutable. As representatives of justice, the Yi family will eradicate the Xiaohe Martial Arts Academy. Wei Qingqing was utterly dumbfounded. When the hell did I ever do any of that? Though clueless about the situation, she blurted out, wait. I'm a woman, how could I rape a girl? How dare you? Yi Xingzhen thundered, still trying to wriggle out of it. His face twisted with rage as he pointed at Luin. She's the victim. If you hadn't done it, where would this woman come from? Luin? Wei Qingqing? Chapter 14, The Chaotic Ice Dragon's Body. Join me in taking down capitalism. Wei Qingqing and Luin stared blankly at the scene. Their brains weren't just blank, they were completely shattered. What the hell is going on here? Their plan was flawless. They were clearly buying time to grow stronger. Once the beast god's child was born, the imperial capital would crumble from within. But now, they were surrounded by a pack of high-tier powerhouses, each charge against them more absurd than the last. I'm a man. Lu Yin roared. His long, gray-streaked hair whipped wildly in the wind, making it easy to misunderstand. Got it, got it. Yi Xing waved his hand impatiently. So now you're a woman. Lu Yin. The two finally realized the Yi family was after them. But the question remained, how had they been exposed? Wei Qingqing instinctively shielded her abdomen, her eyes filled with panic. Oh no, oh no. The commotion drew the attention of several passers-by. Aren't those the Yi family members? I heard it's because the master of Xiaohua Martial Arts Academy raped a young girl. That's bull. Keep your voices down, don't let them hear. Amidst the murmurs, Songfeng suddenly frowned. Young master, there's something down there. Before Yi Xing could react, Songfeng slammed his palm onto the ground. Boom! The earth instantly cracked open, revealing a massive subterranean chamber before their eyes. Holy! A wave of gagging sounds erupted from the surrounding crowd. The underground was crawling with countless disgusting insects. Even more terrifying, these insects were arranged in some kind of pattern, as if organizing some kind of activity. Songfeng swept his spiritual energy, snatching several insects into the air. Young master, these are corrosive mind parasites. They can control a person's consciousness and temporarily unleash latent human potential. They are spies from another realm. Yi Xing suddenly understood. No wonder those trainees' cultivation surged so dramatically. Songfeng stared intently at Yi Xing, his eyes filled with shock. He had been puzzled why the young master would mobilize such a large force against a small martial arts academy, but now he finally understood. The young master had long sensed something amiss here. Why do your students' cultivation levels skyrocket so rapidly? It's because you're using these mind-controlling parasites. Yi Xing's voice boomed. Now, what do you have to say? Among the onlookers, several former trainees of the Xiaohua Martial Arts School immediately vomited. Damn it! They made us drink this stuff and raped young girls. I knew someone was spying on me in the baths lately. It must have been that perverted master. Young master Yi truly rids the world of evil. Yi Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. Wei Qingqing's expression flickered between anger and fear. She never expected the truth to come out like this. No! Suddenly, she clutched her stomach, tears welling in her eyes. I admit my guilt. But the child inside me is innocent. I beg you, at least let me give birth to this child. She must find a way to protect the beast god's child. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? She's pregnant? Surely the Yi family wouldn't harm a pregnant woman? All eyes were now fixed on the Yi family. Upon hearing there was a child involved, Yi Xing's expression grew complex. I see. I didn't expect there to be a child. Alright then, I, Yi Xing, never harm women or children in my dealings. You may go. Lu Yin, ? Wei Qingqing's eyes lit up. Thank you. Thank you for your mercy, young master Yi. Just as she turned to leave. Uncle Songfeng. Move. Yes. Immediately, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, instantly warping and deforming Wei Qingqing's body. Ah! She felt excruciating pain throughout her body and screamed wildly. You said you wouldn't kill women and children? Yi Xing sneered coldly. That's true. But you're no child, and what's inside you is no woman either. This is the Apocalypse organization who knows what you're carrying? Boom! With a loud bang, Wei Qingqing's body exploded violently. A slime-covered lizard monster crawled out from her abdomen, but before it could even hiss, it died instantly. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. So, young Master Yi had already seen through it. She was carrying a demonic entity. That's incredible. Don't kill me. Seeing this, Lu Yin knew it was all over. He never imagined the other party would leave him not even a shred of opportunity. Lu Yin hurriedly spoke up. She's the one who runs the place. I know nothing. I'm innocent. Please investigate this thoroughly, young Master Yi. I see. Yi Xing nodded. So you're innocent after all. Why didn't you say so sooner? I almost dragged you into this mess. But, since I'm already here, how about this? Call me Dad, and I'll let you off. Lu Yin froze, stunned by the audacious demand. Father. Yi Xing froze. You're not actually going to say it. Lu Yin, ? Songfeng sighed, then without even glancing at him, waved his hand dismissively. Lu Yin exploded on the spot. No matter what you call me, you're dead even if you called me Grandpa. The future apocalyptic organization Dark River was thus nipped in the bud. Ding! Mission complete. Acquired God-tier talent Chaotic Ice Dragon Body. Chaotic Ice Dragon Body. Inherit the frigid dragon power from the chaotic void, freezing time and space, annihilating all existence. Yi Xing's eyes lit up, but before he could examine the reward closely. What the hell are you doing? A furious roar erupted from the crowd. The student who had been advertising on the spirit screen trembled as he pointed at Yi Xing. What have you done to the Xiaohua Martial Arts Hall? Everyone stared at him with strange looks. Bai Wucheng had just returned full of excitement, only to find his cherished training sanctuary reduced to ruins. The dojo master lay shattered on the ground. And standing right in the center of the wreckage was none other than that notorious scoundrel from the Yi family. The young master of the esteemed Yi family. Bullying men and oppressing women is one thing. Bai Wucheng spat furiously. Now you dare destroy even the hopes of us ordinary martial artists? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Didn't you hear what I just said? So what if I did? Bai Wucheng's eyes blazed with fury. Those insects can help us break through quickly, can you? You just can't stand seeing us grow stronger. Insolent. Song Fang's cold shout echoed as terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Bai Wucheng's legs shattered instantly, yet even then, he glared at Yi Xing with deathly intensity. Yi Xing sighed. This guy was clearly high as a kite and beyond saving. I will not kneel. Bai Wucheng gritted his teeth. Refuse to kneel? Fine. At least you have some backbone. Yi Xing nodded. Then I'll break every bone in your body. We'll see if you kneel then. Song Feng nodded. The next instant, as Yi Xing's oppressive aura intensified, Bai Wucheng was instantly engulfed in excruciating pain, every bone in his body shattered. He collapsed to the ground, yet even now his gaze remained fixed on Yi Xing. Damn it! This can't be. Then, Bai Wucheng's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Brothers and sisters. Without the Xiaoha Martial Arts Hall, how can we achieve our dreams? The Yi family just wants us to be cripples for life. He just can't stand seeing us succeed. Bai Wucheng tried to stir up the crowd. Follow me and overthrow capitalism. But the entire crowd fell silent. Instead of responding, the onlookers stared at him with expressions that might as well have said, look at this little cutie. Bai Wucheng froze. Why aren't you chanting with me? Wasn't anyone condemning the Yi family's actions? The only response was a thunderclap that split the sky. Bai Wucheng was sent flying backward by the strike, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. I'll tell you why. Yi Xing slowly withdrew his finger, his voice as icy as frost. Because they don't have a damn thing like you. The entire imperial capital runs on the Yi family's support. 15 elite cultivation academies, 4 top martial arts universities, 74 core enterprises, and countless others. What you're trying to overthrow isn't just capital. You're trying to bring down the entire imperial capital. Chapter 15, is that all? I won't accept your blackmail. I'll just kill you. Even though his cultivation far surpassed Yi Xing's, against true innate talent, a realm built solely on drugs proved utterly futile. The young master of the Yi family has committed murder. Bai Wucheng shouted urgently, everyone, look. Yi Xing is killing someone in broad daylight. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Bai Wucheng saw Yi Xing show no reaction and assumed his outburst had intimidated the young master of the Yi family. He immediately shouted. Yi Xing. I'm a news reporter. You're going to rebuild the Xiaoha Martial Arts Hall right now and publicly apologize to me. Otherwise, you don't want to see the Yi family's reputation completely ruined, do you? This was a tactic he often employed. He was certain that with a few sensationalized reports stirring up public outrage, even the most powerful forces would have to back down. Those around him exchanged glances. They recalled how much the Yi family's reputation had suffered over the years because of Yi Xing. If they were deliberately smeared by an unscrupulous reporter like Bai Wucheng, even the Yi family wouldn't want to see their reputation deteriorate further, would they? Then kill me. Seeing Yi Xing's silence, Bai Wucheng immediately concluded he was intimidated. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll make sure Yi Xing's reputation is utterly ruined. They had killed Wei Qingqing and the others well, they were traitors from another realm. But he was a legitimate citizen of the Great Xia. If he dared touch him, he would ensure the Yi family became the most disgraced among the 4 great clans. Everyone waited for Yi Xing's response. No one knew what this young master intended to do. Oh. Yi Xing suddenly smiled. Is that all there is to it? He almost chuckled. I thought it was some major threat. Bai Wucheng froze. What? Since you're so eager to die. Yi Xing's gaze turned icy. Then go ahead and die. To some, Yi Xing might indeed seem to value his reputation. But that was because the original owner had been too reckless. He wanted to try changing that, so even when taking action against the Xiaoha Martial Arts Hall, he made sure to have a legitimate reason first. But if this truly led to threats from the corrupt, sorry, the villain is back. You. Bai Wucheng's heart trembled at Yi Xing's words, but he quickly reconsidered. Yi Xing would never dare kill someone in public. He must be bluffing. He was just an ordinary citizen of Daxia who hadn't done anything wrong. What right did he have to kill him? Stop pretending. This world operates by the rule of law. Bai Wucheng forced himself to remain calm, his voice dripping with scorn. Your scare tactics might work on others, but on me. The next moment, a blinding bolt of lightning instantly ripped through the sky. Bai Wucheng's expression froze instantly. He slowly lowered his head, staring at the bowl-sized hole in his chest where the lightning still crackled. Impossible. Yi Xing's eyes grew icy as he coldly declared. The corpse collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Even in death, he never understood why Yi Xing dared to act so brazenly. But he forgot the other's identity. The imperial capital wasn't here because of the Yi family. It was because of the Yi family that this place became the imperial capital. A deathly silence fell over the entire scene. A flash of brilliance erupted in Song Feng's eyes. This decisive ruthlessness of the young master was precisely the spirit befitting an heir of the Yi family. The next moment, Bai Wucheng's corpse suddenly stirred. Immediately, countless black parasites poured out from within his corpse. The onlookers recoiled in disgust at the sight. See? He's become nothing but a puppet. Yi Xing's voice was icy. These insects won't aid your cultivation at all. They'll only turn you into breeding grounds. He crushed several still struggling insects underfoot, then surveyed the crowd. From this day forward, the Yi family will rigorously investigate such dark arts. Simultaneously, the Yi Martial Arts Academy is now open. All who enroll shall receive 10 premium pills and 10 premium spirit stones. These words left everyone speechless. Was this really the same tyrannical young master of the Yi family? As for the deceased Bai Wucheng? Someone stole a glance at the corpse, now in the process of dissolving. Who would dare offend the young master of the Yi family from the imperial capital over a puppet controlled by a bug puppet? Having completed his task, Yi Xing wasted no time. After a few final instructions, he departed. The remaining cleanup was left at Songfeng and his men. Dozens of elite Yi family warriors sprang into action, their blazing spiritual energy instantly shattering the insects on the ground. The gathered crowd remained, murmuring in small groups about the shocking scene they just witnessed. I told you young Master Yi isn't fundamentally bad. The man whose lollipop Yi Xing had once snatched spoke up. When my shop caught fire last year, it was him who sent people to help. Exactly. My niece had her leg treated at the Yi family clinic. They didn't charge a single penny. As these half-true, half-false tales of his kindness spread far and wide, even the absurd rumor that Yi Xiao saved a 3-year-old drowning child when he was just 1-year-old surfaced. When a good person does something wrong, they're questioned. But when a bad person does one good deed, they're showered with praise. Everyone believes they've changed for the better. News of Yi Xing's annihilation of the otherworldly spy swiftly spread throughout the imperial capital. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Yi Yuan Tian's laughter shook the entire Yi family estate. The patriarch's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Xinger has truly changed this time. He truly lives up to being a scion of the Yi family. You once said he didn't resemble you. A commanding female voice echoed from outside. Immediately, a figure appeared, none other than Yi Xing's mother. Lu Ruyan. She had just returned from negotiations in the Demon City, her hair still carrying lingering spatial fluctuations. Yen. Yi Yuan Tian strode forward. You're back just in time. Our son. I've heard everything. Liu Yan's eyes flashed with disbelief. At first I thought you were joking, until just now. She lowered her gaze to the jade slip in her hand, which detailed how Yi Xing had annihilated the Foreign Realms trader and decisively eradicated the threat. What shocked her most was that her son had even opened up the Yi family's resources to benefit the people. This was nothing like the spoiled good-for-nothing who used to bully everyone. Xinger, he's truly grown up. The voice of this empress, renowned worldwide for her ruthless tactics, now trembled slightly. Yi Xing was her only child. Though she'd often been disappointed in him over the years, she'd always harbored the deepest hopes for him. At this thought, Lu Ruyan felt a sudden pang of emotion. I'm back. Yi Xing's voice suddenly echoed outside the palace doors. Lu Ruyan spun around. The moment she saw her son, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Mom! Yi Xing watched as Lu Ruyan instinctively uttered that single word, and memories of their shared moments flooded his mind. After every time he got into trouble, it was his mother who quietly cleaned up the mess for him. Even during his most reckless days, she never gave up on him. She had even risked her life to save this good-for-nothing in the future. Lu Ruyan looked at Yi Xing and pulled him into her arms. Son. And the next moment. Ding. Once you disappointed your mother, yet she never gave up on you. No matter how reckless you were, she resolved everything. In the end, she died without a whole body to protect you. Now that you've awakened, the pain cuts to your very soul. Assignment issued, revive Lu Ruyan. Quest reward, Taishu Spiritual Essence Body. Chapter 16, acquired Taishu Spiritual Essence Body. Make them revere me as they would a god. At this moment, Yi Xing never imagined Lu Ruyan had returned. In the future, she died protecting him. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed sharply. He absolutely could not let the events of the future unfold. Just a few days away, and you've changed so much. Lu Ruyan released her embrace. The instant she touched Yi Xing, this 8th-rank martial lord keenly sensed an unimaginably colossal power surging within her son. What shocked her even more was the extreme coldness coursing through Yi Xing's body was beyond even her comprehension. Is this my son's true innate talent? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Ding! Mission complete. Taishu spiritual essence body, a miniature Taishu world formed within the body, capable of absorbing spiritual energy without limit, transforming chaos into clarity, and mastering spiritual energy to its utmost. That's all? Immediately, Yi Xing's entire body trembled as a thunderous roar, like the creation of the heavens and earth, erupted from within him. Deep within his dantian, a miniature chaotic world was taking shape. Turbid energy sank, while pure energy rose. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged into it like 100 rivers flowing to the sea. This was the Taishu world? Yi Xing could sense this was a vast internal realm, and his own cold cicada tears had even entered of their own accord. Yi Xing's lips twitched slightly. The system sure takes completing tasks casually. You're getting more and more handsome. Lu Ruyan pinched her son's cheek. I heard your father used phoenix blood essence on you? At least he still has a shred of conscience. As mother and son chatted idly, Ye Yuan Tian rose and spoke up. You two continue chatting. I have some matters to attend to. Go ahead, go ahead. You're always so busy. Once her husband had left, she suddenly grew serious. You handled this exceptionally well. You truly are the son of Lu Ruyan. Yi Xing smiled faintly, his mind flashing back to his mother's legendary exploits. After breaking through to the 7th tier at 25, she single-handedly suppressed the demon abyss uprising. His strength then knew no bounds. By 30, he reached the peak of the 8th tier, standing but a step away from becoming a martial god. Yet at the pinnacle of his power, he chose to marry Ye Yuan Tian, willingly stepping back into the shadows. Even after years of neglecting her cultivation, she remained the dreaded Cold Heaven Empress. Suddenly, Gao Yang of the Gao family, here to pay my respects to Uncle Yi. A voice suddenly rang out from outside. Yi Xing and Lu Ruyan froze. The Gao family? At that moment, before the Yi family's door, a handsome youth clad in black stood motionless. Two attendants with powerful auras followed behind him, whispering instructions. Young master, when you meet the Yi family head and his wife shortly, you must strictly observe proper etiquette. He was Gao Yang, the second son of the Gao family, one of the foremost prestigious families in the Great Xia Empire. Understood. Gao Yang gave a slight nod. Uncle Yi, of course, needs no further mention. A flicker of longing crossed his eyes. That was Ye Yuan Tian. 10 years ago, on that rainy night, the 8-year-old boy had witnessed Ye Yuan Tian defeat his own father, the man hailed as the unrivaled holy sword, with a single strike. In that moment, he understood for the first time what true strength truly meant. From that day forward, Ye Yuan Tian became the lifelong goal he pursued. As for Ye Yuan Tian's son, how could such a formidable warrior produce a child like that? In Gao Yang's eyes, the other was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Even the recent rumors of Yi Xing reforming his ways were nothing more than tricks from this good-for-nothing son in his eyes. Just then, Lu Ruyan and Yi Xing emerged. Aunt Lu. Gao Yang bowed respectfully to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan spoke gently. Xiao Yang, why did you suddenly come? I was passing through the capital and came to pay my respects. Is Uncle Yi not here? Your Uncle Yi just stepped out. That's a shame, but it's still a pleasure to see you, Aunt Lu. Ha, come in first. Lu Ruyan then led Gao Yang and the others into the Yi residence. Throughout the entire process, Gao Yang acted as if he hadn't seen Yi Xing at all, walking straight past him. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes but said nothing. In the main hall, Gao Yang presented a brocade box with both hands. Aunt Lu, this is the soul-nurturing imperial jade I brought from the kingdom of Golden Sunday. It can nourish the spirit and soul. I specially brought it for you and Uncle Yi. Lu Ruyan smiled gently. Young Yang, you're so thoughtful. It's only right for a junior like me. Throughout their conversation, Gao Yang maintained the exemplary demeanor of someone else's model child, yet his deliberate disregard for Yi Xing was unmistakable. The weak were unworthy of his attention. So what if he was the young master of the Yi family? A waste of space remains a waste of space. By the way, how has your father been lately? Lu Ruyan asked casually. Father is in seclusion. He seems to have gained new insights into the way of the sword. He's still the same as ever. Lu Ruyan shook her head and chuckled softly. You, my dear, are cut from the same cloth as your father. Gao Yang's lips curved slightly. As his son, it's only natural. But some people should remember who their father is, lest they bring shame upon him. Exclamation point. The two attendants' eyes widened in shock, instinctively glancing at Yi Xing. The young master's words were far too blunt. A flash of coldness flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes. After all, he was referring to her own son, but it vanished instantly. She exchanged a few more words with Gao Yang. By the way, I have some matters to attend to. She rose slowly. Xinger, you young people continue your conversation. She then gave Yi Xing a meaningful look. Yes, mother, Yi Xing replied with a smile. As Lu Ruyan departed, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Uncle Yang, Uncle Li, you two stay here. I want to look around. Gao Yang spoke calmly, then began to rise. Stop right there. Yi Xing's indifferent voice was soft, yet it thundered like a clap of lightning. Did I give you permission to leave? A flicker of surprise crossed Gao Yang's eyes. You, speaking to me? What's that? Is the young master of the Gao family hard of hearing? Gao Yang hadn't expected the former good-for-nothing to speak to him like this. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly spoke. Actually, I envy you. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Among the 4 great families, your Yi family is the strongest, while my Gao family is the weakest. I have 7 siblings vying for favor, whereas you are an only child. More importantly, Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. Your father is Ye Yuan Tian. Truth be told, ending up this crippled is quite an accomplishment in itself. In his eyes, Yi Xing was nothing but a living disgrace. Calling him a failure was practically a compliment. Poof. A chill swept through the hall. I see. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. I hear your father devoted his entire life to the way of the sword, yet considered even meeting you a waste of time. Is that his achievement? Or did he simply never care about his own son? You. Gao Yang's face darkened instantly. Looking for a fight? His spiritual energy erupted, the overwhelming pressure of a late 3rd stage cultivator bearing down like a mountain. Let me tell you, I'm already late 3rd stage. Never mind whether you're a now or not, even if you weren't, I'd give you one hand and the odds would still be 9 to 1. 9 for me, 1 for you. You want to test me? You're not even worthy. Unworthy? Yi Xing suddenly laughed. This is the Yi family estate. I am the young master of the Yi family. You say, I'm not worthy? Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning erupted. Gao Yang hadn't even registered what was happening. He was sent reeling back several steps by the violent force of the thunder. What? The 2 attendants were utterly shocked. After all, their young master was a late-stage 3rd-tier cultivator. Yet he'd been knocked back several steps by a mere 2nd-tier opponent? Shock flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. He actually injured me? Gao Yang's expression darkened instantly. I didn't expect you to have improved. But you provoke me, and I won't let you off easily. You brought this upon yourself. You brought this upon yourself. Yi Xing's icy words echoed through the hall. A nobody who barely even sees his own father dares to challenge this young master? You won't have even 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. After today, I'll make you revere me. As you would a god. Chapter 17, Divine Martial Arts Shaojin Shen Yugong. You're not even 1/10,000th as good as me. What? Worship you like a god? Gao Yang's first reaction upon hearing this was utter disbelief. The only person he had ever truly respected in his life was Yi Yuan Tian. And this good-for-nothing who rides on his father's coattails? He's worthy? Ding! Gao Yang, who once looked down on you, has now become a half-step martial god. Now, prove to him that you are absolutely not the good-for-nothing you once were. Mission issued, defeat Gao Yang. Reward, Divine Martial Art Shaojin Jin Yugong. Yi Xing's lips curled upward. The mission couldn't have come at a better time. Young Master Yi. Seeing the situation turn sour, 2 attendants hurried forward. Our young master was only joking. Regarding today's matter. Shut up. Yi Xing's voice turned icy. Who do you think you are, daring to speak for this young master? He'd been itching to beat up this Gao Yang anyway. Now that the mission had arrived, could this matter just end like this? The 2 attendants' faces instantly turned ashen. They had intended to stop the confrontation, lest Gao Yang accidentally injure Yi Xing. After all, this was Yi family territory. The consequences would be unimaginable. They say you don't hit someone who's smiling at you, but Yi Xing hadn't given them any face at all. Ha. Gao Yang sneered coldly, don't come crying to Aunt Lu for help later. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he lunged toward Yi Xing. His 3rd stage late-level spiritual power erupted in full force. His right palm transformed into a powerful beam of light, slashing straight toward Yi Xing's face. Shen tier martial technique, sky-splitting palm. This very strike had once cleaved the skull of a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Yet Yi Xing's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Gao Yang froze, unable to react before a soft chuckle reached his ears. You're quite confident in your fists? What? Bam! An unimaginable force slammed into Gao Yang's back. His entire body flew sideways. He slammed hard into the wall, shattering the entire surface. Gao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? His physical strength was like that of a human-shaped dragon. Through the swirling dust, Yi Xing walked slowly forward, each step sending cracks rippling across the ground. That palm strike just now. Yi Xing tilted his head. Was that meant to tickle me, kid? He immediately lunged toward Gao Yang. Seeing Yi Xing advance, Gao Yang frantically unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, hastily erecting a barrier that forcibly blocked Yi Xing's strike. Just as he relaxed, cracks began to appear in the barrier. Yet he snapped back into focus, his gaze darkening. Yi Xing. Though your physical strength is formidable, your grasp and application of spiritual energy pale in comparison to mine, not even 1/10,000th. Yi Xing. You are doomed to lose. Is that so? Whoosh. The spiritual energy throughout the entire hall suddenly erupted. Gao Yang realized with horror that the spiritual energy within his body was now spreading outward uncontrollably. This can't be possible. Spiritual energy is the very foundation of a martial artist. How could it be stolen by another? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gao Yang's voice trembled. How did you do this? Yi Xing tilted his head, looking perfectly nonchalant. It's as easy as drinking water. Can't you do it? Question mark. Gao Yan was utterly dumbfounded. This was the terrifying power of the Taishu spiritual essence body. Heaven and earth is my furnace, creation is my forging and yang is my gods, all things as my spirits. All spiritual energy is at my command. Alright, young Master Gao, your warm-up time is over. Warm up? Gao Yang hadn't yet recovered from his shock. Listen to your lullaby. The next moment, the frigid power erupted in an instant. Gao Yang realized in horror that the spiritual energy surrounding him had been frozen solid. He struggled to lift his head, only to see Yi Xing covered in icy dragon scales. Behind him, the shadowy form of a colossal ice dragon began to materialize. Roar! The ice dragon roared to the heavens, and the temperature throughout the Yi Manor plummeted. Talent manifestation. Gao Yang completely broke down. This can't be possible. Only those who have reached the 4th tier can manifest their innate divine abilities. Yet this worthless fool had actually done it. The ice dragon's claw slammed down, and Gao Yang instantly felt his body torn apart as he was hurled into the air. Extreme cold energy invaded his body. Gao Yang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Gao Yang tried to flee. But the ice dragon seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it, that ice dragon is still chasing me. Suddenly, the scene before Gao Yang's eyes abruptly distorted. Everything in the Yi family hall vanished in an instant. In its place stretched an endless, frigid ice plain. An icy storm swept through in an instant, even the warmth of his breath vanishing instantly. Divine domain. Gao Yang's voice trembled. This was a realm of innate power even he had never mastered. He had actually achieved it. Gao Yang couldn't accept what was unfolding before his eyes. Yi Xing, get out here. He frantically unleashed spiritual energy in all directions. In the blizzard, only his own curses echoed back, mocking his helplessness. He refused to believe it. Why was this happening? Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Gao Yang looked down in terror, only to see a massive shadow rapidly approaching beneath the ice. It was the ice dragon. Roar! Ice crystals shattered as a mountain-sized ice dragon burst through the ice, colliding with Gao Yang and sending him flying. Blood rained down like a storm, staining the ground crimson where Gao Yang had crashed. Where the hell are you? Yi Xing! Show yourself! What kind of cowardly hiding is this? Gao Yang roared madly. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Suddenly, the blizzard halted. Yi Xing's figure slowly materialized, standing atop the ice dragon's head as he looked down with utter disappointment. Too weak. I didn't even use my full strength, and you're already defeated like this. I seriously doubt whether your status as the young master of the Gao family is even real. Gao Yang, you're so weak, it makes me want to laugh. Impossible. Gao Yang roared madly, how could I lose to you, you worthless? Suddenly, he froze. In a daze, he saw Yi Xing amidst the snowstorm, her figure perfectly mirroring the one who had defeated his father in a single move 10 years ago. The same haughty posture. The same look of disappointment. Yi? Uncle Yi? Gao Yang murmured in bewilderment, monster. How could this be? What kind of monster are you? But the next second, reality shattered his illusion. Yi Xing's voice seemed to merge with the memory of Ye Yuan Tian. Then what the hell are you, you piece of trash? Boom! The ice dragon erupted with towering thunderbolts piercing the heavens. This was the thunder god's fury. Gao Yang had no chance to resist this strike. He was sent flying. His entire body felt as if it would shatter. In the final moment before unconsciousness, he heard Yi Xing's light-hearted mockery. Sorry, I thought it was a speed bump. Ding, mission complete. Acquired divine martial skill, Shaojin Xinyugon. Shaojin Xinyugon condenses heavenly gold like divine retribution. Shakes mountains, shatters all obstacles, and disrupts terrain spiritual energy within a certain range. Chapter 18, 3rd tier, 4th layer. 6 great paths. Yi Xing's eyes lit up upon seeing the newly acquired reward. Yi Xing felt the information of the Shaojin Xinyu technique surge into his mind. Element, metal. Unparalleled in sharpness. When mastered to perfection, this god-tier technique could even channel stellar power to annihilate an entire realm. Truly worthy of its divine tier status. Just then, Gao Yang's figure lay unconscious on the ground. 2 attendants rushed over. Young master. Young master. They had witnessed the entire ordeal. Never did they expect it to end like this. If anyone else had been defeated by Yi Xing, they wouldn't have said a word. But this was the second young master of the Gao family. He pursued power, yet was defeated by the very useless good-for-nothing they had looked down upon. Gentlemen. Yi Xing spoke up, your young master sleeps soundly, doesn't he? He fell asleep the moment he hit the ground. Still, no place is like home. Why not stay at the Yi residence for now? We can discuss it once he wakes. No need. Young Master Yi. The two attendants, drenched in sweat, hurriedly lifted Gao Yang. We suddenly remembered the family head has urgent matters to discuss. We must take the young master back at once. All they wanted now was to flee this nightmare place. That good for nothing. No. That monster. The power Yi Xing had just displayed. It was eerily reminiscent of Ye Yuan Tian when he first burst onto the scene. They must bring this intelligence back to the Gao family. All right. Yi Xing shrugged regretfully. Remember to tell your young master that if he's not satisfied, he can come find me anytime. I'll let him use one hand, and I'll still dominate him 9-1. 1 minute. I'll beat him 9 times. Yes. Yes. The two attendants nodded vigorously and hurried out of Ye's residence. Lu Ruyan's figure appeared. Well done indeed. Better than I imagined. Yi Xing's icy power actually carried the aura of a dragon. Truly astonishing. But since that's the case, I suppose I can let you go to the demon city for that girl's birthday. Yi Xing froze. What? That genius girl from the Bai family has her birthday tomorrow. I plan to send you over. It's a good chance to make an appearance. Who knows? Maybe the young miss will take a liking to my son. Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Yi Xing's mouth twitched. Why was the Bai family's young miss involved again? In his previous life, Yi Xing had already considered a marriage alliance with her. How could matters involving her arise once more in this lifetime? Still, he'd heard rumors that the Bai family's young miss was breathtakingly beautiful. Recalling his divine tier martial arts skill, Yi Xing didn't press the matter further. Alright, I got it. I'm off to practice now. Lu Ruyan watched Yi Xing's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. This child has truly changed. He's actually taking the initiative to cultivate. I heard he just taught that Gao family brat a lesson? Yi Yuan Tian's figure suddenly materialized beside her, a smirk playing on his lips. Of course he did. Lu Ruyan lifted her chin proudly. Look who his father is. Indeed. After all, he is my son. Lu Ruyan, ? Just as this tender moment unfolded, Waziyu hurried over and bowed respectfully. Master, Madam. MHM. Yi Yuan Tian nodded, continuing his musings. Who would have thought Xinger's talent is so astonishing? Her physical strength actually allows her to crush opponents across realms. Physical strength? Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow. Wasn't it an ice elemental talent? Yi Yuan Tian froze. Ice element? I distinctly remember it being pure physical strength. Waziyu timidly interjected, isn't the young master a lightning element user? The three exchanged bewildered glances as an eerie silence descended upon the courtyard. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yi Xing had already arrived at the Yi family's cultivation chamber. Thinking back on the events of the past few days, he realized that each time he completed a simple task, he received such enormous rewards. System, you've done me a favor by sending me here. With such lavishly gifted talents bestowed upon him, it would be nearly impossible not to advance his cultivation realm. Just how high does one need to cultivate to be considered truly high? Yi Xing couldn't help but wonder aloud. Like his father? No. Yi Xing must find a way to surpass his father. Even his father would die someday. He must intensify his cultivation now. He couldn't let that future come to pass. With that thought, Yi Xing immediately resolved to cultivate the Xiao Jin Jin Yugong. It would also help him break through to the third stage. Yi Xing sat cross-legged, spiritual energy surging around him like ocean tides. As the Zhao Jin Shin Yugong circulated, the metallic spiritual energy solidified, forming a thin layer of golden armor over his body. Second tier, 8th layer. Second tier, 9th layer. Second tier peak. His cultivation soared step by step, reaching the peak in the blink of an eye. However, cultivating the third tier was not as straightforward as the second. Beyond the third tier, one relied on their innate talent to fuse with their own essence. The nature of that talent would determine the path ahead. But, how many talents did Yi Xing possess? Moreover, his spiritual energy possessed a fire attribute. Combining these elements, what would happen? Yi Xing himself had no idea. Just then, the ground began to tremble around Yi Xing. The entire imperial capital trembled. Above the Yi Manor, a 10,000-foot-long beam of light tore through the clouds. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light sliced through the sky. This was the path of the Tao belonging to the Black Emperor. Immediately following, the Thunder God and the Chaos Ice Dragon appeared. Each of these Tao paths displayed God-tier, peerless talent. Suddenly, the blazing light of the pitch-black sun flared, illuminating the entire sky. Immediately after, the overwhelming aura of the Xiao Jin Jin Yugong swept forth. Not only that, but the light of the cold cicada tears also appeared at this moment. 6 heaven-piercing paths descended from the 9 heavens. What is this? Yi Yuan Tian looked up at the heavens. For most cultivators, finding their own path was already quite an achievement. Yet now, 6 paths manifested simultaneously. In an instant, the sky was filled with paths of the Tao, intertwining everywhere. Yi Yuan Tian's pupils widened in shock. Is this some kind of optical illusion? Even he had only seen one path back in his day, for that was the rule of the cultivation world. But now, who can tell me what's happening? Lu Ruyan stared in disbelief. What's happening? How could there be another path of time and space? Among all Dao paths, time-space is the most powerful. And now her son possessed the way of time and space. Boom! Under the mystical harmonization of the Fate Master's Dao Bone, the 6 Daos that should have repelled each other began to fuse perfectly. 6 utterly distinct forces now converged within Yi Xing's body. Bang! Accompanied by the distinct sound of breaking through a realm, Yi Xing's cultivation began to surge wildly. 3rd tier, 1st layer. 3rd tier, 2nd layer. 3rd tier, 3rd layer. 3rd tier, 4th layer. As the final Dao entered his body, Yi Xing slowly opened his eyes. 6 divine rays swirled within his pupils. The courtyard was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every member of the Yi family was stunned by this scene. Ye Yuan Tian's mouth opened, and after a long moment, he managed to squeeze out a single sentence. How the hell is he stronger than me? Chapter 19, a bunch of insects dare disturb our young master. At that moment, Yi Xing felt a colossal surge of power coursing through his body. He didn't know why, but at the moment of his breakthrough, several distinct powers within him manifested with the aid of the fate-directing Dao Bone, each seemingly representing a separate great Dao. My spiritual power is 5 times stronger than before, my physical body too, and then there's this thing inside me. Yi Xing couldn't help but glance at the enlarged cold cicada tear within his body. He could now take on 10 of his former self. Just then, Yi Yuan Tian and Lu Ruyan appeared instantly. Son, what just happened? Only now did they realize that Yi Xing possessed so many innate talents within his body in 6 Dao paths. How on earth did he manage this? Could it be that their son was the reincarnation of the Dao itself? Or perhaps some terrifying physique? Had he been such a useless for the past decade because his physique hadn't awakened? As the couple brainstormed frantically, Yi Xing pondered for a moment before speaking. Maybe I'm just naturally gifted? After all, with parents as powerful as you two, it wouldn't make sense for me not to be strong, right? The couple fell silent. That actually made sense? Yi Yuantian couldn't help but sigh. He really reminds me of myself when I was young. Yi Xing frowned in confusion. Huh? Father, did you also have 6 Dao paths when you were young? Yi Yuantian? Watching the father and son, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. Alright, don't forget what I told you about going to the Bai family in the Demon City. Then her voice dropped to a whisper, best to capture that girl outright. Yi Xing was speechless. Yi Yuantian just chuckled and shook his head, assuming his wife was joking. After all, that girl had a fiercely proud nature. She'd likely spend her entire life with only her sword for company. There was no way she'd ever fall for anyone. Yi Xing said no more, immediately setting his sights on the Bai family in the Demon City. Without further ado, Yi Xing arrived at the Yi family's spirit vessel. As the Yi family's flying artifact, it could not only traverse 10,000 miles in a single day but also possess terrifying defensive capabilities capable of withstanding attacks from 7th-tier powerhouses. Young Master. Sun Feng's figure appeared on the deck. The family head has ordered me to accompany you. Very well. Yi Xing's lips curved into a faint smile. With such a peak 8th-tier powerhouse escorting them, this journey would naturally be much more secure. Let's depart. At Yi Xing's command, the massive vessel slowly rose into the air. Lu Ruyan stood in the courtyard, gazing toward the vanishing spirit vessel. Have you ever seen Xinger in this state before? Never heard of it. Yi Yuantian shook his head, his eyes flickering with complexity. But do you know the realm beyond the martial god? Lu Ruyan stiffened. Perhaps our son will one day reach that realm. What? Lu Ruyan hadn't expected her husband to hold such high expectations for their son. But then she recalled Yi Xing's various displays. By the way, Yi Yuantian suddenly changed the subject. I heard a strange spatial fissure appeared over the North Sea. And? Lu Ruyan couldn't understand why her husband was suddenly bringing this up. Nothing much. Yi Yuantian's gaze grew complex. Probably just a common spatial fluctuation. Let's hope he's overthinking it. Meanwhile, the Yi family's spirit vessel had already completely flown out of the imperial capital's boundaries. Yi Xing turned to ask Sanfeng, Uncle Sanfeng, how much longer until we arrive? No more than an hour. Sanfeng answered truthfully, for the distance between the demon capital and the imperial capital was indeed considerable. It was fortunate they had this spirit vessel, otherwise, the journey would have taken much longer. Below them now lay no city, only a vast wasteland. Yi Xing nodded. Just then, a voice called out from below. Sir! Please stop. Can you help us? He instinctively looked down to see a man and a woman standing on the wasteland. The middle-aged man, dressed as a butler, waved his arms frantically. Beside him, the young woman's delicate face was etched with panic. Beside them lay a damaged spirit boat, billowing black smoke from its hull, clearly unable to continue flying. The middle-aged man called out loudly, Sir! Please help me! Before the man could finish his plea, The next moment, he and the young lady beside him instantly materialized aboard the spirit vessel. Both of them instantly widened their eyes. What the hell? They were utterly dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen how they got up here. Song Feng snorted coldly. If not for the young master's orders, he wouldn't have bothered with these two ants. Yi Xing spoke up, "What's going on with you two?" Zhao Lingyuan, the girl in the yellow skirt, looked up and instantly caught her breath. This man was incredibly handsome. The two middle-aged men, realizing the formidable power and likely high status of the man before them, hurriedly explained. "Honorable sir, we are from the Zhao family, traveling to attend the birthday celebration of the eldest daughter of the Bai family in the Demon City. But our spirit vessel suddenly broke down, and we were left with no choice." Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. "You're also heading to the Bai family in the demon capital? Sir, are you as well?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. "May we ask who you are?" "That's none of your concern." Yi Xing spoke indifferently, "Since we're heading that way anyway, we'll give you a ride." "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged man hurriedly replied. Zhao Lingyuan's cheeks flushed. "Thank you." He was so handsome, and willing to escort her. She instantly felt a surge of affection for this young master who refused to reveal his name. Because he was simply too handsome. Zhao Lingyuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you also going to the Bai family? Our Zhao family worked so hard to secure this invitation. Is that the case for you as well?" She assumed Yi Xing was also there to curry favor with the Bai family. Something like that. Yi Xing merely smiled. "Oh, I see." Zhao Lingyuan couldn't help but look at Yi Xing. It seemed their families weren't too far apart in status. She'd already decided to ask Yi Xing for his contact information after the event. Suddenly, a massive spirit vessel approached from the distance. Yi Xing and the others couldn't help but look over. On the spirit vessel, a young master was bellowing. "Hurry the hell up! I must be the first to reach the Bai family. If other clans beat us to it, can you useless fools take responsibility?" Young master. A guard suddenly pointed ahead. "There's a spirit boat up there." "Humph." Li Ming narrowed his eyes and scanned the distant sea of clouds. A spirit boat, entirely black, was slicing through the air ahead. It was clearly no ordinary vessel. "Humph, that spirit vessel." A flicker of envy crossed Li Ming's eyes. "Is there a powerful cultivator aboard?" "No, there seem to be 4. The highest ranked one appears to be at the 5th tier." The guard reported truthfully after scanning the vessel once more. "Oh, I see." Li Ming spoke indifferently, "Then ram it. What kind of crappy clan dares to use such a powerful spirit boat? Its specifications even surpass our own? And they're blocking our path, no less." "Yes, young master." Several servants grinned slyly. Meanwhile, Yi Xing and the others watched the spirit boat hurtling toward them, showing no signs of slowing down. Yi Xing's brow furrowed. Where the hell did this come from? Just as he was about to call on Uncle Songfeng to intervene. That's the Li family. We're done for. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted. Hearing this, Zhao Lingyuan's expression also changed. Yi Xing gave him a cold glance. The middle-aged man cried out, "Sir, get out of the way. That's the Li family's spirit vessel. They have 7th-rank powerhouses in their clan. Don't provoke them." After all, the Li family was one of Qingzhou's major clans. Crossing them never ended well. Yi Xing spoke indifferently. "The Li family? 7th tier? Is that so formidable?" Well, Zhao Lingyuan and the middle-aged man were both dumbfounded. How could that not be formidable? Just as they assumed the young master was bluffing, he suddenly called out, "Uncle Songfeng." "Yes." Songfeng watched the spirit boat charging toward them from afar, then roared like thunder. "You vermin dare disturb our young master. You deserve death 1,000 times over." Zhao Lingyuan and the other man nearly had their ears blown off before they could react. When suddenly, a world-shattering pressure erupted. The entire sky seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand, clouds churning violently as thunder roared. Boom! A terrifying aura swept over them like a tsunami. Li Ming's spirit boat shook violently. Eighth tier peak. The middle-aged man and Zhao Lingyuan screamed in unison. Chapter 20, he's actually the young master of the Yi family? On the spirit boat where Li Ming was currently located. He watched the spirit boat drawing nearer, its lavish adornments catching his eye. He thought to himself, it must be some nouveau riche on board. Daring to flaunt something better than his own in front of him? They were asking for it. Hurry up and ram into them. You're moving at a snail's pace. Li Ming urgently urged them on. These idiots were slow as usual, even when piloting a spirit boat. Yes, young master. The servants hastily increased their speed. Just as Li Ming watched the spirit boat about to be smashed to pieces by his own vessel. Suddenly, you ants dare disturb our young master. You deserve death. A thunderous roar exploded in his ears. The young master of the Li family nearly thought he'd gone deaf. What the hell? The very next second, he witnessed a scene of utter despair he would never forget for the rest of his life. The clouds in the sky shattered instantly. Then, as if a colossal hand capable of obliterating the heavens and earth itself was hurtling straight toward the spirit boat he occupied. The next thing Li Ming knew, the world was spinning. What the hell is going on? Damn it! Quick, quick, quick! Protect the young master first. Wait. Hold off on protecting him. Run for your lives. The spirit boat is splitting apart. Question mark. Amidst the surrounding chaos and panic, only a question mark flashed through Li Ming's mind. The next moment, the spirit boat he was on shattered into pieces. Parts, screws, and countless metal components shattered violently. Then, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy swept up Li Ming and the others. Terrified, everyone was transported onto Yi Xing's spirit boat. The moment he boarded, Li Ming spotted Yi Xing seated above. His gaze then fell upon Song Feng beside him. Eighth tier powerhouse. Li Ming's face instantly drained of color. Wasn't the highest rank supposed to be 5th tier? Where the hell did this 8th tier powerhouse come from? Spare me, sir. Watching the young master of the Li family beg for mercy. No way. Zhao Lingyuan and the middle-aged man felt their worldviews shatter. They stared at Yi Xing in sheer terror. Who the hell was this guy? At first, they'd assumed he came from a family similar to theirs, but now, holy, an 8th tier powerhouse had appeared. How many 8th tier powerhouses even existed in this world? And they'd stumbled upon a peak 8th rank powerhouse right off the bat. Yi Xing looked at Li Ming, who was begging for mercy, with a calm expression. What's your name? Li Ming. Li Ming wanted to die right then and there. He was so used to bullying others, never expecting to run into such a tough nut to crack. What kind of NPC name is that? Yi Xing spoke indifferently. Do you know what you've done? I shouldn't have disturbed you, sir. I'm asking for death. Li Ming was terrified now. That's just one thing. Yi Xing continued, what matters is this one. My name is Li Ming. Right. You didn't follow traffic rules. There were roads all around, yet you deliberately crashed into me? Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. If I were an ordinary person, falling from this height would have killed me instantly. Hearing this, Li Ming blurted out, no. It wasn't me. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly shifted the blame. It was these servants who tried to crash into me. It has nothing to do with me. The servants nearby turned pale at his words. Damn it, so it wasn't you? Is that so? Yes. Sir. It really was them. I see. Yi Xing's gaze turned icy. But I don't believe it. Uncle Songfeng. Yes. Songfeng didn't hesitate. He grabbed Li Ming and immediately began soul-searching. Who cares what you say when they're soul-searching you? Li Ming felt as if his mind was being torn apart before being abruptly released. Songfeng's eyes lit up as he relayed the extracted memories to Yi Xing, including all the mischief this kid had been up to. Yi Xing listened thoughtfully. No wonder I could never remember his name. That persistent sense of physical discomfort. Turns out he's the very type of wastrel I despise most. Songfeng. Zhao Lingyuan, who overheard this, couldn't help but glance at Yi Xing. She thought that Yi Xing could actually say something like that, proving he was a thoroughly good person. Little did she know they were standing before the capital's most notorious wastrel. Songfeng, it's yours. Hearing he was about to fall into the hands of that 8th tier expert, Li Ming immediately shouted. Wait. I'm going to the Bai family's eldest daughter's birthday party. We're backed by the Gao family, one of the 4 great clans. You can't kill me. Yi Xing heard this. The Gao family? Seeing Yi Xing freeze upon hearing the name, Li Ming, who had intended to leverage the Gao family's prestige as a last resort, mistook his reaction for fear. His eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. The Gao family. You absolutely must. Then there's no need to give you any face. Yi Xing spoke calmly. After I beat up that kid Gao Yang, another bunch of bastards showed up connected to the Gao family. Uncle Songfeng, wipe them all out. Understood. Upon hearing this, Songfeng showed no hesitation. He merely gave them a cold glance. The Li family guards surrounding them instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Li Ming was utterly dumbfounded. He'd thought invoking the Gao family's name would help, but why did the other party strike even harder? And he'd even beaten up the second young master of the Gao family? What the hell was this? Seeing it was about to be his turn, Li Ming screamed frantically, Wait! You can't do this. Who the hell are you? Do you want to make enemies with the Gao family? How dare you? But all he got was Songfeng's low growl. Make enemies with the Gao family? Do they even deserve it? Don't even think about bringing up the Gao family. Even if they came here personally and offended our young master, I'd still kill them without hesitation. Do you even know who stands before you? This is the current young master of the Yi family. What? Li Ming's heart sank completely. The young master of the Yi family. He knew full well the fearsome reputation of this young master. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine provoking him today. Li Ming could only manage a bitter laugh. Then his body dissolved into a mist of blood and vanished. Thud. Zhao Lingyuan's body collapsed directly onto the ground. She stared at Yi Xing in disbelief. This was actually the young master of the Yi family? A figure she could never have imagined meeting in her lifetime was now standing before her? The middle-aged man immediately bowed his head, his face turning pale. Young Master Yi, we'll leave immediately. Yi Xing gave him a cold glance. What do you mean? No. We just didn't want to disturb you. It's fine. It's just on my way. Yi Xing spoke with utter indifference, no need to be so afraid. Do you really think I'm some kind of murderer? The middle-aged man stared blankly at the lingering blood mist around them. No. Then there's no need to worry, right? Yi Xing smiled as he spoke. Relax. I've got nothing to hide, just a heart full of kindness. Chapter 21 You want my Dantian, you bastard. Magic City, Bai Residence. At the Bai Residence, everyone was busy preparing for the eldest young Miss's birthday banquet. It must be noted that this young Miss of the Bai family possessed demonic talent. Some even called her the foremost young talent among the 4 great families. Undoubtedly the strongest. Inside the young master's chambers at that very moment, Bai Fengxue stood before the mirror. Anyone witnessing her reflection would be utterly stunned by her beauty. Truly as if favored by the creator. Beside her lay a silver white long sword. At that moment, Bai Lingya pushed open the door and entered. The head of the Bai family wore an imposing expression, yet weariness lingered between his brows. Fengxue. He sighed. Today is your birthday. The guests are all waiting. If not for this, I wouldn't even see you. Bai Fengxue didn't even turn her head, her voice icy. Father, when exactly will you give me that thing? The temperature in the room plummeted. Bai Lingya stiffened. You. Father. Bai Fengxue whipped around. What are you hesitating about? Why won't you give it to me? You're the martial god, but you've reached your limit. I haven't. Haven't you always wanted to surpass Ye Yuan Tian? Now you have the chance. I'll fulfill it for you. Let me shoulder everything. Surpassing him was your dream, wasn't it? Why are you afraid now? Everything seemed to fall silent. After a long pause. But, Bai Lingya's voice suddenly roared. You want my Dantian. How the hell am I supposed to cultivate without it? Bai Fengxue sneered coldly, then it's none of my concern. Bai Lingya was nearly driven mad by his own idiotic daughter. It seemed like all her brainpower was channeled into cultivation talent. Everything else was pure idiocy. What kind of sane person asks their own father for his Dantian to cultivate? Just because she hit a bottleneck in her sword cultivation and needed help from a close relative, this crazy girl's first thought was to use her Dantian. Bai Fengxue spoke up. Father, I'm doing this for you. To avenge you. Her gaze fell upon her father's empty right arm. One day he'd come home, his right arm suddenly gone. No matter how much she'd asked, he'd never say. Bai Lingya fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. Your cultivation is too weak now, but if that day ever comes, don't even mention my Dantian, take my dreams, my soul, my status, even my left arm and kidneys. You bastard. Bai Fengxue, question mark. What would I want your kidneys for? Bai Lingya suddenly tore off his right sleeve, revealing a gruesome stump. Instead of flesh and blood, golden patterns now coiled around the wound. Gazing at his severed right arm, he declared, I sealed it within the new era. Bai Fengxue fell silent. Enough of this. Get ready in a moment. Then Bai Lingya sighed, I wonder who will ever marry you. No one will. Bai Fengxue spoke calmly, unless someone defeats me at the same age and with the same cultivation level. Otherwise, my life belongs only to the sword. Bai Lingya sighed. After all, Bai Fengxue was already at the threshold of the 4th tier. And she had even slain a 4th tier ferocious beast. How could anyone be stronger than her? Suddenly, Bai Lingya remembered something. Oh, that fellow's son seems to have arrived. Keep an eye out for him. Bai Fengxue raised an eyebrow. You mean that guy named Ji Xing? Yep. Heard that kid's been acting kinda weird lately. No clue what's up with him. Poof. Bai Fengxue shook her head. If I were ever to marry, the first person I'd rule out would be someone like him. Relying on his father, Ye Yuan Tian, he acts like he owns the place. Enough. It's about time. We should be going. Bai Lingya said indifferently. Bai Fengxue nodded. At the entrance of the Bai residence, Yi Xing and his group disembarked from the spirit boat. Zhao Lingyuan gazed at Yi Xing with a complex expression. This man who had descended from the heavens to save her, she had believed him to be her true destined partner. Little did she know he was the emperor. The middle-aged man hurriedly addressed Yi Xing, thank you so very much. Without you, we would never have reached the Bai residence in 3 days and nights. He was profoundly grateful to this young master of the Yi family. Moreover, throughout their journey, he sensed that Yi Xing wasn't the prodigal son he'd heard about in rumors. On the contrary, he seemed like a thoroughly decent person. Yi Xing nodded slightly. It's nothing. You two go inside first. Yes. Thank you. Miss, we. The middle-aged man started to speak, but the moment he saw the girl's expression, he understood. He froze, then sighed. Ah, what a fateful entanglement. He knew his young mistress's heart all too well. But who was that young master of the Yi family? Let's go, young miss. The middle-aged man gently tugged at the young girl's sleeve. The Bai family banquet is about to begin. The girl snapped out of her reverie, biting her lip. She cast one last lingering glance at Yi Xing before reluctantly turning away. After they departed, Yi Xing turned, Uncle Songfeng, where's the gift? Songfeng promptly produced the gift entrusted to him by Lu Ruyan. It was for Bai Fengshui. Here. Songfeng respectfully presented it with both hands. The lady specifically instructed that this is a Guichu stone she retrieved from the deepest part of the Guichu abyss in the South Sea. It took 3 years to refine it into this sword pellet. This is likely the only Guichu sword pellet in existence today. Yi Xing nodded, fully aware of the gift's significance. Very well, let's go. Yi Xing and Songfeng then set off for the Bai family estate. With Songfeng a powerhouse of unfathomable depth by their side, no one dared to block their path. Those who caught even a fleeting glimpse of the fate aura emanating from Songfeng paled visibly and hastily cleared the path. Those with broader knowledge eyed Yi Xing with astonished suspicion, wondering who this formidable figure could possibly be. When the two arrived at the Bai family residence, dozens of Bai family disciples, dressed uniformly, stood at the entrance to receive guests. Their calls echoed in succession. The Zhao family of Qingzhou presents a 10,000-year snow spirit flower. The Yu family of Zhouzhou presents a scroll of flying flower blood moon diagram. The Hui family of Jinling presents a piece of 70,000-year spirit coalescing jade. Each announcement sparked a ripple of astonishment among the crowd. Any one of these gifts would be a treasure capable of sparking bloody battles in the outside world. Yet now, they flowed into the Bai family as if they were ordinary gifts. Yi Xing and Songfeng approached. The steward in charge of reception was about to speak when his expression abruptly changed upon sensing Songfeng's aura. He immediately bowed deeply. Young master, may I ask? Yi Xing of the Yi family. Those 4 simple words instantly silenced the once bustling entrance of the Bai residence. All eyes turned toward them. Shock, curiosity, and above all, utter disbelief filled the air. The so-called useless young master of the Yi family, had he actually come to the Bai residence? The steward's face paled. Young Master Yi. Please come in. Damn it, why is this guy here? Yi Xing gave a slight nod before presenting the gift. Just as he and Songfeng were about to enter, a furious voice erupted. Yi Xing. You better stop right there. Chapter 22, Afraid of Rough Waters? The rougher the waters, the higher the fish price. Everyone froze. What had they just heard? Order the young master of the Yi family to stop? A dangerous glint flashed in Songfeng's eyes. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow, then turned to see a handsome young man approaching. His features bore a 60% resemblance to Gao Yang. Could this be someone seeking revenge for Gao Yang? Yi Xing's eyes flickered, and he immediately strode toward the man. Oh? Not running away, but coming toward me instead? Fine. Cao Qiqiao narrowed his eyes before growling. Yi Xing. I ask you. Where are the Li family people? Don't you know I'm protecting them? Yi Xing's expression turned strange. He'd thought it was about avenging Gao Yang, but this was the reason? Cao Qiqiao snorted coldly. Too many strange things had happened lately. First, his second brother Gao Yang had reportedly been beaten up. Now his retainers from the Li family and others had suddenly gone missing. But as the 5th son of the Gao family, Gao Qiqiao possessed considerable talent. He had his own ways to find out about Li Jia's situation. Yi Xing. What you did to the Li family is none of my concern. But they were my men. How dare you treat my people like this? It seems you have no regard for my authority whatsoever. Gao Qiqiao's gaze was sharp and menacing. Those around them exchanged uneasy glances upon hearing this. Oh no. Who would have thought the young master of the Yi family would provoke the young master of the Gao family? The young masters of 2 top-tier families were now locked in confrontation. This doesn't look like it'll end well. Meanwhile, Yi Xing stared at Gao Qiqiao with a look that could pierce through stone. What was this kid thinking? Doesn't he know Gao Yang was just beaten into submission by me? How dare he step forward? Give you face? Yi Xing spoke coldly. What face do you have? Not a legitimate heir, not the eldest son, and you expect this young master to give you face? Get lost and go play somewhere else. Gao Qiqiao's eyes widened. How dare Yi Xing speak to him like this? You. Did I give you face? Smack. Before Gao Qiqiao could react, Yi Xing delivered a sharp slap. Gao Qiao was stunned into silence. He got hit? Then shock hit him. How could the other person move so fast? But then, being slapped in the face in front of so many people. A murderous glint flashed in Gao Qiqiao's eyes. You bastard. Just as he was about to strike. Halt. This is the Bai family banquet. No one is to lay a hand on anyone. A thunderous, commanding shout erupted. The sound reverberated painfully in everyone's eardrums. Those with weaker cultivation paled visibly. Perched upon the second-floor railing stood none other than Bai Lingya, the current head of the Bai family. Beside him, a graceful figure materialized silently. A snow-white gown fluttered in the breeze, and a trace of puzzlement lingered on her exquisite features. It was Bai Fengxue. It's the Bai family head. And Bai Fengxue. Is this the aura of a martial god? So powerful. Just seeing his stance makes him feel terrifyingly strong. Bai Fengxue, so beautiful. That aura truly the pearl of the Bai family. The surrounding guests gasped in awe. Many instinctively took a few steps back. Gao Qiqiao's expression instantly darkened to the extreme. But in the end, he only snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. Bai Lingya, meanwhile, looked at Yi Xing and nodded. Truth be told, Bai Lingya acknowledging Yi Xing was already showing considerable face to his old man. After all, Yi Xing's reputation was far too tarnished. At that moment, Zhang Feng spoke up quietly, "Young master, shall I deal with the Gao family?" "No need. Yi Xing, just treat him like a dog. After all, it was the Bai family's banquet, no need to go that far." After a while, once the banquet was nearly over, he'd find an excuse to slip away. After all, he had no particular feelings for the Bai family's eldest daughter. At this moment, the banquet's atmosphere was gradually heating up. To impress the Bai family, young heirs from prominent clans began showcasing their talents. Some lit furnaces to refine elixirs on the spot, others summoned forging furnaces, and a few even performed martial arts demonstrations. Yi Xing felt no interest in these displays and was about to leave. Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed from the distance. "Holy crap! A high-grade third-tier artifact. That's insane. He's only in his teens, right? That forging talent is simply incredible. Forging artifacts is far harder than alchemy. This kid has a bright future ahead." A crowd gathered around a young boy, their faces filled with astonishment. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow, but before he could take another look, a familiar voice boomed out arrogantly. "Third-tier upper grade? Pathetic. Move aside, let me show you what a real genius looks like." Gao Qiqiao strode forward. Only then did the crowd recall that this young master of the Gao family was famously a genius at refining artifacts. It's the Gao family's young master. Rumor has it his talent is SSS grade. Born to forge weapons. This should be interesting. Gao Qiqiao snorted coldly. He immediately began forging. A moment passed. The furnace lid lifted, and a dazzling light shot skyward. A third-tier supreme artifact. The crowd erupted in astonishment, even Bai Fengshue's gaze was drawn to the spectacle. Gao Qiqiao was utterly triumphant. He then stole a glance at Bai Fengxue, inwardly delighted. After all, if he could win over the eldest daughter of the Bai family, his standing within the Gao family would surely soar. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Yi Xing, who was preparing to leave. "Young Master Yi, are you leaving already? It's just getting started, why go? Why not give it a try? What if you have a talent for artifact forging too?" Gao Qiqiao's eyes sparkled with mischief. The moment he spoke, the entire room fell silent. Who didn't know Yi Xing's talent was abysmal? Gao Qiqiao was clearly trying to humiliate him in front of everyone. Everyone expected Yi Xing to refuse, and some were already preparing to laugh at his expense. But, sure. Yi Xing halted his steps, then slowly turned around. Not for any other reason, but because. Ding! Gao Qiqiao is no longer an invisible man in the Gao family. Through his own talent, he has become one of only 8 supreme grandmasters of artifact forging in the world. With all these accomplishments, he's no longer that useless old man. Crush his pride. Make him see you've truly been reborn. Task issued, crush Gao Qiqiao's confidence. Reward, divine grade Dao Seed Supreme Heaven Defying Sword. Dao Embryo? What is that? If Yi Xing initially didn't want to bother with this bastard, but now, he had to take this bastard down. Gao Qiqiao froze. What? He agreed? No, wait, could this be a trap? How could he possibly agree? Alarm bells rang in Gao Qiqiao's mind. Could it be he actually possessed a natural talent for refining artifacts? But the next second, he brutally crushed that absurd notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not only was Yi Xing's lack of talent common knowledge, but even if he had hidden his abilities, so what? He, Gao Qiqiao, possessed SSS tier weapon forging talent. That was victory number 1. Yi Xing had never touched weapon forging's second victory. He held every advantage, while his opponent had no chance of winning. That was the third advantage. With 4 advantages in hand, what possible chance does Yi Xing have to win? Realizing he held 5 advantages, Gao Qiqiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Young Master Yi, I advise you to stop trying to prove yourself. Just stick to being the Yi family's mascot. Why invite humiliation? You'll only bring shame upon the entire Yi family. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring everyone present could hear. Meanwhile, the murderous intent in Song Feng's eyes was unmistakable. Gao Qiqiao surely had powerful allies nearby. He was already plotting how to swiftly sever his head. But, since you're so confident, Yi Xing spoke calmly, then why don't we have a proper duel? Gao Qiqiao froze, thinking he'd misheard. Then, he burst into maniacal laughter. A duel? Ha, you've got to be kidding me. That line nearly killed me with laughter. What? Scared? Scared? Gao Qiqiao's smile vanished, replaced by a cold stare. Afraid of rough seas? The rougher the waves, the pricier the fish. Bring it on. Hold on, a simple contest is boring. How about we add a wager? Whoever loses has to bark like a dog 3 times in front of everyone. You got the guts? The entire banquet hall erupted in shock. What? Bark like a dog? That's utterly humiliating. Even ordinary people couldn't bear such humiliation. Let alone the young masters of 2 major clans. All eyes turned to Yi Xing. They all assumed Yi Xing would refuse. Even Bai Fengxue, who had noticed the commotion from afar, frowned. But at that moment, Yi Xing's lips curved upward. Agreed. Chapter 23, The Strong Must Humiliate the Weak. What? Yi Xing agreed. Everyone was stunned. Even Bai Fengxue frowned deeply. She sighed and shook her head. In her eyes, Yi Xing was a man who valued his pride above all else. She had witnessed Gao Qiqiao's alchemy earlier, nothing short of astonishingly brilliant. I wonder about the state of his dantian, whether it could be utilized. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Feng frowned. Young master, please don't do this. He knew Yi Xing's talent had surged, but forging talent and combat talent were 2 entirely different things. And as the young master of the Yi family, how could he be made to bark like a dog in public? Right now, he wanted to strangle Gao Qiqiao. Very well. Everyone has seen it. Gao Qiqiao roared with laughter. Perfect. By tomorrow, the entire capital would know about Yi Xing's humiliation. Come. Without further ado, Gao Qiqiao ordered his men to fetch another forge. All eyes were now fixed on the 2 of them. Some sighed, while others gloated, eager to see Yi Xing's humiliation. Yi Xing slowly stepped forward. Gao Qiqiao snorted coldly, grabbing a premium spirit embryo. Watch closely, you good for nothing. He grinned savagely as he tossed the spiritual materials one by one into the furnace. At this moment, Yi Xing merely watched every move Gao Qiqiao made in silence. The bones of the Fate Master trembled silently. In an instant, countless alchemical insights surged into his mind with each accompanying action. Properties of spiritual materials. Mastery of heat control. Engraving of artifact patterns. So that's how it is. Yi Xing's eyes flickered. I'm beginning to understand everything. Gao Qiqiao noticed Yi Xing's hesitation and felt even more smug. The strong should humiliate the weak mercilessly. Soon, this guy would be utterly humiliated. As time ticked by, the onlookers watched Yi Xing still standing there in a daze. Why hasn't young Master Yi made his move yet? Could he really be completely clueless? This is too embarrassing, at least pretend to fight. Just as everyone thought Yi Xing was about to concede defeat. Poof. Time to show off. Yi Xing suddenly raised his hand, and a spirit embryo flew into his palm mid-air. Starting now? Too late. Gao Qiqiao roared with laughter. Competing with me in artifact forging? Have you lost your mind? Yi Xing replied calmly, 10 minutes. To crush your confidence. 10 minutes? Gao Qiqiao nearly lost control of his laughter. 10 minutes? You won't even finish the forge. Boom. His words cut off abruptly. Lightning erupted from Yi Xing's palm, instantly engulfing the spirit embryo in a raging inferno of thunder and fire. Even more terrifying, the surrounding celestial and earthly chi began to violently surge. Bang! The spirit embryo in Gao Qiqiao's furnace suddenly began to violently tremble. It seemed to be slipping out of control. What's happening? Gao Qiqiao's face paled. Spirit artifact resonance? What the hell is happening? Crash! A deafening hammer strike exploded. Yi Xing, who had somehow swung a heavy hammer forged from condensed spiritual energy, smashed it viciously into the spirit embryo. Far from shattering under the frenzied blows. Instead, it burst forth with boundless spiritual light. Little spirit embryo. Do you like Daddy's big iron hammer? HM? At that moment, Gao Qiqiao was dumbfounded. What kind of move was that? While Gao Qiqiao stood there dumbfounded, Yi Xing's movements continued unabated, his hands now handling other materials. Everyone around them stared in utter bewilderment. What's going on? I don't get it. Holy crap. This is... What's going on? No clue. But just watching the moves feels so powerful. Meanwhile, in the distance, a young master in golden robes trembled as he exclaimed. It's actually Qi Ling. Young master, this is... The elderly man beside him exclaimed in astonishment. This youth was none other than the young master of the Jinling Hui family Huayan. Huayan murmured to himself, I once met a master artifact forger who told me the difficulty lies in achieving harmony between spirit and object. To forge a perfect magical treasure or spirit artifact, one must master the art of awakening the spirit. The elder gasped, so Yi Xing has mastered this technique? Did the Yi family invite a master? No. Huayan's eyes flickered violently. Fewer than 10 people in all of Daxia know about awakening spirits, and only 3 can actually do it. Father once visited them, hoping to learn the art of awakening spirits, but what? But father studied for a full decade. He couldn't even grasp the basics. Yet the man before us has actually wielded this technique. Huayan stared at Yi Xing in utter disbelief. His talent for refining artifacts surpasses even my father's, a peerless grandmaster of refining. What? The elder stared in disbelief. But then, Huayan murmured to himself. Doesn't that mean Yi Xing is actually my father? The old man, ? The old man instantly realized his young master was spouting nonsense again. He spoke up. Young master, I told you don't use your innate talent before leaving. His young master was good at everything except his innate abilities. Because his innate abilities were tied to his brain each time he used them, the strain would cause his mind to short-circuit. Sometimes he'd blurt out utterly idiotic things. At the forging platform, Yi Xing gave a faint smile. You really are useless. With the aid of the Fate Master's Dao Bone, countless insights about forging flashed through his mind. Knowledge that would normally take a refiner decades to grasp. Now it flowed like an innate instinct. Gao Qiqiao suddenly felt an inexplicable pang of dread. He snapped his head up, locking eyes with Yi Xing. Gao Qiqiao's hair stood on end, and he instinctively clamped his mouth shut. Though he didn't understand what was happening, his instincts as a forging genius screamed at him. Kid, stop messing around. He frantically stabilized the forging furnace. Forget it, just finish mine first. The spirit embryo within the furnace was already taking the shape of a sword. He just needed to hold on a little longer. Kid. Yi Xing's voice suddenly rang out, trying to show off? Did you ask me first? What? Gao Qiqiao hadn't even processed it yet. Boom! The forge before Yi Xing erupted with an earth-shattering roar. Even more terrifying was the fact that all the magical artifacts in the banquet hall began trembling uncontrollably. Whether it was flying swords hidden within storage rings or jade pendants hanging at their waists. ! Bai Fengshue's eyebrows shot up in alarm. Just now, her sword nearly flew out of her grasp. Everyone scrambled to restrain their magical artifacts and spirit tools. Gao Qiqiao gasped in shock. This is resonance. Impossible. How could you? Because you're a worthless piece of trash. The strong should humiliate the weak mercilessly. Gao Qiqiao, ? The moment Yi Xing finished speaking, the forging process seemed to reach its final stage. Gao Qiqiao's spirit embryo suddenly convulsed violently, breaking free from his spiritual energy restraints and soaring toward Yi Xing's forging furnace. Then it was swallowed whole. What the hell? Gao Qiqiao was devastated. The artifact he was supposed to forge. Let the other party forge the artifact they wanted? Impossible. I'm the genius. I'm the one with the talent. Gao Qiqiao screamed wildly. Genius? Yi Xing chuckled lightly, just the threshold. The next moment, as Yi Xing completed his final step, a clear, piercing sword cry suddenly echoed through the heavens. A pitch-black longsword hovered mid-air. An intangible aura of power spread like a tidal wave. Every sword within the banquet hall suddenly let out a mournful wail. Every blade sensed some form of suppression. Bai Fengshue sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with shock. A perfect spirit artifact. Chapter 24, Divine Tear Dao Seed, the heaven-defying divine sword. A perfect spirit artifact? At these words, everyone fell into confusion. What had they just heard? Among spirit artifacts, the highest tier is the supreme grade simply because virtually no one can forge a perfect spirit artifact. Any forging inevitably leaves imperfections, making true perfection impossible. And now, the young master of the Yi family had forged a perfect spirit artifact. The entire banquet erupted like an explosion. Impossible. Perfect? The last time I heard of someone achieving this was over 20 years ago. This young master of the Yi family possesses such god-tier talent. Who knew he was a hidden master of forging? Listening to the voices around him, Gao Qiqiao felt as if he were in a dream. No. Impossible. He had actually lost, in his own most prized domain? Meanwhile, Bai Fengshue stared at Yi Xing in utter disbelief. Her eyes were filled with shock. She had initially dismissed Yi Xing as a complete failure, but now she realized just how exceptionally talented he truly was. Her gaze locked onto the black longsword. After a long moment, she suddenly shook her head. What a pity. It was indeed a perfect spirit artifact, but its grade was far too low, only 4th tier. Yet none of this could be blamed on Yi Xing. It only served to highlight just how incredibly gifted he was. His cultivation hadn't caught up yet. She could sense Yi Xing's current level, but even so, it was precisely because he had forged a perfect artifact across cultivation realms that left her utterly astonished. If his cultivation were higher, the perfect spirit artifact he forged might even have a spirit core born directly. Now, at only 4th tier, it still requires a Dao embryo to assist. Keep in mind that a Dao embryo is extremely precious. Moreover, if it doesn't align perfectly in all aspects, it could actually hinder the perfect spirit artifact's effectiveness. Bai Fengshue shook her head. He's a rare genius, but I wonder about his martial arts talent. At that moment, Sang Feng sucked in a sharp breath. He'd already prepared to strike and eliminate Gao Qiqiao the moment the young master failed. But now the young master pulled off a major bluff? You cheated. Yi Xing. You definitely cheated. Gao Qiqiao's eyes blazed with fury as he growled. He couldn't accept his defeat. Cheating? Yi Xing slowly raised the black gold longsword in his hand. If forging something like this requires cheating, then life isn't worth living. Gao Qiqiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cut the ing bull, will you? Alright, young Master Gao, unleash your true nature, Yi Xing chuckled. You. Gao Qiqiao's face darkened. I was just joking. I see. Yi Xing nodded with a smile. That's perfect. What? Before Gao Qiqiao could even react, a black gold sword beam suddenly appeared before his eyes. He scrambled to twist aside, yet still felt a sharp pain shoot through his left arm. Blood spattered. An entire arm flew high through the air. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the banquet hall. Young master! Several Gao family guards concealed in the shadows instantly sprang into action and charged forward. But before they could take half a step, boom! A terrifying pressure, as immense as a mountain, descended in an instant. Sang Feng's figure had materialized before them, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. If you want to die, try taking another step forward. That icy killing intent forced all the Gao family guards to halt in their tracks. The entire crowd was stunned. Every guest's eyes widened in disbelief. The young master of the Yi family had just publicly severed the arm of the Gao family's heir? Bai Fengshue's personal guard instinctively moved to intervene, but she stopped him. Miss? Bai Fengshue's eyes sparkled with fascination. How interesting. He never imagined the young master of the Yi family could be so ruthless. Meanwhile, Gao Qiqiao clutched his wound and screamed wildly, Damn you! You're asking for death. I'll make sure you die. Such a wound was insignificant to a great clan like theirs, but the humiliation of being slashed was what mattered. You want me dead? Do you have the guts? Would your father dare take on the Yi family for a worthless alchemist like you? Gao Qiqiao's hoarse roar echoed, I still have my second brother. Gao Yang will never let you off. Within the Gao family, Gao Yang was the one who cared most for his siblings. He wouldn't stand idly by. Yi Xing smiled at the words. Just then, Gao Qiqiao's phone rang. It was Gao Yang. Gao Qiqiao's face lit up with relief. He answered, and Gao Yang's weak voice came through. Where are you now? Brother. I'm at the Bai residence. Is your injury healed yet? He knew Gao Yang had been injured, but the specifics remained unclear. Pretty much. What's up? Brother. Someone hurt me. What? Who? Gao Yang frowned on the other end of the line. Who dared to hurt someone from the Gao family? That good-for-nothing from the Yi family. Yi Xing. He dared to hurt me. Hurry and help me. Gao Qiqiao shouted urgently. The line suddenly went dead. Gao Qiqiao tentatively spoke up. Brother? Are you still there? Something's wrong. Why is the signal cutting out? Then came the sound of the call disconnecting. Gao Qiqiao? What the hell? You idiot, why don't you have your brother come over? Yi Xing chuckled, I'll beat him up again. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone around them was stunned. What the hell does that mean? Gao Yang was beaten up by Yi Xing? Bai Fengshue was equally stunned upon hearing this. He defeated Gao Yang? After all, though Gao Yang was weaker than her, he was still a formidable figure among the younger generation. So, Yi Xing's strength surpasses his? What? Impossible. Impossible. Gao Qiqiao tried to protest, but Gao Yang's reaction was the most direct proof. This was true. Gao Qiqiao's face turned pale. The next moment, Yi Xing instantly stepped forward, pressing his sword directly against Gao Qiqiao's throat. Young master! The Gao family guards stared in terror. The others stared at Yi Xing in shock. Could he really be about to kill someone? Now, bark like a dog. Or I'll stab you. I'll count to 3. Gao Qiqiao trembled violently. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he, the esteemed young master of the Gao family, would sink to such a low. On 3, 3. Before the words had even finished, the black gold long sword suddenly lunged downward. Gao Qiqiao was horrified. Damn it! You stabbed me after counting to 1. Woof! 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 He let out a hysterical howl. Woof woof woof! Woof woof! Tears of humiliation streamed down his face. This young master of a prestigious family, usually so high and mighty, now looked like a true wild dog. The sword's edge halted. Yi Xing nodded. You've learned well, but it lacks the purity of your usual bark. The long sword pierced through his palm, pinning him firmly to the ground. Amidst his piercing screams, Yi Xing delivered a brutal kick to his chest. Thud! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Under the dual blows of excruciating pain and humiliation, the young master of the Gao family finally passed out. Ding, mission complete. Acquired Divine Tier Dao Seed Supreme Heavenly Sword. Sword artifact detected nearby. Fuse? So this is how the Dao seed works. Yi Xing gazed at the black gold long sword in his hand and nodded thoughtfully. Agree. The next moment, as if something extraordinary had entered the black gold blade, the blade suddenly emitted a low, resonant hum, and Yi Xing felt a weight settle in his palm. The blade writhed like a pale dragon. At that very moment, the frost sky-white feather sword in Bai Fengshua's grasp began to violently tremble. What was happening? She could distinctly sense the fear emanating from the sword spirit within the blade, a trembling born of primal instinct. Like a rabbit encountering a fierce tiger or an ant gazing up at a mighty dragon. Bai Fengshue snapped her head up, staring at Yi Xing. Could it be? Yi Xing distinctly sensed a transformation unfolding within the sword's core. Supreme Emperor Sword, the sovereign of all blades, mastering every sword technique without teaching. Sword and master share life and death. The stronger the wielder, the greater the sword's might. Any other blade loses at least 30% of its power before it. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. So this was the Divine Emperor Sword. The Emperor of Swords. And any sword weapon, no matter what, would lose 30% of its power. In battle, a 30% reduction in power could completely turn the tide. Who would have thought that teaching a little brat a lesson, he could reap such a rich reward? Just as Yi Xing was about to head home, a voice suddenly called out from the distance. Yi Xing, please wait. Yi Xing turned to see Bai Fengshue staring at him with a strange gleam in her eyes. Ha? He raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this young lady was upset about him getting physical at her birthday party? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the next moment, Bai Fengshue's gaze burned with intensity. Will you spar with me? Chapter 25, Crushing Bai Fengshue. You're too weak. Yi Xing froze. Accompany you in a match? The crowd listening couldn't fathom what the Bai family's eldest daughter was up to. What? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. He had no idea what she was thinking. Bai Fengshue's gaze flicked imperceptibly toward Yi Xing's sword. A sword that could make even her own blade tremble. Could it be that a spirit had already awakened within it? It's nothing really. I just noticed your sword is quite nice, and today happens to be my birthday. Bai Fengshue added, you wouldn't refuse to grant a young girl's wish, would you? Just then, another voice rang out. Yi Xing. Fight him. Yi Xing froze. Who could it be? In the distance, Huayan cleared his throat before speaking. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huayan, the young master of the Hui family. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. So all four of the top families were here? Huayan continued earnestly, Yi Xing. You've already beaten Gao Yan, one more won't make a difference. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Wait, we know each other. Bai Fengshue suddenly interjected with a smile, what? Are you scared? Yi Xing would be afraid of you. Huayan shouted loudly, don't think I can't see through you. You just want to challenge someone because of the sword Yi Xing forged earlier. He turned to Yi Xing, don't be afraid. Bai Fengshue is formidable, but I'm no slouch either. What I mean is I'll fight her. Her sword may be sharp, but my father's blade is no less so. She couldn't possibly defeat you. What I mean is, you're my father, but she's the child you had with me. Yi Xing. Bai Fengshue, question mark. The others? The elder hurriedly covered his young master's mouth. Oh dear, I beg you, please don't speak. He knew his young master had short-circuited again. And so, this little incident in Huayan ended with the old man covering his mouth and leading him away. Yi Xing was speechless. Where did this deep well ice come from? What? Want to fight me? If you're scared, pretend I never said anything, Bai Fengshue said. Yi Xing was about to speak. Ding! You have encountered Bai Fengshue, the sword goddess who has gone to extremes within the abyss. Once the pride of heaven, after the fall of the Bai clan, she abandoned everything to pursue the sword path and plunged into darkness. She has slain 3 demon gods and 7 martial gods. But you needn't fear for vengeance, she is merely your stepping stone. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Quest issued, defeat sword god Bai Fengshue. Bring her back to her senses. Reward, divine grade soul spirit true soul of the ending azure sky. Yi Xing froze upon seeing the newly appeared mission reward. He knew about soul spirits, only one in hundreds of thousands possessed one, and every single one of them was a genius. A god-tier soul? Its value speaks for itself. What? Still haven't made up your mind? Bai Fengshue's voice rang out. Yi Xing snapped out of his reverie. Since the mission had been laid out, he saw no reason to refuse. Of course I can. Since it's your birthday, there's no reason to refuse. Great. Bai Fengshue burst into laughter, her radiant smile leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Her opinion of Yi Xing had completely changed. He was practically a different person from the rumors. In that case, don't let him lose too badly. Who didn't know the prowess of the Bai family's eldest daughter? She was the undisputed top talent of the younger generation. Though she appeared only at the peak of Tier 3, 3 months ago she had single-handedly slain a Tier 4, Level 5, Xianming Fierce Tiger, with a single sword strike. Young Master Yi, you're being foolish. Miss Bai is a monster who can defeat foes beyond her tier. It's over. It's all over. Those around them sighed in unison. At that moment, Sang Feng also urged, "Young master, don't fight her. She's a monster." He understood all too well the horror of a third-tier P cultivator slaying a fourth-tier fifth-rank beast. Yi Xing shook his head. That person was right earlier. What? My sword is no less formidable. The heaven-defying divine sword seemed to sense its master's battle intent. A blinding black gold light suddenly erupted from its blade. Bai Fengxue, far from alarmed, beamed with delight. With a flick of her jade-like hand, the frost sky-white feather sword slid from its scabbard. Wherever the blade pointed, tiny ice crystals crystallized in the air. Once I defeat him, Bai Fengxue silently resolved, I must thoroughly study that peculiar black sword. In her eyes, this duel held no suspense whatsoever. Her cultivation level was overwhelmingly superior. Her mastery of the sword way had been personally guided by her father. How could she lose? The two stood facing each other, their auras surging steadily. And then, in that instant, Bai Fengxue struck. Everyone was stunned. They had assumed Bai Fengxue would let Yi Xing win. Unexpectedly, she had taken the initiative to strike first. But in Bai Fengxue's eyes, her duel with Yi Xing was merely an opportunity to test the sword in his hands. As for everything else, it was utterly insignificant. A 3-zhang-long ice blue sword beam tore through the sky. Wherever it passed, even the air froze into fine ice crystals. She unleashed 70% of her strength with this strike, determined to crush him with overwhelming force. Facing this fierce strike, Yi Xing suddenly raised an eyebrow. The sword beam grazed the hem of his robe, shattering a rockery behind him into icy debris. Oh! Bai Fengxue's eyes flashed with surprise. He actually dodged? She held nothing back, her toes lightly tapping the ground. The frost sky-white feather sword transformed into a sky filled with cold stars, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Clang! Clang! The clanging of metal against metal echoed incessantly. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Xing parried every strike of this storm-like assault with just his black sword. Those around her were frozen in disbelief. Who would have thought Yi Xing could withstand so many of Bai Fengxue's strikes? Even stranger was Yi Xing's expression. His brows remained tightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. Bai Fengxue, however, grew increasingly alarmed with each passing moment. She hadn't expected him to block so many strikes. Ha ha ha. She laughed, I never imagined your mastery of the sword was so. My mistake. This abrupt confession cut off the words Bai Fengxue had been about to speak. What? Yi Xing sighed softly. The heaven-defying sword suddenly erupted with a blinding black light, forcibly separating the two. I've heard too many tales about you. His tone was complex. Everyone says you're the foremost swordsman of the younger generation. So I'd already assumed you're strong. Incredibly strong. So much so that I kept thinking you were holding back. The sword tip slowly lifted. But only now do I realize whether it's my sword that's too powerful, or my own skill you're simply too weak. It's over. When Yi Xing uttered those words, Bai Fengxue was still puzzled. What on earth was he babbling about? What did he mean, she was weak? But the next moment. Boom! The heaven-defying divine sword suddenly erupted with an unprecedented terrifying aura. The dark gold patterns along its blade writhed like living creatures, while a sword intent that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos surged skyward. Snap! Then, the frost sky-white feather sword in Bai Fengxue's hand developed a fine, hairline crack. What? Bai Fengxue was stunned. This was a 5th-tier spirit artifact. How could this be? Before she could recover from her shock, Yi Xing's sword had already moved. A sword beam of pure, intense black and gold sliced through the air. No flashy techniques, no intricate sword intent, only the most primal, a single swing. Boom! Bai Fengxue had no time to react whatsoever, her entire body sent flying backward. She slammed heavily into a pillar in the banquet hall. Dead silence fell over the entire hall. Everyone was stunned. Many nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. The pearl of the Bai family, the undisputed top swordsman of the younger generation, was sent flying by a single sword strike? Just then, a cheerful laugh echoed from the direction of the manor gates. Fengxue, how's your birthday going? Bai Lingya, having just finished his chores, walked in with a smile. Then, he caught sight of Bai Fengxue, sent flying by a single sword strike. The expression on the Bai family head's face froze instantly. What the hell? Chapter 26, The True Soul of the Ending Azure Sky. She's marrying Yi Xing? The entire hall fell silent. Everyone present nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. The silence is terrifying. They stared in disbelief at this scene they never could have imagined. Bai Fengxue, defeated? Someone's voice trembled. The entire arena erupted in chaos. At that moment, Bai Lingya's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instantly appeared beside Bai Fengxue. Fengxue. Bai Fengxue's mind was still reeling. She struggled to her feet, staring at the sword in her hand, now barely held together. I lost? In one move? Her gaze turned vacant. And then. Ding, mission complete. Reward obtained, true soul of the ending azure sky. True soul of the endless azure sky, the soul of the heavenly Tao, defying fate with divine favor. Regarded by the heavenly Tao as the order restorer, it not only comprehends the laws of the heavenly Tao but also receives its divine protection. Calamities dissolve of their own accord, opportunities gather spontaneously, and it inherently possesses the divine ability 10,000 feet of mortal world. Holy! The moment he saw the effect, Xing nearly cursed out loud. Soul of heavenly Tao? As the most elusive and intangible existence, he'd never heard of anyone comprehending the way of heaven. And the most mind-blowing part was the reversal of fate when facing overwhelming danger, the Tao would even bestow protection. If Xing faced an 8th-tier powerhouse, the heavenly Tao might even strike down the opponent for him. He was practically the heavenly Tao's own son. A thunderous roar exploded within his consciousness. The once fogged spiritual platform suddenly cleared, revealing the soul of the heavenly Tao suspended deep within his consciousness, slowly rotating. This transformation originated from his very soul. The youth remained standing in place, yet his eyes had turned a deep, golden blue. Just as Xing marveled at the bounty of this reward, a voice snapped him back to reality. Yi, boy, how did you manage this? Bai Lingya's gaze was complex. He had just learned of Xing's actions here. Terrifying. Bai Lingya almost mistook it for the young Ye Yuan Tian. No, even Ye Yuan Tian wouldn't be this outrageous. Xing looked at this elder, whose name was as renowned as his own father's, and smiled faintly. Maybe it's just good talent. Pure luck, pure luck. Lucky my ass. Bai Lingya's mouth twitched. What kind of monster was this? At that moment, Bai Fengshue's gaze suddenly shifted from confusion to clarity. She lifted her gaze to meet Xing's. Her eyes held not a trace of resentment, but instead grew brighter and brighter. A peculiar sensation suddenly spread through her heart. Father. She spoke abruptly. You know what to do now, don't you? Bai Lingya froze at her words. He suddenly recalled how his daughter had recently declared, I despise that useless Yi family scum, only to now fall by that very man's sword. He understood. Xing. Bai Lingya roared, his martial god's aura erupting like a cataclysm that instantly engulfed the entire arena. Do you even respect the Bai family? Boom! The entire banquet hall floor instantly cracked open. Everyone was stunned into silence. The Bai family head was truly enraged. Today is clearly our daughter's birthday. Bai Lingya's voice boomed like thunder. Not only did you injure our guests, but you dared to harm my daughter in public. Does your Yi family truly believe? Father! Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, Bai Fengshue stepped in front of Xing. How could you speak to Xing like that? Bai Lingya? Wait. Wasn't it you who just asked me to take revenge for you? Gao Qiqiu provoked me first. He brought this punishment upon himself. As for me, Bai Fengshue spoke softly, I volunteered for the duel and lost fair and square. Father, why are you being so unreasonable? The onlookers were stunned speechless. The Bai family's jewel actually defied her own father in public for Xing? Xing froze. Meanwhile, Bai Lingya was utterly bewildered, his expression screaming, what the hell are you doing? I was supposed to speak for him? Bai Fengshue met his gaze with a silent plea, yes, but if you don't speak up, how can I defend him? Bai Lingya. Bai Fengshue then turned to face Xing. Xing, I admit defeat. Today, I'm truly delighted to have encountered a formidable opponent like you. Xing paused, then smiled. I'm also very pleased to have met you. Yes, just coming here today had yielded such rich rewards. So satisfying. Hearing this, Bai Fengshue's eyes lit up, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He said he was glad to meet me. Just then, Xing spoke up, I have things to attend to. I'm afraid I can't stay much longer. Bai Fengshue quickly replied, it's fine. You can come next time. Bai Lingya, huh? Xing hadn't expected such understanding, and nodded in agreement. Thank you. I'll definitely come by to apologize another day. Xing then turned to glance at Song Feng, who stood there dumbfounded. Uncle Song Feng, let's go. Song Feng finally snapped out of it. Oh, okay, young master. This was beyond belief. What had he just witnessed today? Song Feng's eyes flickered with complex emotions before he finally followed Xing out. After Xing departed, Bai Lingya couldn't help but sigh. What kind of monster did Ye Yuan Tian give birth to? How could he be even more outrageous than his father? Bai Lingya felt a pang of unease. Was the Yi family destined to keep suppressing the Bai family forever? At least there were no losses today. Father. Bai Lingya responded instinctively, what is it? You should go to the Yi family later and see Uncle Yi. Arrange the marriage between me and Xing. Bai Fengshue's eyes flickered. This? No problem. But after you marry into the Yi family, you must. What? Bai Lingya suddenly snapped out of it mid-sentence. Her face twisted in horror as she stared at Bai Fengshue. What the hell are you talking about? The people around them were also dumbfounded. What had they just heard? Bai Fengshue and Xing are getting married? And Bai Fengshue said it? Bai Fengshue spoke oddly. Yes, what's wrong? Haven't you always wanted me to marry? Now I have someone in mind. Bai Lingya was momentarily speechless. And Yi Xing is amazing. My heart's still racing just thinking about him. Bai Lingya retorted, that's because you got beaten. No. This is love. Bai Fengxue spoke softly, and he just said he likes me and wants to come propose. I need to take the initiative. Bai Lingya? Everyone else? When did he say that? Bai Fengxue frowned in confusion. He said he was glad to meet me. Doesn't that mean he likes me? And coming to apologize, isn't that just an excuse to propose? Bai Lingya remained silent for a long while. Then he gave a thumbs up. Impressive. The old father said nothing, only kept saying impressive. Meanwhile, everyone else was so stunned by their conversation they couldn't utter a word. Yet they all understood one terrifying truth. That after today, Yi Xing would likely shock the entire Great Xia. The Yi family. I'm back. Yi Xing stepped over the threshold, the heaven-defying divine sword in hand. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw his father, Ye Yuan Tian, and his mother, Lu Ruyan, standing under the eaves. They stared at him with expressions bordering on horror. Yi Xing froze. What's wrong with you two? Faced with Yi Xing's question, Ye Yuan Tian murmured to himself, could I really have fathered such a son? Yi Xing, ? Wait, what does that even mean? He turned to look at Lu Ruyan, what's wrong with him? Lu Ruyan replied with a complex expression, he might be a bit shocked. Yi Xing caught on, oh this? Haha, actually, I did pretty well at the Bai family's place. He'd assumed his parents were referring to the Bai family defeating Bai Fengxue. It was decent, indeed. Lu Ruyan's gaze grew thoughtful. In that case, let's discuss the marriage arrangements with that girl from the Bai family. Sure. Yi Xing instinctively agreed, then suddenly widened his eyes. What? Chapter 27, the tide turns every 10 years. Never look down on the elderly in poverty. Marriage? Yi Xing's first reaction was utter bewilderment. What marriage? What happened? Seeing her son still unaware of what he'd done, Lu Ruyan proceeded to explain the situation. You little brat. Ye Yuan Tian lunged forward in a single stride. Did you know Bai Lingya just called to propose marriage? That Bai Fengxue girl said she'd marry no one but you. What on earth did you do to her? Yi Xing was completely bewildered. Wait. I just beat her up. Ye Yuan Tian and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of sudden realization. I get it now. Lu Ruyan clapped her hands. That girl's a masochist. The harder you hit her, the more excited she gets. Ye Yuan Tian groaned in dismay. What a mess. I sent 300 cartloads of betrothal gifts to win your mother's hand back in the day, and this brat just beat her into a frenzy to trick her into agreeing? Yi Xing. Right now, he desperately wanted to return to the Bai family and ask Bai Fengxue just how much water had gotten into her brain. So what are your thoughts on this matter now? Cut it out, Yi Xing interjected. I barely know her. I genuinely have no opinion right now. Besides, the future events were about to unfold. Right now, he just wanted to focus on improving his strength. Seeing their son's clear stance, the couple didn't press further. After all, their son was so outstanding now even that little girl from the Bai family had fallen for him. What was there to fear? Then we'll let you decide. Ye Yuan Tian spoke, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. In a few days, the Emperor's Spirit Forest will open. Nearly all the prodigies of Great Xia will enter then. You should go along too. The Divine Spirit Forest? Yi Xing recalled the details about the Divine Spirit Forest. He remembered it was a mysterious space that only opened once every 100 years. It seemed this space only approached Blue Star once every century. It was filled with all manner of opportunities, even harboring countless powerful Dao seeds. You're currently at the 3rd tier. Breaking through to the 4th tier requires a Dao spirit to assist. The Emperor's Spirit Forest has existed for an extremely long time, harboring innate Dao spirits, making it the perfect place to achieve that breakthrough. Dao spirits were innate entities in perfect harmony with the Dao, capable of aiding in the 4th tier breakthrough and laying the foundation for future cultivation. In the current world, Dao spirits are mostly cultivated artificially, lacking the innate perfection nurtured by the Emperor's Spirit Forest. Yi Xing nodded. If he encountered a Dao spirit suited to him, he could directly break through to the 4th tier. Understood. Lu Ruyan smiled as she spoke, then prepare yourself. There are many ancient beasts within. Remember to be cautious. Don't worry. Yi Xing nodded with a smile. I'll rest for a bit first. All right. With that, Yi Xing turned and left. He couldn't help it, the journey had been exhausting, and he'd been eager to return to the Yi family estate. Just as he rounded the corner, he caught sight of Hua Ziyue in the midst of her cultivation practice. But judging by her state, Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Hua Ziyue sat cross-legged, her spiritual energy chaotic and turbulent. No. She gritted her teeth as a stabbing pain shot through her meridians. Young master's strength is rising too fast. I must train twice as hard to keep up. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically as spiritual energy surged backward within her. Oh no! The signs of spiritual energy backfiring sent a chill through her entire body. At that very moment, a firm, warm object pressed against her back. In an instant, a cool, rich spiritual energy surged into her body like a spring breeze, instantly calming the turbulent energy within. Waziyu shuddered. The familiar fluctuations of this spiritual energy made her blurt out, "Is that you, young master?" Yi Xing was taken aback. "How did you know it was me?" "Because I felt it was quite large." "Holy crap?" Yi Xing withdrew the fist pressed against her back, utterly bewildered. Earlier, he had sensed through the Taishu spirit nurturing body that Hua Ziyue was having trouble with her cultivation and had specifically intervened to help. Suddenly, Yi Xing frowned. "Why are there so many hidden injuries inside you?" Hua Ziyue lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. In her efforts to keep pace with the young master, she had trained relentlessly without rest, even forcing breakthroughs multiple times. "Never mind." Yi Xing spoke abruptly. "Open your mouth." Hua Ziyue, ? Yi Xing intended to feed her his own blood. Not far away, Lu Ruyan and Ye Yuan Tian were walking this way. "Our son has truly made something of himself," Lu Ruyan said with a tone of satisfaction. "Indeed," Ye Yuan Tian remarked with emotion, "even that girl from the Bai family." As they spoke, a voice drifted from the distance. "How was it?" "Young master, that was incredible." "It's fine. This stuff is good for your health." But aren't you worried about your health, young master?" "It's fine. This much won't hurt me." Lu Ruyan and Ye Yuan Tian exchanged a glance. Damn it, no wonder they wouldn't agree. It had to be their own son. Ye Yuan Tian shed tears, birth. He'd never been like this before. Forget it. Let's get out of here." Lu Ruyan hurriedly spoke up, dragging Ye Yuan Tian away. Immediately, memories of the past flooded his mind. This is youth. What was that sound just now? Yi Xing withdrew his finger, having drained Hua Ziyue of more blood just now. "I don't know." Waziyu shook her head. "By the way, young master, I'll accompany you to the Divine Spirit Forest this time." "All right." Yi Xing nodded. At least this way he wouldn't be alone. "All right, then make sure to get some rest." After Yi Xing left, Hua Ziyue's gaze remained serene. "I knew all my hard work these past few days wasn't for nothing. Yes, the hidden injury was intentional. The internal energy backlash was also. And soon, the day arrived when the Imperial Spirit Forest opened. Eastern Sky Mountain. At this moment, Ye Yuan Tian, Yi Xing, and the others appeared here. This was the entrance to the Imperial Spirit Forest from the Imperial capital. Remember, be extremely cautious of the ferocious beasts within. You might even encounter some familiar faces in there. If necessary, you can team up with them, especially by. Don't worry, Dad. I'm off. With that, Yi Xing entered alongside Hua Ziyue. Sai didn't even wait for me to finish. Remember to communicate more with that Bai family girl. Ye Yuan Tian watched his son's receding figure, shaking his head with a sigh. This kid is getting more and more stubborn. He was so adorable back when he was that timid little guy. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but chuckle. Enough. The children will find their own paths. Let's go. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Divine Spirit Forest, space suddenly rippled and a white-haired youth stepped out of thin air. An unyielding hatred lingered between his brows. "Master Shao, are you certain this place holds the opportunity for me to break through to martial god?" The ancient ring on his finger flickered faintly, revealing the ethereal image of an old man. "Young alchemist, you are the chosen one. The protagonist of this world. And with guidance from this former martial god, you shall surely become one yourself." "Then that's settled." Yao Hanye snorted coldly, "Humph. I'll have my revenge on that bastard sooner or later." "The Yi family?" Old Shao roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha. That's precisely why I admire you most. I too have grievances with the Yi family. Let us elevate each other to greatness." Yao Han Yi, what goes around comes around. Old Zhao's tone turned serious. Don't underestimate an old man's poverty. Chapter 28, The Martial God Ring. Old man? Xiao Huang? So, how did you end up with a grudge against that Yi family, young master? Old Xiao inquired. Yao Hanya snorted coldly that Yi Xing is nothing but a born with a silver spoon brat. Just because he has a powerful father? I'll show him with my strength that man can overcome fate. Yao Hanyi then recounted his feud with Yi Xing to Xiao Lao. 4 or 5 years ago, when he was still struggling to survive. He had witnessed Yi Xing, then an employee at the club, splurging money like water. From that moment, he yearned to become wealthy. Later, his girlfriend dumped him for being broke. He got a job at the club, only to get fired for trying to sleep with Yi Xing. Yi Xing's exact words were, "I'm not starving, I don't eat just anything." Upon learning of this, Ya Hanyi stormed over to confront Yi Xing. Why? His girlfriend was so beautiful. How dare you speak of her like that? Then Yi Xing broke one of his bones. From that day on, I resolved to work tirelessly, vowing to become stronger. Thankfully, I awakened a formidable talent. Yao Hanya looked at old Master Xiao. He had discovered old Xiao inside a ring purchased from an antique shop half a year ago. He claimed to be a martial god tier powerhouse. But why the mighty martial god had ended up like this, Yuan Yi didn't know. Still, Xiao Lao had promised to help him seek revenge, and he remained eternally grateful. But, Master Xiao, how exactly did you end up like this? Ah, I'll tell you the truth. Old Xiao sighed, I was once a martial god, but I was ambushed by Ye Yuan Tian. My physical body was destroyed, and I became trapped within this ring, reduced to this state. Your unique constitution is what allowed me to awaken. I see. Yao Hanya cursed bitterly, truly a father and son pair. Exactly. There's a secret realm here. I recall a top-tier innate Dao spirit and a prison dragon pool. I'll do everything I can to help you. All I ask is that you assist me in rebuilding my physical form in the future. Yao Hanye was deeply moved, agreed. Elder Xiao. I will repay you. Yeah, right. Yao Hanyi sneered coldly. For a martial god tier powerhouse to be this foolish. Once he grew stronger, he'd simply refine old Xiao. That would be putting resources to their fullest use, no waste. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes brimming with amusement. What an idiot. Boom. A massive sword beam erupted. A fourth-tier ferocious beast was instantly slain. Wow, young master is so powerful. Waziyu's eyes sparkled. Just now, Yi Xing had killed a fourth-tier ferocious beast with a single strike. The young master's growth rate was truly too fast. Yet Yi Xing offered no response, instead furrowing his brow. What the heck is this? Text appeared before Yi Xing's eyes. Ding. You have encountered Xiao Huang, the traitorous martial god who destroyed half of Great Xia. Now allied with the beast god, he seeks to annihilate the entire realm. Yet few know he once nearly perished at the hands of Ye Yuan Tian. Once a martial god, Xiao Huang wreaked havoc upon the world, committing every conceivable evil. Ultimately slain by Ye Yuan Tian, yet unbeknownst to all, he never truly perished. Instead, a fragment of his soul attached itself to a young man named Yao Hanya. Yi Xing frowned deeply. What the hell? Xiao Huang? Yahan Yi? Who are they? He pretended to be the old man of the ring, teaching Yaoan Yi, but was actually manipulating him. In the Emperor's Spirit Forest, he successfully possessed Yaoan Yi. He then went into hiding to cultivate, ultimately opening the passage to welcome the beast god. Assignment issued, slay the traitor Xiao Huang. Quest reward, god tier talent eternal cycle heart. Yi Xing stared for a long moment before sucking in a sharp breath. He finally understood. It meant that the lingering soul of a former martial god was present here? War god. This isn't like the weaklings of the past, this is a genuine martial god powerhouse, albeit a fragment of a soul. But it's a martial god. This won't do. I need to think of a solution, Yi Xing pondered. Just then, Hua Ziyue approached. Young master, what's wrong? Nothing. Yi Xing shook his head. He needed to ascertain Xiao Huang's current combat strength. He then looked up at Hua Ziyue. Let's go check the surroundings for members of other families. Members of the four great families must all be here. He'd see if he could forge an alliance, or first confirm Xiao Huang's strength before eliminating the enemy outright. Thank goodness for the system. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know there was a hidden entrance here. Hua Ziyue and Yi Xing immediately began searching the area. But after searching for a long time, they still found nothing. So the two sat down under a tree. Massage my feet. That's the right pressure. Ha? What are you doing with your mouth? Hey, why did you climb on top of me? Yi Xing lay flat on the ground, Hua Ziyue kneeling on his back, skillfully massaging his shoulders. Young master, is this pressure okay? Yi Xing closed his eyes in bliss. Sitting on me feels so much better than those massage tools. Hua Ziyue's cheeks flushed slightly. Swoosh. A piercing whistling sound suddenly cut through the air. Both reacted instantly. Yi Xing spun around, shielding Hua Ziyue behind him. Who? The next moment. Roar. A massive, dark green serpent over 10 meters long lunged from the distance. Looking for death. Yi Xing didn't even bother drawing his sword. With a casual flick of his left hand. Whoosh. An ice dragon, formed from the most extreme cold, roared forth and slammed into the giant snake. Boom. The colossal serpent was hurled dozens of meters away, crashing through a grove of ancient trees. But to Yi Xing's surprise, this beast merely at the peak of the third tier didn't shatter into ice shards on impact. Only its scales were slightly damaged. Ha! Yi Xing furrowed his brow. This is interesting. Sensing trouble, the giant serpent twisted its body, attempting to flee into the forest. Trying to run? The heaven-defying sword shot from its scabbard. Just as the blade's edge was about to strike. How dare you! A strange black mist suddenly surged from the serpent's body, forcibly blocking the fatal strike. A hoarse roar echoed from within the darkness. This is the offspring I spent 50 years nurturing. You seek death. Yi Xing and Hua Ziyue exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. What the hell is that? Yi Xing swept his divine sense over it and scoffed, just a cheap trick. The black mist looked terrifying, but it lacked any spiritual power, just a cheap trick to scare people. Die. Yi Xing struck instantly. The giant serpent was cleaved in two before it could even utter a scream. Damn it! The black mist roared, you lowly humans. I've marked your scent. I'll find you soon. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yi Xing scratched his ear. With a casual swing of his sword, the black mist instantly vanished into thin air. Damn it! He didn't know what this thing was, but it wasn't like just anyone could threaten him. But the next moment. Ding, you have encountered a descendant of the beast god hidden within the Emperor Spirit Forest. Yi Xing froze. What? Again? It was placed here by the beast god a century ago, rapidly developed, and remained hidden within the Emperor Spirit Lake. Everyone believed it was merely an ordinary ferocious beast, but it ultimately gave birth to countless lives within the Emperor Spirit Forest. Only to deliver a fatal blow to humanity. Now, you've encountered this beast that slaughtered countless humans. Resolve to avenge them. Quest issued, slay the celestial demon serpent. Reward, divine grade Dao spirit 10,000 embers soul. Yi Xing's eyes flickered. So that black mist earlier was the heaven-shattering demon serpent? But the moment Yi Xing saw the reward, he froze. That's a Dao spirit? And one targeting soul-type enemies. Wait. Xiao Huang? Yi Xing's eyes lit up. Holy crap, this is perfect timing. As long as he advanced the Dao spirit to the 4th tier, I can also gain a divine ability unique to the Dao spirit. Then Yi Xing wondered why such perfect timing? Was his defiant fate at work? Young master, that black mist. Hua Ziyue tried to speak. No need to worry. Yi Xing smiled as he spoke, let's go. We're heading to the Emperor Spirit Lake now. Hua Ziyu froze. Where are we going? Wasn't that black mist threatening us just now? Yi Xing smiled faintly. Follow this young master. Let's go finish it off. Chapter 29, Let the elixir consume me, and I can aid Yi Xing. Emperor Spirit Lake. A colossal figure now loomed above the water's surface. It was the true form of that black mist. Oomph. I endured the disgust and finally produced my first offspring, only to have it killed. Damned humans. The heavenly demon serpent's eyes blazed with murderous intent. As the offspring of the beast god, it had been cast into this realm to conquer this world. Given time, it could ascend to an 8th tier, or even a 9th tier, monstrous beast. The silver lining, however, was that no one knew its true identity. It could grow as an ordinary ferocious beast without being crushed prematurely. I've locked onto their auras. I'll kill them shortly. The celestial demon serpent snorted coldly, and just as it prepared to track their location. You insignificant beast. You shall be the first drop of blood I spill today. A defiant youth's voice boomed out. The celestial demon serpent whipped its head around to see a youth clad in luxurious robes standing mid-air. Poof. Finally found a suitable prey. Huayan's lips curled into a cold smile. He had only recently entered the Emperor Spirit Forest when he encountered this peak 3rd tier ferocious beast, a perfect opportunity. To be slain by this young master is an honor you've earned through countless lifetimes. The celestial demon serpent flew into a rage. First, 2 humans had slain its offspring, and now some reckless brat dared to provoke it? Damned humans. Die. Its massive serpentine body lunged toward Huayan in an instant. Huayan neither dodged nor retreated, a cold smile curling his lips. Instead of fleeing, you come closer? Pity. I've already foreseen your future. In an instant, countless future scenes flooded Huayan's mind. This was the power of Huayan's awakened SSS tier talent, the ability to briefly foresee all possible outcomes within the next 3 minutes. But precisely because this ability was so ridiculously overpowered, it often caused his brain to short-circuit. Swish! Huayan's figure flickered as his long sword struck relentlessly at vital points. Man and beast clashed fiercely. As the battle intensified, the celestial demon serpent grew increasingly alarmed. Every attack it launched was anticipated by its opponent. As the offspring of the beast god, it instantly grasped the opponent's capabilities. Kill! 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 Huayan's assault surged like a tidal wave. At that very moment, a black mist erupted from within the celestial demon serpent, instantly fragmenting into hundreds of serpentine bodies that lunged at Huayan from countless angles. What? Huayan's pupils contracted sharply. The future wasn't supposed to be like this. How could it change? He suddenly realized this ferocious beast was shrouded in a great karmic veil. How could a mere 3rd tier beast possibly? A common beast capable of obscuring karmic ties? Something's wrong. Just then, Huayan scrambled to defend himself while the heavenly demon serpent, its karmic ties concealed, relentlessly attacked. Cold sweat beaded on Huayan's forehead. Logically speaking, only a being of higher rank could do this, but how could an ordinary ferocious beast? He never imagined it could be the offspring of the beast god. No! Huayan's expression darkened as he swiftly retreated. Oomph. I'll spare your life today. Goodbye. His words were casual, but his feet moved with lightning speed. Trying to escape? The celestial demon serpent instantly resumed its true form and lunged toward Huayan. You think you can catch me? Huayan sneered with disdain. Get lost. He was supremely confident in his escape skills after all. If he couldn't win, he could always. Is that so? A cold chuckle suddenly echoed behind him. Then what about behind you? Huayan whipped his head around to find the Azure Heaven Demon Serpent already behind him. What the hell? Huayan nearly tumbled out of his teleportation light from sheer terror. What the hell kind of speed was that? Ha 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 ha. The celestial demon serpent opened its gaping maw. Human, did you think you could escape my pursuit? No one can escape my sight. Is that so? Another icy voice echoed from behind the celestial demon serpent. Then take another look behind you. Huayan? Celestial demon serpent? Both turned simultaneously, only to see a black gold sword beam tearing through the sky. You think you can threaten me, you bastard? Yi Xing descended from the heavens, wielding the supreme god sword. What? The heavenly demon serpent scrambled to dodge the strike. Boom! The sword's glow missed its target, leveling a distant hilltop in its path. The celestial demon serpent's heart pounded wildly. Another master? Huayan stared blankly at the figure. Dad. No! Yi Xing? What was he doing here? At that moment, the celestial demon serpent snapped to realization. It's you. He recognized Yi Xing's aura. But before he could speak, Yi Xing gave him no chance. He unleashed a barrage of thunderbolts, followed by an icy dragon charging through the frost-filled air. The celestial demon serpent roared and charged headlong into the fray. At that moment, Waziyu approached Huayan. Are you okay? Huayan watched Yi Xing locked in combat with the celestial demon serpent, his mind momentarily blank. Why is Yi Xing here? I followed the young master here. I don't know either. Waziyu shook her head, but that guy threatened the young master earlier, so the young master said he'd come and cut him down. Waziyu, eh? What the hell? Just one threat? And now he's charging over to kill the guy? This is too much. My brain's about to short circuit. I need a moment. Here, take this to recover. Waziyu handed over a Qingdi pill. Thanks. Wait, what? Huayan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Aren't these meant for the injured? Ha? But you just. Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm just dead, not injured. No need to worry. Even though I fought that snake for ages, it doesn't mean I'll survive. Huayan's expression turned serious. What I mean is, if Xingdi Dan consumes me, he can then help Yi Xing. Waziyu? Huayan snorted coldly. Thankfully, his brain hadn't short-circuited yet. Otherwise, he would have swallowed it. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the celestial demon serpent was drenched in cold sweat, utterly shot. This guy was incomparable to that human from earlier. He was being completely overwhelmed. Now, his scales were streaked with blood, even shattering. Yi Xing's hands never stopped moving. Keep screaming. Didn't you want to kill me? The celestial demon serpent was about to erupt in fury, but then reconsidered. Foolish human. Its constitution was unique. Without formidable martial arts or fire elemental spiritual power, they posed no real threat to him. Therefore, he could still win. The celestial demon serpent was about to sneer coldly, but endless pitch-black flames suddenly erupted around Yi Xing, coalescing into a miniature black sun. Then, a layer of golden light enveloped the peerless martial sword. The heavenly demon serpent's heart skipped a beat. Boom! A single strike, amplified by Yi Xing's countless blessings, sliced half of the celestial demon serpent's body into shreds. The celestial demon serpent screamed in agony. Immediately unleashing black beams, it began indiscriminate destruction. Chun was genuinely startled. Yi Xing snorted coldly. So confident in yourself? Come on. Keep it up. The heavenly demon serpent's eyes flickered with fear. It was about to speak, but suddenly noticed the dark clouds gathering overhead. Its eyes lit up. Then it sneered coldly. Foolish humans. He possessed divine status. Even if beaten to this state, unless his opponent's status surpassed his own. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao itself would aid him. After all, he was the offspring of the beast god. In the very next instant, a terrifying aura of destiny began to emanate from Yi Xing's body. 10,000 fathoms of mortal dust. Behold me as heaven. Celestial demon serpent? The next instant, it seemed as though the way of heaven itself roared from the azure skies. Immediately, countless bolts of divine thunder crashed down from the heavens, splitting straight through the celestial demon serpent. What the hell? He was utterly dumbfounded. Why would the way of heaven attack him? He couldn't comprehend how this creature before him could possibly summon the way of heaven's aid. The heavenly serpent was instantly struck by the heavenly way's divine thunder, shattered into countless fragments. Holy? Huayan stared in disbelief. Why is heaven helping Yi Xing strike someone down? At that moment, Huaziyue's eyes also flashed with an unusual light. Yi Xing frowned. He hadn't received the mission completion notification. Could it be? He whipped his head around. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a small snake, barely a meter long, crawled out, its eyes filled with terror. He had nearly been split in two, but thankfully he possessed means to save his own skin. Then a cold smile flickered in its eyes. Humph, foolish humans. Unless someone possessed an utterly unnatural mastery of spiritual energy, they'd never detect him hiding here. Just as he was about to laugh. Boom! Yi Xing's figure descended from the heavens, his gaze calmly looking down upon the celestial demon serpent. The heavenly demon serpent's soul nearly flew out of its body. Wait! He was just an ordinary snake now. What was there to fear? At that thought. Poof! Foolish! What the hell are you waiting for? Run! Yi Xing's gaze was cold, the offspring of the beast god, yet you disguise yourself as a common grass snake just to survive? Impressive! The azure heaven demon serpent's face drained of color. How do you know my identity? Poof! Yi Xing's eyes held contempt. Foolish son. Question mark. Chapter 30, 10,000 Souls Ashes. Master of the Soul Binding Tao Spirit. At this moment, the celestial demon serpent was utterly terrified. No one knew he was the offspring of the beast god. And due to the immense karmic burden he carried, ordinary people would never even suspect his true lineage. But now, why had it been exposed? You! Who the hell are you? The heavenly demon serpent's eyes widened in terror. The thought that his deepest secret had been uncovered made the figure before him seem utterly terrifying. You needn't concern yourself with who I am. Yi Xing spoke indifferently. All you need to know is that your time is up. The heavenly demon serpent's heart trembled. In his current state, he couldn't even defeat Yi Xing, let alone that brain-damaged fool from earlier. Wait! Don't kill me! I am the child of the beast god. The celestial demon serpent desperately pleaded, just spare my life. When my father, the beast god, descends upon the human world, I can guarantee your survival. No. I can guarantee you wealth and glory. Oh? Yi Xing frowned in doubt. Really? Seeing his plea take hold, the heavenly demon serpent's eyes lit up with hope. Truly. Truly. I can make you one of the, no. You know the 4 great families, right? I'll grant you the same status and wealth as them. The celestial demon serpent stared intently at Yi Xing. Damn, that's pretty impressive. Yeah. But do you know who I am? The celestial demon serpent, who had been laughing moments before, froze. You are. I'm the young master of the Yi family, you bastard. Yi Xing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. You want me to betray the Yi family, then wait another decade or so before becoming the young master? The celestial demon serpent froze. The young master of the Yi family? The son of Yi Yuan Tian? His face drained of color. Damn it, no wonder he's so goddamn powerful. But just as Yi Xing moved to strike. Wait! Young Master Yi! Don't kill me! The celestial demon serpent cried out. I never had a father. I heard you have no son either. I want to take care of you in your old age. Can I call you my godfather? Yi Xing remained silent for a long while. You're out of options? I'm completely out of options. Sungtian Moshe pleaded with a mournful expression. I beg you, I truly don't want to die. Yi Xing sighed. Fine. It's not my life on the line anyway. Go ahead. The very instant Yi Xing swung his blade down, the heavenly demon serpent's expression changed. I'm outta here. A black hole suddenly erupted around its body, and it vanished into the void at an unimaginable speed. Turns out all that begging for mercy was just an act all to buy time to cast this life-saving spatial escape technique. Damn it! Yi Xing's eyes instantly blazed with fury. You lied to me. Without giving the black hole a chance to close, he charged in, sword raised. Today, I'll chop you into snake soup. Emperor's Spirit Forest. A space filled with molten lava. At this moment, the figures of Yao and Yi and Elder Shao appeared here. Master Shao, you say my destiny lies here? Yao Hanya asked doubtfully. Indeed, I recall there being a prison dragon pool here. Over the years, it must have attracted countless Tao spirits. Your current cultivation level is just right for advancing to the 4th tier. A single top-tier Tao spirit would be more than enough for you. Elder Zhao's tone was kind and benevolent. I see. Yao Hanya's face lit up with gratitude. You truly are the esteemed Elder Shao. The two shared a knowing smile, their bond appearing as deep as that between master and disciple. But this youngster's mystic heaven spirit body is finally maturing. Once he breaks through to the 4th tier, I shall unleash the soul-stealing secret technique. Master Shao thought to himself. To put it bluntly, it was called soul-stealing, but in truth, he was inheriting the young man's dreams. Youngster, best let an old player handle the battle for you. As for the Yi family. Yi Yuan Tian wouldn't dream he's still alive. Meanwhile, Yao and Yi thought, why is that old bastard grinning so lecherously? Poof. Once I reach the 4th tier, I'll erase your self-awareness entirely. You'll become nothing more than a tool serving my purposes. The two couldn't help but exchange a glance. Ah, old Shao, you're such a good guy. Ah, young ya, you're growing on me more and more. They both averted their eyes in unspoken agreement, simultaneously cursing inwardly. Damn it! Just as Yao and Yi prepared to dive into the depths of the magma, a startling surge of spiritual energy erupted in the distance. That's... Yao Hanya's pupils suddenly contracted. Countless brilliant points of light emerged from the magma. Countless spirits seemed to dance through the air. Each radiated the essence of the Tao. Tao spirits. Look over there. Old Xiao suddenly spoke. Deep within the magma, a crimson-black dragon-shaped light, over 10 feet long, slowly emerged. A supreme Tao spirit. And a rare prison dragon soul spirit at that. Old Xiao's voice trembled. This is more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary Tao spirit. Wonderful. Yuan Yi was overjoyed. Wonderful. Old Xiao shouted even louder than him. Yao Hanya turned with suspicion. Why are you more excited than I am? Air. Ha ha ha. Old Xiao gave a nervous chuckle. I'm just happy for you. He almost gave himself away. Just as Yuan Yi was about to touch that supreme Tao spirit. Suddenly. Boom. A black hole suddenly appeared. Followed immediately by whales. Seriously, you don't have to be this relentless. Die for me. A flash of swordlight then sliced through a snake right before Yuan Yi's eyes. Yao Hanye? Old Xiao? What the hell? Just as the two were dumbfounded, text appeared before Yixing's eyes. Ding, mission complete. Acquired divine tier Tao spirit ashes of 10,000 souls. Ashes of 10,000 souls, sovereign of soul-bound Tao spirits. Capable of absorbing and converting the power of any Tao spirit. Upon awakening divine abilities, the rank of these abilities will correspond to the number of Tao spirits absorbed. Immediately, a Tao spirit resembling a miniature black hole materialized in Yixing's hand. What is this? Before Yixing could examine it closely, a roar filled with utter hatred erupted. Yixing! Yixing instinctively turned his head. HM? Who called me? Across the distant lava lake, a white-haired youth glared at him with eyes burning with fury. Ha! Yixing frowned, then suddenly caught sight of the countless spirits behind the figure out of the corner of his eye. Holy crap! Hundreds of Tao spirits danced above the molten rock. Among them were top-tier Tao spirits radiating astonishing fluctuations. In an instant, Yixing recalled the function of the 10,000 souls ash. He was about to rejoice. But the 10,000 souls ember suddenly flew out of his hand, hurtling straight toward the swarm of Tao spirits. Whoosh! A terrifying, devouring force erupted. The dozen or so Tao spirits closest to it were instantly sucked into the black hole. Immediately after, due to the Wan Hun Jin devouring the Tao spirits. Boom! The surrounding molten lava space shook violently. What? Yao Han Yi, who had been about to charge forward, abruptly halted in his tracks. Get out of here, kid! Old Zhao's expression darkened. This space is collapsing. The entire lava world began to shatter and collapse. Burning boulders rained down from the crumbling dome. Hurry up and get out of here. Yao Hanya shot a reluctant glance at the swallowed Tao spirits. Gritting his teeth, he lunged for the nearest Tao spirit. Yixing! You just wait. Meanwhile, Yixing watched Yuan Yi's retreating figure with puzzlement. Who is that guy? Just trying to get on camera? He shook his head, then turned his gaze toward Wan Hunjin. As a practitioner of the pitch-black blazing sun, he couldn't possibly be harmed by lava. Time to advance to the 4th tier. Meanwhile, elsewhere. At that moment, the badly wounded Yuan Yi finally escaped from that space. He opened his palm, staring at the low-grade Tao spirit in his hand, now barely clinging to life. Yao Hanye trembled with rage. Yixing! You ing bastard! Chapter 31, make that old thing inside you come out. At that moment, Yuan Yi felt as though he'd swallowed. The person he hated most had appeared in the most humiliating way possible. My supreme Tao spirit. Meanwhile, old Zhao's face had turned grim. That was Yixing? His plan had been so close to succeeding. All ruined by this sudden bastard. But now, there was nothing left to do. Xiao Lao could only sigh, quickly absorb the Tao spirit and advance to the 4th tier. But? No buts. Strengthening yourself is paramount now. That kid earlier was off. Advance to the 4th tier now, kill him and maybe even seize his Tao spirit. The moment old Master Xiao laid eyes on Yixing, he instantly and expertly sensed the terrifying depth of the other's Tao foundation. It was the first time he had ever witnessed such a thing in his entire life. Yao Hanye gritted his teeth. Once I ascend, I will kill you. Once I reach the 4th tier, I'll likely be unmatched among my peers. Yixing stared at the Wan Hun Jin, which had nearly been devoured. The core of the black hole, once as dark as ink, now glowed with scattered starlight. He hadn't expected that just after obtaining this thing, he'd collide with a space filled with high-tier Tao spirits. Could it be my divine destiny is acting up again? Yixing grinned. Suddenly, the 10,000 souls ember trembled violently, unleashing a vast, oceanic surge of pure spiritual energy. This was the purest energy distilled from the Tao spirits it had devoured. Holy crap! It even comes with auto-feeding? Yixing's eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he crossed his legs and sat down. Boom! A violent torrent of spiritual energy instantly flooded his meridians. Most others would never withstand this. But Yixing possessed maxed out innate talent and physical constitution. 4th tier, the mystic spirit realm. Its defining feature was the chance to awaken a life-bound divine ability while refining the Tao spirit. This was a powerful, personal ability independent of any cultivation technique or martial skill. Under the violent energy assault, Yixing's cultivation barrier instantly surged. 3rd tier, 5th layer. 3rd tier, 6th layer. 3rd tier, 7th layer. While others toiled for days to advance their cultivation, Yixing shot upward like a rocket. His cultivation then stabilized firmly at the peak of the 3rd tier. Come on. Let me see your true power. He reached out and grasped it. The 10,000 souls embers instantly vanished into his chest. An unprecedented soul storm erupted within his consciousness sea. His consciousness space visibly expanded tenfold. The qualitative leap in his soul power instantly heightened Yixing's 5 senses by several orders of magnitude. Ding! Acquired divine tier divine ability, Spirit Core Forging Realm. Effect, generates a soul domain. Within this domain, suppresses any soul including divine abilities and innate talents by 3-fold or more, while amplifying one's own power by over 50%. Acquired God tier divine ability, Synchronization of 10,000 souls. Effect, forcibly strips the target's soul, drags it into the abyss, and shatters it. The soul is utterly annihilated, unable to reincarnate or retain any spiritual remnant. Yixing's eyes lit up. 2 divine abilities. As long as Xiao Huang's strength wasn't wildly out of his league, he was confident he could kill him outright. After all, a mere thread of soul couldn't be that absurdly powerful. Instantly, dazzling spiritual light erupted from his entire body. A terrifying aura far surpassing the 3rd tier swept across the surroundings. 4th tier, Mystic Spirit Realm. Success! This is the sensation of power. At this moment, Yixing had already left the lava space and emerged into the external environment. Suddenly, a roar filled with hatred echoed. Yixing! Come and get it! A monstrous flame dragon roared as it charged forward. Without turning his head, Yixing swung his hand backward. The flaming dragon instantly exploded, scattering into a sky filled with sparks. Who? Xiao Lao, hiding within Yao Hanye's body, felt a sudden pang in his heart. An inexplicable feeling of being seen through washed over him. Yao Hanye felt a chill run through him when his flames were so easily neutralized, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, that earlier strike had merely been a test. Yixing! Yao Hanye gritted his teeth. I swore an oath back then I'll make you beg for mercy at my feet. Yixing looked utterly confused. Who the hell are you? Yao Hanye froze. Wait. Yixing doesn't remember him? All these years, he'd obsessed day and night over revenge, only to discover Yixing didn't even know who he was? Disgrace. Yao Hanye's face twisted instantly. I am Yao Hanye. The man you publicly humiliated all those years ago. Yixing had been pondering who this man was, but upon hearing the name Yao Hanye, his eyes lit up. So it was you. Seeing Yixing finally remember, Yao Hanye grinned savagely. That's right. Seems you still remember me. Back then, you. Die. Yixing had no intention of listening to his nonsense. In an instant, dozens of ice dragon scales coalesced around him. The heaven-defying divine sword erupted with blinding sword light as he charged forward. What the hell? Yao Hanye nearly jumped out of his skin. He hadn't even finished speaking. Even old Xiao was startled. The opponent's stance looked like he was going all out. He almost thought it was aimed at him. At that moment, Yixing. Damn it! Found him at last. Xiao Huang is on this guy. Yes, Yixing hadn't even recognized who Yao Hanye was. All he saw was the burning desire to complete his mission. You're just in time. At this moment, Yao Hanye had just ascended to the Xianling realm. He was eager to test his strength against Yixing. He charged straight ahead, but then Xiao Lao's warning echoed in his mind, be careful. Something's off about this kid. Yao Hanye scoffed coldly, what's there to be cautious about? He's a 4th tier. I'm a 4th tier. Why don't you ask him if he needs to be cautious around me? He refused to heed Xiao Lao's words. But he would soon learn just how terribly wrong he was. Yao Hanye charged toward Yixing. Both men swung their fists. The next moment, Yao Hanye's face froze. A crisp cracking sound echoed as Yao Hanye's right arm shattered bone by bone. Yao Hanye's face twisted in shock. Yixing didn't give him a chance to finish. His second punch slammed through. Thud. This punch landed squarely on Yao Hanye's throat, shattering his larynx instantly. One punch to the right arm to make you face reality. The second punch to your throat stops you from begging for mercy. Yao Hanye? His entire body flew backward, slamming heavily into the rock wall. Cough, cough, cough. Yao Hanye struggled to crawl free, his eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell kind of monster is this? Both just broke through to the 4th tier, so why is there such a huge gap? Medicine boy. Old Zhao's voice echoed in his mind. Something's not right. There's definitely something off about him. Should I intervene? Old Xiao was stunned. Yixing's power was nothing like that of an ordinary 4th tier cultivator. Truly worthy of being his son. Just as monstrously talented. Yao Hanyi used his spiritual energy to heal his throat, his voice hoarse. No. I will avenge myself personally. He still remembers me. That means I've already become a threat to him. Yi Xing frowned at the muttering figure. What gibberish are you spouting? Prepare to die. Yi Xing. Yao Hanya roared as he sprang to his feet. I'm telling you, I will never admit defeat. You remember me, that means I've become a threat to you, right? The moment you, the young master of the Yi family, regarded me as an opponent, you. Shut up, will you? Yi Xing cut him off impatiently. Shut up already. Who the hell are you? Stop trying to make yourself important, okay? Get that old thing hiding inside you to come out. You're not even worthy of being my opponent. Yi Xing stared at Yao Hanya's frozen expression, his voice icy. Xiao Wang, a mighty martial god now cowering like a dog inside someone else's body. Your time is up. Get out. Xiao Huang. Chapter 32, Xiao Huang's Terror. How could he possess a 9th-tier secret treasure? Yao Hanya froze. Xiao Huang? Meanwhile, Xiao Huang, concealed within his body, trembled violently, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. This can't be possible. He was once a martial god-tier powerhouse. How masterful were his concealment techniques? Not even a 4th-tier cultivator could detect him, let alone a 7th-tier or 8th-tier. Yet this greenhorn not only saw through his concealment at a glance, but also knew his true identity? In an instant, an unprecedented wave of terror washed over Xiao Huang's heart. For the first time, he felt things slipping beyond his grasp. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the person standing opposite him was a wall hanging. Yao Hanya, however, was plunged into a different kind of collapse. Yi Xing's words, "You're not worthy to be my opponent," had shattered Yao Hanya's defenses completely. His eyes blazed crimson with rage, his entire body trembling. Who the hell are you? Xiao Huang's spirit form finally materialized from the ring. How could you possibly have discovered me? A dying man needn't know too much. Yi Xing sneered coldly, the heaven-defying sword pointing straight at the two. Xiao Huang's face darkened. No matter how you found out, you must die today. He absolutely couldn't let this young master of the Yi family inform his father. Otherwise, Yi Yuan Tian would truly cross realms to kill him. He abruptly turned to Yao and Yi. Lend me your body. Shut up. Xiao Huang cut him off sharply. You're no match for him. If we delay any longer, we'll all die. Let me handle this. Yao Hanya gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. In an instant, Xiao Huang's spirit form took control of Yao Hanya's body. The aura surrounding the white-haired youth abruptly shifted, becoming utterly terrifying. A physical form I've longed for. Now I lack nothing. Xiao Huang sneered coldly. Now, crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. You. Yi Xing scoffed and charged straight at him. Arrogant. Xiao Huang roared in fury. Do you mistake me for that worthless trash from earlier? You think you can dance with me too? Shut up, you piece of trash. Yi Xing roared, unleashing the explosive power of his spirit core realm. Whoosh. An invisible domain instantly enveloped the surrounding kilometer. Xiao Huang's expression changed drastically as he sensed everything around him. What the hell is this? He realized with horror that his power had been suppressed to less than half. Even the bond between his soul and physical body began to falter. The thing that will kill you. Yi Xing's heavenly sword struck down. Boom! A jet-black sword beam descended like divine retribution. Xiao Huang had no time to react before his entire body was sent flying like a torn sack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror. This can't be. Wasn't he only at the 4th tier? Only those who'd fought Yi Xing personally knew how terrifying he truly was. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua Ziyue and Huayan were now suspended mid-air. Where the hell did Yi Xing go? I don't know. Hua Ziyue shook her head. Neither of them understood why Yi Xing had suddenly fled after clearly slaying that giant serpent. But I can sense the young master is right. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the distance. Both men whipped their heads around. They saw the sky several miles away split into black and gold as raging energy obliterated everything. Yi Xing and Xiao Huang's figures continued to battle. Hua Ziyue's eyes widened. Is that the young master? When did he reach the 4th tier? Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Huayan was utterly shocked. He was baffled. When had Yi Xing reached the 4th tier? Even more baffling, who was this guy across from him? Could a 4th tier cultivator possibly unleash such devastating aftereffects? Meanwhile, Xiao Huang's face darkened. After fighting for so long, he realized he couldn't gain any advantage over Yi Xing. The opponent's combat prowess was terrifyingly high. How can you be even more monstrous than Yi Yuan Tian? How can you be more useless than Yao Hanya? Yi Xing roared, and thunder erupted around him. He blasted Xiao Huang straight into the air. Xiao Huang was nearly paralyzed. Just how many talents does this guy possess? And no matter what ability he used, its power was somehow suppressed. It was unbearable for Xiao Huang. 10,000 souls in harmony. Yi Xing's low shout erupted as terrifying soul pressure suddenly surged from his entire body. The Tao spirit energy devoured by the 10,000 souls ember now transformed into countless soul chains, instantly coiling around Xiao Huang's soul form. What? Still reeling from shock, Xiao Huang suddenly felt excruciating pain. His soul was forcibly torn from Yao Hanya's body. Boom! Yi Xing's next strike already descended, a black gold sword beam slashing down. What the hell is this thing? Xiao Huang's eyes turned completely red. His soul form rapidly withered under the sword's glow, his power draining away like mad. Escape! He must escape. Xiao Huang burned his soul power, forcibly casting a secret technique to burrow back into Yao Hanya's body. Run! He controlled Yao Hanya's body, fleeing frantically without looking back. Damn it, the enemy must be cheating. Yi Xing immediately gave chase. Immediately after, Yao Hanya's consciousness finally awoke, regaining control of his body. Master Xiao! Think of a way, quick! Xiao Huang fell silent for a moment. I'll shield you. You stall Yi Xing for a few seconds. I possess a divine ability that can open a passage out of this world. Yao Hanya replied instantly, got it. Once the passage opens, I'll toss the ring straight through. Old man, you hold Yi Xing off for me. Alright. The moment Yao and Yi agreed. Old Xiao instantly shielded him with his body. Yao Hanya, ? Before he could react, Xiao Huang's spirit form instantly separated from Yao Hanya's body. Then, Yao Hanya's body surged uncontrollably toward Yi Xing. Xiao Huang. F.U. Yao Hanya broke down. Only now did he realize he was the one who'd been sold out. He'd intended to set Xiao Huang up, only to be used as a shield instead. Die! A jet-black sword beam slashed down like the scythe of death. No! No! Yao Hanya screamed in despair, but his body was bound by Xiao Huang's lingering soul power, leaving him utterly unable to dodge. A blood mist erupted. The chosen one, sworn to vengeance, was sliced apart in a single strike. What kind of monster is this? Seeing Yao Hanya's death, Xiao Huang immediately activated his divine power. In an instant, the entire space of the divine spirit forest became unstable. A massive, warped black hole appeared. Xiao Huang instantly fled into it. If the father is a prodigy, the son must be one too. In Xiao Huang's eyes, Yi Xing could be summed up in 2 words, invincible. Fight him, and you'll find his physical strength absurdly powerful, his spiritual energy equally outrageous. Before you know it, you're suppressed, facing abilities specifically designed to counter you. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Huang materialized in a void, finally relaxing. Thankfully, this spatial ability should let me return. Damn it, the entire plan is ruined. I'll just have to find a new vessel. Xiao Huang glanced over his shoulder, a cold smile curling his lips. Still think you can chase me? Without a spatial technique or a secret treasure, where do you think you'll find me? After all, space and time were the most difficult elements to master, and he had once been a martial god. Otherwise, for ordinary people, it was truly. Boom! A massive fissure suddenly tore open. Time itself seemed to freeze around them. Xiao Huang's expression froze. Then he saw a dazzling cold cicada. Think you can show off and then run? Yi Xing, wielding the heaven-defying divine sword, stepped into the void, his voice icy. A dead man should crawl back to his grave. Xiao Huang felt the aura emanating from the cold cicada's tears and his pupils dilated in shock. He screamed in disbelief. A 9th-tier space-time artifact. Chapter 33, could Yi Xing be the reincarnation of heaven's will? Obtaining the heart of eternal cycle. How could this be? Xiao Huang was utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible. How could the other party activate a 9th-tier artifact? And a space-time one at that. Setting aside whether Ye Yuan Tian would even give him such a precious artifact, even if he did, there's no way he could activate it. After all, he'd never even laid eyes on a single time-space artifact in his entire life. Nothing is impossible. Yi Xing hadn't anticipated that just as Xiao Huang entered the black hole, the cold cicada tear within his body suddenly roared with fury, then instantly tore through the void to give chase. Who would have thought this artifact could be used like this? Time and space are frozen here. You can't escape, Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang gritted his teeth. Even when facing Ye Yuan Tian before, he had managed to escape. But now he was nothing but a spirit body. The enemy still had a 9th-tier secret treasure sealing the area. No! Don't kill me! I was once a martial god myself. I can teach you. My father was more powerful than you. I know the locations of countless treasures. I possess 9th-tier cultivation techniques. My father is stronger than you. Damn it! Xiao Huang was about to explode. If it were anyone else, maybe they could be tempted. But damn it, this guy has everything. Go to hell! Xiao Huang suddenly roared, then immediately ignited his spirit body to unleash a secret technique. He was gambling one last time, gambling that the heavenly Tao would favor this powerful being. After all, he was once a martial god, his karma and destiny absolutely outweighed Yi Xing's. The instant Xiao Huang's soul force violently breached Yi Xing's sea of consciousness, the sight before him froze him in shock. This wasn't a 4th-tier sea of consciousness at all. Xiao Huang was momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped back. Damn it! I refuse to believe this. He violently ignited the very essence of his soul, erupting in a blaze of crimson light. This was Xiao Huang's final trump card. Even trapped within a void fissure, by paying an immense price, he could summon the heavenly Tao's projection to annihilate his foe. Yi Xing's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled violently. The sky within his sea of consciousness split open, revealing a blurred, ethereal figure descending amidst towering thunderbolts. Xiao Huang's face lit up with ecstatic joy. It worked. But the next moment, the laughter abruptly ceased. For he realized with horror that the shadowy figure was gradually taking on Yi Xing's features. Xiao Huang? His soul trembled violently, nearly shattering. No! Impossible! How could you be up there? Yi Xing was also stunned at that moment. But then it dawned on me. His true soul was the agent of the Tao. And this was his own sea of consciousness. He'd mistakenly targeted himself and ascended. At that moment, Xiao Huang's face was deathly pale. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him. Could he be the reincarnation of the way of heaven? Before he could process it, Yi Xing, seated atop the heavens, spoke slowly. You must be executed. A towering divine thunderbolt struck down like heavenly retribution. Within that lightning's brilliance lay the purest law of annihilation. No! Xiao Huang's soul shattered. Ding, mission complete. Reward obtained, heart of eternal recurrence. Effect, merges myriad Tao paths into one heart. The power of the end erases all Tao paths, even seizing the opponent's Tao to absorb its essence for self-cultivation. Can also imbue certain objects with the power of the Tao. Upon seeing this effect, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. Steal another's Tao? Every individual cultivates their own Tao, which is fundamental to their very foundation. Moreover, the insights gained from the Tao are incredibly precious. To actually transform an opponent's Tao into nourishment. Defying the heavens. In the next instant, Yi Xing felt as though countless Tao essences descended upon his chest, filling him with an aura that defied the world. Even the cold cicada tear trembled and retreated back into Yi Xing's dantian. Meanwhile, on the other side, deep within the imperial forest, Huaiyan stared at the enormous crack in the sky, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. What the hell is going on? He had witnessed everything Yi Xing had done, yet he never imagined the other party harbored such a powerful secret treasure within. Has your young master always been this formidable? Hearing this, Waziyu couldn't help but swell with pride. Well, though she couldn't fathom why, she knew the young master always achieved what ordinary people couldn't. Unbelievable. Huaiyan murmured to himself, but then something occurred to him. Right. I can foresee Yi Xing's future. His future vision wasn't just for combat, it could also glimpse a corner of destiny. Yi Xing's lingering spiritual energy is everywhere around us. Huaiyan surveyed the area, a faint smile curling his lips. The perfect medium. Without hesitation, his eyes instantly turned a pale white. Fine patterns emerged deep within his pupils, as if connecting to the river of time. Let me see what you will become in the future. In an instant, the scene before Huaiyan warped. A sea of blood surged skyward. Corpses piled like mountains. The entire world seemed drenched in blood, countless shattered weapons embedded in the earth. And atop the peak formed by the piled corpses, a pale figure stood silently. With back turned to Huaiyan, the figure's snow-white hair flowed freely, an oppressive aura suffocating all around. Merely standing there, they seemed to suppress an entire era. Huaiyan's heart pounded wildly, his instincts urging him to discern more details. But at that very moment, the figure suddenly turned around. Put! Huaiyan was struck as if by lightning, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The scene before her shattered instantly. Waziyu gasped in horror, rushing to support him. What's wrong? Huaiyan's face was deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What the hell? Why can't I see anything clearly? That figure, what exactly was it? He had never encountered anything like this before. Even when it came to his own father, he could still make out some blurry fragments. But Yi Xing's future was nothing but void and ruin? Huaiyan's mind raced. First, it was impossible for him to be unable to see the future of a fourth-tier being. Second, he could only fail to see entities vastly stronger than himself. In an instant, Huaiyan's eyes lit up. Could it be? Could Yi Xing's future become even more terrifying than his own father's? At this thought, Huaiyan shuddered. This was clearly a future superpower to lean on. Whoosh! Yi Xing's figure stepped out from the spatial rift. Waziyu's eyes lit up, but before she could speak, Huaiyan had already lunged forward. Big brother. He spread his arms wide, ready to give Yi Xing a bear hug. Yi Xing? He instinctively sidestepped. What the hell, you lunatic? Huaiyan didn't care, his smile radiant. From today on, you're my own brother. Anyone who messes with you messes with the Huaiyan family. Waziyu. Her gaze grew increasingly peculiar. Could it be? Yi Xing frowned. Where's your brain? My brain's been working just fine. Huaiyan looked dead serious. See? I can call you big bro instead of dad. That means my brain's working fine this time. Yi Xing. Huaiyan lowered his voice. Big brother, rest assured I understand your secret. Yi Xing was utterly speechless. What the hell is this guy talking about? Just then, the spatial fissure in the distance suddenly widened. Everything around them warped and shattered. This is bad. The spatial fissure is affecting this area. Young master, we must leave immediately. Hua Ziyue frowned. Yi Xing looked up at the rift in the sky. Truthfully, he hadn't expected him and Xiao Huang to actually create this thing. Never mind. Let's leave first. Yi Xing nodded. It was time to return to the Yi family. He'd casually mentioned Xiao Huang's situation. Chapter 34, 60-40 split. I take 6, the remaining 400 kilometers are yours. Meanwhile, the others in the Divine Spirit Forest, upon sensing the enormous spatial fissure, they all realized this place was no longer safe to stay. They promptly notified their families to come and retrieve them. Yi Xing and Hua Ziyue had already departed the Divine Spirit Forest. Before entering, Yi Yuan Tian had given Yi Xing a secret artifact to leave the place, while Huayan had returned to the Huai family first. Yi Xing naturally had no desire to deal with this aloof loner. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xing returned to the Yi family. This trip to the Divine Spirit Forest had truly been a windfall for him. You mean Xiao Huang? You killed him? Yi Yuan Tian sat in his study, his gaze fixed intently on his son who had just returned from the Imperial Spirit Forest, his brow furrowed into a knot. After hearing Yi Xing's account, he was first stunned that his old rival Xiao Huang hadn't been thoroughly eliminated. But what shocked him even more was his own son had actually slaughtered that old schemer? Remember, Xiao Huang was a genuine martial god tier powerhouse back in the day. Even if he was reduced to a mere fragment of a soul, he was still a martial god level ancient monster. Yi Yuan Tian studied Yi Xing, his gaze shifting from shock to relief. My son indeed. You must have fought through a life or death struggle, right? In his mind, his son must have relied on wit and courage, plus a tiny bit of luck, to narrowly defeat that old schemer. Yi Xing's lips twitched slightly. Actually, it wasn't that hard. After all, he was cheating. Yi Yuan Tian automatically interpreted this as his son's modesty, then spoke. Too bad the Divine Spirit Forest was destroyed so quickly. You probably didn't even find a decent Dao spirit. Never mind. Leave this to your father. No need to worry about that. Yi Yuan Tian frowned. What's there to not worry about? The Dao spirit is one thing, but remember to cultivate your cultivation too. After all, the primary purpose this time was for Yi Xing to find a Dao spirit. Cultivation wasn't urgent. By the way, have you reached mid-stage of the 3rd tier yet? Yi Xing shook his head. Long past that. Yi Yuan Tian's eyes lit up. Late stage? No. Could it be you've reached the peak of the 3rd stage? That fast? Then, under Yi Yuan Tian's stunned gaze, Yi Xing spoke. I've already broken through to the 4th tier Xianling realm. Yi Yuan Tian? What? He immediately placed his hand on Yi Xing's body, then gasped. Holy? What kind of Dao spirit is this? He sensed the terrifying Dao contained within Yi Xing's Dao spirit. It was as if it had swallowed the entire Dao spirit of the Emperor Spirit Forest. I found it in the Emperor Spirit Forest. Yi Yuan Tian. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Is this guy treating me like a little kid? Trying to fool me? Even if you turned the entire Emperor Spirit Forest upside down, you wouldn't find a Dao spirit of this caliber. But seeing his son's unflappable gaze, Yi Yuan Tian suddenly smiled. Good. Very good. In the blink of an eye, you've become this formidable. In this moment, neither Xiao Huang nor the Dao spirit mattered anymore. He could see how his child had transformed from a wastrel into this formidable being. No one could fathom Yi Yuan Tian's emotions at that moment. Just then, a Yi family guard rushed in to report. Young master, patriarch. The Huai family has arrived. The Huai family. Yi Yuan Tian raised an eyebrow and scanned the situation with his divine sense. Seems they're here for you. Me? Yi Xing was utterly baffled. He had no connection to the Huai family except for an ominous foreboding suddenly gripped him. Sure enough, as he stepped out of the main hall, he immediately spotted someone standing in the center of the courtyard. Big brother. Huayan's eyes lit up. Yi Xing was on guard. What brings you here? I came just to see you, big brother. Don't go trying to be friendly. Are we that close? Big brother, don't be so formal. We fought side by side in the Divine Spirit Forest. Yi Xing. Fought side by side? More like you were the one running for your life while I covered my head, okay? Huayan beamed with pride. Bro, I just advanced to the 4th tier Xianling realm too. You advanced? How come you look exactly the same? Still as weak as ever. Huayan? But Yi Xing didn't realize he was just abnormally strong. At that moment, Huayan didn't dwell on it. He quietly spoke up, brother, our Huai family just received intelligence a vast divine realm has appeared in the northern wastes. It might contain hidden treasures. What? Yi Xing froze. I just got word myself. They say it's a massive space that appeared suddenly, with countless treasures detectable within. You know how difficult advancement becomes after the 4th tier. I'd like to invite you, let's go check it out together. Yi Xing fell silent. After all, such sacred realms held boundless opportunities, all originating from other worlds. This one might have arrived thousands of years ago or even longer, making every corner incredibly precious. They might even hold secret treasures that don't exist in the present age. And now this Huayan had discovered it and wanted him to join? Suddenly, Yi Xing's gaze softened with sudden warmth. Why didn't I notice you were such a decent person before? Seeing Yi Xing's interest piqued, Huayan quickly added. And I hear this hidden realm is enormous, nearly half the size of the imperial capital. What? Yi Xing was genuinely shocked this time. Half the imperial capital? How many rare treasures could that hold? Bro, wanna tag along? I snuck out on my own, just us two to split the loot. We'll go 640. I take 600 kilometers, and the remaining 400 are all yours. Yi Xing grabbed Huiyan's hand. You're the man. This wasn't a 60-40 split, it was practically giving it away. A gleam of calculation flashed in Huiyan's eyes. This is a sure thing. I'm sticking to this guy for good. So, boss, should we head out now? I've even got the spirit boat ready. Let's go. Yi Xing wasted no time, turning on his heel to report to Ye Yuan Tian. Watching his son and Huayan walk away arm in arm, Ye Yuan Tian sighed. That brat finally made a good friend. Yi Xing and Huayan sped along in the spirit boat, traversing several cities. The scenery beneath them gradually shifted from bustling metropolises to desolate Gobi Desert. In the northern desert, yellow sand filled the sky. Gale force winds whipped sand against the spirit boat's protective shield. Brother, we're still some distance from our destination. Should we find a place to rest first? Huayan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Jinling was a renowned city in the southern Jiangnan region. For Huayan, this was his first time visiting such a place since childhood. Yi Xing nodded. The two landed in a small town at the edge of the desert. Though called a town, it was little more than a handful of households. They soon found an inn. Pushing open the door, I was greeted by a kind-faced middle-aged proprietor. Are you two here to stay? We want the best room. Right away. The owner promptly led them upstairs and into a room. But to their surprise, the rooms here were actually quite nice, not only clean, but fully equipped with every amenity. Just as Yi Xing was about to speak, ding! The ancient evil that destroyed half the world, the nest of 10,000 demons, appears before you. Yi Xing's expression froze. What? Chapter 35, Ultimate Talent? Demons from Beyond. The nest of all demons? An ancient god? Yi Xing's eyes widened. He was one of the murderers who killed your father, Ye Yuan Tian. Your rage is overwhelming. You dream of slaying him. Avenge your father. You recall the past regarding the mother nest of 10,000 demons. The original mother nest had arrived in this world long ago, yet no one discovered its larval form. For it had fallen into an extremely weakened slumber. It disguised itself as a hidden paradise, undetected until the awakening of the extraterrestrial demon Sand Dust Owl. No one could have imagined that an otherworldly demon would be reborn within an ordinary man. He possessed the power to prematurely awaken the mother nest of 10,000 demons. He then found the mother nest and roused it. But alas, nothing could change what was to come. Assignment 1, slay the ancient demon god, mother nest of 10,000 demons. Mission 2, slay the culprit, Sandstorm Vulture. Quest Reward 1, Supreme Talent Dream of the Nether Sky. Quest Reward 2, Divine Tier Divine Ability Hand of Heaven. Yi Xing was stunned. A supreme talent? This must be incredibly difficult. But this isn't the future. The mother nest of 10,000 demons was still dormant at this moment. In an instant, Yi Xing grasped the truth. The divine realm they were heading to was likely the mother nest of 10,000 demons. That was why the quest had been triggered. As things stand, the mother nest of demons is extremely weakened. Yet it remains an ancient demon god. Even weakened, it might not perish. So the immediate priority is locating the Sandhawk? Yi Xing's eyes flickered. The mission stated that Sand Dust Owl possessed the power to prematurely awaken the mother nest. Even if they killed Sand Dust Owl, the mother nest would still awaken eventually. It was merely a matter of time. We must find a solution that addresses both concerns. Just as Yi Xing pondered this, the shopkeeper smiled as he brought over a plate of spirit fruit preserves. Homemade specialties from the northern wastes. Care to try some, gentlemen? Thank you, boss, Huayan replied. Yi Xing was taken aback. The owner seemed genuinely kind. Remembering they still hadn't found Sandstorm Hawk, he decided to set the matter aside for now. Ha ha, thank you, boss. Is this a local specialty? Of course. You two must be from the big city, right? The middle-aged owner chuckled. My son is about your age. Is that so? Yi Xing asked casually. Where does he go to school? The middle-aged owner's smile froze. He dropped out. He got sick. We sold our house to pay for his treatment, and that's why I came back to open this inn. Huayan's hand, poised to grab some candied fruit, froze mid-motion. And your wife? Her? To pay for our son's treatment, she sold her dantian to the black market. Now her body's broken too. The owner forced a smile. We've accepted our fate. That's how life is. People eat the earth their whole lives, but the earth only eats them back once. The room fell into an eerie silence. Xing remained silent for a long while. I'm sorry. It's nothing, nothing. The owner waved his hands frantically. You two rest. I'm heading home to tend to them. If you need anything, just call the number on the wall. Wait. Xing suddenly called him back, pulling out an item. This is the 6 transformation spirit restoring pill. See if your family can use it. The shopkeeper froze, then his hands began to shake violently. He knew exactly what this was. It was a 6th grade spirit pill capable of reshaping the Dantian. It could fetch an astronomical price on the black market. This is far too valuable. Take it. Huayan suddenly produced a silk pouch. Here are some spirit stones. They should cover your subsequent treatments. The middle-aged shopkeeper trembled all over, his eyes reddened. He tried to kneel, but Xing caught him by the arm. It's all right. Get up. Wipe your tears and hurry home to give your child the medicine. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The owner could no longer hold back, and tears the size of beans fell to the ground. He abruptly knelt and banged his head twice on the ground, then staggered out the door. Huayan shook his head and sighed softly. What a heartbreaking thing it is to be a parent. Xing offered no reply, instead returning to contemplating the mission. The demon mother's lair. Forget it. Why overthink it? If you can beat him, beat him. If not, call for backup. An unevolved old god? Let's see if it can take a beating. Meanwhile, on the other side, the middle-aged boss sprinted through streets swirling with yellow sand. The pill bottle clutched in his arms burned hot against his skin. Wonderful. My wife, our child is saved. Ha ha ha. He wiped his reddened eyes as he ran, the despair that once clouded his mind now completely vanquished. The days and nights spent begging outside the clinic, the agony of selling off household belongings all transformed into ecstatic joy in this moment. His trembling hands pushed open the door. Honey. Son. There's good news. He froze in his tracks. For there, before his eyes, a youth was piercing through his wife's body. The youth glanced at the middle-aged owner with apparent puzzlement. What are you doing, Xiaolong? The owner screamed in despair. Why did you kill your mother? But met with his son's unfamiliar gaze. 2 ants from another world, worthy of being my parents? Sandust Hawk sneered coldly. I'll just borrow your son's body for a while. Yes, he was never the boss's son. Now he was a demon from beyond the heavens. Die together. Sandy Falcon lunged forward, determined to dispatch them both swiftly. But what he hadn't anticipated was that this man, whose cultivation far surpassed his own, offered no resistance, instead allowing him to pierce straight through his heart. Little dragon. The boss suddenly embraced Sandust Falcon, forcing a smile onto his pale face. Don't be afraid. Daddy won't hurt you. Sandust Owl froze. The man clung to him tightly until his dying breath. His eyes held no resentment, only a tenderness Sha Chenxiao couldn't fathom. Foolish. Sha Chenxiao shoved the corpse away violently, a strange heaviness pressing against his chest. After a long silence, he remembered his mission. He then began absorbing his master's cultivation. After a while, Sandust Hawk, having restored his peak 4th tier cultivation, sneered coldly, still too weak. He never imagined that after crossing over, his cultivation would be so pitifully weak. Their 7-member squad, led by him, had come to this world. Even he had barely survived. He had no idea how many others had made it. Their mission was to awaken the mother nest of 10,000 demons ahead of schedule. To prepare for the invasion of this world. He then produced a jade bone mass, its flesh writhing. If we could find the legendary Taishu Lingyan body to sacrifice, the nest might reach its peak within 5 years. Alas! Suddenly, Sandhawk noticed the pill in the boss's corpse's hand. His eyes narrowed. The aura emanating from this. The next day. Bro, what did you like to eat? I'll go ask the owner. Looks like the owner isn't back yet. Maybe we should just head out first. Xing and Huayan had just descended the stairs. They were planning to head toward that hidden paradise, the direction of the mother demon's nest. Huayan shook her head and murmured, I wonder if the boss's family is feeling any better? Just then, a figure pushed open the door and entered. Ha, you two handsome fellows, thank you so much for the pills. My family is all better now. It was the middle-aged shopkeeper, though a fleeting purple gleam flashed in his eyes. Huayan didn't notice, instead chuckling, no problem. Glad it worked. But Xing's eyebrow twitched. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the shopkeeper. Just then, a young figure stepped inside. Huayan spoke up, brother, since there's nothing else to do, let's head out. We don't want someone else snatching up the divine realm first. Xing's gaze remained fixed on the boss, his thoughts unreadable. He nodded briefly. Big brother, that divine realm must have plenty of gifts. The shopkeeper looks pretty pitiful. Should we bring him one back? Big brother, why aren't you answering? If it's not possible, we can just forget it. Oh, and big bro, why are you staring at that shopkeeper? Oh, I get it, you're thinking about Uncle Yi? Yi Xing remained silent for a long while. Just then, the youth seemed to overhear something and approached them. Are you two also here for that divine land in the northern wastes? Huaiyan froze. Who are you? How do you know? Yi Xing stared at the youth expressionlessly. The youth offered a gentle smile. I was born in the northern wastes, but later journeyed far away. Now I'm a traveler. My name is Sandstorm Hawk. Yi Xing suddenly laughed. Chapter 36, Are you guys really just a small clan? At that moment, Sha Chen Xiao couldn't help but let a smile escape his face. He never dreamed that, having just arrived in this world, he would encounter the Taishu Lingyun body he'd longed for. He sensed the aura emanating from the elixir, then delved into the middle-aged shopkeeper's memories. Only then did he realize he'd stumbled upon a treasure. Especially when he considered that the divine realm the other party sought was likely the very location of the mother nest of 10,000 demons, Sha Chen Xiao couldn't help but let a smirk spread across his lips. If he could just lead this fellow into the mother nest, his mission would be accomplished. Meanwhile, Yi Xing stared at Sand Dust Falcon. Who'd have thought he'd deliver himself right to my doorstep? He'd been wondering how to track them down, and ever since that middle-aged shopkeeper walked in, he'd sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere. Yi Xing couldn't help but sigh. It seemed the boss had already been killed. But Yi Xing couldn't just charge in and slay this foreign demon right now. He still needed to destroy the mother nest of 10,000 demons. After all, that divine realm was vast, he might not even locate the mother nest itself. Even if he killed the demon, the mother nest could still slowly awaken. With this realization, Yi Xing held back from attacking. Instead, he nodded. Are you also heading to that divine realm? Huaiyan, however, looked at him with utter bewilderment. He couldn't fathom how the other had learned of this information. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he activated his future vision. Indeed. To be honest, I only just received word myself. Moreover, my innate talent was born specifically for locating such divine realms. Shan Chenxiao smiled as he spoke. Why don't we travel together to that divine realm? Rest assured, I only wish to see it. I won't take a single thing inside. What do you say? Yi Xing knew the man's intentions, but he still responded outwardly, take nothing? Is there such a thing as a free lunch? Ha, you've misunderstood me, Sha. I simply love traveling and exploring hidden paradises. With me, you'll find it faster. And I need companions for the journey after all. If danger arises, I can't handle it alone. Sandy Hawk, well? What do you two think? Yi Xing feigned deep thought, though inwardly he sneered. He'd been wondering how to bring him along. Both Yi Xing and Sha Chenxiao were eager to travel together. Absolutely. That's great. After withdrawing their gazes, both cursed inwardly, you, just wait for your death. Big brother, come here for a moment. Huaiyan suddenly spoke up, immediately pulling Sandstorm Hawk aside. Sand Dust Owl, ? Yi Xing, ? Oh. Sorry about that. Huaiyan shoved the bewildered Sand Owl aside, then grabbed Yi Xing and started pulling him toward the edge. Yi Xing thought the other party didn't want to be with Sand Dust Owl and was about to speak. Bro, this guy's got issues. Huaiyan looked dead serious. Yi Xing's eyes widened. How do you know? Oh, so you knew too, bro? Here's the thing. I just activated my talent, but strangely, the images I saw barely included him at all. They were extremely blurry, as if he were deliberately hiding something. Yi Xing was dumbfounded. You deduced that from that? No. Huaiyan spoke solemnly. The main thing is, activating my ability usually causes my brain to short-circuit. But if danger is present, my brain only short-circuits after the danger passes. Yet now, I've managed to say all this coherently in one breath. Bro! That's totally weird. It means he's in danger. Yi Xing. After a long silence, Yi Xing gave him a thumbs up, impressive. So this kid has this passive skill too? At that moment, Sandhawk approached. Have you two decided yet? Yi Xing and Huaiyan turned their heads. Yi Xing smiled and replied, of course we've decided. There's no problem with us going together. That's settled then. Huaiyan initially looked puzzled at Yi Xing's approach, but then seemed to grasp something, his expression turning serious. He trusted that Yi Xing had his own reasons for acting this way. By the way, what are your names? Sandstorm Hawk asked casually. After all, judging by their attire, they didn't look like ordinary people. My name is Yi Xing, and he is Huaiyan. We're just from minor families. Oh, I see. Sandhawk didn't suspect anything. Though he wasn't from this world, he understood the gulf in status. If they were truly from a major clan, they wouldn't deign to associate with someone like him. Their easygoing manner clearly marked them as from lesser families. If they were from a major clan and still chose to be with him, could it be they were setting him up? How could that be? Sand Dust Owl chuckled. After all, no one knew his true identity. The three exchanged glances. Ha, what a pleasure to meet you. Shall we set out now? Agreed. The three were about to head out. Before leaving, Yi Xing glanced at the middle-aged owner. Rest assured. I'll avenge you. Meanwhile, on the road. The trio boarded the spirit vessel. Sandy Hawk's gaze swept over the intricate array patterns engraved on the vessel's hull, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. This spirit boat, its grade is surprisingly high? Ha ha, not bad. Shan Chenxiao was secretly startled. A flying artifact of this caliber was rare even in his original world. What he didn't know was that there were over a dozen more like this in Huayan. Meanwhile, Sand Dust Owl was still wondering where the others had gone. They would all likely seek a physical host. He hoped that if just 2 or 3 survived, it would be quite good. Once we reach the mother nest, we must first locate the final shred of primordial essence needed to awaken it. Combined with my flesh and bone, placed within the mother nest's heart, it will fully revive. Shan Chenxiao sneered coldly. Then, he could even borrow the mother nest's power to return home through the void gate. Meanwhile, Yi Xing watched Sandhawk with a cold sneer in his heart. Once the demon mother nest was destroyed, this one would be finished too. The other party had no idea Yi Xing had already uncovered his true identity. With this advantage, Yi Xing could toy with him to his death. Time ticked away, second by second. The spirit vessel sliced through clouds and mist, swiftly nearing its destination. The once clear sky suddenly darkened with gathering clouds, violent thunder rolling within the storm. Far on the horizon, a massive white vortex slowly spun, warping the surrounding space as if connecting to another world. Big brother. We're almost there. Countless purple bolts of lightning, thick as water barrels, exploded. Sandhawk spoke solemnly, "Be cautious, both of you. This thunderstorm is extraordinary, and the entrance is sealed. We may have to wait until the storm subsides." Blah blah blah, what's the point? Huayan impatiently cut him off, casually pulling a translucent white jade plate from his storage ring. Whoosh! An invisible ripple spread outward. The sky-filling thunderstorms instantly dissipated like melting ice and snow. Those terrifying bolts of thunder, powerful enough to strike down a 6th-tier powerhouse, vanished without a trace. Sand Dust Falcon's pupils contracted sharply as he gasped in shock. This is a 7th-tier spirit treasure? He could scarcely believe his eyes. Such a treasure, even in his original world, would be a clan-level artifact. Back when he was a heavenly demon commander, he had only one 7th-tier demonic artifact as his life-saving trump card. How could this young upstart from a minor clan possess such a precious treasure? Just as he was reeling from shock, Huayan had already stowed away the jade plate. Oh, right, what did you say earlier? Sandy Hawk forced down his shock. Nothing. He shot Huayan a lingering glance, a flicker of greed dancing in his eyes. Regaining his composure, Sand Dust Owl gestured toward the spatial portal. Though the thunderstorm has passed, this portal hasn't fully opened yet. It seems we'll just have to wait. No need. Yi Xing spoke calmly. Before Sandstorm Owl could react, a crystal-clear jade cicada suddenly appeared in his palm. A crisp cicada chirp resounded across the heavens and earth. As the sound wave spread, the surrounding space shattered like a mirror, piece by piece. The spatial portal, which would normally require days to open naturally, was forcibly torn open. Sensing this aura, Sand Dust Falcon gasped. A 9th-tier artifact. Aren't these just minor clans? How come the things they pull out keep getting more outrageous? Huayan snorted coldly, hic, making such a fuss. Sand Dust Owl, ? Chapter 37, he knocked a 5th-tier treasure away? Whoosh! As the spirit boat passed through the entrance, it immediately entered a bizarre space. It resembled countless nests built upon one another, and throughout it all, Sand Dust Owl's face remained utterly bewildered. Where am I? Who are they? How could they possess a 9th-tier secret treasure? The spirit boat landed smoothly. Yi Xing glanced back at the stunned Sand Owl. What are you spacing out for? We're here. Let's go. Oh, right. Sandhawk finally snapped out of his daze, suppressing the storm raging within him. Forgive my boldness, but who exactly are you two? He now refused to believe for a second that these two were mere youngsters from minor clans. Huayan hopped off the spirit boat and casually replied. Just ordinary folks. Only thing is, our dads happen to be martial gods. War gods? Holy. Sandhawk nearly bit his tongue. Your dads are martial gods? These are terrifying beings capable of going toe-to-toe with the demon mother's nest. He was kicking himself in regret right now. Out of all the options, why the hell did he have to pick these two monsters? As Sandhawk raged inwardly, Yi Xing and Huayan had already started walking ahead on their own. Sandhawk scrambled to catch up. He couldn't afford to be exposed now. He had to find a way. He secretly activated the heavenly demon's secret art, sensing the location of the mother nest's source. Soon, a faint resonance came from the northwest. Found it! Sandhawk feigned excitement. Brother Yi Xing. I seem to sense the fluctuations of a hidden treasure. Right over there. He pointed toward a deep, shadowy gorge. Shall we go take a look? Sure. Wherever you go, big brother, I'll follow. Each harboring their own thoughts, the three headed toward the canyon. As they neared their destination, Sandhawk's eyes darkened. Since they were almost there was no need to keep up the pretense. His cultivation was now at the peak of the 4th tier, more than enough to handle these two. He could even see some secret treasures along the way. Suddenly, Sandhawk halted in his tracks. Yi Xing and Huayan looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Sandust Owl raised his hand with a savage grin, poised to strike. Boom! The ground erupted violently as a gigantic, pitch-black insect the size of a house burst forth from the earth. Its monstrous mouthparts growled menacingly. A murderous aura of peak 4th tier power swept across the surroundings. A brood from the mother nest? Sandhawk's expression darkened instantly. These monsters, born from the mother nest, far surpassed warriors of the same tier in power and were extremely difficult to kill. Bad news. We must. A clear, piercing sword cry echoed through the canyon. Yi Xing had appeared, sword in hand, at an unknown moment. The heaven-defying sword was coiled with utterly terrifying energies. Thunder roared. Frost spread. Black flames scorched the heavens. Falling gold. Transforming into a sword beam that made heaven and earth pale. The 4th tier peak giant insect emitted a shrill, piercing screech, instinctively attempting to flee. But the sword light had already arrived. Enough noise. Yi Xing spoke coldly, his sword tip flickering with effortless ease. Boom! The colossal insect's massive body instantly exploded into a sky-filling mist of blood, its very soul shredded to dust by the sword's intent. Sandust Owl. He stood frozen in place, his mind a blank. Holy! What the hell did he just witness? A 4th tier cultivator, with a casual sword strike, instantly killed a peak 4th tier brood of the mother nest? Recalling how he'd just been scheming to kill and loot, Sand Owl's back instantly drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't some easy target. Meanwhile, after Yi Xing slew that brood mother offspring, he instantly sensed a surge of primordial power ripe for plundering. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. This was the power of the end cycle heart. Yet sensing the malevolence and baseness of its Tao, he instantly recognized it as the path of poison. This path feared nothing more than the purifying power of fire and life. Oh, right, why did you stop just now? Sandust Hawk's face paled. Nothing. Just wanted to wait for you guys. Oh. A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Xing's eyes. Did he think I couldn't see through him? Meanwhile, Sandhawk was still reeling in shock at what kind of monster his opponent truly was. Had he been at his peak, he wouldn't have stooped to such humiliation. After all, Sandhawk had been a peak 7th tier powerhouse at his prime. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as the captain of this invasion squad. But alas, having been transported here, they could only wait for their cultivation to gradually recover. Sandhawk hadn't fully regained his strength when he encountered Yi Xing and his companion. Suddenly, SSSSHHH. A deafening roar erupted, causing the entire canyon to tremble violently. The three snapped their heads up. A pitch-black centipede, 30 zhang long, burst forth from the earth. Its dense, swarming legs resembled the scythe of death, shattering rocks and mountains in its path. 5th tier. Huayan's expression changed abruptly. But Sandhawk fixed his gaze intently on the centipede's head. Embedded there was a blood-red crystal. The mother nest's source. His heart surged with wild joy, only to sink instantly. This source power had already been absorbed by the offspring, propelling it to break through to the 5th tier. Ha. It's been so many years since I've tasted such nourishment. The centipede spoke human words, its eyes brimming with savagery. Sandstorm Falcon instinctively took 2 steps back. Retreat first. Reclaim the primordial energy once my strength is restored. But when he saw Yi Xing still standing his ground, panic seized him. Get out of here. This is a 5th tier creature. If the Taishu Lingyun body perished here, the entire plan would be ruined. Yi Xing merely gave him a dismissive glance, his eyes treating him like a mere clown. Bro, how about we spare it? Let's get out of here first. Huayan swallowed hard. Just then, Yi Xing's brow suddenly furrowed. He sensed an unusual energy fluctuation within the centipede's body. It seemed. Boom! Countless crimson tentacles erupted from the centipede's body, instantly sealing off the entire space. One tentacle pierced straight through Yi Xing. Damn it! Sandust Hawk's face turned ashen. The brood of the mother nest let out a triumphant laugh. Gotcha! You can't escape my barrier. No! Yi Xing's pierced form suddenly began to slowly dissipate. His true form had appeared above the centipede's head at some unknown moment. I'm the one who caught you. The centipede hadn't even registered the shock. A dazzling ice blue light erupted from all around Yi Xing. In an instant, he transformed into a lifelike frost dragon. Die, you bastard! The dragon roared to the heavens, unleashing a torrent of extreme cold that slammed into the centipede. Boom! Amidst a mountain-shattering roar, the 5th tier brood of the mother nest was violently knocked back. Its massive body crashed into the cliff, collapsing half of it. Sandust Hawk gaped in disbelief. Impossible. He not to 5th tier being flying. Chapter 38, still calling you an outer realm demon? What did Sandhawk witness at that moment? A 4th tier had not to 5th tier flying. The gap between 4th and 5th tier is like heaven and earth. Even a peak 4th tier couldn't scratch a 5th tier. But what the hell did he just witness today? Huayan, who had initially planned to flee, saw this and his eyes lit up. Damn, big bro. Who'd have thought the boss could send that big brute flying with just one move? Looks like he's not that strong after all. So Huayan charged straight in. Bro, let me help you. The next second, Huayan was sent flying by a tail swipe from the broodmother's offspring, Yi Xing. Huayan scrambled to his feet and shook his head. Damn, that nearly shook my brains out. That single blow would have made even the Autobots leak a couple drops of fuel. Meanwhile, Sandhawk's eyes darted over as he hurried to Huayan's side. You okay? Fine. Here, take this pill. All right. Just as Huayan was about to swallow it, his expression changed abruptly. He growled lowly, what are you doing? Sandow was startled. What? A sudden pang of unease gripped him. He had laced the pill with poison. Had he been found out? Huayan stared intently at Sha Qianxiao. What are your intentions? You're giving this pill to save me instead of rushing to save that ferocious beast? Do you understand? If that beast is killed, my elder brother will die. I mean, I can die, but my brother must not. Huayan's eyes narrowed. But you must die. Understand? Sandustow? Ignore him. He's lost his mind, Yi Xing remarked indifferently. Human. You're asking for death. The brood of the mother nest unleashed a deafening roar, its colossal form convulsing violently. Never since its birth had it suffered such a devastating blow. Boom! It charged at Yi Xing, spewing corrosive poison mist from its mandibles that melted even rock in its path. But, thud, thud, thud. Yi Xing's figure flickered, each punch landing precisely on the centipede's joints. Frost energy surged through his punches into its body, freezing its carapace with spiderweb-like cracks. The brood of the mother nest let out a shrill, agonized scream. It couldn't comprehend how this human, clearly only a fourth-tier cultivator. Why could it be pinned to the ground and ground into the dirt? Stop it. Don't keep slamming into my fist. Yi Xing kindly warned while continuing the beating. Sandhawk. He was numb by now, even questioning the meaning of life. Who the hell is the real monster here? The broodmother's offspring was beaten into questioning his very existence. At this rate, he'd be beaten to death any minute. He immediately broke down and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I can be your mount. Yi Xing flashed a mental image of Waziyu's obedient figure and curled his lip in disgust. Sorry, you're too disgusting. Mother nest offspring? Huayan and Sandstorm Hawk watched this one-sided slaughter unfold. They both swallowed hard simultaneously. Uing. Knowing its doom was certain, the broodmother screamed, then die with me. Its entire body erupted in blinding crimson light. No! It's going to self-destruct. Sandhawk's face paled. Then hurry up and join it. Huayan roared. Question mark. Boom! The self-destruction of a fifth-tier powerhouse unleashed earth-shattering devastation. The terrifying shockwave flattened the entire canyon. Amidst the sky-filling dust, the Sandhawk was hurled hundreds of feet by the blast, crashing heavily into the rock wall. Yi Xing and Huayan vanished without a trace. And just like that, all was silent. As the dust settled, Sandhawk struggled to crawl out from the rubble, covered in blood. Thankfully, I stole a life-saving artifact from the clan. Suddenly, he snapped his head up. Wait. Where's the origin? He scrambled to his feet and began searching. What a waste, the Taishu's spiritual essence body. Sandhawk stared at the explosion's epicenter. In his view, surviving a fifth-tier self-detonation at such close range was impossible. Even Yi Xing wouldn't have stood a chance. Just as he sensed the location of the mother nest's primordial source and prepared to step forward to claim it, a figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust, playing with that blood-red crystal in his hand. You're not dead? Sandstorm Falcon's voice cracked in shock. Yi Xing stood before him, not a hair out of place, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. How could this be? That was the self-detonation of a fifth-tier powerhouse. Even with protective artifacts, it shouldn't have been this effortless. Yi Xing gave a faint, mocking smile. You didn't die either, did you? Sandstorm Falcon was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Yi Xing was carefully examining the blood-red crystal in his hand. Through the perception of his reincarnation heart, he clearly sensed the primordial essence of the Tao contained within. So that's how it was. A hypothesis gradually took shape in his mind. Brother Yi Xing. Sandust Hawk suddenly forced a smile. That crystal. Could you give it to me? What do you need it for? Just thought it looked pretty. Wanted to study it. Sandhawk was burning with impatience. The mother nest source was within reach, yet he dared not seize it by force. This monster before him could withstand even a fifth-tier self-detonation. To attack would be pure suicide. Just as he was racking his brain for an excuse, Yi Xing suddenly tossed it aside. Since you want it, you can have it. Sandow snatched the crystal stone, utterly dumbfounded. He actually just gave it to me? Clearly, he has no idea what a treasure this is. With the mother nest's essence now in hand, Sandow's plan was 90% complete. Only the final step remained. Once the mother nest awoke, he could finally return home. After all, no one wanted to stay in another world. Yi Xing turned and frowned. Where's that kid, Huayan? He could no longer sense the boy's presence. Dead? Yi Xing shook his head. He refused to believe Huayan would just give up so easily. Just then, Sha Qinxiao's eyes flashed. I know where Brother Huayan when I sensed it. Oh? Shall I lead you there now? Yi Xing suddenly smiled, alright. He knew full well that Sandstorm Falcon was lying, but he understood. The show was about to begin. Then the two of them left. Meanwhile, on the other side, a spatial rift abruptly opened, spilling out the figure of Huayan. Thank God I managed to self-detonate my way here, otherwise I'd be dead for real. Huayan shook his head, then raised an eyebrow. Wait, where's my big brother? He'd been running too fast earlier to pay much attention to his older brother. No worries, I'll find him soon. As for whether his older brother had been blown to bits? No way. He'd rather believe this was the corpse of a 9th-rank martial god than accept his elder brother had been blown to bits. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. Immediately after, 4 powerful auras swept toward them. Huayan's eyes darkened. Who? At that moment. This was a desolate and distorted space. At the very center of this void, a chrysalis as massive as a mountain stood silently, its surface covered in eerie crimson patterns that pulsed like living veins. Those patterns slowly undulated to some ancient rhythm, as if breathing in slumber. Sand Dust Owl approached the cocoon with deliberate steps, his eyes gleaming with fanatical fervor. Yi Xing surveyed the surroundings. Where's Huayan? Sand Owl offered no reply, only stroking the chrysalis's surface with mesmerized devotion. His voice trembled with excitement. Finally here. Oh? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Where is this? Ha 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 ha. Sandy Owl suddenly spun around, laughing wildly, his face contorted in a savage grin. Yi Xing, I've been deceiving you. Deceiving you from the very beginning. You probably didn't know. This place is the slumbering ground of the mother nest. Shan Xinxiao's voice was hoarse, and your Taishu Lingyun body is the perfect sacrifice to awaken it. Once it awakens, the people of your world will face utter destruction. He expected to see fear, shock. Even a flicker of panic would suffice. But Yi Xing suddenly smiled. That smile sent an inexplicable shiver through Sand Owl's heart. So this is the true form of the mother nest of 10,000 demons. Yi Xing smiled faintly. Thank you for bringing me here. He lifted his gaze. Though, should I call you Sand Dust Owl? Or the demon from beyond the realm? Sand Dust Falcon gasped. How do you know? Chapter 39, The Great Dream of the Netherworld. The Hand of Heaven. Chaos reigned in Sandhawk's mind. How did the other party know his deepest secret? And judging by the looks of it, they'd known all along. He hadn't even sensed that this place was the mother nest. You know everything? Who knows? Yi Xing smiled. At those words, Sandhawk felt a chill run down his spine. He had believed his plan was flawless, luring Yi Xing and his companion into this place. But he never imagined they were deliberately playing alone. Was his target the mother nest of 10,000 demons? But why? The mere thought of their identity made Sand Owl fear their martial godfather might be waiting outside. Relax, Yi Xing said. It's just the two of us here. No need to be so afraid. Sandhawk's expression darkened, and he demanded in a low voice, You did this on purpose? How did you know my identity? This time, Yi Xing didn't answer him. Seeing Yi Xing's expression, Sand Dust Falcon's heart instantly filled with rage. How dare he deceive me like this? But, you think you can toy with me without paying the price? Sand Owl snarled, You'll still be sacrificed to the Hive Mother. Prepare to die. I'll make you leave this world in the most agonizing way possible. With that, Sandhawk instantly produced the mother nest's primordial essence, followed swiftly by the flesh and bone. Yi Xing. Remember, this awakening our mother nest is your greatest achievement. Sand Owl sneered with a savage grin. Panic suddenly washed over Yi Xing's face. No! Stop this. Watching Yi Xing's panic, Sand Owl felt an indescribable thrill. Instantly, the essence and flesh bone in his hands emitted a blinding light, and the crystal stone vanished into the insect cocoon. The flesh and bone spread across the chrysalis's surface like a living thing. The entire space began to violently tremble. A torrent of crisp energy poured down from the heavens, surging directly into Sand Dust Falcon's body. His cultivation instantly broke through to the 5th tier. Ha 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 ha. This is the mother nest's blessing. Stop. Yi Xing suddenly panicked. Stop? Too late. Sandhawk knelt reverently before the insect cocoon. Awaken, my lord. The chrysalis erupted in a blinding crimson glow, its surface patterns writhing violently. Then, boom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the mountain-sized chrysalis exploded. Sandhawk's smile froze on his face, his mind going blank. Yi Xing sighed and shook his head. I told you to stop. You bastard who killed the mother nest. This can't be. Sandhawk's voice trembled. My hive, my plan. Yi Xing's expression hardened. You. Thanks to the Wheel of Eternity Heart. The moment he obtained the blood crystal, he sensed its primordial essence through the Wheel of Eternity. And within his own body lay the very Tao power that could counteract it. So he played along, and when returning the crystal, he secretly infused it with the countering power. He also extracted the primordial essence belonging to the mother nest. The already weakened and slumbering mother nest larva couldn't withstand such a blow. Extreme weakness plus slumber plus larva plus poison equals instant annihilation. Ding! Mission complete. Acquired, supreme talent dream of the nether sky. Dream of the eternal void, transcend life and death, granting dying souls an immortal bubble of existence. All is but a dream's awakening, even reversing the cycle of life and death to a certain extent. Reversing life and death? Yi Xing's eyes lit up. This is the ultimate level? It can actually reverse life and death? At that moment, Yi Xing's pupils transformed into a deep black with star-like whites. He even sensed the fading soul glow of the mother nest of 10,000 demons. At that very moment. No! I refuse to accept this. I refuse to believe this is real. Sand-Dust Hawk suddenly collapsed and screamed. Yi Xing looked at him indifferently. Don't believe it? You'll believe it soon enough just after you die. Yi Xing. Sand Owl erupted with power. He charged straight at Yi Xing, now utterly mad. He had intended to harness the power of the mother nest to return home. But now, there was no going back. Yet the Sandhawk's terrifying punch was effortlessly caught by Yi Xing. Too weak. Shut up. Sandhawk relentlessly attacked Yi Xing, yet every strike was parried. Why? Why, after all this time training, why am I stronger than you, yet still no match for you? You scum from those great families. How dare you be born with talents we never had? Why are you so damn strong? I just want to go home. Sand Dust Falcon broke down. His combat skills looked childish to Yi Xing. Yi Xing, funny how those scions of great families think the same thing. Sand Owl, ? Yi Xing suddenly wore a look of pity. Wanna go home, huh? You look pretty pitiful. What? Sand Owl hadn't processed it yet. The next moment. Boom! Space violently warped as a colossal phantom gradually solidified behind Yi Xing. Jet black carapace, blood red compound eyes, a colossal form. The mother nest of all demons. What the hell? This can't be. Sandhawk's voice cracked, but the nest was blown up? What shattered him even more was this. That terrifying mother nest now stood docile behind Yi Xing, like the most loyal of servants. What the hell was going on here? Yi Xing smiled. The mother nest of 10,000 demons was indeed dead. But the current one was created by the great dream of the netherworld reversing life and death, utilizing the primordial Tao within Yi Xing's body and the lingering soul light that hadn't yet dissipated. It was even more loyal than the original mother nest. Thus, Yi Xing effectively gained another ancient demon god as his servant. Though it hasn't fully matured yet. You seem rather pitiful. Yi Xing snapped his fingers. Alright then, I'll have the mother nest send you home. A dazzling spatial gate slowly opened in the void. This is a portal? Sandhawk was utterly dumbfounded. Such a passage capable of crossing world barriers could only be opened by the mother nest of 10,000 demons that had come to this other world. Was that truly the mother nest of 10,000 demons? But why was it standing beside Yi Xing, and why is he helping me? Could it be that he was moved by my persistence? Sandhawk trembled as he looked at Yi Xing. You're actually this kind? I support every dream. At that moment, Sandhawk's body trembled violently. He recalled his scheming to destroy this world, yet the other had repaid hatred with kindness. Thank you. Choking back tears, he shouted, I swear I'll never come back. Though he couldn't accept why the mother nest had become the other's ally, returning home was the priority now. With that, he plunged headfirst into the spatial gate. I'm back. As the light faded, a storm of yellow sand lashed against his face. The Sandhawk froze in place. This is the northern desert? Yi Xing's voice came from behind him. Ha? Why the sourpuss? Didn't you say you were born in the northern desert? Oh right, my bad, you're an outsider demon, aren't you? Sorry, I thought your home was in the northern desert. Yi Xing smiled faintly. Well then, you can't go home at all. I'm an orphan now. Sandstorm Falcon froze in place. He'd been played. The plunge from heaven to hell shattered him completely. You bastard. Shut up. As an invader, what right do you have to speak such words? Yi Xing waved his hand coldly. The mother nest behind him suddenly opened its gaping maw. No! Amidst a piercing scream, the Sandhawk was swallowed whole. A crimson glow surged around the mother nest, its aura intensifying with each passing moment. Finally breaking through to tier 6. Yi Xing marveled, truly worthy of being a future ancient god. When the mother nest of 10,000 demons was first revived, it was only at the 5th tier. Yet by devouring a single prey, it had surged to the 6th tier. Of course, it could also be that the Tao within the sand owl had nourished the mother nest. Now, the mother nest of 10,000 demons lay affectionately beside Yi Xing. Immediately, everything around them began to shift. Everything returned to its original state. It was all just an illusion of the great dream of the netherworld. Ding! Task completed. Acquired divine tier divine ability Hand of Heaven. Hand of Heaven, the most direct manifestation of the path of destruction. Wherever it passes, time collapses in reverse, and space shatters layer by layer. It is heaven's ultimate judgment upon those who defy the heavens. Chapter 40. The ancient demon god has become a dog? So this is the Hand of Heaven? Watching the effect of heaven's hand manifest before him, Xing nodded with satisfaction. An immensely powerful offensive divine ability. And it targets the Tao within the opponent, grinding everything to dust. This outing has not only yielded two formidable techniques, the Netherworld Dream and the Hand of Heaven, but also secured a future ancient demon god as a henchman. Xing couldn't help but marvel at the immense gains of this expedition. Eliminating the ancient demon god who would threaten his father in the future, he would later have this mother nest of 10,000 demons betray the other demon gods. At this thought, Xing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Preemptively eliminating threats while setting the nest to betray other gods later. This move is pure profit. Suddenly recalling something, he stroked his chin. Come to think of it, I really owe that kid, Huayan, a debt of gratitude this time. If it weren't for that guy leading the way, where would I have gotten all this? Wait. Xing froze abruptly. Where was Huayan? I almost forgot about that kid. Fortunately, this is all territory of the mother nest of 10,000 demons now. Xing turned to face the monstrous mother nest looming behind him like a mountain. Find someone for me. The colossal body of the mother nest bowed slightly. Yes, master. Thousands of compound eyes flashed crimson simultaneously, and an invisible wave of mental energy instantly swept across a 1,000-mile radius. Within 3 breaths, the hive raised one foreleg, pointing southeast. There. Damn it. How unlucky can I get? Big brother. Where are you? At that moment, Huayan was fleeing at top speed, with 3 figures radiating 5th-tier energy hot on his heels. He was unlucky enough to arrive here only to be hunted down by a bunch of lunatics. And they were spouting nonsense about him having seen the mother nest source and some captain or other. Mother nest source? He'd seen plenty of giant insects before. A furious roar echoed from behind. Halt! Huayan flipped him off without turning his head. You. These 3 were members of the Sandstorm Falcon Squad. When they first crossed the world barrier, only the 4 of them survived from the original squad. By feeding on the essence blood of martial artists, they had painstakingly restored their strength to the 5th tier. Why was Sand Dust Owl recovering slower than them? Because that unlucky bastard never had time to cultivate. He spent the entire journey being toyed with like a monkey by Xing. Damn it! That bastard must know something. We absolutely cannot let him go. The middle-aged man roared. They had finally detected the aura emanating from Huayan. Just moments ago, they thought capturing a 4th-tier kid would be a piece of cake. But then Huayan suddenly pulled out a 7th-tier offensive artifact and obliterated one of their teammates. The remaining 3 were so terrified they nearly wet themselves, their pursuit faltering. But with arrows already on the string, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue the pursuit. And so the chase continued until now. Though I'm not as skilled as the boss. Huayan stuffed recovery pills into his mouth as he ran. But I'm better at running than him. Just then, one of the youths flashed a fierce look in his eyes before immediately sacrificing his right arm. A crimson sword beam shot straight toward Huayan. Just as Huayan was about to taunt, he saw the blade pierce through all his defensive artifacts, tearing straight through his protective aura. Damn it! He let out a piercing scream as he plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the sand dunes. The 3 closed in instantly. The middle-aged man sneered savagely. Running? Why aren't you running now? Wait. Huayan spat out a mouthful of blood and growled. My big brother must be nearby. If you lay a finger on me, he'll tear you to pieces. Big brother? The 3 men burst into laughter. The young team member stomped on Huayan's chest. Know what we're here for? Once our plan succeeds, even the martial god himself will die. Ha ha ha, exactly. Look at all the treasures on this guy. He's definitely no ordinary man. Why not chop off his limbs? Keep him alive for now. We'll see what happens later. The 3 nodded in agreement. They definitely had to sever Huayan's limbs. This guy was too much of a nuisance. They exchanged glances and simultaneously drew their weapons. It's over. Huayan closed his eyes in despair. Big brother, where the hell did you go? Just as the middle-aged man was about to strike. Suddenly. Boom. The sky ripped apart as a colossal claw, dark enough to block out the sun, burst through the clouds. With just a downward press, space shattered like glass, cracking inch by inch. The 3 of them instantly felt their scalps tingle. Terrifying power descended from the heavens. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to react. His body exploded in an instant, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. Who? The remaining 2 screamed in shock. Huayan snapped his head up to look skyward. A colossal, sky-obscuring entity slowly descended. It was a monstrous beast, its body as vast as mountains, its crimson demonic eyes like 2 blood moons gazing down upon the earth. What the hell is that? Huayan's face instantly drained of color. Meanwhile, the 2 people across from him were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The mother nest of demons. How could it have awakened? So the captain succeeded? But why is it attacking us? Mother Nest. It's us. We are your kin. The remaining two shouted frantically, utterly stunned that the mother nest would attack them, thinking they shouldn't accidentally kill their own allies again. The result? Well, sorry about that. You may be his kin, but I'm his master. A lazy voice drifted down from above the hive mother's head. Everyone snapped their heads up to see a tall, slender figure standing casually atop the hive, arms crossed. Xing smiled faintly. He's my most capable warrior. He wouldn't bat an eye at cutting down his own father or mother. Mother Nest of 10,000 Demons, Humph. Chapter 41, God-tier talent Heartlamp illuminates the world. At that moment, the two demons from another realm even thought they were hallucinating. What was this person saying? He was the master of the demon mother's nest? What a joke! The mother nest of 10,000 demons was the sole demon god in their realm and the most brutal one at that. They had always revered it as their mother goddess. Countless years ago, the mother nest had issued a divine decree, declaring its intent to expand this realm's territory, thus arriving in this world. But then they received news that the nest had fallen into slumber. That's why they organized a cross-realm squad to awaken the mother nest. And now you tell me, the nest has an owner? No wonder he's the boss. When Huayan saw Xing emerge once more, he knew the crisis had been averted. But he never imagined the boss could actually subdue a 6th-tier ferocious beast. At that moment, Huayan couldn't fathom what kind of being stood beneath Xing's feet. Bull! The mother nest was once a 9th-tier being. How could it possibly submit to you? One of the remaining two roared in fury. He refused to believe it. They had gone to such lengths to reach this place for the mother nest. Now that they'd finally found it, you tell me the mother nest had become a dog. If their kin found out, wouldn't they all lose their minds? Mother nest. Wake up! The mother nest's pupils flickered, as if struggling against something. But soon, its gaze suddenly sharpened. I remember now, you are my kin. Yes. It's us. Mother nest, you finally. Then this will serve to enhance my cultivation. ? Before the two extraterrestrial demons could react, the mother nest's colossal claw slammed down with brutal force. Boom! Terrifying force erupted, leaving the two no time even to scream. Their bodies exploded instantly, turning into two dense clouds of blood mist. The mother nest of demons opened its massive maw and sucked in violently, instantly devouring every trace of primordial energy within the blood mist. Immediately, its aura surged upward, spiritual energy boiling around its body as its cultivation level skyrocketed from the 6th tier to the 6th tier, 3rd rank. Xing's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but clap in admiration. Impressive. When your cultivation is insufficient, think of your kin. That's a clear-headed approach. Huayan watched beside him, utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Brother, what the hell is this thing? He'd just heard something about the 9th tier. Now witnessing the mother nest of 10,000 demons break through instantly, he was utterly overwhelmed. Xing spoke casually. Oh, it? It was once a 9th tier demon god. It's just awakened and hasn't regained its full strength yet. What? 9th tier? Huayan's voice cracked as his eyes nearly popped out of his head. 9th tier. That's the highest combat power. On par with their fathers. Then how is it your dog now? Huayan's voice trembled. At those words, the demon mother nest's crimson demonic eyes swept coldly over him, sending a shiver down Huayan's spine. Xing smiled, reaching out to stroke the nest's head. To his surprise, it responded with a docile growl, completely shedding the savage demeanor it had displayed while devouring its kin moments before. Master, my kin all carry a fragment of my primordial essence. Consuming them allows me to restore my cultivation. The mother nest's deep voice echoed. Xing nodded. If it were the true mother nest of 10,000 demons, it might generously grant its kin power. But now it is mine. Therefore, it will only reclaim everything to serve me. At this moment, Huayan's gaze toward Xing had shifted from shock to fervor. So powerful. Is this the man destined to surpass the martial god? Huayan felt he'd chosen the right patron to follow. Oh, right, big brother, there are still some treasures here. Let's divide them up quickly. Huayan had sensed quite a few hidden treasures along the way. Sure, we'll split them 50-50. Xing was grateful to Huayan for bringing him here, otherwise, he'd never have known what he'd been missing. So he figured a 50-50 split was fair enough, but... Brother! Huayan suddenly growled. Xing? I might be a bit scatterbrained, but I'm not stupid. If we split it 50-50, I'd only get 5. I know the difference between 6 and 5. Huayan declared sternly. Xing thought for a moment, then patted Huayan on the shoulder. Fine. Whatever makes you happy. Poof. Huayan lifted her head proudly. Then, with the help of the demon mother's nest, the two frantically searched for treasures in this place. They discovered numerous precious treasures here. Some were even treasures the Yi family didn't possess. A 7th tier Supreme Sea Return Heaven pill? Yeah. 99% chance a rare find. This one's pretty good too. The two searched for a long time. Finally. Brother, everything here is yours. Take it. Huaiyan handed a ring to Xing. Xing felt awkward accepting it. He quickly accepted it. Well then, big brother, let's go. Alright. Xing made no intention of lingering. Following the will of the mother nest of 10,000 demons, a vortex instantly appeared before them. The mother nest of demons had now entered the great dream of the netherworld, for all things are both death and life. Upon entering the spatial vortex, Huaiyan felt as though his internal organs were shifting out of place. When Xing opened his eyes again, the blinding sunlight made him instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. Where is this? Bustling streets echoed with the constant clamor of vendors' cries. They had expected to find themselves in the desert. Instead, they found themselves standing in the central square of a bustling city. What the hell happened? Is this even still China? Xing looked around. The earth-toned city walls and the pedestrians mostly wore ethnic-style clothing. Northwest County City. Xing quickly identified their location. This teleportation error was significant, thousands of miles from the imperial capital. Northwest, one might even call it the grasslands. Being closest to the grasslands, some chose to build their county seats here. Brother, this place is a bit remote. I thought we'd be in the northern desert. Huaiyan shook his head. It's worse than the northern desert. Shut up. Xing shot him a look. Huaiyan surveyed the surroundings. Still, I've never been here before. Growing up, I always heard about this barbarian frontier, but seeing it now, it's not so bad after all. That's only because Jinling and Jiangnan are too developed. Xing shook his head. Just as he was about to retrieve his communication jade token, a shrill, abusive voice erupted from the street corner. A talentless good-for-nothing like you only got noticed by the Zhou family because of your luck. Yeah, a cheap whore who knows what tricks she used to catch young Master Zhou's eye. Exactly. What kind of show are you putting on here? With your sister. You're such a disgraceful older sister. A group of people could be seen shoving a white-haired woman in the distance. Her face was deathly pale, and her body bore several wounds. Xing frowned. What's going on? And in the next moment. Ding! After a decade apart, you've reunited with your former benefactor. She now stands at the 9th tier. You never dreamed that the person whose talent seemed more useless than yours possessed a god-tier talent all along. When your Yi family was destroyed and you fled to the northwest, she was the one who helped you. Yet now, upon meeting again, she has been brutally harmed by villains and is deeply tormented by inner demons. Quest issued, help Xiao Lingling overcome her inner demons. Quest reward, divine talent heart lamp illuminating the world. Chapter 42, I've been wanting to punch you for ages. Xing froze. My benefactor? Divine tier talent? In the next instant, it dawned on him this person had helped him in the future. But what shocked Xing most was, the other person actually possessed a god tier talent. It was common knowledge that aside from himself, the highest talent level anyone else possessed was SSS. Yet the woman before him possessed god tier talent. Huaiyan witnessed this scene too, his brow furrowing. So many people beating a woman into such a state was truly disgraceful. At that moment, Xing approached. Whether it was for the mission or other reasons, the system indicated she would assist him in the future. Xing absolutely could not stand idly by. Just as Xing frowned slightly, preparing to intervene and stop this farce. What are you doing? Let go of my sister. A clear yet sharp female voice suddenly erupted from the outer edge of the crowd. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Lingling's younger sister, Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi first shot a quick, disdainful glance at Xiao Lingling. Then, if any of you dare bully my sister again, I won't let you off the hook. Xiaoyi turned to face the crowd, her voice rising sharply as she shielded her sister behind her. Seeing this, those who had been bullying Xiao Lingling immediately spoke up. Sorry, Sister Xiaoyi. We were just standing up for you. Yeah, why should she get to marry young Master Zhou? Exactly. That guy should be yours. Hearing these words, Xiaoyi's lips curved slightly upward, but she still rebuked them. My sister marrying young Master Zhou is her good fortune. It has nothing to do with me. If you bully my sister again, I'll make you regret it. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers murmured in admiration. Xiaoyi is such a good girl. Yeah, Xiao Lingling really has a great little sister. Too bad she's not much herself. Hearing the murmurs around her, Xiao Lingling couldn't help but lower her head. Thank you, little sister. This scene had played out countless times before, with her sister always stepping in as the savior. Xiaoyi glanced at her, then smiled and said, It's okay, sis. With me here, you can relax. Oh, and didn't mother give us 3 million when she left, to buy medicine for father's injuries? Oh right, where's the money? Xiao Lingling froze in surprise. What money? Huh? Xiaoyi widened her eyes. Sis, don't joke around. Didn't I just give it to you? That's no small sum. But I really don't have it. Stop messing around, sis. You hiding money is one thing, but this time it's not okay. Xiao Lingling panicked, but I genuinely didn't know about this. Wasn't the money always with you? Xiao Yi stared at her in disbelief. What are you talking about? Did I not give you the money? Hand it over right now. Hearing this, those around them immediately shot disdainful glances at Xiao Lingling. She takes all the money shameless. Exactly. Why won't you admit it? Who'd have thought she'd even skim off her father's medicine money? Everyone instinctively assumed Xiao Lingling had taken it. After all, her reputation was already tarnished. Her talent was mediocre to begin with, yet instead of striving to improve, she kept getting into trouble. And if she didn't take it? Then why did she need to prove it? Could it be that Xiao Yi had made a mistake? A cold smile flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes before she continued, Sis. Just hand over the money already. Don't push it too far. I know Mom won't give you any money, but you can't act like this. Hearing this, the others believed her even more. After all, Xiao Lingling was broke. So it must be her. But I... Xiao Lingling's eyes welled up with tears. She couldn't understand why her sister was slandering her. The little things from before could be overlooked. Why must she take the blame for something this big? Just as Xiao Lingling was sinking into despair. It's only 3 million. Is it really worth bullying someone over that? A lazy voice drifted over. Hearing this, 2 youths walked over. Everyone else froze in surprise. Who were these 2? Xiao Lingling froze too. She didn't recognize Yi Xing and his companion at all. At that moment, Xiao Yi first raised an eyebrow, then sneered coldly. What do you mean, just 3 million? Do you think it's $300? Bro, this guy's weird. Huayan cut Xiao Yi off, interjecting, they're all 300. What's the difference between 100 and 10,000? Yi Xing thought carefully, no difference at all. Both are pretty small amounts. My spirit dog used to eat 4 million worth of food per meal. Xiao Yi? The people around them were even more baffled. What the hell are these 2 talking about? Are they just showing off? So we're living worse than dogs? Xiao Yi's eyes darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? You. Here. Yi Xing tossed over a pill. This pill is worth more than your life. Question mark. Xiao Yi caught it reflexively. Just as she was about to explode in rage at Yi Xing's words, her expression changed the moment she recognized the pill before her. This is a top-tier 6th-tier pill. Hearing this, the people around them also widened their eyes. What? 6th-tier supreme. Keep in mind, the cheapest 6th-tier elixirs on the market cost at least 10 million. And they're practically impossible to find. You. Xiao Yi's face turned deathly pale. She couldn't fathom how these 2 could possibly produce such a pill. Wait. Huayan suddenly spoke up, instantly grabbing Xiao Yi's arm. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything to you. Shut up. Question mark. Xiao Yi's ring glowed, then a black card slid out. Huayan snorted coldly, so the money was on you all along? What? Those around them watched the scene in disbelief. Sis. Xiao Lingling stared at Xiao Yi with disbelief in her eyes. Xiao Yi's expression shifted abruptly, a flicker of panic darting across her eyes. But she quickly forced it back down, as if suddenly coming to her senses. I'm truly sorry, it turns out I was mistaken all along, causing you such a terrible injustice. I apologize. The onlookers around them instantly understood. So it was all a misunderstanding. Yet just as everyone thought the matter was settled. Is a mistake enough? Yi Xing's icy voice cut through the air. Xiao Yi's expression froze. Huh? What do you mean? Yi Xing scoffed. What do I mean? Tell her. Huayan, standing beside him, could no longer contain himself. Let my fists tell you. Before the words had even left his mouth, Huayan lunged forward like a raging tiger, his fist hurtling straight toward Xiao Yi's face. She cried out in pain, still reeling from the blow. Huayan's second punch followed swiftly. A vicious slap cracked across her face. Xiao Yi curled up on the ground, wailing in agony. Huayan laughed with relish. Hitting women feels so damn good. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching the scene in disbelief. Xiao Yi got hit? And beaten in public? She was the second young miss of the Xiao family. Who didn't treat her with utmost respect in daily life? Yet now, she was being pinned to the ground and beaten? I thought Xiao Yi would fly into a rage and fight back, but instead she slowly rose to her feet, revealing a sorrowful smile as she looked at Xiao Lingling. I'm sorry, sister. If getting beaten makes you feel better, I can endure it. At that moment, Xiao Yi wanted nothing more than to kill Huayan. But she had to keep up the act. Xiao Lingling was utterly stunned. Xiao Yi sneered coldly. She'd said it herself? You can't very well hit me now, can you? But you said it yourself. Yi Xing landed a punch. I was just wondering how to find an excuse to punch you. Bam! The punch landed squarely on Xiao Yi's stunned face. What? Everyone around them was stunned. Xiao Yi was sent flying backward, completely knocked unconscious. The entire venue fell deathly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 43, got something to say? Take it up with my fists. At that moment, everyone was utterly bewildered. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Yi Xing snorted coldly. Such tricks might fool others, but not her. Xiao Yi was clearly framing Xiao Lingling on purpose. Yi Xing turned to her. Are you okay? Xiao Lingling hesitated for a moment before lowering her head. I'm fine. Thank you. She wasn't stupid. She knew Yi Xing and the other were helping her. Yi Xing glanced at Xiao Lingling's soiled clothes and sighed. Come with us. Ha! Without another word, Yi Xing and the other person led Xiao Lingling away. He intended to buy her a new outfit. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi awoke and struggled to her feet. Those around her, about to offer assistance, saw Xiao Yi flash a smile. It's fine, everyone. I was mistaken. My sister was right to have someone else beat me. Hearing this, the onlookers frowned deeply. Even if Xiao Yi had made a mistake, how could she possibly hire outsiders to bully her own family? I won't hold this against anyone, Xiao Yi said, bowing deeply. And I hope you'll all keep this to yourselves. Seeing this, some began to blame Xiao Lingling. Just as everyone was marveling at Xiao Yi's maturity, Xiao Yi turned, grabbed her phone, and frantically started messaging people. Brother, bye. I'm being bullied, wah. Thank you both. Xiao Lingling looked at Yi Xing and Huayan with gratitude. Not only had they bought her new clothes, but they also treated her to a meal. It had been ages since anyone had been so kind to her. Huayan glanced at Yi Xing. He personally didn't care either way, but since his older brother wanted to help this woman, he'd have to help too. Why are they treating you like this? Yi Xing asked. I don't know. Maybe it's my fault. Soon after, Yi Xing learned about Xiao Lingling's story. From childhood, she had been unwelcome within her family. Her younger sister, Xiao Yi, possessed outstanding talent and a charming personality. Whatever she did was always right. But Xiao Lingling had awakened the weakest talent. No matter how hard she tried, she never gained recognition. This engagement was utterly baffling. The Zhou family's young master was clearly close to Xiao Yi, yet he specifically demanded to marry her. So do you want to marry him? Yi Xing asked. No, Xiao Lingling shook her head. I want to leave this place. Besides you all, no one has ever been kind to me. Yi Xing looked at her, a pang of emotion stirring within. After enduring so much suffering, her character hadn't darkened. We'll take you away, Huayan grinned. Xiao Lingling snapped her head up, but her expression quickly dimmed. But who, exactly are you? She wasn't some little cutie. Anyone who could casually produce a top-tier 6th-tier pill was definitely no ordinary person. Yi Xing and Huayan exchanged a glance, offering no reply. Just then, Xiao Lingling's phone suddenly rang. She glanced down, her face instantly turning ashen. No, this is bad. My sister wants to see you both, and she's brought Bai Wu along. He's nearly 4th tier. Bai Wu, with strength approaching the 4th tier here, almost no one dared to provoke him. Xiao Lingling sprang to her feet, her voice trembling. You must leave immediately. I don't know why Bai Wu is here, but I sense danger. Yi Xing and Huayan remained seated, unmoved. It's fine. Since we don't know why he's after us. Yi Xing smiled. We'll just beat him into submission later and interrogate him. Xiao Lingling froze. Xiao Yi, can they really produce 6th-tier elixirs? Bai Wu inquired. Of course. And those two aren't very old, so their cultivation must be low too. I bet they've entered some kind of divine realm. Xiao Yi stated with absolute certainty. Bai Wu finally relaxed. That's good. In that case, we can teach them a lesson later and make them hand over some pills. As long as they weren't from some major clan, Bai Wu had nothing to fear. After all, his grandfather was a 7th-tier martial artist, a formidable powerhouse. By the way, is your sister really marrying young Master Zhou? Bai Wu asked. No way. Fine, I'll tell you. This was actually part of the deal I made with young Master Zhou. The day after tomorrow, at the wedding, he'll publicly call off the engagement and marry me instead. Bai Wu snapped to attention. You're one hell of a schemer. Making his sister believe she had found her place in life, only to humiliate her publicly. Oh, stop flattering me. Do you have such deep-seated resentment toward your sister? Not really. It's just... Xiao Yi smiled as she spoke. Don't you think it's pretty amusing? Bai Wu gave her a thumbs up. Oh, right, brother Bai Wu, how come your cultivation's been progressing so fast lately? That. Bai Wu spoke indifferently. I suggested to my family that we transplant my younger brother's talent into me. Xiao Yi's eyes widened. Because of that? No, they also gave me his dantian. Bai Wu spoke indifferently. His talent wasn't as good as mine anyway. What's wrong with making good use of it? Xiao Yi sighed. Brother Bai Wu, you really are a born talent. Bai Wu shook his head. No, you're the one born with it. You're the one born with it. You're the one born. Forget it, forget it. We're both born. That's more like it. Just then, 3 figures appeared in the distance. It was Yi Xing and the others. Bai Wu's eyes lit up. They're here. He was just about to make his entrance. So it was you who bullied Xiao. If you have something to say it with your fists. Question mark. Before Bai Wu could finish, Yi Xing charged straight at him. So fast. Bai Wu was startled. Before he could react, Yi Xing's fist shattered his sternum. Bai Wu spat blood and flew backward. Brother Bai Wu. Xiao Yi was stunned. She hadn't even said a word. Why did he just attack her out of nowhere? And with just one punch, he'd sent Bai Wu flying. Yi Xing snorted coldly. He'd come here specifically to beat them up who had time for their nonsense. He kicked Bai Wu's right leg to pieces. Come on, get down on your knees. I've got some questions for you. But Bai Wu just kept screaming in agony. Xiao Yi, you. Huaiyan. Get him ready. Xiao Yi, ? We've been ready for this. Huaiyan charged forward, fists pumping. Huaiyan said nothing, just relentlessly punched Xiao Yi. Shrieks of pain followed immediately. Xiao Yi and Bai Wu didn't even have time to utter a complete sentence. Yi Xing's fist slammed hard into Bai Wu's face once more. Xiao Yi was about to scream again. Huaiyan delivered a kick to her abdomen. Xiao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. If she could speak, she would have screamed hysterically. How the hell can you enjoy hitting me so much? Xiao Lingling stood frozen in place. Her gaze shifted between her sister, who lay on the ground coughing up blood, and Yi Xing, who stood there as calm as a cloudless sky. Her mind went blank. Xiao Lingling. The day after tomorrow, the wedding. Xiao Yi roared before losing consciousness. You just, wait. Ooh la la la. Huaiyan excitedly landed a few more punches. Xiao Yi passed out completely. What do we do now? Xiao Lingling's voice trembled. She never imagined that these two would act with such ruthless efficiency, even attacking members of the Bai family without hesitation. You two must leave immediately. The Xiao and Bai families won't let you off. Yi Xing merely looked at her calmly. Do you want to marry me? I don't, but... Then don't worry about it. Yi Xing cut her off, just listen to me. Under Xiao Lingling's stunned gaze, Yi Xing calmly produced a communication jade slip. A voice came through immediately. Is that you, young master? Yi Xing murmured softly into the jade tablet. Uncle Songfeng. Chapter 44, Then There's No One Above Me. Xiao Family, Council Hall. The entire Xiao household was decked out in festive decorations, making final preparations for tomorrow's grand wedding between Xiao Lingling and the Zhou family's young master. In the council hall, Xiao Qiushui, the head of the Xiao family, sat solemnly in the seat of honor. Xiao Yi is injured. Did you know? Xiao Si suddenly spoke up. Xiao Qiushui froze. What happened? Not sure. Heard she was beaten by outsiders. Xiao Si snorted coldly. They really don't know when to quit. Daring to mess with my Xiao family in the northwest. Xiao Qiushui waved it off. Forget it. After the wedding, just send a few men to handle it. The most important thing now was tomorrow's grand wedding. After all, this was a marriage alliance with the Zhou family. The Zhou family, one of the top clans in the northwest. More crucially, standing behind the Zhou family was the Luxianyan sect. Their sect master was an 8th-tier powerhouse. In the northwest, sects wield far greater influence than clans, and the Zhou family's association with the Luxianyan sect naturally elevates their standing. If the Xiao family could secure this marriage alliance, their standing in the northwest would be solidified for years to come. As long as the wedding proceeds smoothly, our Xiao family will finally have a reliable backing. However, report. A servant rushed in frantically. What's the rush? Xiao Qiushui frowned. Master. It's terrible. The Lu family refuses to sell us their spiritual silk brocade. What? Xiao Qiushui sprang to his feet. Spirit silk brocade, it was one of the most crucial decorations for tomorrow's grand wedding. Without it, the entire ceremony's grandeur would be severely diminished. Tell them we'll pay double the price. Xiao Qiushui ordered coldly. Yes, sir. The servant hurriedly withdrew. After he left, Xiao Si's expression darkened. What's going on? Why would the Lu family suddenly change their minds? I don't know, but... Report. Another servant burst in. Master. The Zhao family has snatched the banquet hall we reserved. What? Xiao Si slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet. The banquet hall was the crucial venue for tomorrow's reception. If it was lost, would the guests be forced to dine outdoors? Report. A third servant burst in. Master. The Li family demands the return of the spirit beasts we leased. Xiao Qiushui smashed the table with a single palm strike. Bad news kept pouring in, as if someone were secretly orchestrating everything to sabotage the Xiao family's wedding tomorrow. What the hell is going on? Xiao Si roared. Xiao Qiushui was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Could we have been set up by capital forces? But who in the entire northwest would dare scheme against the Xiao family? Tomorrow's the wedding. I've got to give him a taste of his own medicine. Yi Xing looked at Xiao Lingling as he spoke. Xiao Lingling looked puzzled. What are you planning to do? Nothing. Seeing that the task remained unfinished, Yi Xing realized he hadn't truly dispelled Xiao Lingling's inner demons. It seemed the only solution was to deal with this wedding. He had already notified Uncle Sunfeng to come pick him up, and he'd also arranged for someone to target the Xiao family. You want to get married under the influence of capital? We'll go with you tomorrow. Ah. Xiao Lingling blurted out, don't go. Tomorrow, important figures from both the Zhou and Xiao families will be present. If you go, my sister won't let you off. I know you're doing this for me. I'm deeply grateful, but please don't risk yourselves for me. Yi Xing smiled. She truly was a good girl. Huaiyan glanced at Yi Xing, then smiled. Rest assured. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. This. Although Xiao Lingling didn't understand, she wasn't stupid. She knew the two of them must have something to rely on. But, the Zhou family had a peak 7th tier powerhouse. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, the day of the grand wedding between the Xiao and Zhou families had arrived. Red silk banners hung high throughout the Xiao family estate, and guests filled the halls like clouds. Yet, Xiao Qiushui's expression was dark and ominous. Where is that girl, Xiao Lingling? Where has she gone? 2 whole days. The bride had vanished without a trace. The servants trembled in fear, none daring to answer. Just then, Xiaoyi approached. Master. Xiaoyi then revealed that Xiao Lingling had been seen with 2 strangers. What? Xiao Qiushui flew into a rage. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Xiao family, consorting with 2 men of unknown origin on the eve of her wedding? If word got out, where would the Xiao family's reputation stand? And don't even get me started on how furious the Zhou family would be. Xiaoyi sneered inwardly. Anyway, young Master Zhou is coming to call off the engagement and humiliate you. Sister, don't blame me. And just then, young Master Zhou has arrived. A loud announcement echoed from outside the door. Immediately afterward, a tall, imposing figure strode in. He exchanged a glance with Xiaoyi before walking over. Uncle Xiao. Zhou Chusheng smiled faintly. I've come to marry the bride. Xiao Qiushui's expression froze. This? How could he explain this? Was he supposed to say the bride had run away? Zhou Chusheng frowned slightly. What's wrong? Haha, nothing. It's just that Xiao Lingling disappeared last night. Probably just nervous, went out to clear her head. The more he spoke, the more uneasy he felt. Zhou Chusheng seemed unconcerned upon hearing this. Oh, I see. Then his gaze shifted to Xiaoyi. Actually, I came here today to discuss something else. What is it? Well, just as Zhou Chusheng was about to announce the annulment of his engagement to Xiao Lingling, 3 figures suddenly appeared outside the door. People around them began to speak up. Isn't that Xiao Lingling? What's she doing hanging out with 2 guys? On her wedding day, TSK. I told you Xiao Lingling was no good. Xiao Lingling couldn't help but lower her head. Yi Xing looked at Zhou Chusheng. This was the young Master Zhou. Just then, Zhou Chusheng spoke up. Xiao Lingling, you're here just in time. I have something to say. You're not worthy. You're not worthy of Xiao Lingling, kid. We brought Xiao Lingling here today to call off the engagement. Zhou Chusheng froze. The entire gathering froze. Xiao Qiushui, Xiao Si, Xiaoyi, every member of the Xiao family froze in shock. Break off the engagement? The Zhou family's young master, his engagement was broken off? Zhou Chusheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Wait, wasn't I the one breaking it off? Xiaoyi was utterly bewildered at that moment. Her original plan was to have Zhou Chusheng publicly humiliate Xiao Lingling, completely destroying her reputation. But now, guards! Arrest them immediately! Xiaoyi's face darkened with fury. She now despised those 2 with every fiber of her being. Yes, ma'am. 2 Xiao family guards instantly charged forward, their spiritual energy surging as they lunged at Yi Xing and his 2 companions. However, boom! A colossal shadow descended, obscuring the sky. The mother nest of 10,000 demons. Its colossal form crashed down like a mountain, its terrifying aura as a 6th-tier ferocious beast instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The 2 guards didn't even have time to scream before being torn apart by the mother nest's tentacles, exploding into a sky-filling mist of blood. What? Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Xiao Qiushui's eyes widened in horror. A 6th-tier ferocious beast? Xiao Lingling's eyes widened as her heart pounded wildly. So this was the advantage Yi Xing and Huaiyan had been relying on. Xiaoyi's face turned deathly pale. 6th tier? Zhou Chusheng's expression similarly darkened, but quickly, his eyes shifted as he gritted his teeth. Wait. Do you even know where we are? I'm the young master of the Zhou family. Yi Xing tilted his head. Oh? And then? Zhou Chusheng roared with fury. Our Zhou family is affiliated with the Flowing Heaven Cloud sect. They possess 8th-tier powerhouses. Oh, I see. Yi Xing's tone remained flat. You have superiors. But above me, there's no one left. Chapter 45. The entire audience is shocked. Yi Xing's identity. You have no one above you? What does that even mean? Everyone was stunned by Yi Xing's sudden remark. At that moment, Xiaoyi's expression changed abruptly. Brother Zhou. Quickly call Uncle Zhou over. She never imagined the other party had a 6th-tier ferocious beast as protection. Only then did Zhou Chusheng snap into action, urgently calling his father. His expression darkened as he glared at Xiao Lingling. Xiao Lingling! You were never worthy of me. And you had the nerve to call off our engagement. Let me be clear, today was always meant to humiliate you. I wasn't marrying you. I was marrying your sister. At this, the surrounding crowd murmured. So that's how it is. Good riddance. Xiao Lingling doesn't deserve him. Exactly. Xiaoyi is the one who should marry young Master Zhou. Hearing these remarks, Xiao Qiushui's expression finally eased slightly. No matter, it's all the same to the Xiao family who they marry. He then barked sharply, Xiao Lingling. Get over here immediately and apologize to young Master Zhou. The Zhou family head will be here soon. I'll see how you two handle that. Xiao Lingling listened to the surrounding voices, then suddenly felt Yi Xing's gaze. She saw him nod. Xiao Lingling's eyes flickered. I'm not going over there. Xiao Qiushui froze. What did you say? From childhood onward, you've never liked me. I never wanted to marry Zhou Chusheng in the first place. But you arranged it for me. My talent may not be great, but I never aspired to become some peerless powerhouse either. Xiao Lingling's gaze hardened. I just want to be an ordinary person. I don't need to apologize to anyone. And I don't need your approval. In that very instant, her heart began to pound violently. A strange warmth surged from her chest, spreading through every limb and bone. Deep within her pupils, two ancient runes faintly emerged. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. Her innate talent had awakened? Suddenly. Boom! A terrifying aura descended abruptly. Zhou Qi, head of the Zhou family. A peak 7th tier powerhouse. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, feet poised in midair. Who dares show disrespect to the Zhou family? The head of the Zhou family has arrived. Xiao Qiushui was overjoyed and hurried forward to pay his respects. The guests all revealed expressions of reverence. At the peak of the 7th tier, he was already a top-tier powerhouse in this northwest region. Zhou Qi's gaze swept across the area, instantly locking onto the mother nest of 10,000 demons. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh? What kind of ferocious beast is this? With his keen eyesight, he could instantly discern the beast's extraordinary nature. This beast holds a connection with me. Which young friend presented it? The moment these words left his mouth, the entire crowd erupted in commotion. Xiao Lingling's face paled as she instinctively grabbed Yi Xing's sleeve. Yi Xing, however, scoffed. Pretty shameless, huh? Claiming a connection with you right off the bat. Huayan chimed in, exactly. No shame whatsoever. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. They actually dared to insult a 7th rank powerhouse? Zhou Qi's eyes suddenly turned cold. What did you say? Huayan erupted in fury. Deaf? That's my big brother. Who the hell do you think you are, talking about fate? Looking for death. Zhou Qi's rage boiled over. A fierce surge of spiritual energy instantly crushed down upon Huayan and Yi Xing. A single strike from a 7th tier powerhouse could obliterate them all. Yet, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth. In Yi Xing's hand, an ancient jade talisman ignited. Instantly, a massive golden barrier unfolded, steadfastly blocking Zhou Qi's attack. This is a 7th tier defensive artifact? Zhou Qi's expression finally changed. To casually produce a treasure of this caliber. He stared intently at Yi Xing. Who are you? Suddenly, a shadow as vast as the sky itself engulfed the entire Xiao family estate. Everyone looked up to see a massive spirit vessel hovering above the Xiao family estate. This is? Zhou Qi's face paled. It's here. Yi Xing smiled, then withdrew the mother nest of 10,000 demons. After all, it would be difficult to explain. Immediately, the spirit vessel's hatch opened, and several figures stepped out into the air. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in grey robes, his face stern and his aura profoundly unfathomable. His gaze swept across the room, instantly locking onto Yi Xing. Young master. Those two words thundered like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Qi's entire body trembled. Something's definitely off. Young master? This young man who casually produced a 7th tier secret treasure, just who is he? At that moment, Xiao Qiushui hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. Seeing Zhou Qi present, he steeled his courage and barked sternly. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass onto the Xiao family grounds? Sanfeng slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over him with cold indifference. Boom! Xiao Qiushui's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Zhou Qi's eyes narrowed sharply. He hadn't even registered how the opponent had attacked. Xiaoyi's pupils suddenly contracted. Xiao Lingling's eyes widened in shock. Yi Xing, what the hell was his background? Zhou Qi finally realized he'd hit a brick wall and quickly interjected. Friend, this is the territory of the Luxianian sect. You, Uncle Songfeng. Shut him up. What? Zhou Qi froze. The young master said to shut your mouth. Songfeng roared, unleashing the terrifying aura of a peak 8th rank cultivator. Boom! The heavens and earth shifted, winds and clouds swirled backward. Zhou Qi's voice twisted with terror. Eighth tier peak. The moment those words left his lips, the entire crowd was thrown into utter shock. 8th tier peak? Across the entire Northwest, there wasn't a single peak 8th rank cultivator. Yet before he could even beg for mercy, Zhou Qi's body instantly exploded. This 7th tier peak powerhouse met such a simple end. Blood splattered everywhere, yet not a single drop dared to stain Yi Xing's clothes. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Zhou Chuxing collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. Father! Father! Xiao Yi's face turned pale, her lips quivering. Why? Where did this peak 8th tier power come from? Who exactly is that Yi Xing? Yi Xing spoke calmly. Are you all satisfied now? Is there anyone else who dares to defy me? Just as everyone was frozen in place by Cangfeng's terrifying power, a series of piercing whistles suddenly split the distant sky. Dozens of streaks of light sliced through the sky, descending upon the Xiao family compound in an instant. Some with keen eyes immediately recognized the arrivals. It's the Luxianian sect. Even the patriarch of the Cloud Mist sect has come personally. We're saved. The eyes of the despairing guests lit up. That's the Luxianian sect. The colossal powerhouse of the Northwest. Xiao Yi's eyes, which had been as lifeless as ashes, suddenly lit up. Yes, there's still a chance. As long as the Lu Tian Yunmen steps in. But the next words from the Luxianian sect sent a chill through everyone present. I am Yunxia, master of the Luxianian sect. We pay our respects to the young master of the Yi family. Dozens of elders and disciples of the Luxianian sect behind him knelt on one knee in unison, their voices booming. We pay our respects to young Master Yi. Everyone froze in shock. Young Master Yi? Cold sweat beaded on Yunxia's forehead. I only just learned of young Master Yi and young Master Huai's arrival in the Northwest. My failure to greet you personally is entirely my oversight. Yi Xing waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. At these words, everyone's minds went blank. Then the entire hall erupted in an instant. Could he be the one from the imperial capital? Impossible? The young master of the Yi family? The Yi family of the imperial capital. And the Huai family of Jinling. Then Xiao Lingling must be. Countless eyes filled with shock, fear, and reverence turned to stare at Xiao Lingling. It's over. Zhou Chuxing's face turned ashen. He had been counting on the Luxianian sect to back him up. But he never imagined the other party would be the young master of the imperial capital Yi family. The Yi family. The top-tier aristocratic family of Great Xia. Forget the Zhou family. Even if 10 Luxianian sect factions banded together, they wouldn't be enough to crush a single finger of the Yi family. Xiao Yi stared blankly at Xiao Lingling. How could she possibly win the favor of such a powerful figure? Why? At that moment, Xiao Lingling stared blankly at Yi Xing's retreating figure, her heart pounding wildly, her mind a blank. She finally understood why Yi Xing could casually produce 6th-tier pills. Why Cangfeng, a powerhouse like him, addressed him respectfully as young master. Why he remained so utterly unfazed when facing the Zhou family or the Luxianian sect. Because he had always stood at the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 46, 4th tier, 5th stage? An anomaly shatters the cloud sea. Every single person present now stared in awe at the figure standing at the very center. Simply because of his identity. The young master of the Yi family. What? Now you're too scared to speak? Huaiyan sneered coldly at Zhou Chuxing and the others. Terrified, Zhou Chuxing and the other Xiao family members immediately prostrated themselves. Who would dare be insolent? The young masters of the Yi and Huai families, two of the most prestigious clans, were both present. Huaiyan. Big brother, use your title when showing off, Huaiyan signaled with his eyes. Yi Xing sighed. Fine, young master Huai. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingling's expression was complex. So, your identity is that formidable. She never imagined the person who helped her would be someone like this. But why would he help her? As Xiao Lingling was lost in thought, a shrill scream suddenly pierced the air from afar. Xiao Lingling! How dare you! Xiao Yi's voice was hoarse. Why should you worthless piece of trash, get involved with such a big shot? Why should you? Wait. Right. It's all because of me. If I hadn't schemed to bully you, you wouldn't have been rescued by them, and you wouldn't have met Xiao Yi. Xiao Lingling suddenly interrupted her. Why have you always disliked me? Why did you treat me like that? Xiao Yi froze for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter. Why? Do you need a reason to be cruel? I just love the feeling of being adored. I just love trampling you underfoot. So what? With someone like you? Smack! Yi Xing's palm sent Xiao Yi flying several meters. You're the real scum. Yi Xing coldly declared. Xiao Lingling isn't a failure. She's stronger than any of you. Xiao Lingling trembled. He's speaking up for me. An unprecedented warmth surged through her heart, making it pound violently. Suddenly, Yunxia seemed to notice something, staring intently at Xiao Lingling. This is? Yi Xing turned to look at Xiao Lingling. What are your plans? Xiao Lingling was momentarily at a loss for words. Yunxia suddenly stepped forward. Young Master Yi, I have an unreasonable request. Speak. Yunxia took a deep breath. May I take this child as my disciple? What? The entire hall erupted in an uproar. Yi Xing was also taken aback. Could it be that this fellow had noticed something? He turned to ask, are you willing? Xiao Lingling immediately agreed, I do. She thought to herself, I must grow strong enough to stand by your side with pride one day. Besides, Yunxia is an 8th tier powerhouse. No one could possibly refuse. Yunxia beamed with delight, wonderful. Rest assured, I shall treat you as my own daughter. His talent was somewhat unique, and it was precisely because of this that he recognized Xiao Lingling's extraordinary qualities. Who would have thought there'd be such an unexpected bonus? This. Xiaoyi stared blankly as Xiao Lingling was taken as a disciple by an 8th tier powerhouse, feeling as if her heart had been pierced. Why? Just because she hooked up with young Master Yi? Yi Xing nodded indifferently, since she's willing, so be it. I wonder if Xiao Lingling would have been taken as a disciple by Yunxia in the original timeline. She probably would have, otherwise Xiao Lingling wouldn't have become so powerful in the future. With that, he turned to Songfeng, Uncle Songfeng, these matters are yours to handle. Yes. Songfeng responded respectfully, his icy gaze sweeping over Zhou Chusheng, Xiaoyi, and the others. They immediately fell silent, too frightened to speak. Yunxia kept her head bowed. This was the might of the Yi family. A single word could decide life or death, a single thought could wipe out an entire clan. Suddenly. Ding, mission complete. Heart lamp illuminates the world, sense any person's perception of oneself, temporarily blocking others' innate abilities. Yi Xing's pupils contracted slightly. How utterly game-changing. In this world, talents form the very foundation of combat power. If one could directly block an opponent's innate talent, their strength would plummet by at least 30%. This talent is remarkable. Young master, it's time to return. Songfeng spoke up. Yi Xing snapped back to reality and turned around. Let's go, young master. Why? Huayan put on an aloof air, Yi Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes. The two then boarded the spirit vessel. At that moment, Sang Feng turned to the Xiao family members. Alright, take one last breath of air. Wails of despair followed. Xiao Lingling opened her mouth to speak, but after a moment's thought, she closed it again. These people were no longer her family. She slowly raised her head. Sooner or later, she would stand beside this young Master Yi. After the two boarded the spirit boat, Huayan smiled and said, Brother, I won't be accompanying you to the imperial capital. I'll return directly to Jinling. Alright. Yi Xing nodded. Come visit me in the capital when you have time. Don't worry, big brother. Huayan grinned. If you're a real brother, come chop me up. Yi Xing chuckled. Huayan roared with laughter. Then he turned, I'm off. His figure gradually vanished into the spirit boat's teleportation array, returning to Jinling. Moments later, Songfeng entered. Young master, everything is ready. Yi Xing gave a slight nod. Let's go, Uncle Songfeng. Yes. Songfeng gave the command in a deep voice, depart. Return to the imperial capital. The massive vessel slowly turned its course, slicing through the air toward the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Yi Xing made his way to the cultivation chamber. Idle hands are the devil's workshop, might as well cultivate. Inside the spirit vessel, cultivation chamber. Yi Xing sat cross-legged. Dozens of rare treasures floated around him. 9 transformation mystic ginseng, 10,000-year ice marrow, crimson flame gold crystal. These were all the treasures he had gathered during his journey to the northwest. Might as well put them to use. He casually plucked a 9-turn mystic ginseng and swallowed it whole. Boom! A colossal surge of spiritual energy instantly erupted within his body. Countless intricate patterns emerged on Yi Xing's skin as surrounding spiritual energy violently converged. Only Yi Xing would dare to do something like this. 4th tier, 2nd layer. 4th tier, 3rd layer. His cultivation soared at a terrifying pace, extraordinary phenomena erupting around him. At times, golden light filled the sky, at others, a river of stars hung upside down. Boom! The entire spirit vessel began to tremble. The protective array activated automatically, absorbing the shockwave unleashed by this breakthrough. Songfeng in the cockpit whipped his head around, his eyes filled with shock. That's the young master? The commotion from this breakthrough is simply too dramatic. It actually shattered the cloud sea. Even the prodigies from the other 4 great families have never achieved such terrifying advancement speed. And now, 4th tier, 5th layer. When Yi Xing's aura finally stabilized at this realm, the door to the cultivation chamber slowly opened. Songfeng hurried forward. Young master. You? Uncle Songfeng. Yi Xing stretched lazily, gazing out at the boundless sea of clouds. You know, this cultivation, just how high is high? Songfeng, ? Chapter 47, Trader of the Yi family? Yi Zhiqiu? The Yi family. By now, Xing should be returning. Yi Yuan sat in the main seat, smiling as he spoke. That kid's been gone for days. I thought he wasn't coming back. Lu Ruyan slowly approached him. He's teamed up with that Hui family brat. Why bother going all the way to the northern desert? Honestly. She still hoped her son would focus on his cultivation instead of wandering aimlessly. Suddenly. Oh, and Jiqiu is coming back. Get ready for his arrival later. Ye Yuan Tian announced. Is that so? Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered. Yi Jiqiu Yi Xing's cousin. His father was Yi Yuan Tian's cousin, but he had tragically perished in battle while defending against the beasts from another world alongside Yi Yuan Tian. When Yi Jiqiu was born, his mother died during childbirth. Thus, Yi Yuanti had always taken care of Yi Jiqiu. However, Yi Jiqiu left the Yi family several years ago, claiming he was going out to make his fortune. There had been no word from him in all that time. Lu Ruyan remained silent, for she knew it was Yi Jiqiu who had led Yi Xing astray, infecting him with all those vices. This situation was a constant headache for Lu Ruyan. Just then, a voice called out from outside. I'm back. Yi Xing's figure appeared immediately afterward. You brat, this. Yi Yuan Tian was about to speak, but suddenly sensed something. He instantly appeared beside Yi Xing. What is it? Come out. Yi Yuan Tian roared, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a peak 9th tier cultivator. Thick spiritual energy surged into Yi Xing's body like a tidal wave, instantly sealing off all his meridians. Caught completely off guard, Yi Xing froze in place. Dad. Wait. Let me explain. He immediately realized it was the mother nest of 10,000 demons within him that had triggered his father's suspicion. Yi Yuan Tian's expression darkened like stormy waters as his divine sense frantically scanned Yi Xing's body. Yi Xing began recounting the events in the northern wastes, though he altered some details. After hearing it, the couple fell silent. An ancient demon god? An unevolved ancient demon god within their son's body? How did that kid manage that? Yi Yuan Tian stared at Yi Xing in utter shock. From the moment they entered, he had sensed the presence of the mother nest of 10,000 demons. He had assumed his son was being controlled, but this was the truth. How? Wait. How did your cultivation advance so rapidly? Lu Ruyan suddenly realized. Yi Xing shrugged it off casually, kept a low profile. Yi Yuan Tian. Lu Ruyan. The couple exchanged a glance, seeing the same shock and helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Yi Yuan Tian took a deep breath and slowly withdrew the spiritual energy restraining Yi Xing. He patted his son's shoulder. Are you absolutely sure you're okay? Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll tell you immediately. Yi Yuan Tian exhaled slowly. Only then did he let it go. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Uncle Tian and Lu, it's been ages. A figure clad in white appeared in the distance. It was Yi Jiqiu. The moment Yi Xing saw him, his eyebrow arched. And you? Long time no see, Xiao Xing. Yi Jiqiu smiled as he looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing spoke quietly, yes, brother Jiqiu. It's been a while. Yi Yuan Tian spoke warmly, come, sit down first. He gestured to the seat beside him, inviting Yi Jiqiu to sit down. Then came a round of catching up with Yi Yuan Tian. After a while, Yi Jiqiu suddenly spoke up, I hear, Xiao Xing, you've changed quite a bit lately. People change, Yi Xing replied slowly. Ha ha ha, true. You've definitely grown up. But Yi Xing remained silent, her brows furrowed. He recalled past events and couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Jiqiu had deliberately led the original owner astray. He sensed Yi Jiqiu's cultivation level was at the 5th tier, and there had been no word from him in years. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. Yi Yuantian, your younger brother has changed so much lately. It's always best to come home, no place compares to home. But, you haven't gotten into any trouble out there, have you? Of course not. Uncle Tian, you're the martial god of this age. Who would dare provoke me? After chatting for a while, Yi Jiqiu shifted the topic to Yi Xing. We brothers haven't seen each other in ages. Why aren't you as enthusiastic about seeing me as you used to be? Yi Jiqiu feigned hurt, are you upset? Do you blame me for not taking you out to play? Yi Xing, it has been a while since we went out. Yi Jiqiu's eyes flickered, then his peripheral vision swept toward Lu Ruyan. By now, she should have already scolded Yi Xing. But, well, it's only natural for men to go out and enjoy themselves. Lu Ruyan unexpectedly offered a warm smile. Xinger, take your brother around to get acquainted with the capital. After all, he's just returned. Yi Jiqiu's lips stiffened. Aunt Lu was actually defending Yi Xing? This mother, who once despised Yi Xing going out, had now sided with him? Yi Jiqiu stared deeply at Yi Xing, finally certain. This younger brother had truly changed. Soon after, Yi Xing led Yi Jiqiu out the door. You've really changed. Yi Jiqiu remarked casually, you're not as close to me as you used to be. I've grown up. Cut the crap. Fancy heading to the Golden Cup Club? Big bros treating. Sure. Yi Jiqiu, question mark. Had Yi Xing really not changed? Was he just holding back earlier at home because the elders were present? Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Sure enough, old habits die hard. He silently rejoiced that his years of painstaking scheming had not been in vain. Slips talent-destroying potions into Xing's wine, dragging him to brothels to waste his cultivation time. He had even secretly manipulated him into antagonizing the major clans. All of this was done to utterly destroy this younger brother. But why had Xing suddenly become so powerful? He's even nearly caught up to me? Truly worthy of being his son. Yi Zhiqiu gritted his teeth inwardly. But why? I am the true prodigy of the Yi family. Meanwhile, Xing's gaze toward Yi Zhiqiu remained expressionless. From the moment he entered the door, he had sensed Yi Zhiqiu's hostility toward him through his innate ability to illuminate the world with his heart lamp. Now it was nearly overflowing. Yet he hadn't done anything to offend him, not once. Xing casually inquired, "By the way, where have you been all these years?" Yi Zhiqiu froze, then suppressed his emotions before replying. "I've been in the Interfa Federation all these years, combating cult organizations. An evil group called the Reboot emerged there. I've been maneuvering against them, facing immense danger, but my cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds." Suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes lit up as if remembering something. "Want to come abroad with me? I'll take you to the Federation. As for that cult? With my brother around, they won't make a splash." Yi Zhiqiu waited for Xing's response. Xing, hearing these words, was about to refuse when suddenly, ding! After years apart, you've encountered your former brother, Yi Zhiqiu. Rage surges within you, for it was this human traitor who ultimately brought about the downfall of the Yi family. Xing's hand froze. Only now do you realize why your past self was so blind. It was all Yi Zhiqiu's scheme. Even your own talent was poisoned by his covert actions. You couldn't comprehend how your former brother had become the leader of the Restart organization, all gained by betraying the Yi family. You later learned this bastard sacrificed countless great talents to the organization. Even the Hui family's young master, Huaiyan, met a tragic end. Reboot's goal is to summon the soul-devouring demon god by sacrificing enough geniuses, thereby rewriting this world. Assignment issued: eliminate Yi Zhiqiu and annihilate Reboot. Mission reward: supreme grade divine ability Sun and Moon in conjunction. Chapter 48. Could Xing really kill Yi Zhiqiu? A cult organization? Reboot? Upon seeing these words, Xing's gaze darkened. No wonder his talents were so poor back then. It was all Yi Zhiqiu messing with him behind the scenes. And he was even destined to become the leader of the Reboot organization? Betraying the Yi family? I've investigated this cult organization for years within the Federation. Rest assured, however, that the group has been largely eradicated. The remaining remnants pose no significant threat. Yi Zhiqiu wore a gentle smile. Most people would have believed him. But Xing was on another level. Xing sneered. What eradicating cults? You're going to be the cult's leader. But Xing simply couldn't understand. Why would Yi Zhiqiu want to harm him? Seeing Xing's silence, Yi Zhiqiu pressed on with his persuasion. After all, you've been in the capital all these years without ever leaving the country. It's good for me to take you out and see the world. After a moment of silence, Xing replied. Alright, that's a good idea. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes lit up, a cold smile playing on his lips. He hadn't expected his cousin to be as gullible as ever. This fool actually believed me, unaware that I too am part of a cult. Over the past few years, Yi Zhiqiu had been sacrificing geniuses from all corners of the world, the very reason his cultivation had advanced so rapidly. This time, his return to Great Xia was specifically to take away a portion of the geniuses. I hadn't even considered you at all, but I never expected you to give me such a pleasant surprise. Yi Zhiqiu sneered coldly. Back when he had crippled Xing, he never imagined this guy could become so formidable. His original target was the young master of the Hui family, but since things had turned out this way. My foolish younger brother, don't blame your elder brother. And once Xing is gone, I'll be the only one left among the younger generation of the Yi family. Ha ha ha, that works. Then I'll inform Uncle Tian and Aunt Lu shortly. Mei Chem, alright. Xing nodded indifferently. He was eager to see what tricks his cousin had up his sleeve. Besides, with the cold cicada tears in his possession, no one could stop him if he chose to leave. If it came down to it, he would handle this traitor for the Yi family. Soon, the two made contact with Yi Yuan Tian and Lu Ruyan. Yi Yuan Tian's hearty laughter echoed through the communication jade token. Ah, no worries. Your younger brother has grown up, and with you there, we feel completely at ease. It's rare for you two brothers to go out together. Enjoy yourselves for a few days, just stay safe. Yi Zhiqiu nodded repeatedly. Yes, Uncle Tian. Aunt Lu, rest assured I'll take good care of Xing. After ending the call, he turned to Xing. Come on, Xing, let's go sit in the spirit. No need to go to all that trouble. Yi Zhiqiu froze, still processing the words, when suddenly, the air before him twisted violently. What? A pitch-black fissure tore open in the void without warning. The surrounding plants and trees even froze over with a thin layer of frost. Yi Zhiqiu's pupils contracted sharply. This is a spatial artifact? And its grade was definitely not low. He hadn't realized that the former good-for-nothing could now wield a treasure of this caliber. But he didn't know this was merely one of the effects of the 9th tier artifact, Cicada Tears. Let's go. At this moment, Yi Xing had already gained the ability to actively control some of the power of the Cicada Tears. Yi Zhiqiu's heart was churning with shock. With a spatial artifact in his possession, Yi Xing could tear open the void and flee at any moment. His entire plan had been utterly disrupted. No. He must devise a new strategy. Yi Zhiqiu narrowed his eyes. Interfa Federation. Within the dimly lit cathedral, a dozen robed figures sat encircling a bone-carved array, murmuring obscure incantations. Not enough. A blond man spoke up. Judging by appearances, we'll need a few more sacrifices before the deity descends upon our world. Cabal, how is the plan progressing? From the shadows, a gaunt figure slowly emerged. No issues. That's good. The blond man chuckled softly, his gaze shifting toward the depths of the church. Where the hell did Yi Zhiqiu go? He said he was going back to Great Xia to find a sacrifice. The blond man chuckled softly upon hearing this. The lad still needs tempering, but, given the chance, he could take my place someday. He still found it hard to believe that someone like Yi Zhiqiu, born into one of Great Xia's most prestigious families, would willingly join an organization like there's one hidden in the shadows. I really can't fathom these young masters from the major powers. Suddenly, the church doors burst open. Leader! A member wearing a raven mask strode in. Yi Zhiqiu sent word that he's bringing a gift and is on his way to the Federation. A gift? Yes. Akashi's tone was peculiar. He said, it's his younger brother. His brother? The blond man froze. Then they hurried to investigate Yi Xing's background. The results left them stunned. This was actually the only son of the great Xia martial god. And judging by his recent actions, he was no ordinary prodigy. He had broken through multiple cultivation realms in rapid succession. He instantly defeated the top young talent of Great Xia. His talent for artifact forging is unparalleled. The blond man snapped the file shut. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. I misjudged him. Yi Zhiqiu possesses the makings of a leader. Gabai and Akashi exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. For this noble to speak so highly of him. Just how insane. He dared sacrifice his own brother. The blond man licked his lips. That level of ruthlessness. I like it. Gabri hesitated, but what if the great Xia martial god discovers? Don't worry. The blond man waved dismissively. Yi Zhiqiu said the plan is flawless. The only minor complication is that Yi Xing possesses a spatial artifact. What's so difficult about that? The blond man suddenly turned, a crimson rune appearing in his palm. This blood curse of spatial suppression can seal off spatial fluctuations within a 100-mile radius. Akashi frowned. But Yi Xing is no pushover. What if? The blond man suddenly smiled. But we still have Yi Zhiqiu, don't we? According to my recent investigation, Yi Zhiqiu and Yi Xing share an exceptionally close bond. They've never had conflicts since childhood, and Yi Zhiqiu always took Yi Xing under his wing. They're practically brothers. If anything unexpected happens, we can leverage Yi Zhiqiu. Akashi and Gabiki's eyes lit up simultaneously. Right. That relationship is incredibly close. No conflicts since childhood. Brothers were kind and respectful to each other. The younger brother has always been doted on by his older brother. The blond man smiled faintly. After all, they're family. And Yi Zhiqiu was always so kind to Yi Xing. If Yi Xing had even a shred of conscience, he couldn't have truly killed Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 49, My Foolish Younger Brother. I'll definitely chop you to death later. At that moment, on a stretch of coastline, Yi Xing stared at Yi Zhiqiu before him. He'd already made up his mind the moment his cousin made the slightest move. He would go straight for him and finish him off. Though I'm only a 4th-tier cultivator, he's merely a 5th tier. The advantage is clearly mine. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu sneered inwardly. Earlier, he had secretly sent a message to his organization's members. The church was less than 20 kilometers away. Once he lured Yi Xing inside, taking him down would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? After all, Yi Xing was only a 4th tier, while he himself was 5th tier. The advantage was clearly his. Xiaoxing, if there's anywhere you want to go, go ahead. I just received word that a cult organization is active nearby, and I need to check it out. Yi Zhiqiu, you're only 4th tier. It's too dangerous. Yi Xing nodded. All right. Yi Zhiqiu sneered inwardly. Luring Yi Xing over like that was far too obvious. Now it was time for others to step in. All right, but don't worry. I'll be back soon. No problem. Yi Xing, if you have something to do, go ahead. I understand, bro. Ha ha, that's fine then. Yi Zhiqiu smirked. Looks like this little cutie still has quite a bit of affection for me. He could use that to his advantage later. After all, he'd always played the role of the good older brother. Could he possibly uncover those past incidents? Well, I'm off then. Bye. After Yi Zhiqiu left, Yi Xing spoke indifferently, my foolish brother. This guy is definitely off to join some cult now. Should I go after him? But that would be too obvious. Forget it. Whatever comes my way, I'll deal with it. Since that's the case, I'll just get a foot massage to relax first. Yi Xing then turned his gaze toward the distant Golden Wisdom Club. Let me experience some exotic charm. Yi Xing strode toward the club and pushed open the door. Under the guidance of the attendant, Yi Xing selected a room and ascended the stairs. Yet the instant he stepped inside, his brow furrowed imperceptibly. Yi Xing remained composed and continued walking in. Welcome, room 384 is yours. A tall, slender attendant glided toward him, her face adorned with a professional smile. Yi Xing remained silent, and the attendant promptly began massaging his feet. After a few moments of massage, young master, you must be someone important, right? The waitress inquired. It's okay. Yi Xing kept his eyes closed. Her eyes lit up upon hearing this, then she sighed. I really envy you. If only I could live like that. Seeing Yi Xing didn't respond, the waitress's lips twitched before she continued. Sigh, my dad's been gambling since I was little, and my mom's sick too. I'm the only one left to support my sisters. Such a classic line. A gambling father, an ailing mother, young sisters, and a broken heart. As she spoke, the waitress began to weep. Yi Xing frowned. Alright, I'll extend the time. Oh, that's fine then. After that, the waitress stopped telling her story. A little while later, seeing Yi Xing finally drift off to sleep, the waitress's expression gradually softened. Is this the young master of the Yi family? In truth, she was sent by Gabby to keep Yi Xing under control. She hadn't expected it to be this easy. Come with me, young Master Yi. Just as the waitress reached out. Snap. Her hand was firmly intercepted mid-air. You foot massager, you think I'd follow you? The maid's pupils suddenly contracted, every hair on her body standing on end. You're not unconscious? She jerked backward, staring at the now awake Yi Xing with utter disbelief. Impossible. I clearly administered drunken immortal potion, even a 5th-tier cultivator would fall victim to it. And, how did you even notice? Yi Xing slowly sat up, sneering. Poof. How many times have I had my feet massaged? The moment you touched me, I knew. The waitress, ? She even doubted her own ears. But quickly, her eyes turned cold, and murderous intent flared. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Her figure flickered as her 4th-tier, 6th-rank cultivation erupted with overwhelming force. However, before her attack could close in, Yi Xing vanished in an instant. The next instant, her wrist was firmly seized by a long, powerful hand. Too slow. Not even as fast as your feet. What? The waitress paled in shock. She was a 4th-tier, 6th-rank expert. Yet she hadn't even seen his movement? Before she could react, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged into her meridians. She spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed heavily into the wall. Yi Xing brushed his sleeves and glanced down at her with disdain. With skills like yours, you think you can touch me? The maid's eyes darkened just for an instant. She fully understood she was no match for Yi Xing. His speed, strength, and reflexes far exceeded the capabilities of a 4th-tier practitioner. What kind of monster is this? Run! Without hesitation, she retreated at full speed. 20 kilometers at her speed, it would take but a moment. If she could just reach the church, with the 2 elders, Gabaki and Akashi, present, she could survive. Yi Xing spoke calmly. Trying to run? He instantly closed the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side. Inside the church. Cabal stood on the platform, expression impassive. By now, it should be in hand. Akashi leaned against a stone pillar. Good. Gabrielle shot him a glance. Yi Jicho has returned. Got it. Akashi didn't even lift his head. Right, should we just kill Yi Xing outright later, or? Hold off on killing him, Gabiki interrupted. Leave it to the leader to decide. Akashi paused, frowning. Where is the leader? He's preparing for the sacrifice. Oh. A brief silence fell between them, the church filled only with the faint flicker of candlelight. Don't kill me. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence. Gabaki and Akashi both looked up as the church doors burst open with a crash. The waitress's legs had vanished, and she was frantically crawling across the floor on her arms alone, her face etched with terror. Save me. Gabaki's pupils contracted. Boom! The waitress's body suddenly exploded, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. Amidst the crimson mist, a slender figure stepped slowly into the church. His black robe billowed without wind, the long sword in his hand untouched by blood. Yi Xing surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering briefly on Gabi and Akashi before his eyebrows arched slightly. Who are you? Gabaki and Akashi exchanged a glance, their eyes heavy with gravity. Tisk. Akashi sneered coldly. Yi Jicho claimed he was weak. Seems he was mistaken. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes, feigning confusion. Yi Jicho? Suddenly. Have we been discovered? A deep voice echoed from the depths of the church. From the shadows, a man emerged slowly. Yi Zhiqiu looked at Yi Xing, a cold smile playing on his lips. I never intended for you to know the truth, but there's no other way. In that case, brother. Your elder brother can only bring himself to kill you. Chapter 50, Don't come near. He's your beloved family. Yi Xing stared at Yi Zhiqiu like this. He had expected Yi Zhiho to put on some pretense, but unexpectedly, he wasn't even bothering to act anymore. Yi Xing spoke calmly, alright, I understand. Yi Zhiqiu's brows suddenly knitted together. He had expected Yi Xing to show shock, pain, disbelief. After all, being betrayed by a loved one would shatter anyone. But Yi Xing just stood there calmly. Strange. Akashi spoke impatiently. Yi Zhiqiu, shall we do it ourselves, or will you do it yourself? What are you talking about? These are my blood brothers, my dearest kin. Gabai raised an eyebrow. At a time like this, you're still concerned about that? Yi Zhiqiu's smile remained unchanged. No, what I mean is, since he's my younger brother, after the sacrifice, the primary benefits should naturally go to me. Gabai and Akashi sneered simultaneously, as you wish. May I ask why? Yi Xing suddenly spoke up. Yi Zhiqiu froze for a moment before sneering, simple enough. I trick you, old buddy. Truth is, I'm part of the cult too. You're the target this time. No. I mean, why did you harbor hostility toward me from the very beginning? Why go so far as to destroy my talent? Yi Zhiqiu's expression changed instantly. How did you know? His expression then shifted rapidly. You knew all along? Yi Xing remained silent. After a moment, Yi Zhiqiu chuckled softly. Since you knew and still dared to follow me, you really are utterly foolish. Well then, don't blame me for what's about to happen. Before the words had even finished echoing, Yi Zhiqiu erupted. His fifth-tier cultivation unleashed without restraint, spiritual energy surging around him like a raging torrent. With his fifth-tier strength, crushing a mere fourth-tier Yi Xing. Shouldn't that be as easy as turning over one's hand? But, get lost. Yi Xing's figure vanished abruptly. What? Yi Zhiqiu felt a flash before his eyes, then his throat was already clamped down on. He couldn't move. Yi Zhiqiu's body stiffened, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. How could this be? He was a fifth tier. How could Yi Xing be so fast that he didn't even have time to react? Before he could even struggle, a violent surge of thunderous power erupted. Yi Zhiqiu let out a piercing scream as lightning engulfed his entire body. His entire body was violently hurled backward, blood spurting wildly. What? Gabai and Akashi were utterly stunned. Yi Zhiqiu might not be their equal, but he was still a fifth-tier expert. And he was crushed by Yi Xing with a single strike? This young master of the Yi family, what kind of monster is he? Yi Zhiqiu trembled as he rose, his eyes filled with horror. How could you be this strong? He had cultivated step by step through cheat-level methods, his cultivation solid and profound. How could it compare to a waste like Yi Zhiqiu, who had forcibly boosted his power through dark arts? You're just too weak. Yi Xing's voice remained calm. I've climbed this path through sweat and blood. As for whose sweat, that's none of your concern. Question mark. Yi Zhiqiu froze, then suddenly roared. Something's off about this kid. Attack him together. Akashi and Gabiki didn't hesitate for a second, erupting instantly. 3 fifth-tier powerhouses, all attacking simultaneously. You think you can measure up to me? You're not even qualified. Yi Xing declared. We'll find out. Akashi's longsword blazed with icy light, slashing straight for Yi Xing's throat. Crack! Yi Xing raised a single hand and actually pinched the sword's edge. What? Akashi's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, that fifth-tier spirit treasure-grade longsword was crushed barehanded by Yi Xing. This can't be. Akashi screamed in horror, his voice warped with shock. This was a fifth-tier spirit treasure, for crying out loud. You crushed it with your bare hands? Perfect opportunity. Yi Zhiqiu was about to launch a sneak attack. Yi Xing countered with a backhand strike. Damn you. Before Yi Zhiqiu could even close in, he was sent flying. Seeing this, Gabiji roared with fury and lunged straight for Yi Xing's back. Didn't I curse you? Without turning his head, Yi Xing countered with a backfist. Thud. Gabiji's chest caved in, sending him flying backward like a cannonball. Akashi, witnessing this, panicked completely. Wait. Why were both Yi Zhiqiu and Gabi knocked flying? Why was he the only one still standing? Something was terribly wrong. Then, the instant his gaze met Yi Xing's, a chill ran down his spine. Get out of my way. Akasha erupted in a torrent of blazing flames. The scorching heat engulfed the entire church, warping the very air itself. This was his most powerful move. Even a sixth-tier powerhouse wouldn't dare meet it head-on. Yet, from within the flames, Yi Xing's figure slowly emerged, unscathed. Akashi was utterly dumbfounded. Yi Xing raised his hand to examine the flickering flames on his arm. Not even as hot as my spit. Question mark. Before Akashi could process the meaning, Yi Xing's hand slammed down on his head. No, don't. Akashi screamed in terror, but it was too late. A terrifying heat erupted from Yi Xing's palm. Before Akashi could even scream, his entire body turned to ash. Akashi. Gabiki's voice cracked with anguish. Akashi's flames could even severely wound a 6th-rank powerhouse. Yet Yi Xing emerged completely unscathed? Yi Xing shook his hand. Did you say thank you? Gabiki whipped his head around. What the hell kind of monster did you bring back? Yi Jicho's face turned deathly pale. I don't know either. Damn it. He clearly remembered Yi Xing being nothing but a useless. How could he be this damn strong? Damn it. Gabiji growled, hold him off for me. Yi Jicho gritted his teeth and steeled himself to charge at Yi Xing once more. Meanwhile, Gabiji seized the opportunity to unleash his divine power, instantly invading Yi Xing's Dantian. The Dantian is a martial artist's most vulnerable point. Destroy his Qi, and no matter how powerful he was, he'd be crippled. However, the instant he probed into Yi Xing's Dantian, boom! Within Gabiki's consciousness, a colossal, mountain-like, pitch-black figure materialized, its blood-red eyes slowly opening. What the hell is this thing? Gabiji's 7 orifices instantly bled. He could never have imagined that Yi Xing's Dantian concealed an ancient demon god. Gabiji violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his mind shattering instantly. Meanwhile, Yi Jicho was once again sent flying by Yi Xing's fist, his ribs shattered. Yi Jicho was utterly speechless. His sole purpose seemed to be getting repeatedly pummeled back and forth. As Yi Xing turned his gaze toward him, Yi Jicho's face drained of color. Wait. Xing. I'm your older brother. We share the same grandfather. We're family. You can't kill me. Hearing this, Yi Xing's footsteps halted. Yi Jicho's eyes lit up with hope. But just then, Gabiji suddenly appeared behind Yi Jicho, clamping his hands tightly around Yi Jicho's neck. Don't you dare come any closer. This is your own blood relative. What the hell are you doing? Yi Jicho was both shocked and furious. Gabiji paid no heed, forcing Yi Jicho backward as he held him hostage. Don't come any closer. This is your own family. Yi Xing. Think about it, this is the brother who grew up with you. He took you to the drunken immortal pavilion for drinks, brought you to gambling dens for fun, helped you find the most beautiful courtesans. Yi Xing fell silent. Yi Jicho's face instantly drained of color. Chapter 51, Youth Has No Price, One Sword Old Brother Explodes. Whenever there was fun to be had, he always let you have it. He focused solely on his cultivation, saving all the joy for you. Gabiji grew increasingly agitated. With a brother who cares for you so deeply, how could you bring yourself to kill him? He refused to believe it. The bond between these brothers had always been profound. If only he could stir Yi Xing's memories. And remember. Shut the up. Yi Jicho suddenly broke down and shouted, I beg you, don't say another word. If this bastard kept talking, even the last shred of their fake affection would be extinguished. Suddenly, Yi Xing slowly raised his head. Yes, I remember it all now. Gabai beamed with delight. Exactly. So you should. A dazzling golden light suddenly sliced through the sky. The heaven-defying divine sword materialized in Yi Xing's hand. Its blade radiated an apocalyptic aura. Youth has no price. Yi Xing chuckled softly, stepping forward. One strike, old buddy, explode. Yi Jicho? Gobiji? Yi Xing smiled faintly. I bet I'll chop my big bro to smithereens. My brother will still smile and say, you did a hell of a job, little brother. At that moment, Gabby was dumbfounded. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be a scene of brotherly love? Wasn't the memory I awakened insufficient? But how could Gabby know that the old Yi Jicho had deliberately corrupted Yi Xing? Even Yi Xing's previous uselessness was entirely his doing. Wait. Yi Jicho stared intently at Yi Xing, his voice trembling. We're family, after all. You wouldn't kill me, right? Why wouldn't I? Yi Jicho's expression froze completely. Has your brain really shrunk? Yi Xing slowly raised his hand. We're not blood brothers. If you'd kill me, why shouldn't I kill you? Besides. His gaze turned icy. As a member of the Yi family of the imperial capital, you joined a heretical cult. Can you honestly say you won't betray the Yi family in the future? Yi Jicho. How can you live with yourself after what you've done to your dead father? Don't you dare mention him. Yi Jicho erupted in rage, his face contorted. Damn it. Why did they all have to die so young? I grew up without parents. Why was your father a martial god while mine was just a dead man? Do you know how jealous I was of you? Gabeki stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded. What happened to the brotherly love and respect? Turns out he hated him this much? Yi Xing fell silent for a moment. Goodbye, Yi Jicho. As for father, he'll understand. No. You can't kill me. Yi Jicho panicked completely. Let me see Uncle Tian. I need to see Aunt Lu. Yi Xing shook his head. You have no right. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened. A colossal hand, vast enough to obscure the sky, materialized out of thin air. Its intricate veins were clearly visible, radiating an earth-shattering, world-ending pressure as it slowly descended. Gabaraki looked up at the terrifying spectacle, his voice cracking. What the hell is this? Is this really a 4th-tier divine ability? Run! Run now! Yi Zhiqiu and Gabi fled frantically, but it was already too late. The colossal palm descended. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the entire cathedral vanished in an instant. The earth cracked open, and smoke and dust shot skyward. Yi Zhiqiu's body disintegrated inch by inch within the destructive energy. Cabal was reduced to a pulp. Before the dust had even settled, Xing suddenly let out a cold laugh. Did you think I wouldn't notice? His right hand shot out, violently ripping a chunk of flesh from the void. Ah! Don't kill me! The twisted, deformed flesh screamed in Gabi's agonized voice. How is this possible? Gabig's voice trembled with terror. I clearly already. How could you still detect me? Xing applied slight pressure with his fingertips. You think this little trick of yours is worthy of being played before me? He had long seen through Gabiki's scheme implanting part of his divine soul into this mass of flesh before death, attempting to escape punishment. Tell me. Xing's voice turned icy. Where are the others in your organization? What organization? Poof. A cold gleam flashed in Xing's eyes. Restart. You insignificant ants think you can change this world? Remember this, it will never be you vermin who change the world. Gabigui froze, then completely broke down. How could you know? This plan was the organization's highest level secret. Even Yi Zhiqiu only knew the surface details. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that from the very beginning, this terrifying young man had deliberately followed Yi Zhiqiu to the Federation? Who the hell are you? Not willing to say? Xing suddenly smiled, a smile that sent Gabi into an icy abyss. Don't worry. I have plenty of ways to find out. No, don't. At that moment. An underground chamber. In the gloomy underground chamber, dozens of figures clad in black robes stood in silent formation. They encircled a massive blood-red altar. Upon the altar, dozens of unconscious prodigies were bound by iron chains. A blonde-haired man stood atop the altar's highest point. Just wait a little longer. Yi Zhiqiu and the others will bring that young master of the Yi family here. He carries the bloodline of the martial god. This time, you will be satisfied. Once the sacrifice was complete, they would gain power. And when the deity truly descends, the entire world will be reshaped. The old order would be utterly shattered, and a new era would dawn. But as time passed, the blonde man's brow gradually furrowed. Why haven't the cavalry returned yet? A black-robed cultist cautiously approached. Leader, should we continue waiting? A flicker of impatience crossed the blonde man's eyes. Enough. Let's begin. The deities must not be kept waiting. He raised his scepter, about to command the initiation of the ritual. Suddenly, a familiar aura wafted from the end of the passageway. Gabaki? The blonde man's eyes lit up. But the next second, his expression froze. Boom! A colossal palm, large enough to obscure the sky, materialized out of thin air. Wielding devastating force, it slammed down toward the altar. Who the hell are you? The blonde man roared in fury, his figure instantly flashing into the air. The scepter erupted with blinding black light, forcibly blocking the strike. The shockwaves from the energy collision swept across the entire underground chamber. The black-robed figures on the altar were all knocked back, several even spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Through the dust, a slender figure slowly descended. Xing stood suspended in midair, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. His other hand casually held a writhing mass of flesh. The blonde man's pupils suddenly contracted. Who are you? Boss. Boss. Save me, it's Xing. The mass of flesh emitted a weak, gurgling sound. The blonde man stared intently, his expression instantly darkening like storm clouds. Good news, Gabi had indeed brought Xing. Bad news, he was nothing but a piece of flesh. Just as the blonde man opened his mouth to speak, Xing's fingers suddenly clenched. The mass of flesh exploded in his palm. Gabiji's final scream cut off abruptly. The entire underground chamber. Deathly silence. Chapter 52, Don't you have someone you love? The blonde man's eyes darkened. What happened? We were only supposed to capture Xing? Why is Gabi dead? Yi Zhiqiu betrayed us? The blonde man murmured. That was the only possibility now. But? Not exactly. I killed him too. Blonde man, ? Then he was stunned. What the hell? You killed your own family? Xing spoke calmly. Next, it's your turn. The blonde man's brow furrowed. It seemed he had underestimated Xing. To kill one's own kin, Xing possessed a level of ruthlessness that rivaled Yi Zhiqiu's. And he had actually managed to take out Gabiji and the others. Clearly, he had something to fall back on. I did underestimate you, but you're facing our entire organization. Your decision to walk into this trap is truly laughable, do you understand? The blonde man's lips curled upward. In that instant, the black-robed figures surrounding them surged forward. Each possessed an aura no weaker than 4th tier. The blonde man looked at Yi Xing. Moreover, this place is under divine protection. Any secret treasures or spirit artifacts would be restricted here. How about it? Scared yet? But unfortunately, he saw no reaction on Yi Xing's face. The blonde man frowned. The other black-robed cultists chimed in. Is this the young master of the Yi family? He doesn't seem particularly formidable. What benefits would we gain by sacrificing him? Listening to the murmurs around him, the blonde man smiled and spoke. Well, now, isn't it? Boom! A fury-fueled aura erupted from Yi Xing's body, instantly cracking the walls of the entire underground chapel. Roar! Amidst the earth-shaking dragon's roar, Yi Xing brandished the divine emperor sword. The blade, coiled with thunder and golden light, crashed like a falling star into the ranks of the black-robed cultists. What's all this gibberish? Tell that to my sword. Wherever the sword's light swept, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Those fourth-tier black-robed cultists were as fragile as paper before Yi Xing, sliced clean in two by a single stroke. The blonde man thought Yi Xing was courting death. But when he witnessed this effortless slaughter, his pupils suddenly contracted. This can't be. How could Yi Xing possess such overwhelming power? He instantly realized that killing Gabiki and the others wasn't due to any divine artifacts. He sprang to his feet. You're asking for it. But the heart lamp illuminates the world. A green lamp suddenly lit up between Yi Xing's eyebrows, its soft glow instantly enveloping the entire church. Ah! My talent! The gift is gone. How is this possible? What is this thing? The black-robed cultists realized in horror that their long-cultivated talents had all vanished. The blonde man's expression changed drastically. What kind of trick is this? Unheard of. But he soon broke into a savage grin. Even without your talents, I'll still kill you. His hands formed seals, unleashing a crimson divine technique toward Yi Xing. Boom! Suddenly, a golden thunderbolt cleaved the church dome. The laws of heaven descended as a luminous barrier. The crimson divine technique was instantly annihilated. This is the protection of heaven? The blonde man's voice twisted for the first time. How is this possible? The person before him was actually protected by the heavenly Tao? A child of heaven? Yi Xing offered no reply, merely twisting his sword's edge, and three more black-robed figures were severed from their heads. Stop him. Buy me 30 seconds. The blonde man clearly sensed something was terribly wrong. Yi Xing was too powerful. He was nothing like an ordinary fourth tier. He shouted urgently, everyone hold him off. He might not be able to kill all of you within 30 seconds. He charged madly toward the altar, chanting ancient incantations. He intended to sacrifice these offerings to gain divine power. That would turn the tide. Soon, the geniuses on the altar let out piercing screams as their flesh rapidly dissolved, turning to white bones. At that moment, the crimson altar itself began to transform. A surge of power descended upon the blonde man like a torrent of blood. His power surged instantly. It worked. Ha 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 ha. The blonde man spun around in a maniacal laugh, only to see Yi Xing sitting leisurely atop a mountain of corpses, the heaven-defying sword untouched by a single drop of blood. Around him, not a single black-robed figure remained alive. The blonde man's face froze. Kill you all. Yi Xing flicked the blood droplets from his sword. It wouldn't even take 10 seconds. The blonde man froze. Surrounded by the corpses of his comrades, this was the team he'd spent years building. Now it was all gone in an instant. Yi Xing spoke calmly, I truly don't understand you cultists. Why are you always trying to destroy the world? Don't you have families and friends? No love? We do. The blonde man fell silent for a moment. But you just killed them all. Yi Xing, ? My apologies, everyone. The blonde man murmured to himself, I couldn't let you see the moment your dreams came true. But it's okay. Our ideals will never die. Then his gaze fixed intensely on Yi Xing. For you. For the future of this world. Even if I die here today, I'll drag this abomination to hell with me. This damn monster must not live. In the next instant, the blonde man was instantly engulfed in crimson. Even his pupils turned into blood-red light. Don't underestimate our bond. A crack split open on his forehead, revealing a third, blood-red eye. Boom! The life-burning strike warped space itself. The ground crumbled to dust wherever he passed. Die! The crimson figure collided violently with Yi Xing. Crack! A faint sound. Yi Xing caught the earth-shattering blow with one steady hand. His fingers clamped down like iron pincers on the stunned face of the blonde man. A shockwave erupted from their center, reducing the surrounding 100 meters of rock wall to powder. The blonde man's eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be. His shattered vocal cords emitted a hoarse scream. I possess God-given power. God? Yi Xing suddenly laughed. Don't be ridiculous. As Yi Xing's words fell, an indescribably colossal entity descended. Thud. 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 The heartbeat, like ancient war drums, reverberated across the heavens and earth. Until the entire body of the mother nest of 10,000 demons revealed itself. It was a living mountain range composed of flesh and metal. What is this? The blonde man screamed hysterically. It exists in other worlds and is on the same level as your so-called gods. Blonde man, ? A tentacle flashed, severing the blonde man's right arm at the shoulder. The blonde man was flung hundreds of meters like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the altar ruins. Yi Xing advanced slowly. He looked down on the dying blonde man from above. And if we count this, my father also happens to be a martial god. Try to escape before I get serious. Chapter 53, Sun and Moon Align. Yi Yuanti's true power. Amidst the ruins, the blonde man's mangled body twitched. Why? He couldn't believe it. A single Yi Xing had wiped out their entire organization. Why? Tears streamed down the blonde man's face. The gods clearly said all this would come to pass. Yi Xing silently looked down at him. In the original timeline, this group of lunatics had indeed succeeded. But unfortunately, they ran into a god-tier player. I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Yi Xing sighed. The imperial sword suddenly erupted with golden light, its blade cleaving the blonde man's mangled remains in two. The blonde man let out a scream unlike any human voice. Why was this guy so absurd? None of the other martial god's sons were like this. Enough. Yi Xing pressed her foot down on half his face. Go reunite with your family. Wait. Actually, I'm sworn enemy of the cult. I know many secrets. Just as Yi Xing brought the blade down, the entire altar ruins suddenly shook violently. Space fractured, and a suffocating pressure emerged from the cracks. How dare you? The icy voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell itself. Countless black mists surged forth, coalescing in midair into a colossal face that obscured the sky. The blonde man's eyes lit up. It's a god. Yi Xing's brows furrowed. You insignificant insect. How dare you kill my followers? The colossal face roared with thunderous fury. This was the anchor point he had cultivated for years. If it were destroyed. Boom! The mother nest of 10,000 demons suddenly materialized before Yi Xing. The giant face, the incarnation of the soul-devouring demon god, froze abruptly. The face formed from black mist actually revealed a look of shock. This is? You are the soul-devouring demon god? Yi Xing spoke abruptly. The black mist face visibly startled. You know my name? Even the most devout of his followers did not know. How could this young man possibly? Who are you? Yi Xing chuckled lightly. You needn't know. Arrogant. The black mist churned violently. A mere insect dares to. The black mist paused abruptly, then shifted its tone. But I do admire you. Release that worthless creature and submit to me. I can grant you command over all believers, and in the future, I'll even make you my priest. The blonde man's eyes widened. He had followed the deity for years, committing every conceivable act, yet never received such a promise. That good? Yi Xing tilted his head. A satisfied ripple emanated from the black mist. As expected, mere ants after all. Of course, I also. You. Do you think I'm giving you face? The sword's light swept like a reverse Milky Way, sending the head flying high. The face froze in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend even in death why it had been slain in the presence of a god. The black mist instantly solidified. Yi Xing looked up and sneered coldly. If your true form had descended, I truly couldn't have killed him. But now, it's merely a fragment of consciousness. What right do you have to command me? You dare command this young master? You're asking for death. The entire world abruptly changed color. The soul-devouring demon god had never been this enraged. He had actually been toyed with by an insignificant insect. At that moment, Yi Xing's brow furrowed. You insignificant insect. I gave you a chance. The spirit-devouring demon god roared. Now, you must die. Just as Yi Xing raised his sword, he suddenly sensed something. His eyes flashed with realization, followed by a cold chuckle. Are you sure you can kill me? Ha 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 ha. The spirit-devouring demon god's laughter shook the earth, causing cracks to form. How could I possibly fail to kill you? Could it be you possess some divine lineage? Are you perhaps the son of the martial god? Ha 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 ha. But the next moment, his laughter was cut short. Of course. He is my son, Yi Yuan Tian. A deafening roar erupted, as if splitting the heavens and earth. The entire sky suddenly collapsed, and countless fragments of space rained down like a storm. Boom! A towering figure shattered the void as he stepped forth. With every step he took, the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius was instantly drained. Each breath sent the laws of heaven and earth trembling in resonance. The spirit-devouring demon god's face froze, and he instantly gasped. War! War god! Without a moment's hesitation, the black mist instantly contracted into a slender thread, frantically fleeing toward the spatial rift. What a joke! He was merely a projection of consciousness now. How could it possibly stand against an equal? Trying to escape? Yi Yuan Tian snorted coldly, casually sweeping his right hand. Countless purple gold spears materialized out of thin air, each coiled with thunder of shattered laws. These spears pierced through time and space, instantly sealing off all escape routes. No! The soul-devouring demon god let out a piercing, agonized howl. In horror, it realized these spears were following the link of consciousness, directly wounding its true body in the other world. This was no ordinary attack. The black mist was pinned in midair by the spears. Purple-gold thunderbolts spread wildly through the wounds, scorching the black mist inch by inch into nothingness. I refuse to accept this. The soul-devouring demon god couldn't fathom how he, a mighty ancient demon god, could meet such a pathetic end because of his followers. How the hell could he have provoked the son of the martial god? As the last wisp of black mist dissipated, the sky cleared once more. Ding, quest completed. Obtained Sun and Moon Convergence. Sun and Moon Convergence possesses power akin to the Sun and Moon, capable of shifting between their phases. Within its domain, it can summon 2 divine tier realms to annihilate opponents. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. Holy! This powerful? Just then, Ye Yuan Tian's figure descended. Father, Yi Zhiqiu. I know everything. Ye Yuan Tian stood with his hands behind his back. Yi Xing's breath caught. So father knew everything all along. Could it be he'd been following me all along? The Yi family has no need for such a traitor. Ye Yuan Tian placed a hand on his son's shoulder. This is also my fault. I failed to keep a close watch on the child. I am a failure as a parent. The martial god who once dominated the world now flashed a hint of pain in his eyes. His own son had been so useless in the beginning. Later, his nephew had also. Sigh. Don't be sad, Yi Xing murmured softly. It's fine. Ye Yuan Tian shook his head, then suddenly frowned. Looks like we have visitors. Dozens of beams of holy light suddenly lit up the distant sky, streaking toward them like shooting stars. The figure at the head wore heavy black armor, a cross emblem on his chest radiating a blinding golden glow. It was one of the 8 Grand Knights of the Holy See. One of the knights noticed Ye Yuan Tian and his companion on the ground. Insolent! You dare not kneel before Lord Isis. The silver-armored knight barked, his holy sword pointing directly at them. The black-armored knight instinctively lowered his head upon hearing the voice. His originally stern expression changed drastically the moment he recognized Ye Yuan Tian's face. Just as he was about to speak, that reckless adjutant blurted out again. Are you deaf? You too. Young is. Ye Yuan Tian chuckled softly. You've made something of yourself, haven't you? Knight Commander already. I thought that position would go to Ronald. But if you want to talk to me. He slowly raised his gaze, his voice cold. Have your pope come out here. Boom. An invisible pressure descended like the sky collapsing. The once proud paladins suddenly felt immense pressure descend upon them. One by one, they plummeted from the sky like dumplings dropped into boiling water, crashing heavily into the ground. The worst fate befell that talkative adjutant. His descent ended in a bloody miss due to an incorrect posture. All the knights felt the terrifying, mountain-like pressure, their voices trembling. War. War god. Where the hell did this martial god come from? Suddenly, Isis, the knight captain, knelt on one knee without hesitation, cold sweat pouring down his face. We did not know the head of the Yi family of Great Xia was present. Please forgive our ignorance. The entire knight regiment froze in place. Yi family head? The Great Xia martial god. Chapter 54. No, I'm going to get married. Great Xia, under a boundless clear sky. A massive spirit vessel, pure white from top to bottom, was heading toward the imperial capital. On the spirit vessel's deck, a figure stood facing the wind. Silver white hair danced in the breeze, pure as snow. Bai Fengxue crossed her arms, gazing into the distance. He clearly promised to come find me, yet he hasn't shown up after all this time. Never mind. It won't hurt for this lady to take the initiative. Ever since her father told her that Yi Xing was considering the marriage proposal, Bai Fengxue had grown increasingly convinced that Yi Xing was someone she could get along with. A man should have such conviction. She had long since broken through to the 4th tier, reaching the 5th stage of the 4th tier. Such cultivation speed was unparalleled among the young generation of the entire Great Xia. The entire Bai family was stunned by her talent. I wonder how far Yi Xing has progressed in his cultivation. With Yi Xing's talent, he probably isn't any worse than her, right? When I see him later, should I be more cheerful or more reserved? Suddenly, clouds churned violently in the distance. Another pitch-black spirit boat sliced through the air at breakneck speed, closing in within moments. Bai Fengxue lifted her gaze. Well, if it isn't the Bai family's girl? A deep, resonant male voice boomed from the opposing spirit vessel. Bai Fengxue's eyes turned cold. Gao Yuan? At the bow of the pitch-black spirit vessel stood a burly man. Gao Yuan, the eldest son of the Gao family. You've emerged from seclusion? Bai Fengxue's tone grew slightly colder. Several years her senior, Gao Yuan had already reached the peak of the 4th tier years ago. All these years, he had been in seclusion, striving to break through to the 5th tier. Now that he had suddenly appeared, his strength was likely even greater than before. Ha 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 ha. Gao Yuan roared with laughter. Who would have thought that after all these years, you've reached mid-4th tier? Truly, heroes in this world are as plentiful as fish crossing the river. By Feng Shue couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. You're heading to the imperial capital too? What's your purpose? What for? Gao Yuan's smile vanished. To avenge my two good-for-nothing brothers, of course. No sooner had he emerged from seclusion than he heard that his two brothers had suffered a crushing defeat at Yi Xing's hands, publicly humiliated and nearly stripped of their cultivation. Could he possibly tolerate that? What did you say? By Feng Shue's eyes narrowed sharply. You're only a few years older than us and you have the nerve to intervene? What's there to be ashamed of? Gao Yuan sneered. That Yi family brat dared to touch someone from the Gao family, he'll pay the price. Enough of this nonsense. With that, he waved his hand dismissively, preparing to bypass By Feng Shue's spirit boat and head straight for the imperial capital. But, swish, swish, swish. Several piercing sword beams suddenly sliced through the sky. They stretched like a chasm across the path before Gao Yuan's spirit boat. By Feng Shue stepped forward, her silver hair whipping in the wind, her gaze as cold as ice. Today, only one person may seek Yi Xing. Gao Yuan froze. What? You're going to seek revenge too? By Feng Shue's tone was unwavering. No. I'm going to get married. Gao Yuan? What the hell are you talking about? He couldn't process it at first, his mind going blank. But soon, his expression darkened. By Feng Shue, what do you mean? Exactly what I said. By Feng Shue pointed her sword directly at Gao Yuan. Either you get out, or I'll beat you out. Gao Yuan's rage turned to laughter. Fine. Very well. Then let me see just how much you've improved these past years. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he lunged forward. The terrifying pressure of a mid-tier 5th-rank cultivator erupted violently. The entire sky trembled. At that moment, every member of the Night Order was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Why was the great Xia martial god appearing here? If that's the case, they couldn't help but glance at the young man beside Yi Yuan Tian, swallowing hard. Could this be the young master of the Yi family? Is also noticed Yi Xing at this moment and immediately spoke up. I never expected young Master Yi to visit our federation. We failed to notice you right away, it's truly our oversight. At that moment, Is felt utterly miserable. Why were these two father and son here? Earlier, they had sensed unusual energy fluctuations here, so much so that the Pope had dispatched their entire knightly order. Ispan had always believed there was nothing the knights could not handle, but who could have imagined that his mother was actually one of the two Yi family members? He knew the legend of Yi Yuan Tian. Not even all 8 knight orders combined could stand against him, and even the Pope himself might not be his match. Even among martial gods, there are gaps. And Yi Yuan Tian stood at the pinnacle. It's fine. You're too low level. I don't blame you. Yi Yuan Tian spoke indifferently. Also, tell your Pope to stop holding up in the cathedral all day. He didn't even notice the demonic consciousness appearing in his own home. Looks like he's really getting old. Isis snapped his head up. Demon gods. Then they recalled that strange fluctuation from earlier. No wonder. Thank you, Head Yi. Is spoke. Over the years, the Pope had grown increasingly senile. Even the knight commanders couldn't fathom what he was up to. Alright, I've no time to play games with you lot. Yi Yuan Tian spoke indifferently. The Federation is a fine place, but I shan't be returning next time. With a ripple in space, Yi Yuan Tian and his son vanished completely. Only then did Knight Commander Isis exhale a long breath of relief. Captain Knight. A young knight approached. Now that we're here. Is did not respond immediately, instead surveying the devastated battlefield. Is abruptly turned. Report the situation here to the papal court immediately. Yes, sir. The young knight hastily pulled out a recording crystal. I shall record. Today, the head of the Yi family suddenly appeared in the Federation, and he. Fool. Isim smacked the recording crystal away. Who gave you permission to write that? The young knight looked utterly bewildered. But that's the truth. The truth? Is gave him a meaningful pat on the shoulder. Listen, this is how the report should be written. He cleared his throat. Today, the 3rd Knight Regiment arrived under papal orders and discovered cultists performing a forbidden ritual. The regiment immediately launched a purge operation, engaging in a desperate battle with the revived demon god. Lieutenant Joseph made the ultimate sacrifice, and all other members sustained injuries. The young knight stared in disbelief as his commander composed this tale without batting an eye. Just as we were about to be overwhelmed, Lord Yi happened to pass by and witness the scene. Out of humanitarian concern, he offered a little assistance. Isis even wiped away non-existent tears as he spoke. Through our combined efforts, we ultimately averted the catastrophe. The young knight was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? Remember, the reason I became knight commander so quickly, Is said calmly, wasn't because I could fight, but on my exceptional report writing skills, understand? Rookie. The young knight suddenly understood. Is this the way of the knight? Chapter 55, Shatter Your Genius Pride. On the deck of the spirit vessel. By Feng Shue knelt on one knee, her silver white hair stained with blood. Cough. A mouthful of blood spilled from her lips. Her left shoulder had been pierced clean through. Miss. The elderly guard of the Bai family attempted to rush forward, but she halted him with a single stern glance. During the battle, she had strictly forbidden anyone from intervening. This was the pride of her position as the Bai family's heir. On the black vessel across the river, Gao Yuan was equally suffering. Though he stood seemingly at ease, his right hand trembled uncontrollably. The cold had seeped into his very organs, making even breathing a stinging ordeal. What kind of monster is this guy? He thought in silent alarm. Had he not cultivated 7 years longer than Bai Fengshui? The outcome of this battle would likely have been. The Bai family's prodigy is nothing special. Gao Yuan suppressed the surging blood in his chest, feigning ease as he shook out his hands. He turned and piloted his spirit boat, racing toward the imperial capital. A voice echoed through the sea of clouds. Yi Xing! You will soon become my defeated foe. Once the black boat vanished into the distance, the old guard finally stepped forward. Miss, shall we send word to young Master Yi immediately? No need. Bai Fengshui suddenly stood up, her gaze eerily calm. Gao Yuan has lost. What? The old guard froze. But just now it clearly seemed. He only defeated me. Bai Fengshui gazed toward the imperial capital. But that doesn't mean Yi Xing will lose. He didn't defeat me immediately, instead, he let me get injured to that extent. In that regard, he falls far short of Yi Xing. Her voice was faint. Before Yi Xing, I don't even deserve to draw my sword a second time. Her voice turned icy. Gao Yuan is no match for Yi Xing. After today, the Gao family's honor will be forever tarnished at the Yi family's doorstep. Great Xia! Space suddenly rippled, and Ye Yuan Tian appeared alongside Yi Xing. The power of a martial god, shrinking distance to an inch. The journey from the Federation back to the imperial capital took but an instant. You did exceptionally well this time. Even Ye Yuan Tian hadn't anticipated his son could truly control the mother nest of 10,000 demons. From the moment Yi Zhiqiu returned, he sensed something was amiss. Later, he had feigned agreement to their request to go abroad, only to follow them all the way. He knew exactly what his son had been up to. Despite being only a 4th-tier cultivator, 5th-tier opponents fell before him like cutting through butter. I never imagined you could uncover Yi Zhiqiu's connection to the cult. That part truly baffles me. Yi Xing remained silent. Of course you couldn't have figured it out. After all, this was cheating. Just then, the two landed in the main courtyard of the Yi family residence. Ye Yuan Tian suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Your uncle Bai sent word that Bai Fengshui came looking for you. Judging by the time, she should be here soon. What? Yi Xing's expression stiffened. What does she want? Ye Yuan Tian shot his son a meaningful glance before his form began to fade. Handle it yourself. Yi Xing was left standing there, dumbfounded. Oh no, they can't be here to discuss marriage, can they? Just then, a spirit boat suddenly appeared on the horizon. Yi Xing froze. Wait, this fast? But the next moment, a thunderous shout rang out. Yi Xing! Get your ass out here! Yi Xing saw a burly man standing at the bow. His entire being radiated the imposing aura of a mid-tier 5th-rank cultivator. Not Bai Fengshui? Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. Who the hell are you? How dare you? The man's hair stood on end with fury. I am Gao Yuan, eldest son of the Gao family. I have come today to seek justice for my 2 younger brothers. Only then did Yi Xing realize. Gao Yuan, he did recall the name. He had heard the name when he was 13. Fragments of memory about Gao Yuan flashed through his mind. The sword-obsessed Gao family's prodigy, Gao Yuan, like his father, possessed an overwhelming talent for swordsmanship. By 20, he had already reached the 3rd tier. His sword moved like a dragon, and he was widely recognized as the undisputed sword master among the younger generation. He once faced 4 opponents simultaneously at the Sword Summit and held his own. This youth possesses a pure sword heart. His father, Yi Yuan Tian's, appraisal still rang in his ears. Too scared to speak now? Gao Yuan's cold laughter snapped Yi Xing back to reality. What a pity. Gao Yuan's tone dripped with scorn. That Bai family girl tried to stand in my way for you, but alas, she still lacks the experience. What did you say? Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. What did you do to her? Nothing much. Just taught her a lesson. Gao Yuan sneered. But I'm not one to spare the weak. She really shouldn't have wasted herself on a pushover like you. In Gao Yuan's eyes, Yi Xing should have drawn his sword the moment Gao Yuan arrived. But now, he was clearly afraid of him. He was disappointed. Yi Xing remained silent. He hadn't expected Bai Fengshui to stand up for him. He owed her a favor for this. Once he dealt with this immediate trouble, he'd have to properly thank her. Meanwhile, far away at the Yi family's stargazing platform, Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with worry. Can Xing really handle this? That's a mid-stage 5th tier, an entire major realm above him. The 5th tier Dao Infant realm stood worlds apart from the 4th tier. After condensing one's life-bound Dao Infant, a cultivator's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth undergoes a qualitative transformation. Not to mention Gao Yuan was a genius of the sword Dao. Just watch and see. Ye Yuan Tian stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Above the heavens, Gao Yuan impatiently drew his long sword. The moment the bone-shattering sword left its scabbard, spiritual energy within 100 zhang radius abruptly froze. Today, I'll make you understand. The sword's edge pointed directly at Yi Xing's throat. What true power truly means. Yet Yi Xing suddenly smiled. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. The heaven-defying sword materialized before his eyes. Gao Yuan's eyes lit up. What a sword! He instantly recognized the sword's extraordinary nature. It was even more powerful than his own bone-splitting sword. Was this the spirit sword Yi Xing had forged at the Bai family? But alas! Gao Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his face bearing a condescending sneer. I won't bully you. I'll let you have 3 moves. Is that so? Yi Xing's lips curved into a faint smile. Of course. Gao Yuan flicked the tip of his sword. My specialty is making you realize just how far behind you are. Yi Xing suddenly chuckled softly. Then do you know what I'm best at? Gao Yuan's brow furrowed. Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly lost their color. A pitch-black sword beam, spanning the heavens and earth, ripped through the sky. This was no ordinary sword energy, it was the destructive power of the laws themselves. My greatest strength. Yi Xing's voice echoed behind the sword beam. Is shattering the pride of geniuses like you. Gao Yuan's blood froze instantly. Within that sword beam, he sensed a sword intent purer and more ancient than even Bai Fengshue's. Something's wrong. In an instant, the Guhong sword automatically shielded its master, emitting a piercing sword cry. Gao Yuan swiftly unleashed the Gao family's supreme art, Cold Star 9 transformations. 9 layers of crystalline sword rings stacked upon each other, shielding his front. Crack! The first blade wheel shattered instantly. Boom! The second blade wheel vaporized instantly. As the third blade shattered, Gao Yuan's face finally twisted with terror. How is this possible? Boom! The next instant, blood spurted violently as Gao Yuan was instantly sent flying backward. Yi Xing walked over slowly, his voice icy. Now, who should recognize the gap? Chapter 56, The Might of Sun and Moon Converging. This can't be possible. At that moment, Gao Yuan roared, instantly stabilizing his stance. His gaze fixed intently on the black sword in Yi Xing's hand, his pupils violently trembling. Your cultivation is clearly only at the 4th tier. Gao Yuan's voice cracked. The power of this strike. It can't be. Could it be? He suddenly grasped something, his gaze locking onto the heaven-defying divine sword. He had sensed the sword's immense power from the very start. So that's it. Gao Yuan suddenly let out a savage laugh, a weakling relying on divine weapons. I knew there was no way someone with your cultivation could possess such power. Yi Xing frowned. But, even so, Gao Yuan gave his sword a sharp shake. I still fear you not. Your sword is formidable, but mine is no less sharp. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a thunderous sword intent erupted from Gao Yuan's entire body. 7 sword energies surged forth like dragons emerging from the sea, weaving through the air to form the Big Dipper sword formation. 7-star sword lock technique specifically designed to counter all sword intents. Hold them fast. The 7 sword dragons roared as they lunged toward the supreme heavenly sword. A cold smile played at Gao Yuan's lips. No matter how divine your weapon may be, once its sword spirit is bound, it shall become mere mortal iron. Yet, the heaven-defying divine sword suddenly emitted a faint hum. The 7 charging sword dragons abruptly halted mid-air, then roar! They let out a terrified howl. Gao Yuan's smile froze instantly. He realized with horror that the sword intent he had painstakingly cultivated was being suppressed in reverse. The overwhelming pressure emanating from that black blade caused the bone-shattering sword to tremble violently. Impossible. How could there be such a thing in this world? Before he could finish, Yi Xing's figure appeared before him in an instant. Gao Yuan instinctively swung his sword to block. But Yi Xing's right hand seized the very blade of the bone-shattering sword. You! Gao Yuan's pupils contracted. Your physical body. Catching a sword barehanded? What the hell kind of monster is this? But something even more terrifying happened. Snap! A distinct crack spread outward from the point where Yi Xing had seized it. Gao Yuan's heart trembled violently. Is the sword worthless? Is the man worthless too? Yi Xing's voice echoed, each word striking Gao Yuan's Dao heart like a heavy hammer. Before the words had even faded, a terrifying pressure crashed down. Crack! Gao Yuan's knees buckled uncontrollably. You bastard, don't underestimate me. Gao Yuan bit his lip hard, using the pain to forcefully break through the fear induced by the pressure. Fragments of the shattered bone-shattering sword drifted around him. Then they transformed into countless crimson sword beams. Die! 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 Amid Gao Yuan's frenzied roar, all the sword beams exploded simultaneously. A terrifying storm of sword energy vaporized all spiritual energy within 100 zhang radius, causing even space itself to warp and crack. Not even Bai Fengshui had forced him to unleash this technique. But The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Gao Yuan's pupils contracted violently. The world vanished. The ringing of swords, the whistling wind, even the sound of his own heartbeat vanished. Before his eyes remained only a colossal moon. And at the very center of that lunar disk, Xing stood with his hands behind his back. This is a domain? Gao Yuan's voice trembled. He had witnessed countless domains before, but those at most altered their immediate surroundings. This one, however, had completely replaced the present world with another. Gao Yuan looked up in disbelief. The sky, once blazing under the scorching sun, had vanished entirely. Only the bright moon hung high above. The sun, where did it go? Only now did Gao Yuan truly grasp the nature of the being he faced. This was no mere fortunate soul relying on divine weapons, but an unparalleled being, as if an emperor had descended upon the mortal world. Xing's voice was cold and detached. Yukao family has truly brought shame upon yourselves. It's time for you to wake up, child. Suddenly, Gao Yuan found himself unable to move. He realized with horror that not only his body, but even his thoughts were beginning to slow. He tried to activate his domain. But he discovered that the sword embryo within his sea of consciousness was being fiercely suppressed by some unknown force. Impossible. Impossible. Gao Yuan's face contorted as he roared. You're only a fourth-tier cultivator. How could you possess such power? Yet the only response was the radiant moonlight blossoming from the luminous orb. Countless beams of moonlight instantly pierced through his body. Each carried a power strong enough to warp the very fabric of reality. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the heavens. Gao Yuan's body was instantly covered in wounds. Even more terrifying, he felt his soul being devoured by some force. The true horror of sun and moon in conjunction was revealed. It could not only destroy the physical body, but also erase existence at its very root. Then came the plunge of the bright moon. The world returned to its former state. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Fengshua's spirit boat appeared near the Yi family estate. The moment she arrived, Bai Fengshua witnessed the scene. It was Gao Yuan. No, my memories, my sword path. Gao Yuan watched in utter despair as the insights he'd painstakingly cultivated over years of sword training rapidly vanished. As if someone were holding an eraser, wiping away his entire life. Suddenly, enough! A deep, resonant voice echoed down from the heavens. Ye Yuan Tian had appeared on the clouds without anyone noticing. With a light flick of his sleeve, the bright moon was forcibly pinned mid-air. Ye Yuan Tian's eyes flashed with astonishment. What level of divine power was this? Instead of vanishing instantly, it merely froze in place. Then, the bright moon slowly faded away. Boom! Gao Yuan's shattered body plummeted downward. His eyes remained wide open, utterly bewildered. How did I end up at the Yi family? That brat! Seeing Gao Yuan's state, Ye Yuan Tian shook his head helplessly. That old geezer from the Gao family is probably going to lose his temper. We'll have to clean up after this brat again. Xing landed softly. Just as he was about to speak. Xing! You're amazing! A white figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Bai Fengshua soared through the air, her snow-white gown still bearing traces of undried blood. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. I knew you'd win, but I never imagined. Her gaze fell upon Gao Yuan, lying near death in the distance. He was a mid-tier 5th-rank swordsmanship prodigy. Yet before Xing, he was as helpless as a child. Xing stared at the bloodstains on the girl's skirt, silent for a moment. Did he hurt you? It's fine, it's fine. You've already taught him a lesson for me anyway. Xing stared at Bai Fengshua. At first, he hadn't understood why this Bai family heiress was so desperate to marry him. He'd assumed she was just messing around. But he never imagined she would confront Gao Yuan head-on for his sake. Thank you. Xing offered a faint smile. Bai Fengshua clearly hadn't expected Xing to suddenly thank her. She paused, taken aback. Then her eyes widened in realization. What did you just say? You, like me too? Xing? Chapter 57, Who knew you were so upright? Ye Yuan Tian slowly descended. He glanced at Gao Yuan and shook his head. He truly hadn't expected that Fellow's 3 sons would all be beaten into such a state by his own son. He then turned to Xing. Xinger, why don't you and Bai go out for a walk? You shouldn't stay cooped up at home all the time. Only then did Xing snap out of her daze. Her eyes flickered with complex emotions before she nodded. Okay. Was there something wrong with Bai Fengshua? Did we even speak the same language? Bai Fengshua's eyes lit up at that moment. She hurriedly spoke up, thank you, Uncle Yi. She had intended to find Xing anyway, and with Ye Yuan Tian's words, Xing couldn't very well go anywhere else now. Xing sighed. This old man. How are your injuries? Bai Fengshua's eyes lit up. She was genuinely concerned. She smiled and said, I'm fine now. They're almost healed. That's good. Xing, come with me to the Demon City. Shanghai? Yes, I'll take you to the Magic City for fun. Bai Fengxue continued, recently, the Magic City has introduced quite a few spirit beasts and exotic pets. They're all incredibly cute. I'll take you to see them. Yi Xing thought it over. He didn't have anything else to do anyway. Alright. Follow me. Ye Yuan Tian watched with a look of satisfaction as Yi Xing boarded Bai Fengshue's spirit vessel. At that moment, Yi Xing and Bai Fengxue were speeding toward the demon capital. Along the way, Yi Xing then recalled the Sun-Moon conjunction. This divine ability was immensely powerful, capable of manifesting two distinct realms. Unlike any other, these domains could even alter vast swaths of the world. Just like his own Chaos Ice Dragon body when he had cast it, it had only altered part of the Yi family's territory, dragging Gao Yang into it. Sun and Moon convergence divided into lunar radiance and solar corona. The effects of moonlight had already been witnessed, the eradication of origins. But the solar corona is far more terrifying, striking from the very bloodline. Using fire as the catalyst, anyone sharing blood ties with the target, regardless of whether they're within the domain or even in the Great Xia, would still be dragged down by the target and incinerated. Some wouldn't even know how they died. Yi Xing, I heard your brother returned a couple days ago. Why haven't I seen him? Bai Fengxue couldn't help but glance at Yi Xing, desperately searching for a topic. She thought mentioning Yi Zhiqiu would spark a conversation, but Yi Xing replied without lifting his head. He died yesterday. Bai Fengxue? She quickly offered, my condolences. Little did she know she'd touched on Yi Xing's deepest sorrow. She recalled her earlier investigation into Yi Xing, where records showed the brothers shared a profound bond. Yi Xing must be feeling. It's fine. I killed him. Oh, I see. But still. Bai Fengxue suddenly froze, snapping her head up. Wait, what did you just say? Yi Xing sighed and recounted in detail how Yi Zhiqiu had colluded with the cult and plotted against him over the past few days. Bai Fengshue's eyes widened with each revelation. When she heard Yi Xing single-handedly raided the cult stronghold and even slew a fifth-tier demonic cultivator, her mouth formed a perfect circle. Is this his current strength? A storm of emotions surged within Bai Fengxue. But then she thought how agonizing it must be for Yi Xing to have slain his own kin. She must comfort him. Yi Xing, this isn't your fault. She suddenly grasped Yi Xing's hand, her gaze unwavering. I understand. After all, they were your family. If it were me. A cold gleam flashed in Bai Fengshue's eyes. I would have chopped her into sticks first, then fed her to the dogs. I'd have gouged out her dantian, destroyed her eyes, cut off her ears, and then used my spiritual energy to force the blood back into her body. Yi Xing? Ah! Bai Fengxue suddenly covered her mouth, her ears flushing crimson. Sorry for losing my composure. Yi Xing wouldn't think she was a freak, would he? Yi Xing stared at her for a long moment before murmuring. I didn't expect your values to be so sound. Bai Fengxue? When the spirit vessel landed at the port of the Demon City, the two had now arrived in the Demon City. After disembarking, they arrived at the city's famed Spirit Beast Street. They strolled along the bustling street lined with shops on both sides. Yi Xing, there's a Spirit Beast market over here. Want to check it out? I heard they just got a new shipment of northern snow ferrets. Bai Fengxue smiled as she spoke, see if you find any you like, they're all adorable. Yi Xing had just nodded. A commotion erupted in the distance. Get out of the way. None of you can touch my child. A voice thick with fat pressed against the vocal cords rang out. The crowd quickly parted. The two men froze. They instinctively looked over. Several figures were being blocked outside the room by an obese woman. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his voice stern and righteous. Step aside, please. We're from the Exorcism Bureau. Your spirit beast pet has already caused 3 deaths and 7 injuries. We must kill it to prevent further uncontrolled attacks. Just then, a wretched wail echoed from within the house. Everyone instinctively looked over. There lay a gravely wounded wolf-like beast on the ground, its eyes blazing with fury. It turned out that just last night, this beast had suddenly gone berserk, attacking and devouring an entire family. Upon receiving the report, the Demon Suppression Bureau rushed to the scene to eliminate it, preventing further innocent casualties. But they never imagined they would be stopped here by the beast's owner. The obese woman shouted, I don't care. I don't care. She's my child. Setting aside the facts, isn't she still a living being? So many people have already died, must there be more deaths? The middle-aged man froze, but it killed people. It must have been provoked. It wasn't intentional. But that family did nothing to provoke it. So you're saying my child killed them on purpose? What the hell else do you think? The middle-aged man was so furious he could practically breathe fire. The Exorcism Bureau agents trembled with rage. The captain gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles turned white. If not for his consideration of this woman's status, he would have slashed her down long ago. Captain. A young team member whispered, maybe we should. No. The captain gritted his teeth. She's from the Nangong family. Remember, the Nangong family has the Bai family of the Demon City backing them. Who in the entire city dares to provoke them? Nangong Chi's bulky frame stood firmly planted in front of the mansion gate. You absolutely cannot touch it. It made a mistake, but it deserves a chance to redeem itself. It's still a child. Setting aside the facts, were those victims without fault? In the distance. Hearing these words, Xing felt the wrinkles in his brain smooth out. He pondered for a long while. Is this even human? Bai Fengshui sighed. The Nangong family truly knows nothing about raising children. How dare they plead for mercy for someone who harmed others? Just as she was about to continue speaking, suddenly, Xing walked over. Bai Fengshui froze. And just as everyone stood frozen in place. Step aside, everyone. A cold, clear voice cut through the clamor. The crowd parted automatically, revealing the figure of a youth clad in black robes. Nangong Chi's pea-sized eyes narrowed, assuming another accuser had arrived. Just as he was about to warn Xing's parents. I'm backing this lady. Xing strode up beside Nangong Chi and declared in a resonant voice. She's absolutely right. Nangong Chi, ? Chapter 58, New Mission, The Divine Beast? Everyone present froze in shock. They couldn't fathom where this person had come from, and he was actually backing Nangong Chi? Was this person out of their mind? Everyone stared at Xing as if he were a lunatic. Who is this guy? Did he get his head stuck in a door? He's actually defending that crazy woman. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't get yourself into trouble. The middle-aged captain of the exorcism bureau turned ashen, his hand already on his sword hilt. Friend, this is a matter of great importance. I must ask. Shut up. Nangong Chi suddenly cut him off with a shrill voice. This handsome gentleman is the one who understands reason. She turned to Xing, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears of emotion. Who among my family would understand? Xing offered an innocent smile. This lady is absolutely right. He gestured toward the demon wolf convulsing in agony inside the room. Look how pitiful it is, all wounded. Could you really bear to do this? Exactly. Nangong Chi quickly chimed in, it's usually so well behaved. Those people must have started it. Guards. The captain, losing his patience, take this troublemaker away. I dare anyone to try. I'm the legitimate daughter of the Nangong family. Touch him, and tomorrow I'll have your entire family kicked out of the demon capital. The Demon Suppression Bureau officers froze in place. The captain's hand hung mid-air, unable to advance or retreat. Xing sighed at the perfect moment. He seems badly injured. If we don't treat him soon, he might not make it. But I didn't bring any medicinal pills. Then what does it usually eat when it's hungry? I don't know. It finds its own food when it's hungry. The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Xing remained silent for a full 3 seconds before speaking slowly. I see. Well, I do have a traditional remedy passed down through my family. It's guaranteed to relieve its pain immediately, and it won't feel any pain ever again. May I try it? Really? Yes. With that, Xing turned and went inside. A moment later, he emerged. Wiping the brain matter from his hands, Xing smiled and said, the operation was a success. That's good. The deceased passed away peacefully. Nangong Chi froze, suddenly sensing something was off. She whirled around to look inside the room. My child. The shrieking nearly deafened everyone. The silver-backed demon wolf's corpse lay sprawled on the ground in an utterly contorted posture. Half its skull was blown apart. A broken thigh bone was still lodged in its jaws. The onlookers collectively sucked in their breath. The Exorcism Bureau agents were utterly dumbfounded. They had intended to go through the motions, granting this vicious beast a swift end. But now, this death is way too gruesome? Better off falling into their hands. Nangong Chi's eyes blazed crimson as she glared at Xing. Why did you kill my child? What do you mean, your child? Xing looked utterly innocent. You're a mother too? You're the one who let me in. Xing shrugged his shoulders. I did a pretty good job, didn't it? It really doesn't hurt anymore. But setting that aside, if you hadn't agreed, how would I have gotten in? How would it have died? In other words, you killed it. You murderer. Nangong Chi was struck dumb. That poor little thing. How could you bring yourself to do it? Nangong Chi? She's completely lost her mind. I'll make you pay for this. Nangong Chi was just about to call for backup. Nangong Chi, are you looking to die? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see a white-clad maiden striding toward them. Bai Fengshui. Holy crap. It's the Bai family's eldest daughter. What's she doing here? Nangong Chi's legs buckled, nearly causing her to collapse to her knees. Bai Fengshui raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! Half of Nangong Chi's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. I asked you. Do you know you're wrong? Bai Fengshui's gaze was fierce. You want to protect a murderer? I ask you, how many lives are we talking about? Are you going to compensate them? Nangong was utterly terrified. Never mind that she couldn't afford to cross the Bai family. And she certainly wasn't planning on paying with her life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, Your Highness. What about the rest of your wrongdoing? Bai Fengxue asked coldly. Nangong froze. Smack. Who gave you the right to speak to Xing like that? He operated on your pet. Did you even say thank you? The room fell deathly silent at those words. Xing? The middle-aged captain of the Demon Suppression Bureau's legs buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. The young master of the Yi family? Nangong's face suddenly drained of color. She finally realized who she had provoked. Two top-tier families. She frantically bowed her head. I'm sorry. I didn't know your identity. That monster deserved to die. Please don't blame me. I have no idea why it suddenly started eating people. At that very moment, text suddenly appeared before Xing's eyes. Ding! You have encountered the divine beast of calamity, the very terror that utterly devastated the demon city. Xing narrowed his eyes. After ravaging the demon capital, this fiendish beast departed Great Xia and established its dominion over the cloud mountains of the North Sea. Upon encountering it, you marveled at how it had grown ever stronger. You recalled the past of this divine curse, remembering it had once been merely a spirit beast of the demon capital or perhaps merely disguised as one. Yet through this very guise, the divine curse gradually subjugated all surrounding spirit beasts. Back then, no one noticed the dark currents churning beneath the demon capital. Until that day, when the divine scourge unleashed a colossal beast tide. The entire demon city descended into hell. Today, you must avenge the 10,000 souls of the demon city. Mission issued, slay the divine scourge. Reward, divine tier technique Dragon's Bane slaughter art. Xing froze. Divine scourge? In the next instant, he drew a deep breath. If this were truly the case, then the number of spirit beasts in Demon City right now would be terrifyingly high. He couldn't help but glance at Nangong, who was frantically kowtowing. No wonder this guy's spirit beast suddenly turned on people. It seemed the divine calamity had affected it. Killing demands retribution, it's only natural. Bai Fengxue spoke calmly, you will personally give the victims an answer. Of course, if they are not satisfied, I won't let you rest easy either. Understand? Yes. Yes. Just as Nangong turned to leave, Bai Fengxue snapped coldly. Did I say you could leave? With a flick of her wrist, Nangong's left arm flew off. He was sent flying backward, crashing onto the roadside and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the middle-aged captain of the Demon Suppression Bureau couldn't help but swallow hard. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Xing abruptly turned his gaze toward him. The middle-aged man's face drained of color. He was about to apologize. I was wondering, Xing said with a smile, how many incidents of spirit beasts attacking people have occurred in the Demon City recently? I feel the public safety situation in the Demon City really needs improvement. It's time for a proper crackdown. The middle-aged man froze. What business is this of yours? You're from the imperial capital, why are you meddling in Shanghai's affairs? The middle-aged man turned to look at Bai Fengxue beside him. Bai Fengxue spoke calmly, didn't you hear what he said? Middle-aged man, ? Chapter 59, I can still tell the difference between the king and the queen. At this moment, the middle-aged captain didn't even dare to speak. He immediately followed Xing's instructions to investigate recent public security incidents in the Magic City. The results left him stunned. In just the past week alone, there had been 27 incidents of spirit beasts attacking people. This number was clearly abnormal. Upon hearing this figure, Bai Fengxue frowned. What's going on with these spirit beasts? She too sensed something was amiss. I don't know. Our investigations show these spirit beasts aren't sick or anything. Why would there suddenly be so many more? After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xing walked over to examine the records. He discovered that the earliest and most frequent occurrences were concentrated in Hanting District. This area was one of the more remote regions of the Demon City. Xing's suspicions began to crystallize. He spoke up, Captain, with so many incidents occurring in the city, your team hasn't noticed a thing? Is this the capability of the Demon Suppression Bureau? The middle-aged captain's expression stiffened. But don't worry. This young master will help you resolve the issue provided you cooperate, understand? After speaking, Xing turned and said, let's go. The two then set off for Hanting District. Phew. The middle-aged captain finally dared to breathe deeply, cold sweat pouring down his face. Immediately, notify all district and town demon suppression bureaus, quickly. Captain, are we cooperating with them? What cooperation? The middle-aged captain swallowed hard. I don't know about cooperating, but I sure know the kings. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Hanting District Demon Suppression Bureau, inside the office. Gao Hu and Wan He were habitually lounging in their chairs, goofing off. The phone rang. Gao Hu stood up and answered, hello? Hanting Demon Suppression Bureau. The voice on the other end caused Gao Hu's expression to grow increasingly peculiar. What's up? Wang He asked casually. Gao Hu hung up, frowning. Headquarters says 2 people will be coming soon to oversee operations. They want us to cooperate fully. What? Wang He scoffed coldly, another rich kid or rich girl using connections to pad their resume? Who knows? The two exchanged a glance, both feeling uneasy. These types were mostly young upstarts with no real skills, coasting on family connections to build their resumes. Not only were they useless, but these old hands had to wait on them hand and foot. What a bunch of jerks. Just then, Wang He's eyes darted around. He lowered his voice, how about this? Let's wait and see who shows up. If it's those old farts from headquarters, we'll put on a good show. But if it's some rich kid or princess, just give them the bare minimum and dump them on the lower staff to handle. Gao Hu gave him a thumbs up. You're sharp, kid. After years in the bureaucratic game, they'd long mastered the rules. The real big shots never bothered with a small branch office like this. Those who showed up were mostly insignificant figures. Knock knock knock. Footsteps echoed outside. Gao Hu and Wang He immediately struck a pose of intense concentration. The door swung open. A young man walked in. Gao Hu glanced up and nearly burst out laughing. Yi Xing scanned the room. Where's the person in charge here? Wang He, it's me. I need you to track the recent movements of all spirit beasts that have attacked people. Don't overlook any common patterns. But, oh dear, what a coincidence, the staff member in charge of the archives is out on an errand. They won't be back for another half hour. Wang He planned to stall for a bit, hoping the other party would grow impatient. Then he'd find some flimsy excuse to pass it off to a junior staffer. Listening to these blatantly dismissive words, Yi Xing sighed, seems you haven't understood my request. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted suddenly. The office floor instantly cracked and all the desks, chairs, and benches shattered. Before Wang He and Gao Hu could react, they were violently slammed to the ground. Both men were instantly thrown to their knees. What kind of power is this? Wang He's face turned deathly pale. Gao Hu was also stunned. Only then did they realize they'd hit a brick wall. Yi Xing casually pointed at a stunned junior clerk nearby. You're in charge here now. Go investigate. Wang He panicked. Was his iron rice bowl about to be shattered? Sir. He's unfamiliar with the operations. He's utterly unqualified to handle your affairs. I should. Yi Xing replied coldly, he's unqualified? And you are? Wang He instantly fell silent. Get out. You're wasting my time. Yi Xing waved his hand, sending Wang He and Gao Hu flying backward. They collapsed unconscious on the spot. The other staff members were terrified out of their wits who dared to delay any longer. They immediately began rummaging through drawers and cabinets to search for information. Daring to make a move at the Demon Suppression Bureau? This guy is definitely a tough nut to crack. Just then, Bai Fengxue walked in. What's going on? Nothing. Just then, all the files were placed in Yi Xing's hands. Yi Xing quickly scanned through them, his eyes gradually brightening. Bai Fengxue, any leads? Yes. Yi Xing examined the documents and discovered that all the spirit beasts responsible for the injuries had participated in the recent Beastmaster tournament held in the demon capital, Hanting District. Inside a rented apartment, a woman opened her eyes, clearly just waking up. Xiaohei, we have another competition this afternoon. The girl's name was Chao Qin. She had been a student, but dropped out 3 months ago. At that moment, a black cat stood nearby, its pupils glowing crimson. Clearly, this was a spirit beast, not an ordinary black cat. Xiaohei, you're truly my lucky star. Xiao Qin couldn't help but pick up the black cat. 3 months ago, she had found this spirit beast, and it wasn't just because it always helped her win in beast riding competitions. Most importantly, it seemed to bring incredible luck. Over these past 3 months, she'd encountered several unexpected incidents, whether suicides or car accidents. She'd stumbled upon them all and stepped in to help. Now, recognized by the Administration Bureau, she'd been named one of Hanting District's 10 outstanding youth. What a lucky little black cat. All who bear the sacred flame, meow 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 meow. Xiao Qin mimicked the online Holy Flame meow meow cult slogan. She'd always adored spirit beasts, believing they deserved the same treatment as humans. That young lady from the Nangong family, Nangong Qi, had always been her idol. She was planning to start some kind of human beast charity organization. She'd always wanted to join. Just then, a flash of disdain flickered in the distant black cat's eyes. What a bunch of foolish humans, they should be our pets. Yes, she had always regarded Xiao Qin as her pet. Once I control all the beasts in the demon city, I'll show you all just how powerful we are. Indeed, this little black cat before them was none other than the divine curse. It used the beast taming tournament to constantly interact with other spirit beasts. Even the reason Xiao Qin kept encountering accidents and helping others, it was all it's doing. It wasn't saving them. It was helping to cause them. Poof. Once my power is restored, I'll devour every human in Hanting District. The black cat sneered coldly, and no one will even notice me. After all, who could bear to hurt such an adorable little kitten? Chapter 60. Did I say you could leave? Hanting District. Beastmaster Assembly. Xiao Qin had already arrived at the Beastmaster Assembly, cradling her little black cat. Xiao Hei, today depends on you. Xiao Qin murmured softly. Her gaze fell upon the contestant who had just exited the arena after losing, and she gave a cold snort. She used to be just like them. But sorry, now she could afford to forget her roots. Isn't life all about constantly forgetting one's roots? Just then, the roar of the crowd in the arena suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned toward the entrance. A tall, slender figure walked in slowly. Holy crap! It's Ye Yuan. The stands erupted in an instant. The idol. It really is him. I heard he's won over a dozen championships. Wait, have they even held that many tournaments lately? Who knows? That's what everyone's saying online. Amidst the buzz, Ye Yuan had already stepped onto the competition stage. In an instant. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the air. A colossal lion-like spirit beast materialized out of thin air. Its cultivation level was actually at the 4th tier. For a Beastmaster tournament, this was nothing short of an overwhelming advantage. Xiao Qin froze upon seeing it. She immediately asked the person beside her. Is this Ye Yuan guy really that powerful? She hadn't heard of him before. The person beside her froze. Seriously? You've never heard of him? Xiao Qin shook her head. Honestly, I haven't. Well, let me tell you, this guy is the most popular young talent in the Demon City. Not only has he reached the peak of the 3rd tier in cultivation, but he's also tamed a 4th tier spirit beast. He started cultivating at 16, won the Magic Capital First Prize Scholarship, published over a dozen professional academic papers, ranked in the top 5 of the Magic Capital Heavenly List, and once single-handedly fought 5 peak 3rd tier ferocious beasts without being bested. Xiao Qin's eyes widened. That's incredible. Yeah, especially last year when one of his essays made the top headlines in Magic City. His writing is that good? Yeah, I think it was called My Father, the Mayor. Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin fell silent for a moment. So does winning the competition have anything to do with his father? The person gasped. What are you saying? Xiao Qin was about to speak. That was an event organized by his mother, who's the district chief. Xiao Qin exhaled. I hate you rich people. Meanwhile, on stage. Boom. Ye Yuan watched the other side suffer a crushing defeat and couldn't help but yawn. The host immediately caught on. He quickly announced. Are there any more contestants? If not, the champion is. Yes. Xiao Qin suddenly spoke up. Everyone's eyes turned toward her. Xiao Qin walked onto the stage holding the little black cat. I want to challenge you too. Fierce flames blazed in her eyes. Ever since she was little, she'd harbored a desire to trample these wealthy people underfoot. Unfortunately, the foot spa wouldn't have her. Ye Yuan frowned, then immediately recalled Xiao Qin's identity. You're that dark horse, dark horse who's been making waves lately? Oomph. Xiao Qin snorted coldly. With Xiao Hei by her side, she wasn't afraid at all. Xiao Hei, go. She released Xiao Hei, who leapt down. Suddenly. Ha 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 ha. Ye Yuan clutched her stomach, tears of laughter welling in the corners of her eyes. I thought it was just a pet. He pointed at the black kitten. So you really want this little thing to fight my golden flame? The audience erupted in laughter. The imposing 4th tier Lion King looked down at the tiny black cat at his feet. Contempt filled its gaze. However, the black kitten's crimson pupils stared unblinkingly at the Lion King. Then, the scorn in the Lion King's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an eerie blankness. Ye Yuan commanded, Golden Flame? Attack! But the Lion King remained utterly motionless. At the same time, the spirit beasts in the audience began to stir with restlessness. Let's get this show on the road, kids. The voice of the divine beast of calamity exploded in the mind of every spirit beast. Golden Flame. Ye Yuan slammed his hand against the Lion King's head. Get on it. Take it down. I'll find you the hottest lioness back home. But, roar. The Lion King whipped his head around and sank his teeth into Ye Yuan's shoulder. Ah! Let go. You son of a. Immediately after, chaos erupted in the stands. My spirit beast has gone berserk. Help! It's biting me. Run for your lives. Dozens of spirit beasts went berserk simultaneously. Scarlet eyes flashed amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Yi Xing was heading to the Beastmaster tournament in the Cold Pavilion district. Since multiple such events were occurring simultaneously, he and Bai Fengxue had therefore split their forces. However, he had instructed Bai Fengxue to contact him immediately if she encountered any strange spirit beasts. He would instantly reach her through the cold cicada tears. And just then. Stop. Don't run. 2 burly men were chasing a woman whose clothes were in disarray. Her eyes widened in terror, but the moment she spotted Yi Xing, they lit up. She immediately adopted a pitiful expression and hurried over. Sir, please save me. She ran up beside Yi Xing. They've set their sights on my beauty and want to harm me. Please, save me. Before she could finish, the 2 men caught up. One of them glared viciously at Yi Xing. Hey, buddy, this isn't your business. Mind your own. The woman immediately grabbed Yi Xing's clothes. My lord. Please save me. If I fall into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. She lowered her voice, her tone laced with entreaty. Just help me. I'll do anything you ask. She was certain Yi Xing wouldn't refuse. A young man in the prime of his life, presented with a hero rescuing a damsel in distress who offers herself in return, who could possibly refuse? With that, she started to run. But, get back here. Yi Xing's voice was icy. He suddenly grabbed the woman by the throat. Did I say you could leave? The two burly men froze in place, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Wait. Why is the plot going wrong? The woman was also stunned. What are you doing? Yi Xing sneered. You said falling into their hands would be unimaginable? Then have you considered what the consequences would be if you fell into my hands? What the hell do I have to do with you? You just came asking for my help. Fear flashed in the woman's eyes. Damn it. Asking for your help isn't even an option. Yi Xing's tone was cold. Whether they arrest you or not, what the hell is that to me? But if you dare use me as a shield, you'll pay the price. And don't think I can't tell you're not human just because you pretend to be one. I saw right through you. Seeing her disguise exposed, the woman let out a shrill scream. Then transformed into a ferocious beast resembling a fox. Chapter 61. Found you. Divine fiend. Damn it, it's her. I knew we hadn't made a mistake. The two burly men's eyes darkened. Earlier that morning, a cannibalistic incident had occurred in the neighboring community. One of them used his special ability to track down that dam. And that's how they found this woman. They were certain their abilities wouldn't fail them. So they'd been tracking this woman all along. Only now were they certain this was the flesh-eating monster. The fox demon screamed, then go to hell. She had no idea how this young man had found her. Extreme heat foxfire erupted from her mouth, instantly engulfing Yi Xing. Even the ground was scorched black. Watch out, the two burly men shouted urgently. When the flames dispersed, Yi Xing stood unharmed, not even a scorch mark on his clothes. His hand gripping the fox demon's neck didn't budge an inch. What? The demon fox's eyes widened, its voice cracking. Her life-bound foxfire, capable of gravely wounding even a fourth-tier cultivator. Yet now, it couldn't even scratch this young man? My turn. Yi Xing flipped his left hand lightly, and a small flame appeared. No, wait. The demon fox sensed extreme danger emanating from it. But it was already too late. Boom! The flame landed upon her, instantly erupting into a raging inferno. Ah-ha-ha! A piercing scream echoed. The fox demon thrashed wildly within the flames. But everything was melting away at a visible pace. The two burly men stood frozen in shock. The demon fox they'd hunted for half a day was now crushed as easily as an ant. Within mere breaths, only ash remained. Yi Xing shook his head. I kindly offered to spar with you using fire, yet you couldn't handle it and went and died. Immediately afterward, a crimson stone materialized in Yi Xing's hand. From the start, she had sensed the same aura within them as the wolf she had slain earlier. The two burly men were utterly dumbfounded. What level of cultivation did this person possess? Master. At that moment, Yi Xing was carefully sensing the crimson stone. She had no time to deal with them. In the next instant, Yi Xing opened his eyes, a flash of crimson gleaming within. Found it. Xiaohei, run! Run! At that moment, Xiao Qin was frantically fleeing while clutching the divine calamity beast. Hot on her heels was a raging spirit beast. This was Yeli Yin's spirit beast, a fourth-tier golden flame. If it caught Xiao Qin, it would crush her into pieces. Just moments ago, for reasons unknown, these spirit beasts had all gone berserk, attacking humans indiscriminately. Seeing this, Xiao Qin immediately grabbed the divine calamity beast and fled, but the spirit beasts were still relentlessly pursuing her. The divine curse beast's gaze was cold and indifferent. Foolish humans. Truthfully, it never expected Xiao Qin to flee with it in tow. The golden flame pursuing them was under its command. Its sole purpose was to chase Xiao Qin. After all, once caught, it would devour her. It was quite amusing. It had always regarded Xiao Qin as its own pet. Then, bored, the divine beast yawned. Xiao Qin was drenched in sweat. If her talent hadn't been speed-based, she would have been caught and devoured by the golden flames long ago. Just then, Xiao Qin, still fleeing, spotted a small, abandoned cave ahead. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately darted inside. With a single palm strike, she shattered the rock wall. Collapsing stones thundered down, sealing the cave entrance shut. Xiaohei! Over here! Her keen eyes spotted a narrow tunnel behind the rock wall. She quickly grabbed the little black cat and darted inside. The instant they slipped inside, a massive boulder rolled down from above, temporarily blocking the pursuing Lion King. The divine beast crouched in the darkness, observing the human with keen interest. It had expected Xiao Qin to flee alone, or perhaps use it as bait. Xiaohei, run! Xiao Qin suddenly turned. I'll hold it off. The divine beast froze. What did she say? Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the other side of the boulder. Even more terrifying, the roar was laced with a twisted human voice. Eat you. Xiao Qin was terrified beyond belief. The divine beast of calamity was puzzled. Just then, Xiao Qin spoke. Xiao He, hurry and dig a hole to escape. With your size, it won't be able to catch you. Xiao He, you know what? You're incredibly lucky, so you definitely won't die. Hurry up and go. I'll hold it off. The divine beast fell silent. A crack suddenly split open on the surface of the boulder. A sharp claw pierced through, coming within inches of Xiao Qin's cheek. Got you. Xiao Qin's eyes flashed. Damn it. She immediately reached into her ring to retrieve. Boom. The entire mountain was cleaved vertically by some terrifying force. Sunlight poured down, leaving Xiao Qin stunned. What the hell? A figure stood suspended in midair, black robes fluttering wildly in the gale. Gotcha now. At that moment, Jin Yan turned his head to look over. The moment he saw Yi Xing, he roared and charged forward. However, Yi Xing didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, merely waving his hand casually. The frigid power erupted instantly. The golden flame Lion King's body abruptly halted mid-air, its golden flames frozen into ice crystals. The entire colossal beast turned into a block of ice before crashing to the ground, shattering into a sea of ice shards. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up with wild joy. This person came to save me? Wonderful. The Demon Suppression Bureau must have received news of the spirit beast rampage here. But the next moment. Swish. A fierce sword she slashed down in an instant. Xiao Qin looked up and was terrified out of her wits. What the hell? She instantly activated the spatial artifact on her body. In an instant. Her figure vanished instantly, and where the sword she struck, the mountain exploded. What the hell are you doing? Xiao Qin materialized 100 meters away. Her face drained as she screamed, have you lost your mind? Do you think I won't sue you? Her heart pounded wildly, cold sweat soaking her back. If she hadn't hidden a spatial artifact, that sword strike would have sliced her clean in two. Yes, she had planned this from the very beginning. Hiding in the cave was deliberate the moment the little black cat left. She could immediately use the spatial artifact to escape. It was because she'd recently noticed the little black cat seemed less affectionate toward her. So she'd improvised a dramatic act of sacrificing herself to protect the cat, hoping to boost her favorability. But she never imagined things would turn out like this. The next moment. Meow. The little black cat emerged fearfully from the pile of rubble, looking traumatized. Xiao Qin rushed over, scooped it into her arms, and soothed it tenderly. It's okay. It's okay. Then, she glared at Yi Xing and erupted in fury. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What if you hurt our little blackie? She was counting on that little black cat. Yi Xing stared at her expressionlessly, his voice cold. Stop pretending, okay? Do you think I don't know who you are? Xiao Qin froze. My identity? Could it be? I'm not an ordinary person? In an instant, Xiao Qin's mind conjured images of herself as the long-lost daughter of a noble family, now discovered by enemies intent on silencing her. At that moment, the divine beast narrowed its eyes, unable to resist glancing at Xiao Qin. Could this woman have some special status? It didn't believe Yi Xing had come for it. After all, to everyone else, it was just a harmless, adorable little black cat. Who could have guessed its true identity? But the next moment. Yi Xing's next words froze its expression. A divine abomination disguised as a black cat? Yi Xing sneered coldly, I told you to stop pretending. Can't you hear me? The divine beast stiffened, its pupils contracting. He knows my identity? Chapter 62, He's the Son of Heaven? Upon hearing Yi Xing's words, Xiao Qin froze in surprise. Then her brows furrowed. What the hell are you talking about? What divine abomination, demonic prodigy, disguised as a little black cat? Could he be here to snatch Xiao He? Xiao He, don't be afraid. I wouldn't. Xiao Qin had intended to protect the divine beast, but when she noticed the little black cat's gaze, she suddenly froze. Because the divine beast's eyes no longer held the timidity and innocence of moments ago. Instead, they were filled with savage, murderous intent. Poof. The little black cat slowly leapt from Xiao Qin's arms. The moment it touched the ground. Boom. A torrent of black mist erupted. Its form twisted and swelled, crimson pupils turning into abyssal pools of blood, a terrifying aura engulfing the entire world. In the next instant, it transformed into a colossal, terrifying monster. How did you find me? The divine beast croaked hoarsely. By all logic, disguised as a little black cat all this time, how could anyone possibly spot me? And how did the other even know the term divine curse? You don't need to know. All you need to know is that your life has begun its countdown. Yi Xing spoke calmly, I will eliminate you completely. I will not allow you to pose even the slightest threat to the demon capital in the future. The divine curse beast's eyes darkened. What the hell? Judging by his words, it seemed the other knew everything? Who the hell is he? Xiao He, you. Xiao Qin's face was deathly pale. She couldn't comprehend how Xiao He had suddenly grown so enormous. The divine beast paid Chao Qi no mind, instead speaking up. I don't want to get entangled with you. Just let me leave. Once I grow stronger, I'll bring you immense benefits. He had no desire to clash with Yi Xingqi now. If he drew attention, if it drew powerful beings here, it would be the end of him. The divine sin beast was an utterly wicked entity born from the fall of divinity, a monstrous conglomeration of the sins accumulated after a god's demise. Such beings emerged but once in 10,000 years. It did not want to die. Otherwise, it wouldn't have deigned to disguise itself as a harmless little black cat, mingling among mortals. A huge advantage? Yi Xing sneered coldly. You, a mere whore, think you deserve it? You're asking for death. The divine beast's gaze darkened. This man's relentless insults had crossed every line. It had once been a lofty, divine being. Even in its fallen state, it would never tolerate such humiliation from a mere mortal. The divine beast roared, and in an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The once clear sky was instantly swallowed by darkness, and the surrounding environment twisted and shifted, as if dragged into another world. A domain? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. The divine beast vanished in an instant, merging completely into the darkness. This was its domain. The eternal night sin domain. Here, it was the absolute ruler. All perception is blocked, all laws distorted. It approached Yi Xing silently and stealthily. Even though its cultivation far surpassed Yi Xing's, it still had to be this cautious. This quality of caution and vigilance was something the divine beast had always taken immense pride in. Only fools would act recklessly. Die. Just as it was about to strike. Yi Xing suddenly whipped his head around, bellowing. You think I'm blind? The heaven-defying sword shot upward. A dazzling sword light ripped through the darkness, carrying the might to annihilate all, and slammed down upon the divine beast of sin. What? The divine calamity beast had no time to react, instantly cleaved in two by the single strike. Boom! Its body crashed heavily to the ground, spewing forth a torrent of pitch-black blood. Impossible. The excruciating pain didn't make the divine fiend beast howl in agony. Instead, it left it utterly stunned. This was its domain. Here, it should be invincible. How could Yi Xing sense its presence? Yet the true terror was yet to come. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Yi Xing's body, the divine sword's light blazing like the scorching sun. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The domain belonging to the divine beast of calamity was forcibly cleaved apart. Impossible. The divine calamity beast screamed, its voice filled with utter disbelief. It was a late-stage 5th-tier being. And Yi Xing was merely a 4th tier. How could he possibly possess such power? Who the hell are you? The mysterious youth before him not only knew his identity, but a 4th-tier cultivator wielding such terrifying power? Countless thoughts raced through his mind as cold sweat poured down his back. Yi Xing surveyed the shattered domain around him. He couldn't help but shake his head. In the future, this divine beast of calamity could even destroy the entire demon capital. The Bai family would certainly still exist then, yet even so, the divine beast would have succeeded. This meant that in the future, the god-cursed beast's power would surpass even that of the Bai family patriarch. Fortunately, he had learned of these events in advance. He must eliminate the divine beast now, otherwise, the future would be too terrifying to contemplate. And at this very moment, the divine beast clearly sensed the gap between itself and Yi Xing. Escape! It must escape. Without hesitation, the divine beast turned and attempted to tear open a spatial rift to escape. For it, survival was paramount above all else. Suddenly, the original world was instantly replaced by boundless moonlight. The entire world seemed to be dragged into a silver-white realm. Sun and moon intertwined. A domain of this scale. The divine beast let out a terrified growl. This was far beyond what an ordinary 4th-tier cultivator could manifest. But immediately, an aura erupted from Yi Xing's body. That aura alone caused the divine beast's black mist to dissipate. In an instant, the aura of the heavenly Tao. You are the son of heaven. The divine beast's voice twisted with terror. It finally understood. This youth was no ordinary mortal, he was the very embodiment of the heavenly way in this realm. The favored one of heaven's way. It clearly sensed the power of the heavenly Tao within Yi Xing. So that's why. No wonder he could crush a 5th-tier opponent with his 4th-tier body? No wonder he saw through my disguise and knew my true identity at a glance. The way of heaven. The heavenly Tao actually sent such a method ahead of time to eliminate me. Despair flashed in the divine beast's eyes. You would even send down an avatar to eliminate me. And I thought I'd hidden myself so well. So it was all just you toying with me. Yi Xing, ? Chapter 63, then both of you can die. This guy thinks he's the incarnation of heaven's will? Yi Xing frowned. He offered no explanation, for indeed, the power of the heavenly Tao flowed within him. Seeing Yi Xing offer no explanation, it only grew more convinced of its own judgment. He truly hadn't expected that to stop his growth, even the way of heaven itself would intervene. From this perspective, the youth before him would never let him off. He had no choice but to fight to the death. No wonder you came at me with the intent to kill, leaving me not even a single chance. The way of heaven is truly merciless. The divine beast of calamity roared, if I escape today, when I grow stronger in the future, I will destroy this heaven. A torrent of pitch black mist erupted from the divine calamity beast's body. Countless twisted shadows split from its body, each radiating a terror nearly matching its master's. Thousand shadows devouring souls. This was its innate divine ability. Each shadow possessed the power of its fifth tier form. In the outside world, it would be enough to easily slaughter an entire city. But within Yi Xing's domain, the shadows had barely emerged when they were locked in place by the moonlight filling the sky. Countless silver-white moonbeams pierced through the shadows like sharp arrows. Nail them one by one to the void. The divine beast's true form was also struck by a beam of moonlight, crashing heavily to the ground. It discovered its limbs were now immobilized by the moonlight's control. Damn it! Just as despair consumed it. Don't kill Xiaohe. Xiao Qin suddenly rushed forward, spreading her arms to shield the divine beast. I beg you. Don't kill Xiaohe. He didn't do anything. I don't even know what he did to offend you. Then this. Let me die in his place. Please don't kill him. Though Xiao Qin was crying now, she had her own plan in mind. He was certain Yi Xing was some kind of official. And since he was one of the 10 outstanding youths, if he could save Xiaohe this way. Xiaohe was so formidable, wouldn't he be on the path to the pinnacle of life afterward? Don't their lives matter at all? Hearing Xiao Qin's familiar words. Do you know Nan Gong Qi? Yi Xing suddenly spoke up. Xiao Qin froze, she's my idol. Yi Xing realized with a flash, no wonder. Everything made sense now. Just then, the divine beast suddenly struggled and cried out. No! Kill me instead. Don't hurt her. She's just an ordinary person. Xiao Qin, hearing this, immediately cried out, no! Kill me. I beg you, spare Xiaohe. No! Kill me. Don't involve her. Human and beast were thus locked in a desperate struggle of mutual sacrifice. Yi Xing watched this farce unfold silently, then sighed suddenly. I'm actually touched by you too. Xiao Qin and the divine beast's eyes lit up. Could it be? In that case. Yi Xing's voice turned icy. Then die, all of you. The next moment. Yi Xing stepped before Xiao Qin and seized her throat. Xiao Qin was stunned. How dare she lay a hand on me? I'm a citizen, after all. The immense force nearly choked the life out of Xiao Qin. What are you doing? I'm one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Hanting District, commended by the mayor himself. How dare you? The mayor? Fine, I'll give him a piece of my mind later. Xiao Qin, question mark. Before she could react, Yi Xing instantly snapped her neck, and flames reduced her to ashes. Xiao Qin probably never understood, even in death, how she ended up being killed. If only she hadn't opened her mouth. Witnessing Xiao Qin's death, the divine beast growled. You're impossible to reason with. He'd been considering putting on a tragic act to see if it would work, but she just turned around and killed him. Yi Xing's gaze turned icy. You're a divine abomination. What kind of deep affection are you trying to act out? Did he think he was some kind of fool? A divine abomination capable of destroying the demon capital in the future. How many lives had this fool already cost? And this stupid woman still wants to protect her? Are you out of your mind? Her life matters, but the lives of everyone in the demon city in the future don't? For a woman this stupid, Yi Xing will kill her outright. Run! The divine beast roared, unleashing its final reserves of power as it tore viciously at the edge of the domain. To its astonishment, the moonlight domain actually tore open a crack. Oof. Not so great after all. Without hesitation, it burst out of the domain, sunlight instantly bathing its form. The divine beast of sin roared with maniacal laughter. I've escaped. Without looking back, it fled frantically, its form transforming into a black streak of light that covered dozens of miles in an instant. Strangely, Yi Xing hadn't pursued? After fleeing for a long time, the divine beast of calamity gradually sensed something was amiss. Why, had it seen no buildings for so long? This wilderness was far too vast. Still haven't noticed? You fool! Yi Xing's voice suddenly rang out beside it. What? The divine beast's fur bristled as it frantically scanned its surroundings. Where are you? It couldn't sense Yi Xing's presence at all. Because you've been trapped within my domain all along. The divine curse beast snapped its head up, staring fixedly at the sun in the sky. Could it be that wasn't the real sun at all? But the core of a domain. How could this be? It believed it had shattered Yi Xing's domain. In reality, it had merely fallen from the moonlight into Yi Xing's long-prepared solar corona. It had been utterly toyed with. Suddenly, the entire world erupted in towering flames. Countless flame dragons coalesced from all directions. No! The divine beast of calamity thrashed wildly. I cannot die. I am a divine abomination. I am eternal and indestructible. Yet the fiery dragons roared in upon it. Burning flames completely engulfed it, its pitch-black body disintegrating in the inferno. I refuse to accept this. The divine beast finally turned to ashes. Ding. Quest completed. Acquired Dragon's Peril, Fatal Strike. Dragon's Bane Mortal Technique transforms the dragon's body into a divine form. Cultivation grants the might of a dragon. The physical body becomes incredibly formidable, slaughtering evils and dispelling calamities. As he gazed upon the technique before him, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. This is worth cultivating. In the next instant, Yi Xing dissolved his domain and unleashed the Great Dream of the Netherworld. As the Great Dream of the Netherworld activated, space warped slightly as a pitch-black figure slowly coalesced into form. The divine beast of calamity appeared before Yi Xing in a completely new form. Its form was no longer grotesquely twisted as before, but had transformed into a pitch-black Qilin. It was, after all, the divine incarnation of countless beasts, and the Qilin was its ultimate form. Its scales were as ink, its eyes like blood. Master. It bowed low, its voice carrying absolute submission. Yi Xing nodded with satisfaction. The Netherworld dream could reshape the very essence of living beings, transforming them into the purest servants. Thus, he would not only possess the future's ancient demonic god, the nest of 10,000 demons, but also gain a divine beast of boundless potential. Once they reached their peak, both would become combat forces on par with martial gods. Yi Xing's gaze swept toward the distant cave, the perfect opportunity to cultivate his newly acquired technique. Guard me while I practice. As you command, master. The divine-born Qilin let out a low growl. Yi Xing said no more, turning to step deep into the cave and sit cross-legged. Spiritual energy surged around his body as he began to comprehend the new technique. The divine calamity Qilin lay quietly at the cave entrance, watching vigilantly for any movement outside. However, before long, its ears twitched slightly, as if sensing something. In the distance, two figures were rapidly approaching. HM? The divine calamity Qilin slowly rose to its feet, its killing intent gradually rising. Chapter 64, 4th Tier Peak. Seizing the divine calamity Qilin. Young master, slow down. Above the sky, two figures moved swiftly through the air, one of them a white-bearded elder who urgently called out. After hearing the old man's words, Nangonyan replied indifferently, "We can't afford to slow down. I heard spirit beasts have gone berserk here. The Demon Suppression Bureau will arrive soon. Let's see if we can save a few spirit beasts." Yes, he had come not to save people, but to save spirit beasts. Simply because he had been indoctrinated by his younger sister since childhood, believing that the lives of spirit beasts mattered too. And as her elder brother, he had no choice but to comply with his sister's wishes. But who would have thought she'd cross those two from the Bai and Yi families? Talk about bad luck, Nangonyan shook his head. At the same time, he couldn't help but think his sister was a complete fool. Those were major figures, how could she have provoked them? Old Bai shook his head. It's not entirely the young lady's fault. Who could have known such a minor matter would involve those two? Where are the young master of the Yi family and the miss of the Bai family now? Seems they went to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Not sure why. Very well. The sole purpose of Old Bai's journey was to ensure Nangongyan's safety. After all, this was the sole son of the current head of the Nangong family. If anything were to happen to him, even as a 6th-tier powerhouse, he couldn't bear the responsibility. At that moment, both Elder Bai and Nangongyan sensed an unusual aura. Both abruptly halted, their gazes fixed downward. There, a jet-black, Qilin-like beast glared coldly at them. What is this? Old Bai's eyes narrowed. Despite his 6th-tier cultivation, he couldn't immediately discern the true nature of this spirit beast. Not ordinary. Nangongyan's eyes lit up. What a splendidly handsome spirit beast. He had seen the illustrated compendium of 10,000 beasts as a child, yet never encountered such a mystical creature. Old Bai's voice grew solemn. Young master, this beast is no ordinary creature. He sensed a faint yet unsettling aura emanating from it, one that sent shivers down his spine. This was no aura possessed by an ordinary spirit beast. Suddenly, humans! Get away! Do not disturb my master. The divine-born Qilin spoke in human language. What? Nangonyan was startled at first, then burst into wild joy. It can speak? Spirit beasts capable of human speech were exceedingly rare, unless they possessed profound cultivation. His senses darted toward the distance, and sure enough, he detected a 4th-tier aura near the cave. A cold smile curled the corners of Nangongyan's mouth. A mere 4th-tier insect dares to covet such a divine beast? Old Bai spoke up. Young master, shall we approach that person and purchase the spirit beast? No need. Nangongyan replied indifferently, just capture the spirit beast first and use the spirit control ring to subdue it. But that man. Why should we care about him? A flash of contempt crossed Nangongyan's eyes. No one can stop me, Nangongyan, from getting what I want, especially not a 4th-tier cultivator. If I claim this spirit beast, it will be his honor. In Nangongyan's eyes, a 4th-tier cultivator possessing such a spirit beast was nothing short of squandering a precious treasure. Only a true powerhouse deserved to possess this peak spirit beast. Seize it. Yes. Old Bai flicked his fingertip, sending a golden light streaking toward the divine calamity Qilin. 6 chains of confinement emerged from the void, poised to bind the Qilin's limbs. Once secured, they would gain direct control over the spirit beast's mind. But, get out of my way. You're asking for death. The divine spawn Qilin opened its massive maw, spewing forth not ordinary black mist. Instead, it unleashed a chaotic aura laced with crimson blood threads. The shackle that should have bound the divine calamity Qilin was instantly melted. Watch out. Old Bai, sensing danger, waved his hand urgently. 3,000 silver threads coalesced into a light barrier. The black mist collided with the light barrier, nearly piercing through it. How is this possible? Old Bai's heart raced with shock. He had clearly sensed the opponent was only a 5th-tier cultivator. Yet his protective aura had actually been damaged. Nangong Yan, witnessing this, was not alarmed but delighted. Excellent. Excellent. The fiercer you are, the more worthy you are of this young master. He then turned his gaze to the divine calamity Qilin. Resist all you want, but remember this: your master will be me from now on. And precisely because of your defiance, I'll make sure to teach your master a lesson later. Let me show you what true power looks like. The divine calamity Qilin's voice was icy cold as its aura erupted. You're not worthy. 3 minutes earlier, Xing was about to cultivate the Dragon's Bane self-destruction technique. Sitting cross-legged, spiritual energy surged around him like a tidal wave. This technique was exceptionally brutal, demanding the sacrifice of one's physical form. Through destruction and rebirth, it forged the ultimate physique. For others attempting this practice, the slightest misstep would cause their physical form to collapse, exploding their bodies in death. It could even be described as excruciatingly painful. But Xing was different. Possessing the Black Emperor, his physical form was eternally indestructible. Even if his bones shatter and flesh dissolves, he can restore himself to perfection in an instant. This is the true power of the Black Emperor. Boom! A tremendous cracking sound erupted from within Xing's body. His muscles, bones, and meridians began to collapse in an instant. A searing pain surged through him. Yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. The sound of cracking bones echoed continuously, and countless fissures appeared on the surface of his skin. Yet in the very next instant, Xing's body slowly restored itself to its original form. As if nothing had ever happened. Thus, collapse, repair, and grow stronger. Collapse, repair, grow stronger. It could only be said that the Black Emperor's innate talent maximized the true power of this cultivation technique. Simultaneously, the surrounding celestial and earthly chi surged madly into his body. In the cycle of destruction and rebirth, his physical form was ceaselessly tempered. 4th tier, 6th layer. 4th tier, 7th layer. 4th tier, 8th layer. Xing's cultivation level kept rising. As his cultivation deepened, dragon-like shadows began to appear around him. Ultimately, 9 dragon-shaped illusions materialized. Each was ferocious and terrifying, radiating overwhelming dragon might. Their roars shook the heavens. The 9 dragon shadows danced around Xing before simultaneously merging into his body. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. It felt like the final breakthrough had succeeded. Xing's cultivation had finally broken through to the peak of the 4th tier. In that instant, Xing's physical strength became more powerful than ever before. Compared to his previous self, Xing even believed he could shatter it with a single punch. Xing slowly opened his eyes. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Stop struggling. Or I'll drag your master here right now. You don't want to see him begging for mercy on his knees, do you? I'm the young master of the Nangong family. Who in this city wouldn't give me face? Xing frowned. The Nangong family? Chapter 65, Kill my entire family? Impressive. The battle between the divine calamity Qilin and Old Bai had reached a fever pitch. Jet black aura and silvery white threads collided relentlessly, each clash sending tremors rippling through the surrounding air. Though currently suppressed by Old Man Bai, it showed no sign of fear. In the past, it would have fled at the first sign of defeat. But now, the great dream of the netherworld had turned the tide. What was there left to fear? Nangong Yan, observing from above, grew increasingly alarmed the longer she watched. He had assumed Elder Bai would handle this with ease. But what kind of divine beast was this? How could it fight a 6th-tier opponent to such a stalemate without being defeated? Old Bai was equally stunned inside. Knowing the young master intended to tame this spirit beast, he had held back from the start. Yet as the battle progressed, he discovered this spirit beast's combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary 5th-tier creature. Oomph! Old Bai coldly snapped, our young master is the heir of the Nangong family. The future head of the Nangong clan. Following him means endless glory and wealth. Why cling to a worthless master? Insolent! The divine calamity Qilin roared, the lowly Nangong family dares compare itself to my master? These ants could never comprehend that its master was the very embodiment of the heavenly way. Only he knew this truth. That's why he must lick the right boots. Nangong Yan's face darkened at these words. How dare you show such insolence? Old Bai, hold nothing back. Suppress it immediately. I wanted to witness firsthand how I will torment its worthless master shortly. As you command. Old Bai held nothing back, unleashing the full might of his 6th tier aura. Boom! The divine calamity Qilin was instantly overwhelmed by this overwhelming pressure, its scales cracking under the force. Just as Elder Bai was about to seize the divine calamity Qilin Slayer. Get lost. A cold voice rang out. Old Bai froze. Then, a pale, colossal palm of spiritual energy materialized instantly, slamming down with thunderous force. The hand of heaven. Who is it? Old Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Sensing danger, he scrambled out of the way. Boom! The hand of heaven struck the ground, obliterating dozens of feet of earth in an instant, forming a massive crater. As the dust settled, a figure slowly materialized within the void. Yi Xing's gaze was cold and indifferent. What were you planning to do with my things? Master! The divine calamity Qilin rejoiced, instantly transforming into a dark shadow that rushed to Yi Xing's side. Nangong Yan's brows furrowed deeply. You're its master? Old Bai, however, remained silent. His eyes stared in disbelief at the attack on the ground. That palm strike just now. Was that truly unleashed by this 4th tier cultivator? Yi Xing's gaze turned icy as he stared at Nangong Yan and the other. He never imagined that even with his cultivation, someone would still have the audacity to target the divine slaying Qilin. You're just in time. Nangong Yan sneered, this guy has caught my eye. Name your price. But you don't know my status, do you? I'm from the Nangong family. Shut up. Yi Xing's gaze remained calm. I couldn't care less about your Nangong family or Beigong family. Speak. How do you want to die? Nangong Yan froze, then burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke imaginable. How I want to die. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Yan laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. Who'd have thought someone would dare speak to me like this today? Yi Xing remained silent. But then, after laughing herself out, Nangong Yan's eyes turned dangerous. I've changed my mind. I want the item, and I won't spare your life either. How dare this man humiliate her? Stealing his things was already giving him face. If he didn't appreciate it, fine. But to resist? This thought only fueled Nangong Yan's rage further. The full might of her peak 5th tier cultivation surged forth. A black gold light appeared in his right hand, the Nangong family's secret technique, the star-shattering finger. Die! He lunged forward in an instant, aiming straight for Yi Xing's throat. If this finger strike connected, even a 5th tier peak cultivator would be crippled if not killed outright. Young master, wait. Just then, Elder Bai suddenly shouted, sensing something amiss. The youth was far too composed. As if he didn't care at all. But it was too late. Before Nangong Yan could react, the next moment. You've got some nerve. Yi Xing's icy voice boomed. Boom! Yi Xing unleashed a punch. No fancy moves. Only the purest force. Nangong Yan's protective aura shattered instantly. In the very next instant, his body was torn apart. His entire left side was reduced to a bloody mist by that single punch. Nangong Yan screamed as he was sent flying backward. He couldn't believe he'd been beaten so badly. By a single punch. Young master? Old Bai shouted in horror, unable to believe his eyes. Nangong Yan, a peak 5th tier cultivator and the most outstanding genius among the Nangong family's younger generation, had actually been crippled with a single punch? Old Bai. Kill him. I want his entire family wiped out. Agony contorted Nangong Yan's face as he roared in fury. He had never suffered such injury. And he couldn't accept being defeated in a single strike by a 4th tier cultivator. Yes. Old Bai's face darkened as he unleashed his full 6th tier might. He must kill this man before him. Otherwise, he would bear full responsibility for Nangong Yan's severe injuries. But, kill my entire family? Yi Xing suddenly laughed. You're the first person in this world who dares to say such a thing. Because in this world, there was currently no force capable of threatening the Yi family. Just as Old Bai was about to strike. Boom! A colossal shadow, vast as a mountain, descended upon the world. The mother nest of 10,000 demons. An aura far surpassing the 6th tier radiated outwards. Upon sensing this aura, Old Bai froze in place. What kind of monster is this? He was locked in place by the mother nest of 10,000 demons, daring not to move an inch. How could a beast of this caliber possibly obey a mere 4th tier being? Who are you? Nangong Yan was utterly dumbfounded. Feeling the aura emanating from him, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Yi Xing's tone was cold and indifferent. I just dealt with Nangong Qi yesterday, and now another one from the Nangong family shows up today. Your Nangong family is quite something, huh? What? Nangong Yan's mind was in chaos. Nangong Qi? Yesterday? You're the young master of the Yi family? Old Bai's face instantly drained of color. It's over. They'd actually provoked the young master of the Yi family. That terrifying figure even the head of the Nangong family feared. Nangong Yan's face turned deathly pale. He had just boasted about killing his entire family. Now he regretted it so much his guts were turning green. First he mocked Nangong Chi for being blind, then he himself ran into a brick wall. I'm sorry. We didn't know young Master Yi was here. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We'll leave immediately. Nangong Yan scrambled to speak once he regained his senses, then frantically signaled to Old Bai to get him out of there. But Old Bai didn't budge. Instead, sweat poured down his face. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. He was acutely aware that the moment he made a move, this colossal beast before him would tear him to shreds in an instant. Want to leave? Yi Xing spoke calmly. When you first tried to steal my belongings and hurled insults at me, why didn't you claim it was a misunderstanding? When you threatened to slaughter my entire family, why didn't you call it a misunderstanding? Now you want to leave and call it a misunderstanding? Fine. Later, I'll slaughter your entire family, and then I'll tell you it was all a misunderstanding. You can accept it as a misunderstanding, or refuse, and I'll slaughter you. Chapter 66, Annihilating the Nangong Clan. Hearing this, Nangong Yan's face drained of color. He knew he had thoroughly offended the young master of the Yi family. Forgetting his injuries, he immediately knelt down. I beg young Master Yi for mercy. This truly is a misunderstanding. Had I known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to do such a thing even if I had 100 lives. Watching Nangong Yan desperately plead for mercy before him, Yi Xing showed no reaction whatsoever. From Nangong Yan's earlier words, it was clear this man had no shortage of dirty deeds under his belt. Stealing others' spirit beasts without a second thought, then bragging about slaughtering their entire family. This was precisely the despicable, spoiled brat image Yi Xing had always detested. Just as Nangong Yan was frantically kowtowing, Old Bai was about to speak, but the divine calamity Qilin roared, "Old geezer! Go to hell! Earlier, when my master wasn't here, you called me a bastard, and I let it slide. But now my master is here, what do you call me?" It was no pushover. Born from the very depths of divine corruption, it was a being of utter depravity. The humiliation it suffered under Old Bai's suppression must be repaid 100-fold now. The divine wicked Qilin charged forward. Old Bai attempted to summon his spiritual energy to defend, but the terrifying pressure emanating from the demon mother's nest shattered his protective barrier. What? His eyes widened in terror, but before he could react, the divine calamity Qilin's claws slammed into his throat. A blow to the throat first to prevent begging for mercy. The divine wicked Qilin knew that since humans love to beg for mercy with their throats, it would disable that first. Old Bai's face contorted. He tried to struggle, but the tentacles of the demon mother's nest had already pierced through his dantian. Within mere breaths, Old Bai's body shriveled at a visible pace, ultimately reduced to a skeleton. The divine wicked Qilin shot him a cold glance. Humph. Boring. Watching the old man die so casually, Nangong Yan's face paled even further. His entire body trembled, terrified that the next moment would be his turn. At that moment, Yi Xing pulled a communication jade token from his robe and spoke. By Fingxue, I need your help with something. Investigate whether the Nangong family has any illegal businesses or other shady dealings. Yes, that's right, if you find anything, just confiscate their entire estate. These words exploded in Nangong Yan's ears. Wait! Nangong Yan shrieked in terror. He wanted to beg for mercy, to explain that this was all a misunderstanding. But Yi Xing's icy glare silenced him completely. Since you intend to slaughter my entire family, I can only strike first and eliminate yours. Young Master Yi. I beg you. Don't worry, you'll die soon enough. Stop begging. Hearing this, Nangong Yan's mental defenses finally collapsed completely. He hurled curses at Yi Xing. Yi Xing! You monster! I'll haunt you even in death. You'll burn in hell. Hell? Yi Xing laughed. Who in this world dares send me to hell? Wait until I get there, and I'll kill you again. Your death means nothing. You'll just be another worthless being in your next life. But I'm different. I was born to stand at the pinnacle of this world. I cannot die. Only you will perish. In the very next instant, Yi Xing swung the long sword in his hand. Nangong Yan didn't even have time to scream before exploding into a mist of blood. Suddenly, within Yi Xing's communication jade talisman, Bai Fengxue's voice suddenly rang out. Sorry, Yi Xing, I've got something to attend to here. I can't stay with you. Yi Xing froze in surprise. No problem, you go ahead. I knew you'd miss me too. Next time you come to Magic City, I'll definitely make time to hang out with you. Yi Xing, ? When did he ever say that? But deciding not to dwell on it, he simply replied. Alright. Yi Xing, the next time I'm in Shanghai, you have to cook for me. Bai Fengxue, but I can't cook. I only know how to make noodles. Asking a spoiled princess to cook? That'd be putting her on the spot. No problem, noodles would be fine. Cook noodles for you? Sure thing. Immediately after, Bai Fengxue said she had something else to do and hurriedly hung up. Just then, the divine beast Qilin spoke up. Master. Is there anything else you require? None. Stay put. Understood. The demon mother's nest and the divine calamity Qilin then vanished. Just then, a communication came through. Young Master Yi, hello. This is the chief of the Demon Suppression Bureau of the Demon Capital. The task entrusted to us by the eldest Miss Bai has been completed. The Nangong family was implicated in black market operations and other crimes. We've already carried out the confiscation of their assets. Yi Xing was taken aback. That was fast. Of course. This was your order. What about the Nangong family members? Well, young Master Yi, the Nangong family put up fierce resistance. They fought to the death, costing us many men. Fortunately, with the Bai family's assistance, we finally suppressed them. Now, every single member of the Nangong family has been eliminated except for the 3 children hiding in the secret chamber. Yi Xing listened quietly. But when we captured those 3 children, their hatred was so intense that we... What are you talking about? Yi Xing's voice remained calm. Didn't you just say not a single soul was left alive? How come 3 children suddenly appear now? Isn't that statement self-contradictory? The other party fell silent. After a few seconds, Yi Xing's tone carried undisguised disappointment. Is the competence of your Demon Suppression Bureau always this poor? I'm truly disappointed. The man across from him took a deep breath, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Yes. Rest assured, young Master Yi, we'll handle this immediately. Yi Xing offered no further response, simply cutting the communication with a casual gesture. He certainly didn't care about the lives of those 3 children. They were trying to kill his entire family. Was he supposed to feign pity and spare them? Don't be ridiculous. If you don't uproot the weeds, they'll sprout again with the spring breeze. He understood this truth better than anyone. Yi Xing wasted no more thought, raising his hand to strike. A pitch-black fissure suddenly ripped open in the air. A spatial fissure. This was the power of the cold cicada tears, enabling him to traverse thousands of miles in an instant and return to the imperial capital. Without hesitation, Yi Xing stepped through. Imperial capital, a dimly lit alleyway. The air rippled slightly. Then, Yi Xing's figure stepped out from within. Yi Xing scanned his surroundings, confirming no one had noticed him before letting out a quiet sigh of relief. But just as he took his first step forward, a figure approached from the distance. So fast it left a trail of after-images. Yi Xing's brow furrowed as he instinctively looked up. At the very same moment, the other party detected his presence and abruptly halted. Their eyes locked, and the air seemed to freeze in that instant. Fong Ningbing? Yi Xing? Both shouted the other's name almost simultaneously. Chapter 67, By the time you see this parchment, I will be dead. The two stared at each other in stunned silence. Yi Xing never imagined he'd see Fong Ningbing the moment he returned to the imperial capital. Could it be this coincidental? If she'd arrived just a moment sooner, would she have witnessed him emerging from the spatial rift through the cicada tears? So close. In that very instant, Yi Xing suddenly sensed her cultivation level. 4th tier, 6th layer. This startled Yi Xing to his core. Even among the young generation of the 4 great families, few had reached this level. Especially since Fong Ningbing came from an ordinary background. She couldn't possibly compare to those from top-tier families with abundant resources. And yet, despite that, she had still reached 4th tier, 6th layer. Truly worthy of being the reincarnated empress. The 9th tier was profound and mysterious. This realm transcends ordinary martial artists. It requires merging with the cosmic principles of heaven and earth, hence the very titles. Some reverently call it the martial god, while others awestruck refer to it as the martial emperor, symbolizing the pinnacle of martial arts, reigning supreme over the world. Others go so far as to call them the sovereign emperor. In the West, the supreme leader of the church is known as the Pope. However, the most widely circulated title remains martial god. Perhaps because it sounds more majestic, or perhaps simply because people find it more impressive. What are you doing here? Fong Ningbing frowned. Just moments ago, she had passed by here, intending to visit the nearby pill pavilion to purchase some materials. But now, she sensed the aura of cold cicada tears here. In an instant, her heart raced with complex emotions. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed straight over. She had thought she might find the long-lost cold cicada tears. Instead, she saw only Yi Xing standing alone. Then the aura of the cold cicada tear vanished. In that instant, her emotions were like a roller coaster. But then it hit her cultivation had advanced far too rapidly. Would the other party suspect something? Lately, her life had been straight out of a feel-good novel punching brainless villains, secretly building strength, dominating the school tournament. I just got back from the Demon City. What about you? I was just passing through. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Ha ha ha, yeah. Neither dared say more, afraid the other might grow suspicious. Just then, Yi Xing suddenly remembered something. It's been ages. By the way, how's your health been? At those words, Fong Ningbing flushed slightly before replying, much better. It was precisely because of Yi Xing's help back then that she had been able to advance so rapidly in the early stages. She truly owed Yi Xing a favor. She then asked, so, how's your cultivation progressing? Not bad. Just average. Hearing Yi Xing's response, Fong Ningbing nodded. So it seemed his cultivation definitely hadn't surpassed hers. But then again, she was a reincarnated 9th-tier powerhouse. Did he really think just anyone could surpass her? How about we move somewhere else to talk? Sure. With that, the two left their spot and headed toward a nearby luxury restaurant. Located in the bustling heart of the imperial capital, it was one of the city's premier establishments. After Yi Xing placed their order, they chatted idly for a while longer. A group of diners at the next table caught their attention. Have you heard? The capital recently held a genius assembly, and they're supposedly re-ranking the celestial pride list. You bet. Word is many prodigies showed up this time. Let's grab a spot right after dinner. Hearing this, Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Fong Ningbing, however, remained unmoved. Having participated in countless such competitions in her previous life, she had long since lost interest. Excited chatter drifted over from the next table. I heard the champion's prize alone is 500 million. Runner-up gets 300 million, and third place gets 100 million. Fong Ningbing froze. 500 million? She'd been fretting lately over purchasing the main ingredients for the 9-turn Mystic Yin pill. The wealth she'd accumulated since her rebirth was nowhere near enough. Should we go take a look? Yi Xing suggested at just the right moment. Fong Ningbing hesitated for a moment. Sure. Suddenly, Yi Xing casually inquired, by the way, do you know anything else? Like formations or something? After all, with her god-defying talent, the Dao Bone of Destiny, she might as well seize the opportunity to learn more. Fong Ningbing instinctively wanted to refuse, forget it. 10 billion. Please be my teacher. Fong Ningbing's expression froze. 10 billion. That's more than the tournament prize. But she was, after all, an empress in her previous life. How could she just teach anyone? 10 billion a day. Then I'll make you the best array master in the world. Imperial capital, airport. A figure slowly emerged from the airport. Is this the imperial capital? The dark-haired youth's gaze remained impassive. It certainly surpasses Jinling. The youth's name was Yang Jia, the eldest son of the Yang family of Jinling. And the Yang family of Jinling was the wealthiest family in the land, second only to the Hui family. Jinling, located in the Jiangnan region, was the wealthiest area in the Great Xia Empire. Within Jinling, only the Hui family surpassed the Yang family in power. Had the Hui family not produced a martial god, the Yang family might well have possessed the strength to rival them. This time, I didn't even tell the old man about my departure. Yang Jia muttered to himself. The parchment wouldn't deceive me, but where exactly should I go to find that damned reincarnator? Indeed, Yang Jia had come to the imperial capital with one purpose, to follow the parchment's guidance and find the reincarnator destined to kill him in the future. Not long ago, Yang Jia had accidentally come into possession of a parchment. At first, he paid it little mind. But the parchment had predicted numerous future events and every single one had come true. And now, another prophecy appeared on the parchment. My name is Yang Jia. If you are reading this parchment, it means I am already dead. Through special means, I entrusted this to you 10 years ago, hoping you would survive. 10 years hence, otherworldly forces will invade, and monstrous beasts will run rampant. The entire world will become a living hell. But you will become the Archbishop of the Gospel Church. Protect yourself. Flesh is frail and weak, but machinery ascends. Until you encounter an unmatched, invincible being. The Gospel Church nearly perished, and only later did you learn that man was a reborn martial god. He wields an immensely powerful artifact of time and space. With 2 lifetimes of accumulated power, no one could defeat this peerless being. But this parchment from the future will aid you. Investigations confirm the reborn warrior from 10 years ago is currently in the imperial capital. You must find him. Eliminate him before he can act. Absolutely. The final words on the parchment had even turned blood red. This shows just how grave the situation is. Yang Jia never imagined the future would hold such horrors by then, society would descend into utter chaos. This might actually be a blessing in disguise for Yang Jia. The power structure would be completely reshuffled. He might even trample the lofty 4 great families underfoot. The thought alone made Yang Jia feel like the chosen one of destiny. The parchment even provided him with numerous opportunities regarding the future, including the current contact information for the Gospel Church. He could make strategic moves in advance, ensuring he would be even more powerful than in the future. But first, I need to find that damn reincarnator. Yang Jia spoke coldly. So far, all he knew was that the other party was currently in the imperial capital and had been reborn as a martial god, nothing else. Even if the opponent was a reborn martial god, he was confident he could eliminate them right here in the imperial capital. After all, he could mobilize his clan's resources. Who could it possibly be? Yang Jia pulled out a list. It was densely filled with the names of rising geniuses who had emerged in the imperial capital in recent years. Behind each name lay a potential target he sought. Many names on the list were already marked with scarlet crosses. He had tested them all through various means, ultimately confirming they were merely ordinary geniuses, not the aberration he sought. Now, the few remaining names stood out starkly. Shi Yao, Lu Shijuan, Zhang Chusheng, Fang Ningbing. All of them could be reincarnated individuals. But he would know soon enough. Immediately afterward, a call came in. Young master, the Celestial Genius ranking tournament you arranged is about to begin. When will you be arriving? Now. Indeed, that tournament was precisely what Yang Jia had paid to arrange. His goal was to uncover the reincarnated individual as swiftly as possible. To that end, he spared no expense on promotion. Yang Jia sneered. It's a game of cat and mouse now. We'll see who finds whom first. Chapter 68, The Gospel Church? Countless figures shouted around the stage of the Heavenly Pride Assembly. Yi Xing and Fang Ningbing had just arrived when they witnessed the battle unfolding on the stage. Shi Yao truly lives up to his name. He might just win the championship. You're dreaming. Both Lu Shijuan and Zhang Chusheng are far more powerful than him. Cultivation isn't everything. Care to wager? I'm betting on Shi Yao to win. Bet it is. I'm betting on Lu Shijuan. Overhearing the surrounding chatter, Yi Xing turned to Fang Ningbing and said, You go up on stage later. I'll just watch from below. He genuinely had no interest in participating in this amateur brawl. Fang Ningbing gave a faint nod. For her, a contest of this level was indeed extremely simple. But she felt no qualms about bullying the weak. Wasn't the whole point of cultivating strength to crush the weak? What's wrong with fishing in a beginner's pool? On the contrary, showing off could solidify one's Tao heart. Just then, a gasp erupted from the arena. Lu Shijuan had lost. Shi Yao stood proudly at the center of the stage, his voice booming like thunder. Who dares claim invincibility? Who dares declare themselves undefeated? An utterly arrogant declaration. It sent the blood of countless young spectators below the stage into a frenzy. Those who had bet on Lu Shijuan's victory now wore distinctly grim expressions. On the distant elevated platform, Yang Jia watched it all unfold with a cold gaze. Lu Shijuan is still too green. Through the previous battle, he could now rule out Lu Shijuan as a suspect. If he were a reborn being, dominating his tier and fighting above it should be routine. He should radiate an air of utter superiority. This Shi Yao, however, warrants close observation. The battle resumed immediately. Next came the clash between Shi Yao and Zhang Chusheng. The moment they met, neither hesitated. They unleashed their most powerful techniques directly at each other. They knew each other well, and there was even some lingering animosity between them. Today's match would settle not only their rivalry but also their very lives. Shi Yao. You don't understand the bonds of companionship. There's nothing behind you. People like you never win. Ridiculous. Shi Yao roared. All he needed was absolute power. Friends? They could all go to hell. Amidst a tremendous explosion, the battle came to an end. Zhang Chusheng lay pale-faced on the ground, while Shi Yao, though drenched in blood, remained standing. Shi Yao spoke indifferently, nothing special. Hearing this, Zhang Chusheng could no longer hold himself up and collapsed, completely unconscious. Shi Yao! Shi Yao! Shi Yao! Countless spectators below the stage erupted in cheers, utterly captivated by Shi Yao's overwhelming power. Having consumed another Qingdi pill to heal his wounds, Shi Yao continued. Who else is there? Meanwhile, Yang Jia on the stage let a smirk spread across his lips. This is interesting. He now believed there was a 70% chance Shi Yao was the reincarnated individual. Just as Shi Yao thought, no one dared to challenge him. The very next moment, a figure appeared on stage. Fang Ningbing. Everyone else froze in shock. Who's that? Looks like Fang Ningbing. She's been making waves lately. She actually dares to challenge Shi Yao. She's got guts. At that moment, Yang Jia's gaze fell upon Fang Ningbing. During his recent investigation into Fang Ningbing, he recalled her cultivation had already reached the peak of the third tier. Yet she had previously been an ordinary person. Given this, Yang Jia naturally suspected Fang Ningbing. But she likely isn't Shi Yao's match. After all, he was familiar with Shi Yao's background. Though Fang Ningbing had also performed admirably, her strength still fell slightly short. At that moment, Shi Yao spoke calmly. You may leave. You are no match for me. He had heard of Fang Ningbing, but he still held her abilities in contempt. Just then. Enough talk. Fang Ningbing raised her hand without warning. In an instant, a powerful chill enveloped the entire arena. Instant freeze. Shi Yao didn't even have time to react. Instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. Without resistance. The scene unfolded so swiftly. The entire crowd fell into dead silence. What? Yang Jia leapt to his feet. He could clearly sense the cultivation fluctuations emanating from Fang Ningbing. They had already reached mid-fourth tier. Just a short while ago, she was still. Yang Jia took a deep breath, his gaze filled with complexity. Such an unearthly cultivation speed, recalling the information he had previously gathered on Fang Ningbing. Could Fang Ningbing be the true reincarnated individual? His suspicions about Fang Ningbing surged to 90% in that instant. just as Yang Jie was about to seek help to investigate Fong Ningbing further. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh shattered the tense atmosphere. Is this the caliber of geniuses in the imperial capital? Ha 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 ha. Accompanying the laughter, several figures abruptly materialized in the sky. Their auras were exceptionally powerful, with one even possessing the strength of a near 6th-tier powerhouse. Yet each bore distinct mechanical structures upon their bodies. The crowd below the stage erupted in chaos. What the hell is this? Robots. Holy crap, are these even human? What's going on? Cosplay? What the hell are they doing? Just then, Yi Xing's brow furrowed slightly. What is this? Then, several figures in the sky slowly spoke. Our church is currently recruiting. Care to join our glorious evolution? Flesh is weak, machinery ascends. Shut up. Take them all away. The middle-aged man spoke calmly. Hurry. Otherwise, we won't escape either. A purple glow erupted from the middle-aged man's hands. A massive spatial screen abruptly rose, completely isolating the entire scene. Spatial lockdown. Yang Jie's eyes flashed sharply. The Gospel Church? Chapter 69, The Cold Cicada's Tears Are With You? The Gospel Church's creed was, flesh is weak, machinery ascends. They revere mechanical enhancement, believing that no matter how much a martial artist trains, they can never surpass a modified body. A martial artist has a natural limit to their potential. They might spend their entire lives only reaching the 6th tier, or even lower. But mechanical transcendence is different. With powerful mechanical core technology, you can attain strength rivaling 6th tier or even surpassing it. Not to mention that mechanical cultivation grants power surpassing that of peers at the same tier. The cost, however, is the gradual loss of human emotion. I never expected to run into them here. Damn it, don't drag me into this. Yang Jie narrowed his eyes. In the future, he would indeed become the Archbishop of the Gospel Church. But right now, he had absolutely nothing to do with the Gospel Church. But he looked down at Fong Ningbing below, a cold smile playing on his lips. This was a golden opportunity, a perfect chance to truly test Fong Ningbing's true identity. At that moment, Fong Ningbing narrowed her eyes. What is it? The Gospel Church? She had never heard of it. And just then, text suddenly appeared before Yi Xing's eyes. Ding! Unexpectedly, here you encounter the future's foremost church, the Gospel Church. Witness countless souls abandoning their flesh to immerse themselves in steel, all to survive this brutal world. But what you never imagined is that the Gospel Church is actually hunting down Empress Fong Ningbing, and you've even been accidentally drawn into it. Yi Xing froze. What was going on? I'll be hunted by the Gospel Church in the future? Even the Empress herself doesn't know why the Gospel Church is so determined to erase her existence. But later, you'll learn that the church's bishop, Yang Jie, obtained a mysterious parchment in the past. The parchment originated from the future. Through it, Yang Jie learned he would die by Fong Ningbing's hand. Thus, for years, he relentlessly attempted to assassinate her, forging a mortal enmity with Fong Ningbing. Armed with the parchment, Yang Jie ascended to become a 9th-rank martial god. But no one knew the parchment's true identity, a terrifying entity that merely used Yang Jie to achieve its own resurrection. Mission issued: eliminate Yang Jie. Seize the parchment and annihilate the Gospel Church. Reward: Supreme Life Pivot Technique, Heaven's Path Life Suspension. Yi Xing froze upon reading the text above. The sheer volume of information hit him all at once. Yang Jie? This guy possesses a parchment that foretells the future. Is he actually a terrifying entity? Besides himself, there was another cheat code user? Immediately afterward, Yi Xing noticed the life pore technique mentioned above. He knew all about the life pore technique. To break through to the 5th tier, one must open every life pore in their body. Some might open dozens or even hundreds when advancing to the 5th tier. The life pore technique, however, helps martial artists cultivate even more life pores. The number of life orifices would determine everything in the future. You need not fear. The middle-aged man at the head of the group spoke slowly. We of the Gospel Church have come here by the divine command of the God of Machinery to find our church's future divine son. The God says he is here. But we cannot identify him among you, so we must take all of you with us. It will also replenish our blood supply. Not long ago, they received divine instruction that the divine child had arrived in the imperial capital. That was why they had rushed here. The divine child would be the future leader of their Gospel Church, making this matter of utmost importance. The spatial lockdown he had just activated would gradually consume the surrounding space. Then it would directly complete the spatial jump. Go to hell. Who wants to go with you anyway? Yeah, let us go now. Robots are ugly as hell. What god? You're nuts. Many who had regained their senses shouted in unison. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes darkened. You dare insult my god? You're asking for death. He didn't mind making an example of them. Let these people witness the power of the church. With a fierce swing of his arm, a colossal surge of energy erupted, unleashed directly at the crowd. But at that very moment. So what if we curse your god? A voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, a dazzling sword energy shot forward. The explosive collision of these two powerful forces swept through the area. Who? The middle-aged man's face paled. At that moment, a figure slowly rose from the crowd. The Gospel Church? Some second-rate organization that popped up out of nowhere. Yi Xing spoke indifferently. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Yi Xing, especially after witnessing the terrifying combat prowess he had just displayed. Fourth-tier peak. Fong Ningbing couldn't believe it. Wasn't his cultivation progress slower than hers? And just now, he had so effortlessly withstood the strike of a half-step 6th tier? At that very moment, Yang Jie's pupils contracted. This is the young master of the Yi family? Yi Xing had been riding high recently, so he was aware of the young master. But after all, he was the young master of the Yi family, it was only natural he'd be in the spotlight. Unlike before. Wait a minute? Yang Jie suddenly realized something. He seemed to recall Yi Xing being a good-for-nothing slacker before. Something didn't add up. And just then, the middle-aged man's lips curled slightly. To think you could block my move, that's rather interesting. But you. Shut up. Can't be bothered with your nonsense. Die. Yi Xing charged toward the Gospel Church without hesitation. You have some nerve. Seeing this, the members of the Gospel Church all attacked. They weren't foolish enough to fight one-on-one. However, Yi Xing effortlessly dodged every attack and charged toward the Gospel Church at astonishing speed. How could that be? The members of the Gospel Church watched in stunned silence as Yi Xing charged forward. In the next instant, Yi Xing swung his blade. In an instant, he beheaded a member of the Gospel Church. Everyone was stunned. Those who reacted next immediately struck back. But as time passed, the middle-aged man finally sensed something was amiss. Watching Yi Xing slaughter indiscriminately within the crowd. Something's wrong with this guy. Everyone, attack him together. Yet despite the full-force assault by the Gospel Church members, under Yi Xing's hands, almost no one could withstand even a single strike. Just as Yi Xing prepared to charge forward again, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Wait! The spatial jump is about to begin. If you continue fighting now, you'll trigger spatial turbulence. Every last one of you will perish without a trace. Don't worry, I'll finish you all before then. Yi Xing's words trailed off abruptly. Immediately afterward, he felt as if something was trying to burst out from within him. No! But before he could react, a violent surge of spacetime energy erupted. This force of spacetime was so immense. The spatial jump he was in the midst of was abruptly severed in that instant. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xing in utter disbelief. What? The spatial jump has stopped. Meanwhile, gazing at that familiar figure in the sky, Fong Ningbing was dumbfounded. Cold cicada tears. Why has it grown so huge? Yi Xing sighed. Damn it. Chapter 70, Yi Xing. You're the reincarnator. The moment cold cicada tears appeared, everyone was completely stunned. The Gospel Church was stunned by this formidable figure. How did they conjure up a 9th-tier artifact? And instantly disrupted the spatial jump. Their faces instantly drained of color. The commotion here would soon draw the attention of the capital's elite. There'd be no escape then. But the most stunned of all was undoubtedly Fong Ningbing. She stared at the cold cicada tear in disbelief, her mind flooded with countless questions. Why was the cold cicada tear on Yi Xing? Why had the cold cicada tear already been restored? She clearly remembered it was only a sliver. Restoring it would be next to impossible. Not only did it require vast resources, but most crucially, it demanded time. The most crucial elements for the time-space relic were time and space. Without the baptism of long ages, restoration was utterly impossible. But now she saw that the cold cicada tear had been restored. Her understanding was crumbling. Yang Jie stared at the cold cicada tears with eyes wide with shock. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly pulled out a parchment. That man is a reborn martial god. He also possesses an immensely powerful spacetime artifact. Each word pulsed violently, as if issuing the sternest warning. Yang Jie couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Damn it, get out of here! The middle-aged man's face darkened as he urgently shouted. But? Think you can leave? Yi Xing's icy voice rang out. You think the Imperial Palace is your backyard? Boom! Countless thunderclouds surged from the void, obscuring the sky for 100 miles in an instant. Even more terrifying, within these thunderclouds swam countless thunder dragons. At that very moment, the mechanical equipment worn by the members of the Gospel Church suddenly malfunctioned. The believer activating the spatial jump device realized in horror. It seemed to have short-circuited. How is this possible? And as they looked up, they witnessed the most terrifying sight. Thousands of thunder dragons plunged down simultaneously. What is this? The middle-aged man's teeth were chattering. The power of heaven's will. Who exactly was this man before them? How could he command the heavenly way's aid? As each thunder dragon locked onto a gospel cultist, hell descended. No! I refuse to accept this. Some raised their arms to beg for mercy, only to be reduced to ashes before they could speak. Immediately after, the middle-aged man too was reduced to ashes in an instant. Before the heavenly way, all were so insignificant. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the towering figure. That's the young master of the Yi family, isn't it? How could he be so terrifying? Too powerful. That thunder just now was truly terrifying. I almost thought I saw a god. Every survivor stared at Yi Xing in stunned silence. The young master of the Yi family, acting alone, slaughtered a group of half-step 6th-tier powerhouses. Yi Xing scanned the scene. Let me guess where the rest of the doomed ones are hiding? He had only eliminated a fraction of the Gospel Church's forces. He now needed to return to the Yi family to thoroughly investigate the Gospel Church. Especially that Yang Jia. Since the system had already stated that the parchment belonged to some terrifying entity. He must eliminate the threat before it escalates. Yi Xing. A cold voice rang out. Fang Ningbing's figure appeared beside Yi Xing, her gaze fixed intently on him. Where did you get that secret treasure just now? Ah, well. Yi Xing felt a headache coming on. The most troublesome situation had finally arrived. But the system said, you gave it to me. Yi Xing shook his head. I'll explain it to you later. Immediately afterward, they sensed the presence of powerful individuals steadily drawing nearer. We should return to the Yi family first. Fang Ningbing paused briefly. All right. She still had a lot to ask Yi Xing. Yi Xing and Fang Ningbing departed. Soon after, the elite forces from the Imperial Capital Administration Bureau arrived. After calming the crowd, and learned what had transpired. Upon hearing Yi Xing's exploits, they were so stunned they couldn't utter a word. At that moment, on the elevated platform, Yang Jie's expression was extremely complex. Just moments ago, he had sent people to thoroughly investigate Fang Ningbing and Yi Xing's circumstances with burning urgency. Finally, after anxiously waiting, he obtained every piece of information available. Yang Jie's gaze fixed intently on the documents in his hands. As he flipped through the pages, his eyes grew increasingly bright. Exactly. It's just as I suspected. Fang Ningbing was once just an ordinary girl, frequently bullied and mistreated by others. Yet recently, she's suddenly become exceptionally powerful, even effortlessly crushing numerous geniuses. At first, I suspected she was a reincarnated individual, but now, it all makes perfect sense. The reason for all this lies with Yi Xing. According to the records, Fang Ningbing's dramatic transformation began precisely after she met Yi Xing. This proves there must be some hidden connection between Fang Ningbing and Yi Xing. Everything she's demonstrated to date, her power and achievements, is likely the result of Yi Xing secretly supporting her behind the scenes. That's why she's become so formidable. The more Yang Jie thought about it, the more convinced he became that his deduction was correct. And Yi Xing? Not long ago, he was nothing but a complete good-for-nothing wastrel. Yet just recently, his temperament underwent a complete transformation, and his talents suddenly became exceptionally powerful. I almost made a mistake. Fang Ningbing is like a reincarnated being. But that's only the surface. The most crucial piece is that temporal artifact. It finally makes everything clear. Viewed this way, the truth is already crystal clear. Yang Jie snorted coldly. Yi Xing, you are the reincarnator. Finally. At last, I've found it. His talent, strength, cultivation, and secret treasures all match up perfectly. Who else could possibly resemble a reincarnated being more than Yi Xing? But immediately, Yang Jie's eyebrow arched. The problem arose. Yi Xing is the young master of the Yi family, a force he could never hope to rival. At this thought, Yang Jie snorted coldly. No wonder he's invincible. Damn it, with a background like that, plus the identity of a reborn martial god. No wonder his future was so terrifying. As Yang Jie pondered, he suddenly spotted the distant ashes. His eyes lit up. He thought of a way to kill Yi Xing. Then he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Yi Xing, you brought this upon yourself. Did you think no one knew your true identity? But alas, I possess the parchment that foretells the future. Even if you're a reincarnated being, the young master of the Yi family, you'll still die without a proper burial. Chapter 71, What? He's heading to my house? The Yi family estate. At this moment, Yi Xing and Fang Ningbing had both returned to the Yi residence. Immediately after, Song Feng emerged. Young master. Uncle Songfeng. Yi Xing promptly mentioned the name Yang Jie, instructing Uncle Songfeng to thoroughly investigate it. Uncle Songfeng nodded upon hearing this, then vanished from his spot. Just then, Yi Yuan Tian's figure emerged. Weren't you off to the demon capital? When did you return? He had been puzzled, but when he saw Fang Ningbing beside his son, his eyes lit up. Truly my son. Father, Bai Feng Shui needed me, so I came back early. I see. Immediately afterward, Yi Yuan Tian seemed to sense something, his eyes widening. Your cultivation? Yi Xing nodded. Already at the peak of the 4th tier. Yi Yuan Tian felt a jolt of surprise. How long had it been? How had he advanced again? Moreover, he noticed Yi Xing's physical body seemed to have grown even more formidable. If before he could be compared to a young azure dragon, now it was as if the azure dragon had undergone a metamorphosis. He was certain that even in his youth, he himself had never been nearly as extraordinary as his son. Truth be told, seeing his son excel so remarkably, Ye Yuan Tian couldn't help but feel immense pride. At that moment, Fang Ningbing's eyes flickered as she looked at Yi Yuanti. So this was the legendary martial god of the Yi family? Though he couldn't gauge Yi Yuantian's strength, he'd heard of his legendary exploits. If those rumors were true, then Yi Yuantian's power far surpassed even her own in her previous life. She then shot Yi Xing a complex look. The father of such a prodigy had sired an even more extraordinary son. Why did the Yi family keep producing such monstrosities? Just then, Yi Yuan Tian glanced at Fang Ningbing. His eyebrow arched as he sensed something different about Fang Ningbing. Her gaze held a maturity beyond her years. This is interesting. Yi Yuan Tian then smiled and said, "All right then, you two chat. Chat away." With that, he patted Yi Xing's shoulder. The moment Yi Yuan Tian left, Fang Ningbing finally asked the question she'd been dying to ask. "Where did you get that temporal artifact?" She now understood why Yi Xing had always been present whenever cold cicada tears vanished or reappeared. It had been inside Yi Xing all along. But the most crucial question remained, how had it restored itself to its current state? Yi Xing sighed, then blushed but remained composed as he replied, "I don't know either." "Ha?" Fang Ningbing frowned. "It just entered my body during some cultivation session. At first it wasn't big, but then it grew into this. I've never known what it is." Yi Xing feigned confusion. "You know about it? But I don't recognize it at all." "You seem to know quite a lot." Fang Ningbing. "I just happened to see that thing in an ancient text once. I was merely curious." Fang Ningbing sighed. She couldn't reveal her identity as a reincarnated soul. Besides, he was the young master of the Yi family. Stealing it was utterly impossible. Damn it, her heart was literally bleeding right now. But then it hit her, why had the cold cicada tears suddenly entered Yi Xing's body, and why had his recovery been so swift? Wait, what? She suddenly recalled the scene where Yi Xing summoned divine thunder to annihilate the gospel church. Fang Ningbing's eyes widened instantly. Could it be? She suddenly recalled an ancient secret. She remembered that the cold cicada tears were manifestations of the very fabric of time and space. All were part of the heavenly way in this realm. They would naturally align with the way of heaven. Could Yi Xing be the chosen son of heaven, guided by the way of heaven? After all, even the way of heaven aids him. One must understand that the child of heaven is born from calamity itself, naturally under the heavenly way's protection. The chosen of heaven are exceedingly difficult to kill, and as the favored children of heaven, their cultivation is incredibly straightforward. Yi Xing embodies every single one of these traits. I always thought the concept of destiny was nothing but a myth, but today I've truly witnessed it firsthand. Fang Ningbing sucked in a sharp breath. Yi Xing was not only born at the pinnacle, but his cultivation talent was terrifyingly high. What else could this be but destiny? Just then, Song Feng's figure appeared. Young master, the matter you entrusted me with is taken care of. Good. Upon receiving Yang Jie's dossier, Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. This guy is actually from the Yang family of Jiling? Then, when he saw that Yang Jia had recently reported a genius tournament, Yi Xing's expression turned peculiar. That genius tournament was hosted by him? So that means this kid was actually at the scene just now? Suddenly, Yi Xing seemed to grasp why the other party had organized this so-called genius tournament. It must have been to identify who the reincarnated individual was. He couldn't help but glance at Fang Ningbing. I wonder if Fang Ningbing's identity has been exposed. Fang Ningbing raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me? Yi Xing's eyes flickered. That kid shouldn't have gone far. Let's retrieve the parchment first. Yi Xing immediately turned to head outside. Fang Ningbing froze. What are you doing? To get your first place prize money back. Question mark. Imperial capital. 300 meters underground. Inside a secret base converted from an abandoned subway tunnel. Who'd have thought a simple mission would take down by Shan? A woman whose entire body had been mechanically enhanced spoke. Where exactly is the divine child? Below, a dozen similarly mechanically enhanced cultists remained silent. One of them hesitantly spoke up. Could the divine calculations have been wrong? Bang! Zhang Xinliu's mechanical arm extended instantly, its metal fingers clamping down on the man's throat. You dare question the divine calculations? No. No. The man struggled. Zhang Xinliu snorted coldly and flung him aside. For the Gospel Church, the calculations of God were absolute. The future had long been calculated to perfection, every variable under control, with absolutely no room for error. God has spoken, the Son of God will appear of his own accord. We need only wait. Suddenly, she whirled toward the entrance. Who? A tall figure emerged from the darkness. Yang Jia spoke with a smile. Good evening, members of the Gospel Church. Zhang Xinliu narrowed her eyes. How did you find this place? By all accounts, this place was supposed to be absolutely confidential. How did this person manage it? Yang Jia chuckled softly. I have my ways. Then what brings you here? To join you. Yang Jia smiled faintly, or rather, to lead you. You may not understand what I mean now, but that's fine, you'll come to grasp it in time. Li? Zhang Xinliu was about to sneer. What gives you the right? Suddenly, her words abruptly halted. After a long, heavy silence. You are the divine child? Zhang Xinliu's voice trembled with astonishment. Though Yang Jia didn't understand what she was talking about, it didn't stop him from going with the flow. He gave a slight nod. You could say that. In an instant, the entire underground base fell into an eerie silence. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhang Xinliu's voice trembled. Indeed, the divine never errs. God said the Son of God would guide our gospel church. In that case, our gospel church has more important matters to attend to now. Yang Jia smiled as he spoke. I hope everyone will cooperate. The expressions of the gospel church members were peculiar. This was Yang Jia's plan to use the gospel church to kill Yi Xing. He couldn't use the Yang family's resources, that would be too easy to trace. While Yi Xing remained unaware, the enemy was out in the open while he operated in the shadows. He could catch his opponent completely off guard. Investigate Yi Xing for me. He poses a grave threat to our gospel church. He must be eliminated. Hearing Yang Jia's words, Zhang Xinliu frowned. Yi Xing? If she remembered correctly, he was the one who killed Bai Shan and the others. A murderous intent flickered in her eyes. He truly was a major threat. Machine slave, locate Yi Xing's current whereabouts. Yes. Yang Jia smiled as he spoke. We need a detailed plan. After all, her background isn't simple. The gospel church's efficiency was undeniably swift. The man hurriedly reported, found him. Yang Jia's eyes lit up. That fast? Where in the capital? The man's expression turned peculiar. It seems he's not in the capital. Ha? The trail seems to be heading toward the Yang family in Jinling. I see. Yang Jia nodded in agreement, but his expression suddenly changed drastically. What? He broke into my house? Chapter 72, Fong Ningbing, my identity's exposed. Ha? At that moment, Yi Xing and Fong Ningbing were aboard the spirit boat heading for Jinling. Why are you taking me to Jinling? Fong Ningbing still looked a bit dazed. Shouldn't you go to the capital to demand money from the tournament organizers? Why are you heading to Jinling? You'll find out soon enough. Yi Xing replied with a smile. He had already made up his mind. He'd go straight to Jinling to raid Yang Jia's family home first, though he didn't know the exact location. But by staking out his home, he was certain Yang Jia would have to return. This guy had no way of knowing I'd already figured out his entire plan and set up an ambush at his doorstep ahead of time. If Yang Jia ever found out about this move, he'd surely claim I was cheating. According to records, Yang Jia's current cultivation level is only 4th tier, hardly a threat. The real threats are the gospel church and that parchment. You have the future parchment, I have my hack, let's see who can pull off the more ruthless move. At that moment, Fong Ningbing stared at Yi Xing. She couldn't fathom what Yi Xing was up to. But she knew one thing for certain, her cold cicada tears were likely gone for good. Not only could she not defeat him now, but even if she could, heaven itself would choose to aid him. She had suffered such a massive loss by accident, she was truly devastated. Just then, a massive spirit boat appeared in the distance. Big brother. A familiar figure materialized immediately afterward. Huayan. Huayan now approached Yi Xing's spirit boat. Why did you suddenly come to Jinling? Did you miss me? Yi Xing had informed Huayan before coming to Jinling. That's why Huayan rushed over. I came to Jinling for some business and thought I'd drop by to see you. Brother. Just as Huayan was moved, he instinctively glanced at Fong Ningbing. In an instant, his expression shifted. This woman. Now that his cultivation had advanced, his innate talent allowed him to release his aura unconsciously. He clearly saw a terrifying, sky-obscuring figure overlapping with this seemingly fragile woman before him. This one is no ordinary woman. What are you spacing out for? Yi Xing patted his shoulder. Ha, nothing. Huayan suddenly burst into laughter. As if I'd tell you I just glimpsed what might be a future 9th tier figure in her. Ha 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 ha. Fong Ningbing, ? Yi Xing. The air instantly grew silent. Huayan's smile froze on his face as he realized he'd blurted out his inner thoughts. Damn it. When did my brain short-circuit? Yi Xing sighed inwardly. You're practically forcing her to admit her true identity. Fong Ningbing's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. What the hell was going on? The seemingly simple-minded young man had seen through her secret at a glance. Just as each of the three was lost in their own thoughts, a series of sharp whistles suddenly pierced the air from the distance. At that very moment, all three froze in shock. Dozens of powerful auras instantly locked onto the spirit boat, surrounding the trio completely. Yi Xing and his companions narrowed their eyes. Finally caught up. Yang Jie descended from the sky, his gaze sweeping over the group. Greetings, everyone. Huayan narrowed his eyes. You're Yang Jie? Yang Jie's brow furrowed. He never imagined the young master of the Hui family would appear here. This made things. It seemed he would have to eliminate everyone present today. Then it suddenly dawned on Yang Jie Yixing had come to Jiling specifically to find Huayan. He'd almost thought his identity had been exposed. Damn it! His plans were completely thrown into disarray. He had intended to plan carefully, but because of Yixing's sudden appearance, he had no time for anything else. He hurriedly brought the gospel church over. At that moment, Yixing spoke up. You're Yang Jie? Yang Jie froze. This guy knew who he was? His expression darkened. But it didn't matter. He'd come here to deal with the reincarnators once and for all. How did you find us here? Yixing hadn't expected Yang Jie to know Fong Ningbing was here. So he really was after her. Stop pretending. Yang Jie sneered savagely. Since things have come to this, let's be frank. You thought you hid it well, that no one knew your secret? I was right, weren't I? A reborn warrior, no, a reborn martial god. The words exploded like a bomb among the crowd. Fong Ningbing's slender frame trembled, her pupils constricting. Was he targeting her? And how did he know her true identity? Yixing's eyes narrowed slightly. So he really was after Fong Ningbing. Huayan, standing nearby, turned in disbelief, murmuring to himself. Could it be? The surrounding members of the gospel church were utterly stunned. They never could have imagined. Among these three, a reborn martial god was hiding. Seeing Yixing's silence, Yang Jie assumed he'd been caught off guard and sneered. Enough with the charade. I know who you are. Fong Ningbing took a deep breath and stepped forward. I never thought you'd know this too. Yes, I am. Get lost. What business is it of yours? Yang Jie suddenly roared, brutally cutting Fong Ningbing off. Fong Ningbing? Her face was etched with utter bewilderment. Wait. None of my business? Yixing froze too. What's going on? Yang Jie's gaze locked onto Yixing like a venomous snake. I've laid it all out for you, and you still play dumb? Must I expose you publicly? So what if you've been reborn? Do you think you're the only one standing tall? He suddenly raised his hand, pointing directly at Yixing. Yixing! You reincarnated martial god. Yixing? Fong Ningbing? Huayan, however, nodded with a look of understanding. Just as I thought. Chapter 73, Mechanical Monsters, I'll assemble them. The air suddenly fell silent. The clouds seemed to freeze in place. The surrounding members of the gospel church stared in utter shock. The young master of the Yi family is actually a reborn martial god? His father was a martial god, and he himself had once been one too? This was simply too outrageous. Meanwhile, Fong Ningbing stood utterly bewildered. She turned her head to look at Yixing, who wore an equally stunned expression. He was the reincarnated one? Then who am I? Could I be the true young master of the Yi family? Fong Ningbing's mind was spinning. Am I the reborn martial god? Yixing's CPU overheated for the first time, as if his brain had crashed. Honestly, he'd considered countless possibilities how Yang Jie had tracked Fong Ningbing down to kill her, but never imagined the other party would mistake him for a reincarnated being. How the hell did he come to that conclusion? I knew it. I knew it. Big bro. You kept this from me for so long. Huayan steadied his excitement and took a deep breath. No wonder the boss was so damn good. He was a martial god before, so that explains everything. Huayan's eyes lit up. Big brother is a martial god, and so is my father. Could it be? Yixing, get lost. Oh. Huayan obediently shut up. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Fong Ningbing hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. Yang Jie, meanwhile, wore an expression that screamed, I've seen right through everything. Yixing tried to speak up. Wait, why do you think I'm a reincarnated soul? Still trying to wriggle out of it. Yang Jie wore a smug expression. You think I haven't investigated you? Not long ago, you were a worthless wastrel. But then, just like that, you transformed into the Yixing we see today. I may not understand wastrels, but I sure as hell know a genius when I see one. Your cultivation speed is so fast. Your combat power is so high. Isn't it because you're a reincarnated soul? If you're not a reincarnated soul, then how do you explain it? Try getting someone else to cultivate like that. Yixing. That's because I'm cheating, kid. And isn't Fong Ningbing's cultivation speed fast? Fong Ningbing finally couldn't hold back. No, I'm the one. Shut up. Yang Jie snapped angrily, can't you see we're discussing serious business? Fong Ningbing, question mark. Yang Jie sneered, you're just someone who relies on Yixing's help. What gives you the right to talk back to me? Fong Ningbing nearly choked on her breath. So all my hard work and cultivation was thanks to him? Then what about all those days and nights I spent training? Just me being diligent? Enough. Yixing looked up, fixing his gaze on Yang Jie. Yang Jie, I don't have time for your nonsense right now. I'm giving you a chance, hand over the parchment yourself. You mustn't touch that thing. Yang Jie's pupils contracted. You know about the parchment? Yi Xing was about to speak. So you really are a reincarnated soul. Looks like you know quite a bit. Let's see who survives today. Yang Jia roared. In the next instant, the gospel church members and others understood immediately. Zhang Xinliu bellowed, activate the formation. In that very instant, countless mechanical components rained down like hail. A massive magnetic field array suddenly materialized before everyone's eyes. Under the influence of this magnetic field array, the combat power of all gospel church members instantly surged by 30%. Such a terrifying boost. Yang Jia stood at a distance, bellowing. I will change the predetermined future. Yi Xing. Die. As his words fell, dozens of gospel church members charged toward Yi Xing. Yi Xing and his two companions immediately understood the signal and charged forward. There can only be one predetermined future. Yi Xing's eyes flashed with intensity, and that is your death. Let me avenge Baishan. A dark figure suddenly burst from the flank. It was Zhang Xinliu of the Gospel Church. Yi Xing sneered coldly, with just you? Boom! Two terrifying bursts of energy collided mid-air, unleashing a tidal wave of shockwaves. To everyone's surprise, Yi Xing steadied himself and absorbed the full force of the strike. Yang Jie's expression changed abruptly. What? Zhang Xinliu stared in disbelief. This fourth-tier cultivator had actually blocked that move. Is that all you've got? Yi Xing's lips curled in disdain as his left hand shot out. Boom! Zhang Xinliu stared blankly at his right arm, severed cleanly at the shoulder. Impossible. Impossible. This is super alloy. You're just as weak as your formation. Zhang Xinliu? Yi Xing raised his foot. From above. Slash. Boom. A whipping kick came down like a battle axe. On the other side, Fang Ningbing wielded her ice crystal longsword. Her seemingly casual steps and turns always evaded every attack with precision. Wherever the blade passed, an enemy bloomed with blood. Too slow. Huayan's combat style was far more brutal. He relied entirely on his spirit treasure. AD. Huayan shouted as he smashed relentlessly, utterly heedless of the artifact's depletion. An elder of the Gospel Church had barely summoned his life-bound artifact when he and his weapon were smashed into mincemeat. If all else failed, he could always detonate the treasures. He'd never use them all up anyway. What the hell are these monsters? The surviving black-robed cultists felt their scalps crawl. They had assumed that rounding up the three young men would be a piece of cake, but they unexpectedly hit a brick wall. Standing at a distance, Yang Jie's face was grim. If this continued, he was finished. The thought struck him, and he immediately shouted, everyone! Target Yi Xing first. He's our only objective. Ignore the others. Upon receiving the order, the Gospel Church forces halted their advance. Immediately, they all charged straight at Yi Xing. Indeed, their sole target was this reborn martial god. The Divine Son had declared, eliminate him, and the Gospel Church would witness unprecedented growth. And at that very moment, Master, let us handle this. Yi Xing heard the voice of the Divine Calamity Qilin echo in his mind. Yi Xing shook his head, no need. Just a bunch of minnows. And at that very moment, amid the hysterical shrieks of the gospel cultists, they began frantically assembling. Then, I'll form the head. I'll form the limbs. I'll form the torso. I'll assemble the... With an earth-shattering roar, a 100-foot-tall mechanical monster rose from the ground. Yi Xing. Today I will take your life. The mechanical beast's voice, a chorus of dozens, let you witness the true power of the Gospel Church. Huayan's expression darkened, big brother. Watch out. But... Huayan, watch closely. Yi Xing remained surprisingly calm as he slowly raised the godless sword. Huayan, Multiple distinct patterns began to emerge on the blade's surface. Destruction, the might of judgment, world-burning flames, even traces of the Tao of heaven. The spiritual energy of the entire world boiled in response. Because this strike will be incredibly cool. The mechanical monster roared deafeningly. Die. The fist was mere inches from Yi Xing's head. Swish. A slender blade of light sliced through the air. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The mechanical monster's movements abruptly froze. It looked down at its own chest in disbelief. A thin line slowly emerged from its steel body. Snap, crackle, crackle, crackle. Then the crack instantly expanded. Boom! Yang Jie's expression froze. Impossible. Before Yang Jie's frozen gaze, the so-called immortal and indestructible ultimate weapon of the gospel twisted, disintegrated, and ultimately dissolved into a sky filled with specks of light. No explosion. No deafening roar. Only absolute erasure. Boom! Chapter 74, I can tell you some things about the future. Everyone stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Witnessing that colossal steel monster reduced to scrap in an instant by Yi Xing, the ultimate edge of the god-slaying sword had completely shredded this monster. This was Yi Xing's most devastating strike to date. At that very moment, Huayan shouted excitedly. Big brother. That was incredible. Unbelievable. That move just now definitely had the power of a 6th tier attack. And Yi Xing is only at the 4th tier now. He couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying Yi Xing would become once he returned to 9th tier. Truly terrifying, it feels suffocating. Fong Ningbing murmured to herself. The strength Yi Xing displayed sent a chill down her spine even for a former martial god like her. If she had initially been shocked by Yi Xing's terrifying talent, she now understood that the current Yi Xing had truly entered the ranks of the extremely dangerous. Given time to grow, this world would likely have no one left who could stand against him. Just then, Yi Xing slowly turned his head. Yang Jia, it's your turn. Yang Jia's face paled. He never imagined Yi Xing's strength could be this terrifying. Consider the sheer numbers of the Gospel Church. Add to that Zhang Xinliu, a half-step 6th tier. Combined with the formation, he thought victory was assured. But he never imagined Yi Xing would wipe them out like that. Just how powerful was this man? Watching Yi Xing steadily approach him, Yang Jia's face paled. No! This can't be. He frantically pulled out the parchment, searching for any possible solution. Save me! Save me, parchment! Just then, the text on the parchment began to shift. My name is Yang Jia. By the time you read these words, I am already dead. I am already dead. I am already dead. I have already. I won't believe it. Yang Jia screamed hoarsely, save me. You're from the future. You must have a way. Whether it was Yang Jia's words that worked or some other reason, the words on the parchment suddenly changed. My name is Yang Jia. I survived. I was nearly killed by Yi Xing. But thanks to the parchment, by following its instructions, I gained immense power and fought back against Yi Xing. What method? I just need to eat the parchment and I can. Before the words could appear, Yang Jia hastily stuffed the parchment into his mouth. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Just as he moved to step forward. Centered on Yang Jia, a jet-black pillar of light shot skyward. An immense aura instantly filled the air. Yang Jia's body emitted cracking sounds as his cultivation surged at a visible, frenzied pace. 4th tier peak. Early 5th tier. Mid-stage 5th tier. 5th tier peak. 6th tier. Ha 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 ha. Power. This is power. Yang Jia laughed maniacally. Parchment, you're absolutely brilliant. His words abruptly halted. His expression froze. Then, a completely unfamiliar voice emerged from his throat. Finally found a suitable vessel. Who? Yang Jia realized with horror that he was losing control of his body. Who's in my mind? Ha, worthless human. No. Wait. This is my body. Ah. Amidst the piercing screams, Yang Jia's consciousness was easily extinguished. His body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. Immediately, a 3-meter-tall monster appeared. Fong Ningbing and Huayan's expressions changed instantly. After all, without knowing what had happened, Yang Jia had transformed into a monster. Only Yi Xing remained calm. Was this the terrifying entity described in the parchment? It's been a while since I last breathed fresh air. The monster examined Yi Xing with keen interest. You don't seem particularly surprised. What's there to be surprised about? Yi Xing spoke calmly. Isn't it just that you've been secretly guiding Yang Jia all along? Making him believe that piece of trash paper was really a prophecy from the future? The monster's eyes narrowed sharply. You? How did you know? Its voice wavered for the first time, but I clearly cast 9 layers of cognitive barriers on it. You must understand, he had gone to great lengths to disguise it as a parchment from the future. Not only did he need Yang Jia to believe it, but also deploy its own abilities. He then turned his gaze toward Fong Ningbing in the distance. As for why he intended to kill her, it was because in the future, the person Fong Ningbing would kill wasn't the Gospel Church, but me. She would become a threat to him. And only this monster knew Fong Ningbing's true identity. But this youth before him seemed to know everything? The monster's 12 pairs of compound eyes fixed intently on Yi Xing. After a long moment, it emitted a low, hollow laugh. It seems, you're far more terrifying than I imagined. You may call me the Demon Emperor. He knew Yi Xing was no reincarnated being. But that only made Yi Xing's threat all the more terrifying. An uncontrollable factor. An existence beyond reason. Not interested in knowing. Yi Xing spoke indifferently. You'll be dead soon anyway. Ha 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 ha. The Demon Emperor laughed aloud, arrogant. But I like it. Though I don't think we'll be enemies. Oh? How about working with me? With you? That's right. Me. The Demon Emperor's lips curved slightly. You may not know this, but a terrifying catastrophe is coming, one that will engulf the entire world. When that happens, the order of the world will be completely reshuffled. I need someone to partner with me now. I possess the power to see the future. You possess talents that transcend this world. We could very well join forces. In that future, we could dominate a realm. The demon emperor smiled as he spoke. Of course, you might not believe me, but what I say is absolutely true. Yi Xing remained silent. He knew perfectly well that the demon emperor was telling the absolute truth. But then what? Partner with him? That was laughable. It was like not knowing the future. If you don't believe me, I'll tell you something. The demon emperor spoke. In your imperial capital, there's a place called the Xiaohe Martial Arts Academy. The truth is, the people there. I wiped it out recently. Question mark. The Wang froze. What? You wiped them out? He quickly shook his head. Then let me tell you something else. The reincarnated soul Yang Jie is searching for, isn't you? It's the woman by your side. Hearing this, Fang Ningbing's heart skipped a beat. Oh. Yi Xing, and then? The demon emperor raised an eyebrow. You don't believe me? I believe you. Yi Xing remained expressionless. Wang Huang. Fang Ningbing. Huayan, what are you talking about? At that moment, the Wang Huang assumed Yi Xing didn't believe him. He immediately continued. Never mind. Let me tell you another one. In the northern wastes, demons from beyond the heavens have invaded. They plan to awaken a terrifying entity called. Is this it? The very next moment. Under the bewildered gaze of the Wang Huang, the colossal form of the mother nest of 10,000 demons materialized. The demon emperor froze, then. What the hell? Chapter 75, Heavens will hangs in the balance. The supreme life pour. The demon emperor's pupils nearly shook violently. He was utterly dumbfounded. The colossal form of the demon mother's nest, vast enough to obscure the sky, hovered right behind Yi Xing. Even more terrifying was the aura radiating from her, utterly devoid of any weakness. This couldn't be. According to the future he had glimpsed, the mother nest of demons should still be slumbering for at least another decade. Yi Xing tilted his head. Why so quiet? Are you naturally taciturn? Wan Huang. In the next instant, he realized what was terribly wrong. His eyes locked onto Yi Xing. You can see the future too? So what? Yi Xing pointed at Huayan. Then he can too. Huayan snorted proudly. Even if the demon emperor racked his brains, he couldn't fathom why, among the four present, only one person couldn't see the future. This divine skill. Yi Xing and Huayan were like, what's the big deal? Yi Xing had the system, Huayan possessed innate talent. In the next instant, Wang Huang's eyes suddenly changed. Terrifying. Who exactly is this person before him? It seemed this guy had known of his existence all along. In that instant, Yi Xing became an extremely dangerous threat to him. Seeing the mother nest of demons before him, and with his own power not yet restored, he knew he stood no chance. Well then, I shall take my leave. Though Yi Xing was only at the 4th tier of cultivation at this moment, the existence of the demon mother's nest made him consider retreat. Today he was lucky to escape. Once this emperor regains full strength. Did I give you permission to leave? Yi Xing's voice suddenly rang out. The myriad tentacles of the demon mother nest instantly sealed off the entire space, enveloping everything within. The demon emperor whipped his head around. What do you mean? I have no mortal enmity with you. But I do. Before the words had even finished echoing, Yi Xing charged forward. No probing, no hesitation, his strike was pure lethal intent. The Wang emperor could scarcely believe his eyes. A mere 4th tier cultivator dared to attack him, a 6th tier powerhouse? Though Yi Xing's strength was indeed terrifying. Compared to him, it was like a mayfly shaking a tree. Arrogant. The demon emperor laughed bitterly in rage. Don't get too full of yourself. Arrogance requires the ability to back it up. Yi Xing's pupils suddenly shifted to vertical slits. And I happen to have it. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar shook the heavens. Instantly, countless scales erupted across Yi Xing's body. Dragon transformation. Each scale was clearly visible, and the ancient, primordial aura caused all living creatures within a 100-mile radius to kneel in submission simultaneously. This was different from the innate power of the Chaos Ice Dragon. This was the ultimate power emanating from Yi Xing's very flesh. After undergoing the baptism of the Dragon's Bane death technique, what now resided within Yi Xing was the true might of a dragon. The cold sneer froze on the face of the Wang emperor. Boom! The golden dragon's shadow collided violently with the black demonic form. The terrifying energy storm even caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The Wang Huang's body was sent flying backward, crashing through 18 mountain peaks before finally coming to a halt. The demon emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. This can't be possible. For a split second, he even thought a real dragon had knocked him flying. And the real question was, why had his power grown so immense? Impossible. You were clearly wielding a sword just now. In the demon emperor's eyes, Yi Xing's sword technique had been terrifyingly formidable, clearly a master focused on sword intent. But now he discovered the opponent's physical strength was also incredibly formidable? I used a sword just now, but that doesn't mean I only know how to use a sword. Yi Xing spoke calmly. To kill you, I don't need a sword. You're asking for death. The Wang emperor was now utterly enraged. In the next instant, a purple glow enveloped the surroundings. Countless purple beams of light, like shooting stars, hurtled directly toward Xing. Big brother, I'll help you. Huaiyan shouted, immediately activating his future vision. In an instant, he saw the countless trajectories of these purple celestial beams. He roared, Big brother, follow my lead. Dodge these. Boom! Xing simply waved his hand, and the sky-filling purple beams exploded. He even crushed a cluster with his bare hands. Huaiyan felt utterly embarrassed. Because in his eyes, each purple beam was equivalent to a 6th tier strike. Yet they were crushed so effortlessly. The Wang Emperor's eyes widened in shock. You! Before he could react, Xing moved. He charged straight at the Wang Emperor. Seeing this, the Wang Emperor roared, insolent. Do you think I'll give you a second chance to get close? In the next instant, a pale light flashed in the Demon Emperor's eyes. Countless images flashed through his mind. These were possible futures. Then he saw it. Xing's fist smashing through his defenses, followed by a head-shattering blow. Another flash. Next, he saw himself fleeing, only to be swallowed whole by the mother nest of 10,000 demons. Damn it! The Wang Emperor suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. The next series of images showed him being killed by Xing, one after another. This can't be. The Demon Emperor shouted in disbelief, 374 futures, not a single one had a chance. He suddenly realized something and abruptly looked up toward the sky. Beyond the clouds, a pair of invisible eyes seemed to be coldly observing everything. Is the way of heaven aiding you? The Demon Emperor's voice trembled with terror. What exactly are you? Sun and moon in discord. The calm utterance of 4 words echoed in his ears. Only then did the Demon Emperor realize Xing stood before him. His right hand pressed firmly against the Demon Emperor's hardest horn. Snap! The world suddenly lost its color. The Demon Emperor felt himself being dragged into some bizarre realm. To his left blazed a scorching sun, while to his right hung a frigid, luminous moon. Ah! The excruciating pain of his demonic horn being forcibly torn off made him scream in agony. Welcome to my domain. The slaughter began immediately. The Demon Emperor's eyes widened in terror. He had never witnessed such terrifying power. Within the corona, Xing already harbored the immense power of the pitch-black sun. And now, that power had been amplified to unimaginable levels. Wait! The Demon Emperor cried out in terror, but his voice sounded utterly insignificant before Xing. Xing's lips curled in contempt. You're far too weak. I truly believed you were some terrifyingly formidable existence that would force me to give my all. Yet I never imagined you'd prove so utterly pathetic. The Wang Emperor roared. You monster! You worthless piece of trash! Xing retorted without mercy. In truth, this couldn't be entirely blamed on the Wang Emperor's weakness. After all, he had only just escaped his predicament, without even a chance to grow stronger. Yet fate dealt such a cruel blow, forcing him to collide head-on with Xing, a being who seemed to have cheated the system. Fang Ningbing and Huaiyan witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines. Their faces were filled with utter shock. Is this Xing's true strength? Fang Ningbing murmured to herself. Huaiyan was equally dumbfounded, staring blankly at Xing. Truly worthy of the title reborn martial god. This is my big brother. Immediately after, the Demon Emperor sensed extreme danger. Because Xing's fists were excruciatingly painful. Each punch felt like the roar of a true dragon. No! Wait! The Demon Emperor shouted urgently, I still have other uses. I know. Shut up. Then die. Xing's fist, infused with boundless solar corona power, slammed into the Wang Huang. A deafening crash echoed as the Wang Huang's body could no longer withstand this terrifying force. It instantly exploded into countless fragments. In the very next instant, Xing seized the Wang Huang's very essence. This was the heart of eternal recurrence. The Wang Emperor's Tao essence differed from others. While Xing had dismissed the previous ones. But the Wang Huangs could see the future proof it was a law of spacetime. Immediately after, the mother nest of 10,000 demons opened its maw and devoured the remaining parts of the Wang Emperor. The mother nest of demons' cultivation gradually grew. Ding, mission complete. Reward, Supreme Great Fate Orifice Technique Heavenly Fate Suspension. Heaven's mandate suspended, resonate with the Tao of Heaven, suspending one's life orifice in the heavens. Plant seeds within the laws, representing the Tao of Heaven to judge or bestow blessings upon living beings or objects, imbuing them with Heaven's mandate. Chapter 76, Can't just plunder their house? Might as well wipe out the entire clan. Xing froze upon seeing the life pour technique. What does elevating the life orifice to the heavens even mean? Could it possibly replace the Tao's laws? And it even granted the power to act as Heaven's agent, meting out divine punishment. If the Tao had previously aided him by sending divine thunderbolts, then once he mastered this technique, the power of the Tao he could command would extend far beyond mere lightning. Imagine this, someone is undergoing a tribulation. You step in to alter their heavenly mandate and the fate they were certain to pass vanishes. Their cultivation base collapses, and they become utterly ruined. In a sense, this fate pour technique could even cultivate Xing into a new heavenly Tao. and replace the heavenly Tao of this world. Brother! Are you okay? Huaiyan rushed over immediately. Though Yixing always astonished him, this time truly opened his eyes. But then he suddenly snapped back to reality and turned to look at Fang Ningbing. That monster had just claimed she was the true reincarnator. What the hell was going on? Were these things suddenly popping up everywhere lately? Just then, Huaiyan snapped out of it and cursed, that damn Yang Jia. What kind of crap did he come up with this time? The Yang family's been acting up lately, and I've put up with them long enough. Now they pull this stunt? I'm going back to tell the old man about this. Yixing raised an eyebrow. What are you going to do? If we can confiscate their property, we will. We never had a reason before, but now we certainly do. Big brother. Huaiyan added earnestly, seizing property is a passion ingrained in every great Xia citizen's bones. Yixing. What's wrong, big brother? Yixing sighed, I think we should just forget it. Ding. You have encountered the head of the Yang family. This once influential figure in Jinling has betrayed humanity and become a traitor. Yixing, ? You recall how he colluded with alien races to prevent the Hui family from monopolizing power, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands in Jinling. Later you learn he sold his very body to attain 9th tier power. He fused with the divine soul of a deceased 9th rank, becoming a true 9th rank. That day, the Jiangnan region lost its former splendor. The Yang family retreated into a spatial rift. For this, the Yang family became the Great Xia Empire's most wanted targets. Every soul among them deserves to be hunted down and executed. Mission issued, annihilate the Yang clan. Slay Yang Wan Yuan. Mission reward, God tier talent spatial folds. Oh, this. HM? Big brother, do you think this is just Yang Jie's doing? Huaiyan nodded, alright then. Since you say so, big brother, I'll. Yixing, leave no survivors. Huaiyan. Fang Ningbing. Yixing sighed inwardly. He thought since it was just Yang Jie's business, there was no need to uproot everything. But it turned out this entire family was no bunch of saints. They had to die. Huaiyan fell silent for a moment before giving him a thumbs up. You're ruthless, big bro. He had only intended to confiscate their property at first, but Yixing proved far more ruthless than he ever imagined. Having listened in silence for so long, Fang Ningbing could no longer hold back. Yixing, You don't need to say anything. Yixing waved his hand dismissively. Let's pretend nothing happened. You're just Fang Ningbing. Yet those very words sent shockwaves through Fang Ningbing's heart. He knew her true identity after all. Was it just now, or had he known all along? Fang Ningbing's gaze grew complex. And at that very moment, Yixing sensed the fate-poor technique within his mind. It's time to begin cultivation. He planned to cultivate it before the confiscation of his family's property. After all, such a powerful life-poor technique would be a waste not to use. Jinling. The Yang family. At this moment, in a secluded retreat, a disheveled figure burst forth. Yang Wan's eyes blazed crimson as his right hand clenched a shattered life token. Jiar. The Crimson Flame Lion King beside him noticed the commotion and cautiously spoke up, Master? What's wrong? The life token is shattered. Yang Wan's eyes burned crimson. This means my son is dead. Damn it. Just moments ago, Yang Jie's life token had shattered. It meant he was dead. The Lion King's pupils contracted, impossible. The young master went to the imperial capital, didn't he? How could? Investigate. Investigate immediately. Yang Wan's voice was filled with fury. I want to know who did this. I want his entire clan to pay with their lives. Damn it. Damn it. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his spirit collapsed. It's over. All over. My child. Yang Wan slumped to the ground. The secret technique I spent 30 years finding without you, how am I supposed to break through to the 9th tier? Yes, he wasn't grieving like this out of heartache. It was because he needed his own child to help him break through. The Lion King watched his master's frenzied state, not daring to utter a word. It clearly remembered how, years ago, its master had brought back a secret technique from an ancient tomb. Sacrificing a blood relative could grant direct breakthrough to the 9th tier. For this, the master poured all resources into Yang Jie. Why now of all times? As he spoke, this 8th tier powerhouse suddenly burst into tears like a child. Pain. Too much pain. 9th tier. When will I ever reach the pinnacle of this world? He truly refused to bow down to the Hui family. Lion King cautiously interjected, Master. Young Master has indeed been acting strangely lately. For the past half month, he's been muttering to himself while staring at a parchment. I need a way to break through the 9th tier. What good is telling me this now? Yang Wan Yuan roared in fury. Go! Bring me the registry of every descendant of the Yang family. Find me a suitable candidate to cultivate immediately. It's already too late to start now. Yes, sir. After the Lion King departed, Yang Wan Yuan trembled as he spread his palms. 9th tier. Yang Wan Yuan's voice was filled with anguish. If I could just break through. I'd eat if I had to. Just then, he sensed something. He whipped his head around. Who's there? Two figures materialized instantly. One of them smiled. Master Yang, it's been a long time. Chapter 77, I want to be a martial god so badly. I dream about it every night. On the spirit boat at that moment, Fong Ningbing watched Yi Xing, who was sitting cross-legged, counting on an abacus. What is he up to now? Why is he doing that pose? Huayan froze in surprise. No way. Could it be that Big Brother is about to meditate again? How soon after the last time? Just then, Yi Xing sensed the fate pour technique stirring within his mind. The heavenly ways fate hanging. The human body is filled with life orifices, yet they never reveal themselves. Only when breaking through from the 4th tier to the 5th tier are these orifices opened. Only then does one gain the threshold and qualification to enter the 5th tier. And the number of these orifices determines your future limit. Let me witness your power. In the next instant, Yi Xing began cultivating the heavenly Tao life suspension. In that very instant, the previously faint and elusive energies around him suddenly surged with extraordinary vitality. Yet, this energy was not the familiar spiritual energy. Simultaneously, it felt as though the entire heavenly way itself sensed this peculiar aura. Is brother opening his life pore? Huayan asked, her face filled with confusion. MHM. Fong Ningbing nodded. She, too, was filled with curiosity about what Yi Xing was doing after all. Opening the life orifice was crucial for cultivators. But just how many life orifices could Yi Xing actually open? Recalling her previous life, even a prodigy like herself had only opened 1,041 life orifices. Yet those very 1,041 life orifices had already granted her the qualification to advance to the 9th tier in the future. How many do you think Brother Yi will open? Huayan couldn't help but ask. Fong Ningbing pondered briefly, at least 1,300. This figure of 1,300 was no mere guess. Throughout history, she had never heard of anyone reaching 1,300 or beyond. But this time, she had delivered it. Huayan sucked in a sharp breath. Seeing his reaction, Fong Ningbing nodded. Don't underestimate Yi. Who are you looking down on? Fong Ningbing, ? Huayan sneered, my big brother only has 13,000? What else? Fong Ningbing was speechless. What did you expect it to be? And just then, a deafening roar erupted around Yi Xing in the distance. In the next instant, the life force in his vital points began surging upward at an alarming rate. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Fong Ningbing's pupils contracted. That fast? She had never witnessed such terrifying speed. Suddenly, a deafening roar rolled in like thunder. This sudden, overwhelming roar instantly imbued everything around it with a sacred aura. Is this the gaze of heaven? A powerful shock surged through both Fong Ningbing and Huayan's hearts simultaneously. Opening the life pore could actually draw the gaze of heaven's way. This was utterly unheard of. A thunderous boom echoed through the air. Fong Ningbing gasped in shock, the heavenly bell tolls. This was a blessing from the Tao of heaven. It reverberated throughout the entire space, as if proclaiming Yi Xing's extraordinary nature to all. Immediately after, the number of Yi Xing's vital orifices began increasing at an astonishing rate. 900, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. Fong Ningbing instinctively cried out. Impossible. How could it be this fast? What shocked her wasn't the sheer number of Yi Xing's life orifices, but the astonishing speed at which they were multiplying, and they kept increasing. At that moment, Huayan was utterly dumbfounded. Yi Xing's vital orifices reached 2,000. 2,000. Fong Ningbing felt as if the entire world had become unreal. No one had ever reached 2,000. Nor had she ever heard of such a feat. In the very next instant, Yi Xing was still climbing. Even his aura was steadily intensifying. Though his cultivation level remained unchanged, Yi Xing was becoming increasingly terrifying. Only by opening all his life orifices could he break through to the 5th tier. But the problem was, no one knew how many life orifices Yi Xing actually possessed. Am I dreaming right now? Ancient texts record. Fong Ningbing was incredulous. Over 1,000 life orifices grants the title of saint, and over 2,000. She suddenly faltered, for the texts contained no records of anyone surpassing 2,000. Yi Xing's aura began to undergo a qualitative transformation. Though her cultivation remained at the peak of the 4th tier, the oppressive pressure emanating from the very essence of her being reminded Fong Ningbing of the trembling she had felt when facing powerful adversaries in her past life. Huayan's voice was hoarse. Big brother, just how many life orifices does he have? Then, as the final life orifice ignited, the stars in the sky suddenly blazed with brilliant light. 3,000. A full 3,000 life orifices. Fong Ningbing suddenly closed her eyes. She was actually witnessing a living legend. All the cultivation knowledge from her past life was shattered into pieces in that instant. And in the next instant, something astonishing happened. Instead of returning to Yi Xing's body as expected, instead, they shot straight toward the heavens. The primordial Tao that had once belonged to the Wang Emperor was now merging into these life orifices. What the hell is going on? Fan Ningbing's voice shot up 8 octaves. Life orifices leaving the body? How could such a thing even exist? This was utterly unheard of. 3,000 life orifices surged into the heavens. It's like the 3,000 Great Tao. Huayan murmured to herself. Fan Ningbing. Huayan had voiced the very words she dared not speak aloud. Fan Ningbing's mind was in utter chaos. Her eyes widened in horror. Yi Xing, who exactly are you? She couldn't believe Yi Xing's identity was merely the young master of the Yi family. No one could possibly give birth to such a terrifying monster. Not even Ye Yuan Tian could. And just then, Yi Xing slowly opened his eyes. A divine aura scattered and returned. He hadn't broken through to the 5th tier, but he possessed something far more crucial than the 5th tier itself. A full 3,000 life orifices had transformed into seeds. He looked up at the vast sky. This is interesting. In the instant all his life orifices opened, he had forged a connection with this very realm. One day, he might even command this world. Even a 9th rank martial god would not stand a chance against him. And just then, Big Brother Huayan summoned his courage to call out. He couldn't shake the feeling that his elder brother seemed different now. And just then, Yi Xing slowly rose to his feet and spoke. Where are we? Almost at my place. Good. Yi Xing's lips curved upward. Then let's take the opportunity to raid their place. The Yang residence. I want to become a martial god so badly. I dream of it every night. Yang Wanyuan now wore a look of madness, clinging to the feet of a figure. The dark figure beside him remained expressionless, silent throughout. Beside him, another middle-aged man shook his head. Yen Yarrow, why haven't you agreed to the Yang family head yet? Do you expect him to beg you? Yen Yarrow's face twisted with reluctance. Witnessing this, Yang Wanwan urgently pleaded, I beg you. I truly beg you. I'll agree. Once I become the martial god, I'll give you a prominent position. I'll value you even more than your original master did. I'll treat you like my own godfather. I swear. I long to become the martial god. I dream of it every night. Yen Yarrow remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. Sigh, you're hopeless. Chapter 78, 1 minute later. The Yang family left not a soul standing. At this moment, Yang Wanyuan was utterly humiliated. He'd even gone so far as to admit to having a foreign godfather. Yes, the Yen Yarrow before him and the other middle-aged man were not from this world. They came from another world. And Yang Wanan's acquaintance with them had come about by sheer chance. Back then, he wasn't yet the head of the Yang family. In an ancient tomb, to cultivate his life force, he betrayed his own brother and sister. But he never imagined that ancient tomb would turn out to be a spatial passageway. And so, a figure slowly emerged from the tomb. Yen Yarrow. Yang Wanner had believed his death was certain. Yen Yarrow's cultivation far surpassed his own. Moreover, having already betrayed and killed his own kin, he had no one left to sell out for his life. Yet, to his surprise, Yen Yarrow did not kill him. Instead, he aided his cultivation and escorted him out of the tomb. Thus was born the current head of the Yang family. You must already know why I didn't kill you back then, Yen Yarrow said indifferently. Of course. Yang Wanchuan's eyes flickered. He later learned that Yen Yarrow's master sought to establish a stable and reliable alliance, and Yang Wanyuan had been chosen for that role. Over the years, he occasionally assisted the alien races, though this was not treason against the Great Xia. It was called friendly exchange. But now, his master was dying. A 9th rank being had actually died. Yet at this level, even death offers a chance at resurrection. My master's primordial true soul is now within my possession. He requires a vessel. You, a human truly willing to go this far? Yen Yarrow met this man for the first time and discovered his thirst for power was terrifying. Just moments ago, he had relayed these matters to Yang Wanyuan. Initially, he hoped Yang Wanyuan would help him find a suitable vessel, promising to assist Yang Wanyuan in expanding the Yang family's influence in return. Yet Yang Wanyuan had gone completely mad, offering up his own body. If you truly merge with our lord, your consciousness will only remain lucid for 1 hour each day. And yet you still agreed. Yen Yarrow shook his head. The middle-aged man beside him chuckled. See? The head of the Yang family hasn't said a word about it. Why are you making such a fuss? Exactly. Let me handle this. Yang Wanxian blurted out urgently. He truly cherished this opportunity. If he missed it, he genuinely didn't know when he'd be able to fulfill his dream. Yen Yarrow cast a faint glance at Yang Wanan. To be honest, the thought of his master inhabiting Yang Wan's body felt utterly filthy to him. This human was fundamentally unworthy of serving as the vessel for our master's resurrection. But there was no other choice. Time was running out. Moreover, Yang Wan's cultivation wasn't low. Using him as a vessel would allow my master to recover strength faster. What do you need me to do now? Speak quickly. As long as it helps me reach the 9th tier, I'll agree to anything. Including selling your ass? Including selling my ass. Yen Yarrow. Middle-aged man. A long silence. Yen Yarrow sighed, I need a ritual. This ritual requires at least 10,000 sacrifices, each with cultivation no lower than the 4th tier. No problem. With the prestige of the Young family, I can trick them into coming. Since my master has entered your body, I require sacrifices sharing your bloodline. You must offer at least 50 individuals with the closest blood ties to you. No need for such trouble. Yang Wanner waved his hand grandly. I'll give you the lives of every member of the Young family. Anything extra is my gift to you. The middle-aged man whipped his head around to stare at young Wanner. Wait. How did you come up with such an absurd idea? No need. Mixed bloodlines would only cause problems. Yen Yarrow spoke calmly, we'll still need your Young family later. Alright, go prepare. Hurry. Yes. Yes. Yang Wanwan hurried out, not daring to waste a moment. The middle-aged man watched his retreating figure. What a terrifying man. Someone like him will succeed at anything. Yen Yarrow shook his head. This guy is hard to judge. Oh, right. The middle-aged man suddenly remembered something. All this commotion over here, could it attract? It won't. I've already made all the necessary arrangements. Yen Yarrow replied calmly, besides, we're operating in secret. How could anyone possibly know in advance? Don't worry. The moment we succeed, we'll leave immediately. Or do you think someone might lead a whole gang to wipe us out before we even act? Yen Yarrow chuckled, don't you think that's hilarious? You're right. The middle-aged man finally let go of his reservations. Alright, let's start setting up the altar. Alright. Yen Yarrow and the middle-aged man then began arranging the altar. As time passed, the altar gradually took shape. However, at that very moment, dozens of powerful auras suddenly appeared in the distance, surging toward them. Yen Yarrow and the middle-aged man felt their hearts tighten. What's going on? Had they been discovered? Just as they were puzzling over it, Yang Wanan suddenly appeared before them. Don't worry, I tricked them here. I told them I had urgent business to discuss, and more people will be arriving soon. Yen Yarrow and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. How could he have acted so quickly? Just as they spoke, a commotion erupted outside. Master Yang, what is the matter? Exactly. Just give the order, and we'll get to work. Exactly. Exactly. Yang Wan Yuan quickly calmed them down. Everyone, please wait a moment. Once everyone is gathered, I will explain everything clearly. Alright, the crowd responded in unison. After all, the Yang family wielded immense influence in this region. Though some harbored resentment, none dared to provoke Yang Wan Yuan lightly. Just then, another massive spirit vessel appeared in the distance, radiating an imposing aura. Yen Yarrow sensed the powerful aura emanating from the vessel, his eyes lighting up. Impressive. He summoned quite a crowd. I didn't expect even an 8th tier cultivator among them. 8th tier? Yang Wanner froze, wait? I didn't call anyone. ? Before Yen Yarrow could react. In the very next instant, the ground began to violently tremble. Members of the major clans exchanged bewildered glances. The others were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Then, from the spirit vessel, a slender figure stepped out of the void. Not from the Yang family. Yi Xing's voice was soft, yet it reached every ear with clarity. You have 1 minute to flee. After 1 minute, within the Yang family's territory, not a soul will be left alive. Chapter 79, Your jealousy gives me such a kick. What? Everyone within the Yang family compound was stunned. Members of other clans who had just arrived at the Yang residence were stunned. Just arrived and now you want us to leave? Yang Wan Yuan himself was dumbfounded, staring up at the youth in the sky. Wait, who is this guy? How arrogant. Yen Yarrow narrowed his eyes slightly. What's going on here? No idea. Seems your Yang family has no shortage of enemies. Fine, I'll just take care of them for you. After all, Yen Yarrow sensed an 8th tier powerhouse aboard the spirit vessel. And they weren't alone. The enemy likely assumed the Yang family had only Yang Wanner to contend with. Little did they know their misfortune had led them straight into their trap. Yang Wanan immediately spoke up. I believe we have no prior grievances, sir. Why come to my doorstep to cause trouble for the Yang family? Why not come down with the one behind you? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding. Yang Wanner didn't want to make a big scene. Though the other side had only one 8th rank powerhouse, a full-scale fight would draw too much attention and jeopardize his plans. Better to retreat a step and gain a world of opportunity. I killed your son, Yi Xing stated flatly. Yang Wanner. Immediately after, Yen Yarrow turned his head and shot Yang Wanan a sympathetic glance. This doesn't seem like a misunderstanding anymore. At that moment, the other members of the Yang family, upon hearing these words, all spoke up. What? The young master is dead? When did this happen? I knew something was off. No way. That arrogant bastard dared threaten our Yang family. What does he take us for? Exactly. And he even said he'd leave no one alive. What kind of person is he? We're not leaving. Kill us if you dare. The Yang family members looked at Yi Xing with utter contempt. After all, in Jinling, aside from the Huai family, who else had the power to do such a thing? So it was you. Yang Wan's furious voice echoed through the heavens. He had been trying to find out who killed his son. But now the culprit had come to him. You bastard. I was looking for you. I'll slaughter you. Yen Yarrow and the middle-aged man exchanged a glance. Forget it. Let's take him down together before that 8th tier gets a chance to react. Agreed. Just then, Yi Xing spoke calmly. You have 20 seconds left. The others who heard this burst into laughter. What the hell is this guy talking about? Is he a little cutie? Can't he tell what's going on? Just as they were about to watch Yi Xing make a fool of himself. Boom! Countless deafening explosions erupted in rapid succession. Everyone's expressions froze. Then, over 100 colossal spirit vessels tore through the clouds, each prow bearing 5 figures radiating terrifying auras. They were all peak 8th tier powerhouses. Yang Wan's face turned as pale as paper. No, this can't be possible. He had only summoned a few minor families aligned with the Yang clan. What the hell was going on now? Look! That's the Yi family's banner. And the Cold Moon banner of the Huai family. Good heavens! What the hell is going on? A commotion erupted among the crowd. Amidst the fleet of spirit boats, dozens of figures radiating terrifying auras hovered in midair. The weakest among them were 7th-rank cultivators. Yen Yarrow's pupils dilated in shock as he gasped. What the hell is going on here? How the hell did so many powerful cultivators appear out of nowhere? The middle-aged man's face also turned pale. Wasn't the plan just to find a few people? Why the hell did you summon so many peak 8th tier fighters? Yang Wanyuan. What the hell are you trying to do? Yen Yarrow roared. Yang Wanyuan's voice trembled. I don't know. The middle-aged man quickly interjected. How did you provoke them? I didn't provoke them. You didn't provoke them? Why else would they bring so many people to find you? I really don't know. Yang Wanan was on the verge of tears. Above the sky, Huaiyan approached Yi Xing. Brother, everyone's here. MHM. Yi Xing nodded. Amongst them were forces from the Huai clan, as well as forces from the Yi clan that Yi Xing had summoned using spatial teleportation. After all, this involved a 9th-rank cultivator. Might as well just crush them outright. Yi Xing looked down upon the Yang family. All right. The minute is up. Yang family, it's time to wipe you out. Hearing this, some members of other families who hadn't yet left the Yang family hurriedly protested. We have no connection to the Yang family. Don't kill the innocent. Wait. Let us join you, please. At that very moment, Yang Wanyuan urgently interjected. Wait. My Yang family hasn't done anything wrong. What right do you have to wipe out my entire clan? Even if I really did something, you should hand us over to the Demon Suppression Bureau. I demand to see the Demon Suppression Bureau. Yi Xing nearly laughed out loud. You actually got to see the Demon Suppression Bureau? But Yi Xing paid no attention at all. The next moment. Go tell that to my connections. Every powerful being aboard the spirit vessel dove down like soaring dragons. This devastating force could obliterate all power in Great Xia except for the 9th tier. Run! The middle-aged man shouted urgently, but his face paled instantly. Space was sealed off. And so began an utterly one-sided slaughter. Boom! Countless spiritual energy explosions erupted. The Dao's essence converged. The entire Yang family was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. At that moment, Huaiyan shouted, quickly. Don't forget to confiscate their property. Yi Xing. Below. Just then, Yen Yarrow witnessed his altar being destroyed before his eyes. He clenched his teeth. My lord. I can only rely on you now. I've run out of options. Yes, who could have imagined encountering such a situation? In the next instant, Yen Yarrow directly unleashed his primordial Dao essence. He intended to expend his cultivation directly, trading his own power for a sliver of hope to awaken my lord. As long as our slumbering lord awakens, nothing would be a problem. Even if he was utterly weakened. Even if he hadn't truly revived yet. And at that very moment, after Yen Yarrow offered his primordial Dao to that 9th tier being, a colossal energy storm swept in. Every member of the Yang family was drawn into this energy. Yi Xing frowned. What is this? This aura is terrifying beyond belief. Could it be? My lord, please redeem us once more. Just as Yen Yarrow spoke with fervor. The next instant, the crisp shatter of mirrored glass echoed across the heavens. A towering figure stepped out, walking upon the shards of the void. 9th tier? I never expected it to be merely a fragment of a soul. Wei Shilian didn't even spare the crimson pillar a glance. I thought it was something special. You. Yen Yarrow staggered back several steps. Suddenly, Yang Wan's eyes blazed crimson as he roared. Why sure? The man addressed looked up. Who are you? Those three casual words instantly ignited the rage Yan Yuan had suppressed for countless years. You dare say you don't know me? I'm Yan Waner. Why sure? Oh, now you remember. What kind of attitude is that? Why had Yan Waner always strived to become a 9th rank? Because of the head of the Hui family. Why sure? As a youth, he regarded Hui Sure as his rival. But Hui Sure always looked down on him. Later, he even became a 9th rank. That's why Yang Wanyan is so obsessed with the 9th rank. He wanted to see Hui Sure lose just once. He wanted to surpass him. Yang Wanquan trembled violently as flashbacks of his years of relentless cultivation flooded his mind. To surpass this man, he'd resorted to cultivating forbidden arts, even sacrificing his own son as an offering. Just you wait. I'll be 9th tier soon too. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? I will surpass you. And when that day comes. Shut up. Hui Sure waved his hand dismissively. Boom. Yang Yuan's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Your rage amuses me to no end. A pleased curve lifted at Hui Sure's lips. But your jealousy, that actually gives me a thrill. Chapter 80, I thought that was pleasurable. Master. Damn it. What should we do? That's head of the Hui family. He's actually emerged from seclusion. Everyone present stared at the towering figure in the void. Yen Yarrow trembled as he gazed upon this 9th tier being. It's over. This is absolutely over. Old man. Huayan rushed over, his face frozen in disbelief. How did you get out? To help you against the bully. I see. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yi Xing looked at Hui Sure. This was Huiyan's father? The current head of the Hui family. Greetings, Uncle Hui. Yi Xing slowly approached and bowed in greeting. Hui Sure's eyes flickered as he looked at this young master of the Yi family, who had often been mentioned by his own son. In the next instant, his expression shifted. As if sensing something, he sensed immense power emanating from Yi Xing. If his own son were a pawn, then the youth before him was an ocean. Boundless and limitless. Ye Yuan Tian actually managed to produce a monster like you as his son. Hui Sure exclaimed in awe, sometimes I truly envy your Yi family talent seems to spring from every branch. What? The moment the head of the Hui family finished speaking, everyone stared at Yi Xing in utter disbelief. He was actually the young master of the Yi family. No wonder he was so arrogant. He truly had the power to wipe out the entire Yang family. Yi Xing then spoke up, I humbly request Uncle Hui to step in and eliminate the true scourge of the Yang family. Hui Sure whipped his head around, his eyes filled with a trace of shock. This boy actually knows there's a 9th rank here? If it were his own foolish son, he'd surely think they'd come to raid the place. But as Hui Sure narrowed his eyes, he realized this Yi family lad had summoned such a large force. Clearly, he knew something. How did he find out? Hui Sure suddenly found Yi Xing deeply intriguing. Boom! The crimson pillar of light trembled violently, and an ancient voice echoed. Damn it! Why awaken this one prematurely? Martial God? The entity within the pillar seemed to have witnessed something terrifying. Its overwhelming aura instantly wilted, as if it were about to tear through space and flee. Damn it! He never imagined waking to find a 9th tier martial god standing before him. Poof! Hui Sure snorted coldly, his right hand casually reaching out. Space within a 100-mile radius instantly froze solid. The fleeing 9th rank divine soul was like an insect trapped in amber. It froze mid-air, utterly immobilized. Wait! Don't kill me! The divine soul shrieked in desperate supplication. Sure thing. Hui Sure's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Boom! The 9th tier soul didn't even have time to scream before it was crushed into a sky full of sparkling points. He had indeed once been 9th tier. But now, his power was already less than 1/100th of what it once was, and to encounter an existence even stronger than his prime. A mighty 9th rank had fallen. With a casual flick of his wrist, Hui Sure split the pure divine soul energy in two. He pushed one half toward Yi Xing and the other toward Huayan. Take this. It's a powerful tonic. Even in death, you're still useful. Yi Xing clutched the dazzling ball of divine soul light, his lips twitching. Treating a 9th tier powerhouse like medicinal ingredients? This move was beyond insane. This was, after all, a 9th tier divine soul. Yi Xing had a premonition, absorbing this would undoubtedly boost his power immensely. No! My lord! Yen Yarrow collapsed to the ground, utterly limp. His meticulously crafted plan had been crushed so effortlessly. And damn it, his master had been taken by someone else. Hui Sure shot him a glance, you want to join him in death? Without waiting for an answer, he casually extended a finger and tapped lightly. Yen Yarrow and the middle-aged man's bodies exploded like watermelons struck by a giant hammer, instantly bursting into a mist of blood. Along with them, the altar beneath their feet crumbled into dust and vanished. This was the might of a 9th rank martial god. With such casual ease, he had taken the life of an 8th rank. No one truly knew the vast chasm between 9th tier and 8th tier power. Old man! Huayan scowled, can you not be so barbaric? Every time you show up, it ends up bloody and messy. What do you know? Huaishir spoke indifferently, this is called efficient disposal. It's already quite humane. Yi Xing chimed in, honestly, Uncle Huai does it in a way that actually feels satisfying to them. Huaishir, Look, they're all spraying white liquid. Oh, it's brain matter. Yi Xing said indifferently, then it's fine. Huayan, ? Huaishir. And just then, text appeared before Yi Xing's eyes. Ding. Mission completed. Acquired spatial folds. Spatial fold, capable of folding, tearing, and even creating space. Gravity and spiritual energy within the fold can be manipulated at will. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. This was a god-tier spatial ability. Other spatial talents had limitations, but this spatial fold, it could be said to have absolutely no limitations at all, depended on the user's creativity. This trip was an absolute jackpot. Not only had he gained a spatial talent, but he'd also acquired a 9th tier divine soul for free. Yi Xing planned to attempt breaking through to the 5th tier upon returning. Just then, Huaishir glanced at Yi Xing. You should be ready to break through to the 5th tier, right? Why not do it here at the Hua family? Let me see if Ye Yuan Tian's son can surpass his father. Huayan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Exactly, big brother. Our Hua family possesses the Xian Tian spirituality pond, the only one in all of Great Xia specifically designed for 5th tier breakthroughs. Yi Xing paused, then smiled. Very well. This youngster will humbly accept your invitation. Well then, don't blame me for giving you a little genius shock. By the way, have you opened your life orifice yet? Huaishir interjected, if not, you'd be better off returning to the imperial capital to break through. But the moment he finished, he noticed Huiyan's expression suddenly shift. A kind of silence. Ha? What's wrong? Nothing, Uncle Huai. Don't worry, I've already opened all my life orifices. Is that so? Huaishir smiled as he spoke, then let me take a wild guess. With your talent, it can't be low. I'll be bold. 1,300? Old man. Huayan muttered under his breath, is that all the guts you've got? ? Huaishir sensed something was off, then suddenly seemed to grasp something, his eyes darting. Could it be 1,500 or higher? If that were true, then this Yi family brat's talent. Yi Xing smiled and replied, it's getting very close. Huaishir was incredulous, not enough? It can't be 2,000. I've never heard of anyone's life poor breaking 2,000. Not that low. It's still around 3,000. Oh, I knew it. Huaishir trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something. He whipped his head around. What did you say? 3,000. Chapter 81, 5th tier, 5th rank. The eternally burning golden pupil. At that moment, Huaishir thought his ears were playing tricks on him. 3,000? What did that even mean? Even someone as powerful as him had only opened a little over 1,000 when he first activated his life orifice. And now someone was telling him that someone had opened 3,000. Once Huaishir processed the information, disbelief immediately followed. He'd already been shocked enough by the initial claim of 2,000. He never imagined it could get even more absurd. Enough, stop messing around. How many are there? But all that met him was Huayan's silence and Yi Xing's smile. Gradually, Huaishir sensed something was terribly wrong. After a long silence, his voice trembled with alarm. Seriously? Old man, don't ask. If I'm lying to you, I'm your father. This 9th rank martial god, who had dominated the continent for centuries, now seemed momentarily uncharacteristically unsettled. He stared intently at Yi Xing, as if trying to see through every inch of the young man's bones and muscles. 3,000 life orifices? What a terrifyingly gifted talent. If Yi Xing breaks through to the 9th rank in the future, wouldn't that be a foregone conclusion? He might even surpass all of them. How many more years would it take for this kid to reach the 9th tier? 20 years? 10 years? Your Yi family has produced a dragon. Huaishir gave Yi Xing a deep look. Yi Xing smiled and replied, Uncle Huai, you flatter me. Feels good to show off. Huaishir narrowed his eyes. This kid, his expression clearly showed he was already reveling in it. And just then, the purge of the Young family was finally complete. Let's go. Back to the Huai residence first. Huaishir had no desire to waste any more time here. With a wave of his hand, space rippled like water. Before Yi Xing could react, the world spun violently before his eyes. When he finally steadied himself, he found himself hovering above the Huai residence. This. Yi Xing stared at Huaishir in utter shock. He had long heard that this man was the foremost master of spatial laws in the present age. Witnessing it firsthand today, his reputation was indeed well deserved. Take the youngster from the Yi family to the mystic heaven spiritual pool. All right. Huayan then led Yi Xing to the place for cultivation. YC murmured to himself. How on earth did Ye Yuan Tian manage to father a son? Why is my son paralyzed? Could it be a problem with the position? Meanwhile, on the other side, Huayan had already brought Yi Xing to a mist-shrouded spiritual pool. The pool water shimmered in a dazzling array of colors. The dense spiritual energy was almost liquid. Brother, this is my Huai family's century-long accumulation. Huaiyan waved his hand with boundless generosity. Go ahead and absorb it. You'll never finish it all anyway. Once you've broken through, I'll go in and break through myself. Why not together? It's impossible. Only one person can enter at a time. Alright then. Without further ado, Xing followed suit. He slowly stepped into the mystic heaven spiritual pool. Huaiyan watched from the side. At that very moment, Xing retrieved the divine soul fragment. He intended to devour it as well, believing this would further strengthen his breakthrough to the 5th tier. Let's begin. Without further hesitation, Xing commenced his cultivation. The multicolored spiritual liquid within the mystic heaven spirit pool suddenly began to boil. Countless streams of light surged madly into his body. Boom! The entire pool trembled violently, its water level dropping at a visible pace. Huaiyan's eyes widened in shock. Brother, that absorption speed is absolutely insane? At that moment, Xing's cultivation level also showed a significant surge. Huaisher entered the room, quite the commotion. Just then. At that very moment, the 9th tier divine soul in Xing's hand suddenly burst into light. Even faint echoes began to appear. No. I'm a 9th tier powerhouse. I can still return. I refuse to accept this. Even though his physical form was truly dead, his soul still moaned unconsciously. Xing spoke indifferently. Once absorbed by me, you become a part of me. When I become a martial god, won't your cultivation return as well? The principle of ascending first to facilitate later ascension, don't you understand this? Without hesitation, Xing devoured him. Are you kidding me? He'd kindly brought him back to the 9th tier, yet this guy still didn't grasp his intentions? Ungrateful. And at that very moment, the soul-bound Tao spirit that had devoured the divine soul was undergoing a transformation. Crack! Something deep within his soul seemed to shatter. Xing's spiritual awareness surged instantly. Every rustle and stir within a 100-mile radius became crystal clear. Even more terrifying, his soul strength was growing exponentially. Awesome! After all, this was the remnant of a deceased 9th tier divine soul. Though it had been but a sliver to begin with. It had been split into 2 parts by Huaisher. Even so, it remains utterly terrifying. Suddenly, Huaisher snapped his head up. What? He noticed something amiss in the heavens. Immediately, the sky darkened with storm clouds, and countless thunder dragons churned within. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Huaisher was stunned. How could a 5th tier cultivator face a heavenly tribulation? Just then, a golden divine thunderbolt as thick as a water bucket crashed down. But it wasn't an attack, instead, it enveloped Xing entirely. It's not a heavenly tribulation. Huaisher gasped in disbelief. This is a blessing from the heavenly Tao. How could even the heavenly Tao be aiding Xing's breakthrough? Within the golden lightning, Xing's cultivation surged upward at an astonishing yet steady pace. That bolt of lightning seemed to be purifying his very essence, transforming every inch of his flesh and blood. Boom! As the final golden light entered his body, a tiny infant suddenly coalesced within Xing's dantian. It was a 5th tier Tao infant. Unlike ordinary Tao infants, this one was entwined with 3,000 golden threads. 5th tier achieved. In the center of the pool, Xing's Tao infant continued to expand at a terrifying rate. 20 zhang, 50 zhang, 80 zhang. When the Tao infant broke through the 100 zhang barrier, the entire Huai family's secret realm trembled. The Tao infant was flawless, its surface flowing with 3,000 golden Tao patterns. Most terrifying were its eyes. With each blink, it seemed as if the sun and moon revolved within them. Wherever its gaze fell, space itself warped ever so slightly. This was no ordinary Tao infant. If anyone else saw it, they'd swear it was a god and they'd believe it. For a normal martial artist's Tao infant could never be this colossal. Huaisher was utterly incredulous. When he broke through to the 5th tier years ago, his Tao infant was merely 47 zhang. That alone had shaken the entire cultivation world. But this monstrosity before him. Boom! Xing's cultivation continued to soar. 5th tier, 2nd layer. 5th tier, 3rd layer. 5th tier, 4th sub-tier. 5th tier, 5th sub-tier. Each breakthrough resonated with the heavens and earth. The spirit pool's water level plummeted wildly, and the spirit veins at the bottom groaned under the strain. Stop sucking. There really isn't a single drop left. Brother! Save some essence for me. Huaiyan wept bitterly. The last essence of spiritual liquid in the pool was transforming into a rainbow of light, being sucked up by Xing's whale-like suction. Finally, Xing's breathing gradually steadied. Xing slowly opened his eyes. His pupils gleamed like molten gold. They were the eternal golden pupils. Merely meeting that gaze sent a piercing pain through Huaiyan's soul. Even more terrifying was that those pupils, strengthened by a 9th tier divine soul, had grown even more formidable. This means Xing's pupil technique. Naturally endowed with soul-piercing attack properties. Eternal pupil, an eye that never perishes, indestructible and unseeable. It imprisons and even detonates an enemy's entire being's soul, spiritual power, and can even read memories, dragging victims into illusions. A highly versatile technique. A single glance either locks down the enemy or causes their soul to explode. One more glance, and they'll explode. Yi Xing looked up at the Huai family father and son. My thanks. Should I achieve another breakthrough, I shall return to your Huai family. Huaishi's scalp prickled. You're just here to eat and take things. Fine. Huaishi cursed Huan under his breath. You. I haven't even agreed, and you've already gone ahead and agreed? Chapter 82, Silly child, even if you deplete all your spiritual power, you still. Goodbye, big brother. I'll miss you. Huan waved goodbye to Yi Xing. Yi Xing now stood before the spatial portal. He was now planning to return to the imperial capital. His breakthrough at the Huai family's estate. He had reached the 5th tier, 5th level. Having accomplished what needed to be done, there was no longer any reason to stay. Aren't you coming back to the imperial capital with me? Yi Xing looked toward Fang Ningbing, who stood nearby. Fang Ningbing, sensing Yi Xing's aura, was still reeling from the shock. After a long silence, she sighed softly, I won't be going. I have more important matters to attend to. But rest assured, I'll return in due time. I'll fulfill the promise I made to you. That's fine. Fang Ningbing's heart was filled with complex emotions. Throughout this journey, Yi Xing had utterly astonished her. In this era, there were no so-called miracles. Only Yi Xing. He simply didn't seem like a product of this era. Fang Ningbing sneered inwardly. She had believed that with her reincarnated martial god identity, she would dominate this era. But now it seemed utterly laughable. I'll be going then. Goodbye. Yi Xing didn't try to stop Fang Ningbing. After all, everyone had their own destiny. As Yi Xing vanished, the Huai family father and son watched the scene from afar. Huaishi gave Fang Ningbing a deep look, then slowly exhaled. How on earth did Ye Yuan Tian produce such a son? Huiyan was puzzled, it's not old Deng. Why are you thinking about this? My main account's ruined. Thinking about whether to start a new one. 666, you're not even pretending anymore. Mind your own business. Wait, where are you going? You. Huaiyan, ? Imperial capital. The Yi family. That good-for-nothing brat, running around here and there every day. He's worse than before, at least back then he didn't venture outside the imperial capital. Lu Ruyan sighed at that moment. She hadn't seen much of her son lately. After all, no mother could help but miss her son. And just then. I'm back. A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Lu Ruyan spun around abruptly. You finally decided to come back? Yi Xing grinned as he approached, about to speak. He suddenly sensed something. Where's father? He's with the Federation people in the hall. Lu Ruyan impatiently adjusted her son's collar. You little rascal. The Federation? Yi Xing frowned. Just then, Ye Yuan Tian strode over with a grim expression. What a nuisance. The Federation should just disband already. Yi Xing looked puzzled. What's going on? You're back? Ye Yuan Tian glanced at his son before speaking indifferently, but it's nothing serious. Just that the northern regions of the Federation suffered attacks from some renegade sects of other nations. Some things were even stolen. And that Pope couldn't care less. The Federation's been busy exploring other realms lately, so he came begging our great Xia for reinforcements under the noble pretense of helping our talented youth gain combat experience, but really just looking for enforcers. Upon hearing this, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. He had just broken through to the 5th tier. Moreover, going to the Federation might even trigger a quest. Father, let me go. As a member of the Yi family, it is our duty to uphold the righteous path of the world. Ye Yuan Tian spoke quietly. You just want to show off, don't you? Yi Xing, ? Ye Yuan Tian shook his head. I hear they're not just recruiting from our great Xia, some local families in the Federation will be going too. You want to join them? Yes. No way. Lu Ruyan suddenly slammed her hand on the table, running off all the time. Do you even see me as your mother anymore? If you're going, I'm coming with you. Yi Xing froze. Mom, you're being ridiculous. If Lu Ruyan tagged along, wouldn't he have to play the good boy the entire journey? How am I being silly? I'm not a kid anymore. Yi Xing felt both amused and exasperated. No matter how old you are, you're still my son. Lu Ruyan grabbed Yi Xing's ear. Ow ow ow. Dad. Help. Just as Ye Yuan Tian opened his mouth to speak, Lu Ruyan shot him a withering glare. The formidable head of the Yi family immediately sat up straight. The mother and son engaged in a fierce verbal battle for over 10 minutes. Finally, Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up as if she'd thought of something. Here's what we'll do actually, I don't need to go myself. She flipped her wrist, and a crystal shimmering with iridescent light appeared in her palm. This is the Gu Yuan glass crystal, a 6th-tier spiritual treasure. If you can activate it with your spiritual energy just half illuminate it, I'll let you go. Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes. She hadn't been entirely truthful, it truly was a 6th-tier spiritual treasure. But it was the absolute pinnacle among 6th-tier treasures. Its function was to store spiritual energy. To illuminate it required an immense amount of spiritual energy. Her son's spiritual energy was nowhere near enough. This was a lie born of a mother's love and calculation. Really? Yi Xing, alright then. Yi Xing promptly picked up the Gu Yuan glass crystal. Yi Yuan Tian watched from the side, his gaze complex. He knew exactly what this was. In an instant, he understood his wife's plan. But he dared not speak. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly. Come on, if you can't even light half of it, I'll go with you. Silly child, you've drained your spiritual energy, you won't even get halfway. You'll barely manage 20%. Before Lu Ruyan had even finished speaking, a faint glow began to emanate from the surface of the Gu Yuan Liuli crystal. Ha! Her eyebrow arched in surprise. Her son had channeled his spiritual energy so swiftly. But upon second thought, she realized he must be exerting his full strength. Yet the very next second, the crystal suddenly erupted with a blinding light, its brightness instantly reaching 40%. What? Lu Ruyan froze in shock. Yi Yuan Tian also sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with intensity. But the most astonishing part was yet to come. 50%, 60%, 70%. The brilliance of the Gu Yuan crystal surged at a visible pace. The entire room was illuminated as bright as day. Impossible. Lu Ruyan's face was etched with disbelief. This is capable of storing the full spiritual power of a peak 6th-tier cultivator. Before she could finish, crack! A vicious crack suddenly appeared on the crystal's surface. Lu Ruyan! Wait! Lu Ruyan snatched the crystal back in a flash, her voice filled with heartache. This was the token of love your father gave me back then. But Yi Yuan Tian's attention was no longer on the crystal. He stared intently at Yi Xing, his voice trembling slightly. When did you break through to the 5th tier? The room suddenly fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 83, I didn't quite catch that, but she meant. Lu Ruyan's hand froze mid-motion as she slowly lifted her head. What? 5th tier? Only then did she notice the spiritual energy fluctuations swirling around her son. It was unmistakably the signature of the Tao infant realm. And the intensity was far beyond that of someone just entering the 5th tier. But even if it was 5th tier, spiritual energy shouldn't be this immense. This was utterly beyond comprehension. Before returning to the imperial capital, Yi Xing paused before speaking. I broke through at the Hui clan's Xiantian spirituality pool. The Xiantian spirituality pool? How much did you absorb? I think I drained nearly all of its century-long accumulation. Yi Yuan Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my seed. Yi Xing, ? Yi Yuan Tian suddenly remembered something. Wait, when you broke through, how big was your Tao infant? Yi Xing gestured. About 100 zhang? Yi Yuan Tian nearly choked on his tea. How much? 100 zhang. Yi Xing blinked innocently. What's wrong? Is that small? Yi Yuan Tian. Lu Ruyan. The couple exchanged a glance, both recalling the day Yi Yuan Tian broke through to the 5th tier. That infant form measured no more than 58 zhang. He was already hailed as the Yi family's greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Now look at their own son, utterly absurd. Then I suppose I can go alone now. Hearing Yi Xing's words, Lu Ruyan shot Yi Yuan Tian a cold glare. It's all your fault for producing such a monstrous son. Yi Yuan Tian retorted, so you think I could have produced this alone? Just then, Yi Xing spoke up with a smile. Well, in that case, I'll be off. Bye. With that, Yi Xing hurried out. He planned to board a spirit boat and head straight for the Federation. That kid, Yi Yuan Tian shook his head. Lu Ruyan sighed. Children grow up and leave their mothers behind. Meanwhile, Yi Xing was already en route to the Federation. He had already asked his father for the location and other details beforehand. Once he arrived there, someone would naturally come to greet him. Moreover, this time, it wasn't just the great Xiao people attending. Representatives from other nations and even local Federation families would be present. Especially the silver families like Elizabeth and Yekaterina. These were families that had stood firm within the Federation for over a century. Young master will be arriving shortly. Songfeng spoke up. All right. Yi Xing nodded. And just a short while later, Yi Xing finally set foot on the soil of the Federation. Young Master Yi. 3 figures descended swiftly from the sky to greet him. The brown-haired middle-aged man leading them wore a broad smile. I am Ron, steward of the Federation's Foreign Affairs Department, here to welcome you as instructed. The female monk on his left bowed respectfully. The Holy Maiden specifically instructed us to extend the finest hospitality to young Master Yi. Lead the way. Yi Xing waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in such flattery. Yes, yes, yes. Ron promptly stepped aside to lead the way, secretly wiping away cold sweat. This young master was a hot potato. The sole heir of the Yi family if anything happened to him on Federation soil. Recalling his superior's furious rant before departure, Ron couldn't help but sweat. They'd assumed the great Xia would send some second-rate noble science to handle the job, but who would have thought they'd end up with this big shot? If anything truly went wrong, the three dared not imagine the consequences. And just then, the three led Yi Xing into a magnificent hall. "Young Master Yi, please go ahead inside. Our esteemed Lord Melos will be with you shortly." MHM. Yi Xing gave a slight nod and stepped into the grand hall. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed several pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Some gazes were curious, others scrutinizing, and still others cold and indifferent. Yi Xing's gaze swept around the hall. He couldn't help but shake his head, somewhat disappointed by their abilities. He then casually found a spot to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, "What kind of male servant did you find for me?" A blonde woman's tone carried obvious displeasure. "I thought he might actually last this time, but he's already failing after so little time?" The man beside her looked flustered. "My deepest apologies, Miss Ellie. I truly didn't expect this." Yet inwardly, he cursed the woman silently. After all, the servant he arranged for Miss Ellie could last at least 14 hours. But who could have predicted that in Miss Ellie's presence? His cultivation had been brutally crushed, dropping him an entire realm. Ariel snorted coldly, turning her gaze toward the distance. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Wait? Who is that?" He was strikingly handsome. A figure stood not far away, none other than Yi Xing. George raised an eyebrow at the sight. A great Xia man. A great Xia man? Ariel's eyes lit up. "I've never tried a great Xia man before." That great Xia man in the distance was undoubtedly the most handsome man she had ever seen. George's eyes twinkled. "Then perhaps I should speak on your behalf and have him delivered to your room tonight." Ariel's eyes lit up. "You really do understand me." Yet, as if suddenly remembering something, her brow furrowed slightly. "Wait, what exactly is this great Xia man's background? I just heard that someone extraordinary has arrived over there." George chuckled. "Oh, rest assured. I hear it's just some young master from the Yi family." "What? But you needn't worry." George hastened to explain. "I've heard about that young master of the Yi family, just a good-for-nothing who spends all day eating, drinking, and carousing. But lately, for some reason, there's been a sudden flurry of talk about him. I suspect this is likely a deliberate rumor spread by the great Xia, aiming to put on airs and make people take notice of him. So now, with this news of the young master's impending visit, they're just trying to make people believe the rumors and change their perception of him. But in reality, he's not coming here at all." Ariel nodded thoughtfully. "I see." She silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this man from Daxia was unlikely to be the young Master Yi. With that settled, there was no need for worry. "Miss A. Lillian, please wait here. I'll go over immediately. The moment they hear your name, they'll likely be so excited they can't contain themselves." George immediately walked over. At that very moment, Yi Xing was pondering where to trigger the quest when, ding! "You have encountered the lustful queen." Yi Xing froze. During the days of the Federation, as a member of the Silver family, Alien had already bedded countless men. Everyone simply assumed she was promiscuous. But no one knew her innate talent allowed her to forcibly absorb others' cultivation through dual cultivation. With this power, she ultimately became the Lust Empress, her name reverberating throughout the entire Western world. Now, she has set her sinister sights upon you. Mission issued: end the lustful Empress's reign once and for all. Reward: Divine Tier Cultivation Technique 7 Sins Tribulation. Reading this, Yi Xing felt utterly bewildered. This was the first time he'd encountered such a mission. And why had it suddenly triggered? But Yi Xing soon understood a man was now approaching him with a smile. George smiled as he spoke. "Greetings, citizen of Great Xia. Our esteemed Miss Elian wishes to invite you to dinner. She desires to converse with you about the moon and the stars, and to join you in punishing evil entities. Of course, sharing a pleasant evening together would be ideal." Yi Xing listened impassively as this Federation man chattered away before him. George expected an immediate, enthusiastic agreement. Instead, "No need. I have no interest in your so-called Lillian." Yi Xing smiled faintly. "And you just went on and on about something. I didn't quite follow, but if I'm guessing correctly, she wants to me, right?" George's face stiffened. Chapter 84, Guess What Gets Hard and Stiff? George was utterly baffled. What the hell was that great Xia person just saying? How dare you speak such vulgar words? George's expression darkened. "Let me tell you, our Miss Elian is of the Silver family. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Her taking an interest in you is your good fortune." Corrupt energy? Yi Xing spoke indifferently. "What's that? The Silver family? Is it that powerful? Don't get too full of yourself, okay? How dare you insult the Silver family?" George never imagined this great Xia man would be so audacious. His voice turned harsh. "You're finished. Even if you serve as Miss Lillian's valet now, she'll never forgive you, you Xia pig." He had intended for this great Xia man to accompany Miss Lillian for one night. But the man had the audacity to be so insolent. "What did you say?" George sneered coldly. I said you Disya pig, all you Disya people are such vulgar scum. Yi Xing suddenly laughed upon hearing this. Instead of speaking, he stood up. Seeing this, George's eyes suddenly flashed with scorn. What? You actually dared to hit me? Let me tell you, this is the Federation. You. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the hall. In an instant, every pair of eyes turned toward the source of the sound. What just happened? At that moment, Lillian was elegantly savoring her wine. Yet, the instant the deafening sound erupted, she froze. She instinctively turned her head. The result? Boom! A blood-stained figure flew backward toward her. What the hell? Ariel's pupils contracted as she instinctively dodged out of the way. Thud! The figure slammed heavily where she had been standing moments before, shattering the stone slabs beneath it. Ariel was about to erupt in fury. But when she recognized the figure, her eyes widened in surprise. George's current state was nothing short of pitiful. His left arm was broken, and his entire chest was caved in. Moreover, his entire right leg was twisted in an utterly grotesque manner. George coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. Miss Ellie, help! But before he could finish, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck. It slammed into George on the spot. In an instant, George was reduced to ashes. Ariel froze. Dead? Just like that, dead? George, one of her most cherished confidants. She hadn't even processed what had happened. Suddenly, you're Ellie? A cold voice came from behind her. Ariel spun around to see the great Xia man closing in on her. Everything clicked into place instantly, and her eyes turned icy cold. You're asking for death. Do you know he was mine? To act so brazenly on Federation territory, I killed him precisely because I knew he was yours. Yi Xing spoke calmly. Before Lillian could process the meaning behind his words, Yi Xing's hand shot up and clamped around her throat. Under the stunned gazes of dozens of onlookers, Ariel was lifted off her feet. What are you doing? Ariel gasped, a flicker of terror in her eyes. She hadn't provoked this man at all. Why was he attacking her? Yi Xing tightened his grip on Lillian's wrist, then smiled as he spoke. Guess what it is? It'll be rock hard soon. Ariel, ? Is it what I think it is? She hesitated for a moment. You? No. Yi Xing chuckled, it's you in 1 minute. In the very next instant, a violent thunderbolt erupted. Ariel instantly felt immense agony. Every inch of her flesh was enduring excruciating torment. Everyone around them was utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? He actually dared to attack Lillian. Good heavens! That great Xiaoman has lost his mind. Everyone nearby was utterly stunned. Wait! What are you doing? I didn't provoke you. Let go of me! Lillian screamed. Yi Xing's eyes darkened. You haven't provoked me yet? Boys need to protect themselves out here. You think that's just a joke? So what? You guys come out here just to seduce women. It's your honor I even notice you. Ariel's face darkened. You better put me down right now and kowtow to me, or I'll make you regret this for the rest of your life. As a member of the Silver family, when had she ever endured such humiliation? The Silver family was a heroic lineage beneath the Pope himself. The entire Federation had only a handful of Silver kings. Outside the Federation, they were the most powerful beings after the Pope. Make me regret it? You bet. Just wait till my sister gets here. She'll make you wish you were dead. I'll throw you into a pigsty to breed. Damned great Xia. Just as Lillian was cursing Yi Xing like a madwoman, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Deacon Ron reporting for duty. At that moment, a figure entered, none other than Ron, who had just greeted Yi Xing. Ron had just remembered something and intended to return briefly. The moment he entered, he witnessed the scene of the young master of the Yi family choking Ellie. Upon seeing Ron, Lillian's eyes lit up. Steward Ron. This great Xiapeg has gone mad. Quick. Before she could finish her words, excruciating pain surged through her entire body. Those around them began to speak. That great Xiaoman is done for. Steward Ron's here. Exactly. He still won't let go. Looks like he really has lost his mind. TSK, I bet this great Xiaoman will regret this soon enough. Just as everyone assumed Steward Ron would intervene to subdue Yi Xing. Young Master Yi, please don't lose your temper. Whatever it is, just tell me. Ron's voice trembled. He still had no idea what was happening. And when everyone heard that title, they all froze. What? Young Master Yi. At that moment, Lillian froze. Yi. Young Master Yi? Then, a terrifying thought slowly rose in her mind. Wait. Could it be? Alien's face instantly drained of color. Chapter 85, The Seven Sins Tribulation. Pretentious Yi Xing? A terrifying thought flashed through everyone's minds at that moment. If there were others sharing the same surname in this world, it wouldn't be so bad. But seeing Steward Ron's attitude, and the boy's utterly fearless demeanor, Could he possibly be? Shut up. What if I don't want to let her go? You think you can stop me? Yi Xing's voice was icy. No, I wouldn't dare. Butler Ron hastily waved his hands, his face turning pale. He was utterly bewildered. How could the young master of the Yi family be clashing with alien? But he couldn't afford to offend either side. If it were any other silver-ranked family, he wouldn't have cared much. But recent rumors claimed that the head of the Ililian family, that Silver King renowned for his cold-bloodedness, had very likely ascended to the 9th tier. That would place him far ahead of any other silver-ranked family. You're the one from the Yi family of Great Xia. Aurelian's face turned pale. She never imagined that her casual search for a bedmate would lead her straight to this man. Damn George. Wasn't it just a rumor that the young master of the Yi family wouldn't come? At that moment, Elian longed to serve George 10,000 times over. Who in the entire world didn't know the Yi family of Great Xia? Rumors even circulated that his father was the most powerful man in the Great Xia. Pushing through the excruciating pain, Lilian hurriedly spoke. Young Master Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you. Please. But I have no misunderstanding with you. Yi Xing said coldly. Seeing Yi Xing's expression, Lilian knew begging for mercy was futile. She gritted her teeth and declared, I'll tell you this, my father has already ascended to the 9th tier. He's at the same realm as your father. I don't want this to get ugly. If you dare touch me. Yi Xing sighed. Damn it. In the next instant, Lilian's left hand shattered instantly, blood gushing forth. Her piercing scream echoed throughout the entire hall. But before she could even process what happened, Yi Xing slammed her body hard onto the floor. Thud. The floor shattered. Yi Xing towered over her, glaring down. What's wrong with touching you? Ariel trembled in agony and screamed, You're asking for death. My father won't let you off the hook. Yi Xing sneered coldly. Her father? He was just a newly promoted 9th rank. Even if the Pope himself showed up, her old man wouldn't give him any face. What was there to fear? Ariel tried to get up. Did I give you permission to move? Yi Xing stomped down with his foot. Aurelian's left foot shattered instantly. The surrounding crowd was utterly petrified. Holy, the young master of the Yi family, how brutal is that? That's a silver-ranked family. He actually dared to kill her? We're done for. This is gonna blow up big time. Many began backing away. Just as Yi Xing was about to continue beating the hell out of this bastard. Suddenly, let her go. A cold voice rang out from the distance. Everyone froze, then whirled around in unison. A silver figure approached from the distance. Ishil. Those who knew Isha were stunned. Why was she here? Ariel's older sister. The foremost figure of the current generation of the Silver family. The sole heir to the future clan. Rumor has it she recently achieved a divine descent, breaking through to the late 6th tier. Among the young generation of the entire Federation, she stands as an absolute top-tier powerhouse. At this moment, Isha was consumed by rage. You bastard, what are you doing to my sister? She had only come looking for Arlene. But upon entering, she witnessed this scene. This was nothing short of trampling upon the dignity of the entire Bayin family. Sister! He's the young master of the Yi family. Hurry and save. Did I give you permission to speak? Yi Xing stomped his foot right onto Lilian's face. Hearing this, Isha's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh? So you're Yi Xing? You know me? Ha ha ha, of course. Isha's lips curled into a cold smile. I've heard plenty about you. It's given me a whole new understanding of how low you Great Xia people can sink. Ha? Yi Xing's brow furrowed. Your glorious exploits have been the talk of all Great Xia lately. Isha sneered, what with all this talk about some monstrous genius who slaughtered a 6th-tier powerhouse beyond his level, and that even by Feng Shui couldn't stand against you? It's laughable. I was planning to visit Great Xia just to witness this joke in person, but it seems you've come right to me. You Great Xia people truly excel at putting on airs. Yi Xing. Seeing Yi Xing's silence, Isha's eyes flashed with even deeper contempt. Sure enough, this brat had proven her right. She had once met by Feng Shui, a true prodigy of heaven. How could anyone possibly surpass her? Those rumors must all be lies. Enough. Release my sister. Isha's tone carried an unquestionable command. Don't make me do it myself. Yi Xing suddenly smiled. You want me to let her go, huh? Those around them froze in shock. Was the young master of the Yi family finally backing down? Yet the next second, Yi Xing's smile turned icy. Who do you think you are? How dare you give orders to this young master? Crash. Yi Xing's right foot slammed into Lilian's chest. Her chest caved in instantly. He followed up with a kick aimed at her head. Her entire body flew backward. Isha's face paled as she instinctively dodged. Ariel crashed heavily at her feet. She didn't even bother to help her up. You! Yi Xing tilted his head. What? You won't even catch your own sister? Then what was all that barking about earlier? Ding, mission complete. 7 sins tribulation, 7 divine chains of sin. Through cultivation, awaken the sinful powers of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust in sequence. Xing stared at the text that appeared before her. A faint smile touched his lips. The next moment. Ding. After ending the Lust Empress's reign, you've suffered retaliation from the sovereign. Xing's eyes lit up. Again? As Isha, 30 years older than the lustful empress, she had once been a late bloomer. Later, favored by the gods, her perfect divine favor physique allowed her to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. Eventually, she no longer relied on divine favor at all. She had become the sovereign of the Federation. If this overwhelmingly powerful 9th tier being seeks vengeance against you. Quest issued, crush Isha's pride. Reward, divine grade spirit treasure crown of glory. Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Look at that. I told you I'd see more of the world abroad. How long has it been? I've already triggered 2 quests. Xing. You're asking for death. Isha's voice was icy cold. I was willing to give you a chance, considering our fathers are both 9th tier. But it seems you haven't grasped your own strength and place. The one who doesn't understand is you. Xing spoke calmly. Our fathers are both 9th rank? That's laughable. Even among 9th rank, there are differences. Do you think 9th rank is the ultimate limit? A flash of murderous intent flickered in Isha's eyes. You. And you, old hag, what are you trying to pull with that act? Xing sneered. You're ing this old and still only rank 6? What a ing waste of space. Isha froze. Everyone nearby who heard this turned pale. Oh no. Isha hated it when people brought up her age. Who the hell are you calling old, you? Chapter 86, what's with all this hot-blooded nonsense? The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at Xing in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Steward Ron was on the verge of tears. Oh, for heaven's sake. Please stop this. He was genuinely terrified Xing would cause trouble here, otherwise, the entire Federation would bear the brunt of the Yi family's wrath. Ms. Isha, you. What did you call me? Isha whipped her head around, her eyes blazing red. Butler Ron immediately shut his mouth. Seriously, why are you reacting like this? At that moment, Isha's eyes were practically shooting fire. She hated it when people brought up her age. She was forever 18. But she still retained her reason. She knew Xing's special status. If she really hurt him, it wouldn't benefit her either. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, I'll give you one more chance. What should you call me? Xing. But immediately afterward, Xing sensed something was off and spoke up. Never mind. That seems a bit impolite. Since you want a younger sounding title, I suppose that's acceptable. Isha's eyes lit up. Xing, how about pretty little egg? That's young enough, right? Question mark. Isha couldn't hold back any longer and roared. Xing. Ovum. Ya. Countless spatial crystals instantly materialized behind the enraged Isha. Each possessed terrifying power capable of shattering space itself. As a spatial-type genius born once in a century to the Silver family, Isha held absolute confidence in her own abilities. Now, her mind clouded by rage, she cared for nothing else. All she wanted was to kill Xing. Just as the spatial crystals were about to pierce Xing with countless bloody holes. Suddenly, all the spatial crystals halted. Isha's furious expression froze instantly. Xing slowly raised his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that all? The next moment, all the spatial crystals simultaneously exploded into a sky filled with sparkling points of light. Impossible! Isha screamed in disbelief. That was terrifying power capable of instantly killing a 6th-tier early-stage cultivator. Then she suddenly realized the surrounding space had completely ceased to obey her will. What was happening? Isha's pupils contracted sharply. Puzzled? Xing stepped forward slowly, speaking in a calm tone. It's simple. Because my authority surpasses yours. Boom! A terrifying gravitational field descended instantly. At that moment, Isha felt as if an invisible mountain had crushed down upon her. The ground beneath her feet instantly collapsed. Damn it! She struggled desperately, only to find it utterly useless. For the first time in her life, she was utterly crushed in spatial control. Even more terrifying, the surrounding space began to twist and crush her on its own. Countless wounds instantly appeared across her body. In that split second, Isha realized something with horrified clarity. Could those rumors about Xing were true? Before she could recover from the shock, Xing's figure instantly materialized before Isha. Useless. Bam! A simple straight punch, yet it produced a sonic boom. Isha didn't even see the motion before her entire body slammed into the wall, finally coming to a halt. Blood spurted from her mouth. Where was the trace of the once proud daughter of heaven? Xing. She tried to rise, but as she lifted her head, she locked eyes with those golden pupils. In that instant, the blood in her entire body seemed to freeze. What kind of eyes were those? Kneel. With Yi Xing's furious roar, a spatial pressure 1,000 times more terrifying than before crashed down. Blood mist erupted from Isha's legs in an instant. Her entire body crashed heavily to the ground. This was no ordinary kneeling. It was the instinctive submission of a lowly life form to its supreme sovereign. The entire banquet hall fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at the scene, frozen in shock. Isha had knelt. Members of the Silver family kneeling before the great Xia? Such a shocking scene left everyone speechless. But in a corner, a dark-haired woman stared at Yi Xing with a dazed expression, murmuring to herself. Found it. Found it. Meanwhile, Isha, finally coming to her senses, felt nothing but endless humiliation. She, the future heir of her family, was kneeling before a great Xiaman. Yi Xing. Isha tried to rise, but found that the immense force was utterly beyond her 6th tier strength to resist. And she finally had the chance to sense Yi Xing's aura. 5th tier. Isha was stunned. A 5th tier cultivator had driven her to this point? The thought of her earlier disdain for Yi Xing now burned with searing humiliation. How dare she have looked down on Yi Xing? Shame, rage, fear, a torrent of complex emotions surged through her. Just as Yisher was about to collapse. Isha! Get up! A low roar erupted from the crowd. Isha's glazed eyes snapped into focus. More shouts followed immediately. That's right. Isha! You're the pride of the Silver family. How can you surrender to a great Xiaoman? That's right. Fight on. Don't disgrace the entire federation. Stand up. Show this barbarian our spirit. Yi Xing frowned. What the hell is going on? What's with all this blood-boiling fervor? The voices echoed in Isha's ears. Hearing these words, suddenly, a flame reignited in her eyes. That's right. I am the heir to the Silver family. Under the gaze of the crowd, she actually began to lift her body, defying the 1,000-fold gravity. Yi Xing. I won't lose. Now you'll see. The true pride of the Baiyin family. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, this prodigal daughter of heaven actually stood up. Way to go. Amazing. This is our pride. Isha. Keep going. Isha's lips slowly curved upward as she looked at Yi Xing. She was just about to come up with a rallying cry. But, you all? Yi Xing's voice was icy cold. He casually reached down and pressed his hand downward. Boom! A terrifying pressure 10 times more intense than before descended. Before Isha could react, her legs suddenly exploded into 2 clouds of bloody mist. Ah! She uttered a single, bewildered syllable. Then she collapsed instantly to the floor. The entire banquet hall fell deathly silent. All cheers abruptly ceased. The others, who had been brimming with excitement just moments ago, now stood frozen in shock. What the hell? Do you all think this is some damn novel? Think they're the ING protagonists? Yi Xing's golden eyes swept over every person present. Alright, those who were cheering just now. Step forward. Your turn. Chapter 87, The greater the power, the greater the asshole. The crowd, which had been boiling with excitement moments ago, suddenly went limp. What the hell? This isn't how the script was supposed to go. The momentum was there, shouldn't there be a counterattack? When everyone saw Yisher rise to her feet, they thought there might still be a chance. But reality was cruel. Who would have thought that Yi Xing's casual pressure would instantly cripple Isha? It turned out he hadn't even used his full strength. Everyone stared in horror at this youth from Great Xia. Such terrifying power. Was this truly a 5th-tier cultivator? Why so quiet now? Yi Xing asked calmly. Those who had been shouting the loudest moments ago instantly turned pale. They hadn't wanted Isha to be defeated by the Great Xia, but then, for some reason, they'd suddenly felt fired up and started shouting. Young Master Yi. You bastards think I'm some magnanimous big shot who'll let you off the hook? Yi Xing's voice turned icy. What the hell do you think you're up to? Do you really believe I won't hear your barking from the sidelines? The next moment, golden light surged through the unyielding gaze of those eternal golden pupils. In an instant, those who had been shouting were engulfed by the golden gaze. In that instant, their eyes lost all clarity. The very next instant, their spiritual energy exploded violently. Everyone spat blood, their cultivation levels shattered. Yi Xing snorted coldly. He was the one fighting there, wildly supporting the other side. This was the most disgusting kind. Did you really think I'd be magnanimous? How could this happen? How could this happen? Isha's eyes were unfocused. She could have healed her legs. But the will to fight had vanished from her heart. Because she'd discovered she didn't even deserve to stand before Yi Xing. You see, her natural talent hadn't been exceptional in the past. It was only later that her talent evolved. A late bloomer. From then on, no one could stand against her. Yet now, she had been effortlessly crushed by a mere 5th tier. Is this your pride? Yi Xing shook his head. Your pitiful pride is worthless in my eyes. Your sister is a whore, you're a waste of space. That's the true state of your family. You. Crash. Yi Xing stomped hard on Yisher's palm. Well, Do you know you're a waste of space now? Yi Xing. Don't you dare insult. Crash. Yi Xing's voice was icy cold. Didn't you hear me? Or do you want the whole world to see you in this pathetic state? You don't want your family to find out, do you? So scream it now. I am a. Scream. At those words, pitch-black flames instantly engulfed Isha's body. The searing pain of the flames even began to consume her clothes. Seeing this, Isha clenched her teeth tightly. I'm a. Louder. Isha's pride was utterly crushed. Tears welled in her eyes. I'm a whore. Put some feeling into it. I'm a whore. I'm a whore. I'm a. Aha. Watching Isha completely break down. Ding, mission complete. Crown of Glory absorbs the fear and rage of any living being, converting it into one's own power. Consists of 8 lamps. Lighting one lamp increases overall power by 6%. Lighting all lamps increases overall power by 50%. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. This is a support-type spirit treasure? This is incredible. It directly boosts my power by half. Meanwhile, Isha was still in the throes of collapse. Suddenly, a powerful aura rapidly approached from the distance. Its immense presence was palpable to everyone. Some Federation members' eyes lit up. That was. Then, a red-haired knight slowly materialized. Upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes narrowed sharply. What happened here? Melos, one of the Federation's knight commanders. His expression changed instantly upon seeing the devastated Isha. Miss Isha? Lord Melos. Butler Ron scrambled over, stumbling as he rushed forward, and quickly reported everything that had just transpired. After hearing the account, the knight commander fell silent. Yi Xing observed the knight commander with keen interest. Melos then slowly approached. Unexpectedly, he first performed a standard knightly salute toward Yi Xing. Young Master Yi. Young Master Ye's arrival in the Federation should be a tremendous honor for us all. Melos remained neither servile nor arrogant. I came specifically to pay my respects, yet I never imagined witnessing such a disgraceful scene. Oh? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Melos gently lifted Isha, his movements tender. Then sighed. The young master of the Yi family, no less, resorting to violence against 2 defenseless women. As a man, I must say a woman's tears are truly the sharpest blade. Who would have thought the young master of the Yi family would prove such a disappointing man? Yi Xing's lips curled up. What kind of warm-hearted guy is this? Surely, if they provoke me first, I'm not forbidden from retaliating? A man who can forgive a woman's mistakes is a true man. Melos shook his head. Young Master Yi, your behavior is utterly disrespectful. I urge you to apologize to them. With great power comes great responsibility as the head of the Yi family. Surely you understand this? Yi Xing nearly burst out laughing. Then, smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on Melos's face. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Lord Melos, the so-called Flame Sword, had been publicly slapped? Melos himself was stunned. Since becoming a knight commander, it had been ages since anyone had dared to insult him like this. You! Miros' eyes blazed crimson as his voice turned dark and menacing. You're asking for death. I'm asking for death? Yi Xing sneered coldly. Did you say thank you? Smack! Another, even harder slap landed across his face. The blow sent Melos reeling, his entire body trembling. You! Melos started to draw his knight's sword, but froze the moment he met those golden eyes. Thinking of cutting me down? Yi Xing smiled faintly. Don't forget your place, and don't forget mine. If you've got the guts, kill me. Do you dare? These words instantly snapped Melos back to his senses. Reason told him that if he actually swung that sword, tomorrow the entire Federation would bear the wrath of the tyrant from the Yi family. Afraid? Yi Xing shook his head. I thought you were quite the tough guy. Well, since you don't dare, then apologize to this young master. What? The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. You hit him, and now he has to apologize to you? Melos's face stiffened. What are you talking about? What am I saying? Aren't you the nice guy? When your face slammed into my hand just now, did it not hurt? Yi Xing spoke calmly. Apologize to me now, or I'll slap you again. You! Smack! Apologize! Nice guy! Don't! Smack! Ouch, stop bumping into my hand. Smack! Just like that, everyone around them thought they were dreaming. Everyone froze in place, one by one. Mello gritted his teeth. He desperately wanted to kill the man in front of him, but he dared not. I'm sorry. He yielded. Yes, the proud knight commander had surrendered. But, smack! Melos froze. Remember this, warm guys come after the dogs. Yi Xing flicked his wrist. This slap's a reward for you. Miros' eyes turned red with fury. Yes. Yi Xing glanced around indifferently. And that thing you said earlier, with great power comes great responsibility. Remember that. Yi Xing's lips curved upward. It's with great power. The more I grow. Chapter 88, Mario saves the princess and the gold coins too. Now get lost. Yi Xing spoke indifferently. I couldn't care less about your knight commander titles. I came to the Federation to show off and solidify my Dao heart. Apologize to them? What the hell was I thinking? As for why I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you? Blame yourself for not having a solid background. My parents weren't up to par, who else could I blame? Then Yi Xing suddenly raised an eyebrow. He noticed a change in the crown of glory. Melas was seething, veins bulging across his body, yet he dared not lay a finger on Yi Xing. It was simple. He couldn't afford to provoke the other's father. His initial actions had stemmed purely from chivalry, hoping young Master Yi would recognize his mistake. But who could have imagined? The brat was completely unmoved. Merlos took a deep breath and fell silent, then helped Isha, who kept repeating "I'm on loop," to her feet and led her away. After handing Isha over to others, Melas took another deep breath, his expression now fixed in a standard, professional smile. Such is the fundamental quality of a knight. Esteemed guests. On behalf of the Federal Assembly and the Holy Church, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence. The others froze. Wait, did he just switch gears that quickly? The Federation now finds itself in a time of turmoil. Melas continued, both the Church and the Parliament are stretched thin, yet at this very moment, petty troublemakers are exploiting the chaos. Please rest well for now. Once preparations are complete, we earnestly request your assistance in quelling this chaos. What followed was a string of empty, official rhetoric. Melas appeared utterly composed. Only the observant would notice the bulging vein at his temple and the sword hilt he never released. Yes, Melas was seething inside. Meanwhile, Yi Xing gazed at the crown of glory in his hands. Half of its 8 crystals were now glowing. All thanks to Miros alone. Yi Xing couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought a few slaps would break his defenses? Too bad, no matter how angry you get, what can you do to me? Suddenly, the 7 deadly sins calamity flashed through his mind. This technique was tied to the 7 deadly sins. Cultivating it would gradually grant corresponding supernatural abilities. I need to find a quiet place. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes, then prepared to leave immediately. Yet in the distance, there stood a black-haired woman. While everyone else stared at the direction Yi Xing had departed, only her gaze held no fear or panic, only fervor. Found it. The vessel. Only such a body is worthy of my junior brother. Only when my junior brother awakens can our sect rise to greatness once more. For the sect's glorious revival, I, Zhao Lingyao, am willing to sacrifice anything. Just as Zhao Lingyao was deep in thought, a trembling male voice suddenly echoed beside her. Damn it, that demon star is finally gone. Jin Xiucheng wiped his sweat. That was terrifying. Yao Yao. Let's get out of here fast. He wasn't from the Federation, but from the Kingdom of Golden Sun. He was the scion of one of the nation's most prominent aristocratic families. Jin Xiucheng was no stranger to the world. But someone as brazenly reckless as Yi Xing? This was his first encounter. His legs still felt a little weak. Damn it! Why couldn't my father have been more capable? Zhao Lingyao gave him a faint glance. Let's go. Jin Xiucheng eagerly led the way for Zhao Lingyao. Yao Yao, this way. Watch your step. Ever since Jin Xiucheng first laid eyes on Zhao Lingyao, he had been deeply captivated by this woman. When she suddenly announced she was coming to the Federation, Jin Xiucheng followed without a second thought. We're here. The two stopped in front of the luxury suite on the hotel's top floor. Yao Yao, get some rest. If you need anything. Just as Jin Xiucheng was about to leave, a hand suddenly pulled him back. Shou Chang, where are you going? Zhao Lingyao's voice was seductive. Jin Xiucheng stiffened, suppressing the surge of emotion within him. Didn't I just bring you here? What was Zhao Lingyao doing? Could it be? Jin Xiucheng's heartbeat quickened instantly. Zhao Lingyao smiled softly. Just leaving like that? She took a step forward. For the past 6 months, haven't you been wanting to be with me? Kim Su sung. Zhao Lingyao then slowly reached out to caress Jin Xiucheng's cheek. I've seen all your efforts these past 6 months. So today, I'll give you a clear answer. You guessed right, I already have someone I like. Jin Xiucheng trembled violently with emotion. Who among my family could understand? The goddess was about to accept him. Is it me? No, it's Yi Xing. Zhao Lingyao's voice trembled with excitement. He's so handsome. I realize I've already fallen for him. Jin Xiucheng froze. Ha? Did he hear that wrong? It's Yi Xing, not you. I don't like you. I haven't even asked yet. Jin Xiucheng felt as if his heart had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. His voice trembled as he asked, then why didn't you let me go? Why did you specifically tell me this? Was she toying with him? To reward you, of course. Zhao Lingyao took Kim Su Sung's hand and slowly led him into the room. Mario saves the princess and gets gold coins. I don't have gold, but I have. I won't let you pay for this in vain. Hearing these words, tears welled up in his eyes. Holy crap! You must be an angel. Really? But isn't this a bit too hasty? I mean, it's fine. It's not like it's my first time. Kim Soo-sung. He felt his heart die instantly, as if the goddess's filter had shattered completely. Oh well. He wasn't losing anything anyway. At that moment, Zhao Lingyao slowly slipped off her clothes, sending Jin Xiuqing's blood racing. But I'm sorry, in a moment I might call out Yixing's name. Woo, it's okay. And so it was. Jin Xiuqing finally got his goddess. Though it felt a bit inexplicable, it was enough. As time ticked by, Kim Soo-sung suddenly sensed something was off. A sharp pain shot through him. He realized his cultivation was rapidly draining away. Jin Xiuqing looked down in horror and shouted. You actually laced it with poison." Then he realized his cultivation power was completely draining away, flowing ceaselessly toward Zhao Lingyao. At that moment, Zhao Lingyao continuously absorbed Jin Xiuqing's cultivation. Her cultivation level steadily rose as she murmured, "Yi Xing, Yi Xing, Yi Xing, Jin Xiuqing? You're absorbing my cultivation." Yet she's chanting another man's name. Is this what it feels like to be a useless husband? As time slowly passed, Kim Soo-sung's cultivation level began to deteriorate. The very next moment, bang! Zhao Lingyao smashed Jin Xiuqing's head to pieces. "Yi Xing, Jun, your brother." Her face flushed crimson. "Jun, your brother. Yi Xing, whose name should I call?" Chapter 89, The Demon Emperor's White Moonlight. At that moment, Yi Xing sat cross-legged, cultivating the Seven Sins Tribulation. A dark crimson aura now emanated from his body. The Seven Sins Tribulation, truly fascinating. Yi Xing's lips slowly curved upward. This divine tier cultivation technique comprised 7 tiers. Each realm corresponds to a different primal sin power. The best part was that practitioners weren't bound by a rigid sequence, they could even choose any original sin as their starting point. Unlike other cultivation methods, this added considerable flexibility. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking deep into his sea of consciousness. Immediately, a hellish aura swept over him. Yi Xing's body reacted instantly. These were the 7 deadly sins. The 7 most primal sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. These dark forces, born from the deepest recesses of human nature, now roared relentlessly within Yi Xing's body. Boom! Yi Xing's heart suddenly began to tremble. Immediately, a pitch-black energy coalesced within his heart. It was the contempt he had harbored over the years toward countless ordinary people. The disgust he felt when fawning over the Federation's powerful elites. The contempt he felt when so-called geniuses dared to challenge him. Indeed, based on Yi Xing's experiences over the years, the most fitting for him, the first to be mastered, was arrogance. Immediately, a crimson rune flared across his forehead. Nourished by the extreme fury he had gathered today while publicly humiliating Melas and the others. The original sin of fury. And the very instant wrath and pride manifested. The aura of these 2 original sins began to spread outward. Some in the crowd, infected by the aura, began to react. "Hey, is that your girlfriend? What? Give me a breakup fee, then you can get lost. We're together." Similar conflicts erupted throughout the hotel. People's darkest desires were amplified to the extreme. Some even tried to get laid for free with someone else's girlfriend and expected them to pay for it. What the hell is this? And just then, these energies gradually began to return to Yi Xing's body. And at the very source of it all, Yi Xing finally opened his eyes. Sin of Arrogance activates a domain whose effects escalate with the user's arrogance. As arrogance intensifies, the opponent is progressively suppressed. Should the user conceive thoughts like "this one is unworthy to stand before me," the opponent is instantly annihilated. Sin of Rage, the body manifests armor forged from pure fury. Those struck are forced to relive their most enraged memories, losing emotional control and inflicting self-harm. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. Are the effects really this powerful? Especially the Sin of Arrogance. Once I think they're unworthy to stand before me, I could even force their annihilation. Is this what pride feels like? Yi Xing thought it was pretty cool. Yi Xing decided to rest for a moment, but as soon as he stepped out of the room, he heard voices in the distance. "Holy crap, did you hear? Someone just got into trouble." "What? Was it an attack?" "Nope, apparently they got Ed to death." Yi Xing frowned. "What the hell?" Just then, a sweet voice rang out. "Hello, young Master Yi." Yi Xing instinctively turned his head and immediately saw a woman with black hair. Zhao Lingyao flashed a sweet smile. "We're about to set off soon, and I'm a bit nervous. Would it be possible to team up with you, young Master Yi?" "No. Get lost." Zhao Lingyao's expression froze. Meanwhile, Yi Xing was still wondering where this weirdo had come from. Suddenly, ding! "You've encountered the moonlight of the Hao Yue Demon Emperor." Yi Xing, ? The Moonlight Demon Emperor ruled over his own domain. After the invasion from another realm, he decisively sacrificed half the Federation's population, using their flesh and blood to build walls that could withstand the onslaught of ancient demon gods. And now that you've arrived here, the Federation no longer exists. Now, as you see the Moonlight Demon Emperor in the distance with the woman by his side, you are plunged into memories. Who could have known that the once obscure figure of the Bright Moon Demon Emperor was merely an insignificant member of a minor demonic sect? As the sect declined, he gradually rose to prominence, becoming its last hope. But tragedy struck when an accident plunged the Demon Emperor into slumber, requiring a new vessel. At that moment, his one true love, Zhao Lingyao, sacrificed herself for both the sect and the Demon Emperor. Even when stabbed like a hornet's nest, he never forgot his mission. Ultimately, Zhao Lingyao found a suitable vessel to awaken the Demon Emperor, while the sect gradually grew in strength. In the end, the two were united as husband and wife. Thoughts return to the present. These two, driven by personal power, have brought calamity upon all living beings. Assignment issued: eliminate the Bright Moon Demon Emperor, Zhao Lingyao, and the Demon Sect. Reward: Supreme Grade Technique Star-Shattering Abyss Method. Yi Xing's eyes widened in shock. The Demon Emperor's white moonlight? He immediately re-examined the woman before him. This woman actually had ties to the future Demon Emperor? Zhao Lingyao's expression darkened. As expected of young Master Yi, he's never one to be underestimated. In that case, without hesitation, Zhao Lingyao unleashed her divine power. After absorbing Jin Xiuqing's cultivation, her own cultivation had reached the 6th tier. A wisp of pink mist, invisible to the naked eye, slowly spread. This was her sect's secret transmitted mind-confusing divine ability. It could subtly warp others' minds, undetectable even to 7th tier cultivators. All I need to do is implant the idea of companionship and make him develop feelings for me. That would mean the plan was already half accomplished. Suddenly, Yi Xing's golden pupils slowly dispersed, finally settling into utter calm. It worked! Zhao Lingyao's heart surged with joy. She immediately spoke in her gentlest voice. Yi Xing, do you like me? Like your mother. Zhao Lingyao, question mark. What the hell? Why is he cursing me out? Could it be that it didn't work? Immediately after, Zhao Lingyao intensified her efforts and continued guiding. Now you have to start liking me, got it? I'm your only baby. Oh, then I don't like your mom anymore. Zhao Lingyao. But then she clearly saw Yi Xing's gaze gradually return. The thought had been successfully implanted. Zhao Lingyao's eyes lit up. Can you come with me now? Of course I can. Yi Xing suddenly broke into a bright smile. Wonderful. Just as Zhao Lingyao was about to cheer, she heard him add. Don't worry, baby. With me, you'll only eat children, never suffer hardship. Ha! Ha! Her expression froze, her beautiful eyes widening instantly. What kind of children? Before she could process it, Yi Xing had already pulled out a black gold card and pressed it into her hand. This is for you. Zhao Lingyao instinctively reached out to take it. But suddenly she remembered something, then cleared her throat. Baby, I can't accept this. After all, she hadn't fully taken control of Yi Xing yet, only altered some of his thoughts. He feared she might come to her senses. Alright then. Yi Xing reluctantly pocketed the black gold card. There's 800 billion in here. If you don't want it, then forget it. 80 billion? Zhao Lingyao's pupils contracted sharply, nearly losing her elegant composure. The figure exploded in her mind. 80 billion. Countless spirit stones, magical artifacts, and secret realm maps flashed before her eyes. Her fingertips trembled uncontrollably, and she was about to change her words. I knew you were a good woman. Yi Xing quickly shoved the card back into his pocket. Not coveting money truly rare. Wait. Zhao Lingyao's outstretched hand froze mid-air. She watched helplessly as the card symbolizing the sect's hopes for revival disappeared into the other's pocket. Over the years, she had traversed the world, employing every means to gather resources for the sect. Judging by the current pace, it would take another 6,000 years for the sect to regain its former glory. But 6,000 years? That's not really that long. 6,000 years. Zhao Lingyao nearly lost her spiritual resolve. 6,000 years. By then, she'd probably be nothing but a skeleton. And this bastard here just casually pulls out 800 billion. Zhao Lingyao felt her heart bleeding. No, it was spurting blood. Why the hell didn't I accept it just now? Meanwhile, Yi Xing was thoroughly enjoying the spectacular range of expressions unfolding across her face. Seeing her utterly miserable state right now, Yi Xing's eyes flashed with disdain as he thought to himself. Ha! Chapter 90, for the greatness of the sect once more. Yi Xing now looked at Zhao Lingyao before him. A cold smile played on his lips. Yes, he hadn't been controlled at all. Earlier, it had all been an act. Not only did he possess top-tier soul-based divine abilities, but he also boasted an unparalleled physique like the true soul of the ending azure sky. How could he possibly be controlled by someone like Zhao Lingyao? He was actually planning to set Zhao Lingyao up. According to what the system just mentioned, this Zhao Lingyao is currently searching for a vessel for that future demon emperor. And now she'd approached him. Clearly, she had set her sights on him. If that's the case, why not play along and follow her lead, then wipe them all out? Though her heart ached, Zhao Lingyao knew what mattered most. She forced herself to suppress her emotions, then smiled and said, "Then let's go." "All right." And so Yi Xing and Zhao Lingyao walked down the corridor together. Their path drew countless stunned gazes along the way. Good heavens! Isn't that the young master of the Yi family? Who's that woman with him? She actually gets to walk alongside young Master Yi. What's her background? She's incredibly lucky. Hearing the constant murmurs of envy and jealousy around her, Zhao Lingyao instinctively lifted her chin. Right now, she had only one word on her mind. Awesome. The sensation of being the center of everyone's attention was undeniably exhilarating. After all, the person beside her was none other than the young master of the Yi family, a figure even the Pope would give face to. But suddenly, she realized something. Zhao Lingyao. What are you thinking? Don't forget your mission. Don't forget your junior brother is waiting for this body to awaken. That was close. Just now, she nearly fell into the vortex of confusion. Just then, a squad of envoys clad in silver-white uniforms hurriedly arrived. The lead steward bowed respectfully to Yi Xing. "Young Master Yi, this is the specially prepared premium spirit vessel for you." Yi Xing nodded indifferently, "Let's go." And so, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhao Lingyao boarded the lavishly decorated special-grade spirit vessel. But only after she had boarded, Zhao Lingyao's expression suddenly grew complex. Not long ago, she had been hiding and fleeing for a few spirit stones. She had journeyed far and wide for the revival of her sect. And now, is this the taste of power? But the next moment, she shook her head fiercely. No. For my junior brother. For the sect. It wasn't her fault the taste of power was truly suffocating. So she quietly crushed the communication talisman hidden in her bosom. Help! I've found the perfect vessel. Hurry, someone come. After all, she couldn't accomplish all this alone. She lifted her gaze toward Yi Xing. Just in time to catch a fleeting hint of melancholy in his eyes? Ha! Do children from wealthy families also have expressions like this? What's wrong? She asked. Yi Xing paused for a moment. Nothing. It's just that as soon as I arrived in the Federation, I thought of my brother. Zhao Lingyao froze. Your brother? Yeah. He raised me from childhood, and we were incredibly close. To be honest, I miss him. Then why not go find him? He's dead. He died right here on this land. Yi Xing wiped away tears that weren't there. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I don't know why, but seeing you just reminded me of him. Zhao Lingyao's heart trembled violently. An inexplicable ache welled up inside her. I'm sorry, she apologized instinctively. She never imagined that the ruthless young master of the Yi family could possess such a tender side. And the fact that he grew so visibly distressed whenever this topic arose. Could it be that his brother had died because of him? That's why he felt so guilty? Heartache +1. But suddenly, what am I doing? Zhao Lingyao snapped back to reality. She had unconsciously gotten caught up in the whirlpool again. On the path of the martial god, compassion is the greatest enemy. Everything for the sect's renewed greatness. Yes, she mustn't feel pity for him. This was for the sect. This was deceiving for the sect's rise. Just as she steadied her Dao heart. Enemy attack. Unidentified forces approaching from the rear right. The alarm blared throughout the spirit vessel. Everyone froze in place. Suddenly, over a dozen figures appeared in the distance. They were closing in at terrifying speed. No one had anticipated these terrorists would dare to launch a preemptive strike. They're here. Zhao Lingyao's heart surged with excitement. 3 late-stage 6th-rank cultivators and 8 peak 5th-rank experts. These were the elite forces of the sect she had summoned by transmission moments ago. The white-haired old crone leading them. None other than Grandma Cold Crow, one of the sect's twin elders. She pretended to panic as she grabbed Yi Xing. What should we do? Are they coming for us? But in her mind, she was already plotting how to cooperate with the elders to capture Yi Xing alive. This flawless vessel was finally about to fall into the sect's hands. Meanwhile, aboard the spirit vessel, everyone stood on high alert. But when they sensed the enemy possessed 4 6th-tier powerhouses, their faces paled. What the hell? Weren't we told their forces weren't that strong? Damn it, it feels like their entire main force has arrived. At that moment, Old Crow Grandma arrived above the spirit boat, her expression impassive. Such a gathering of talent. Once we capture that vessel alive, not a single part of the remaining one shall be wasted. Skin, bone, blood, flesh. Whatever can be forged into artifacts shall be forged. The useless parts shall be burned as fuel. Oh, and remember to make them produce offspring first. That mustn't go to waste either. Those beside her nodded, understood. Old Crow suddenly added, one more thing, notify their families to pay ransom. Once they've paid, then we'll kill them. The man frowned, ? Meanwhile, Old Crow Grandma looked down at the spirit boat. By now, these people are probably so terrified. Save me the trouble of finding you. Prepare to die. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the spirit boat. What the hell? Old Crow Granny hadn't even processed it. Then, a sapphire blue ice dragon shot skyward. Wherever it passed, even the air froze into shimmering ice crystals. Roar! Clouds within a 100-mile radius were instantly shattered. An overwhelming sense of danger surged through everyone's hearts. What the hell? Chapter 91, what? So this thing is draining my spiritual energy? What is that? Watching the ice dragon roar toward them from the distance, Grandma Cold Crow and the others froze in shock. How could there be one that actively attacks? Trivial tricks. Leave it to me. A middle-aged man in the group snorted coldly. Immediately, 200-foot-long fire dragons roared forth. The searing flames instantly vaporized the surrounding ice. Even the air itself began to rise. Flaming dragons twin dance. Go! I've got two. You've got one. How do you expect to win? The two fire dragons lunged at the ice dragon, seemingly poised to collide. But in the next instant, while the fire dragon still held some distance from the ice dragon, their burning bodies began to freeze at a visible speed, finally freezing completely mid-air, transforming into two dragon-shaped ice sculptures. What? The middle-aged cultivator's face turned ashen. Flames can be frozen? What kind of joke is this? Before he could react, the ice dragon suddenly accelerated, charging straight toward him. Wait! Boom! The ice dragon instantly pierced through the middle-aged man, freezing solid even his two companions beside him in an instant. And it wasn't over yet. The terrifying frigid cold continued to spread. Finally, it exploded with a thunderous boom. Boom! Everything around them froze solid in this terrifying ice blast. Old Crow's fingers were trembling. This. She could feel it clearly. The blast froze not just flesh, but her very soul felt the chill. Another expert? Intelligence said there were only low-level opponents on the spirit boat? Suddenly. Have terrorists become this brazen now? Yi Xing's figure had appeared on the spirit boat without warning. They dared to launch a preemptive strike? Old Crow's divine sense swept over the scene, and her expression instantly changed. Fifth tier? That earth-shattering strike just now actually came from a fifth-tier practitioner? This utterly shattered 3 centuries of her understanding. What kind of monstrous demon was this? In an instant, Old Crow understood. No wonder they'd summoned so many people. This was the perfect vessel. At that moment, Zhao Lingyao was utterly dumbfounded. She had believed Yi Xing had reached his limit in the hall. So she figured with 3 6th-tier experts here, this was a sure thing. But then, one shot a 6th tier? Her legs went weak and she nearly collapsed to her knees. Meanwhile, the others aboard the spirit vessel witnessed the scene. Young Master Yi is incredible. If you won't reject me, I'd be honored to call you my sworn father. How can one person have it all? Young Master Yi, save us. The remaining people were filled with hope. Yi Xing's golden pupils locked onto the crowd before him. You have 3 seconds. Make your last wishes. Granny Crow's eyes darkened. The most troublesome part was coming. They had thought capturing this vessel would be a piece of cake. But they never expected it to be this difficult. We must capture him alive. Everyone, form the formation. Grandma Cold Crow shrieked urgently. At her command, the remaining elite troops instantly shifted positions. Immediately, a colossal formation spread out, covering 10 miles around them. The moment the formation solidified, the others aboard the spirit vessel suddenly let out horrified screams. What's happening? My spiritual power is vanishing. My dantian is empty. What kind of dark magic is this? Some weaker practitioners collapsed to the ground, overcome by weakness. Grandma Crow laughed. This is the sect's secret transmitted soul-devouring array. No matter how profound your cultivation, once trapped within this array, your spiritual energy will drain away at an alarming rate. Yi Xing also felt his spiritual energy being drained. Yet he remained unruffled. Old Crow Granny, ha. Is your spiritual energy vanishing? Mark my words, in 30 seconds flat, your power will be utterly drained. Everyone hold out for 30 seconds. In the next instant, everyone charged toward Yi Xing. Yi Xing spoke indifferently, oh, a bunch of little cuties. Then one figure charged right up to Yi Xing. Die. But in the next instant, Yi Xing shattered his skull with a thunderous strike. What? The scene left everyone around them stunned. Old Crow's eyebrow shot up in shock. Too powerful. But yes, this very body, this is the most perfect vessel. Hold him off. I possess a secret technique. Once his spiritual energy is depleted, I can control his physical form. Time. Buy us just a little more time. The remaining sect disciples, hearing this, immediately threw themselves at Yi Xing like madmen, knowing full well they were rushing to their deaths to buy time. Zhao Lingyao trembled uncontrollably aboard the spirit boat. This is truly a 5th rank? The sect's elite warriors she had once held in such high regard were now nothing but common foul and worthless dogs before this man. But the thought of Old Crow's secret technique forced her to steady herself. It's fine, the advantage is still ours. As the battle grew increasingly brutal. Finally, after sacrificing nearly everyone. Right now. Old Crow suddenly roared. Instantly, a terrifying suction force erupted, violently ripping the spiritual energy from Yi Xing's body. The sheer magnitude of that spiritual energy caused everyone to gasp in shock. Grandma Cold Crow sneered. Now you should be drained of spiritual energy, right? Even if you're a prodigy, you absolutely. What the hell are you babbling about? Yi Xing suddenly remembered something. Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have completely forgotten this thing has been draining my spiritual energy all along. Granny Cold Crow froze. Ha? If you want to drain it, then drain it all. The next moment, a torrent of spiritual energy as vast as an abyss erupted instantly. The terrifying concentration of spiritual energy solidified into tangible form, transforming into a 100-jung diameter pillar of spiritual energy that shot skyward. What the hell? Grandma Crow screamed in terror. The grand formation shattered with a thunderous explosion. Unable to withstand such terrifying spiritual energy. Impossible. Grandma Crow's face twisted in despair as she muttered to herself. How could anyone in this world possess such terrifying spiritual power? Yes, Yi Xing hadn't sensed it until just now. Because the moment his spiritual power vanished, it was replenished, leaving him completely unaware. If I hadn't known better, I'd have thought it was mine that got drained. Just that little bit? You're no good either? Granny Crow's face darkened. The spiritual energy absorbed from you just now clearly surpassed the 6th tier level. Could your spiritual energy possibly rival the 7th tier? It wasn't that little. Old Crow, ? Besides, even without spiritual power, you lot are still a bunch of useless trash. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Xing vanished in an instant. The last sect disciple hadn't even reacted yet. Yi Xing materialized directly before him and grabbed his head. In an instant, his scalp tingled. No! Don't! Snap! But in the next moment, under the horrified gaze of Old Crow Granny, the disciple's head was effortlessly crushed. What kind of monster is this? Grandma Cold Crow finally realized. She hadn't provoked prey at all. They were the true prey all along. Zhao Lingyao on the spirit boat turned pale and collapsed to the ground. This can't be real. Everyone just died that easily? Enough. Yi Xing stepped toward Old Crow step by step. Let me help the old lady ascend to heaven. Wait. Grandma Crow's face turned pale, then she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke up. Don't you want to know why we came here? There's a traitor from our sect among your people. She sent us to find you. Don't kill me. I'll tell you who she is. Zhao Lingyao's face turned deathly pale. Uing. How dare she stab me in the back? Grandma Cold Crow screamed, she is Zhao Lingyao. She sent us here. Silence. The entire crowd fell silent. Zhao Lingyao murmured to herself, it's over. It's all over. My venture was cut short by a teammate's betrayal. Old Crow Granny hurriedly interjected, I'll show you right now. Don't you dare slander my baby. Yi Xing's face flushed with fury. You'd say such things just to save your own skin. Shameful. Zhao Lingyao froze. Then, in an instant, wild joy. He believes me. No. I'm serious. She really is an undercover agent. You dare slander me. Die. With that, Yi Xing charged straight at her, accompanied by a chorus of before Old Crow Granny was blown to bits by Yi Xing. She never figured it out. How could he not believe it? Chapter 92, Yi Xing brings the dead back to life? The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in the sky. Invincible. A single man annihilated the entire enemy force. And he did it while being a mere 5th-tier cultivator. Such terrifying power left an indelible mark on everyone's memory. At that moment, Zhao Lingyao was still in a daze. So many of the sect's members had died so easily. And the most dangerous part was that she had been betrayed. Suddenly, Zhao Lingyao was overcome with elation. It seemed the implanted thoughts were still effective. Otherwise, how could the other party have trusted her so completely? At this thought, Zhao Lingyao gazed at Yi Xing with eyes brimming with emotion. Though her divine abilities were at play, to be trusted so completely. She suddenly found Yi Xing's figure incredibly handsome. Just then, Yi Xing's figure began to slowly descend. He looked up at Zhao Lingyao. Are you okay? Zhao Lingyao shook her head with a complex expression. Just now. Baby, you don't have to say anything. I believe you. Yi Xing said earnestly. That old man must have said it on purpose. Hearing this, Zhao Lingyao nearly burst into tears. Damn it. All those years of dedication to the sect, only to be stabbed in the back. And Yi Xing actually believed her. Her emotions churned violently, her gaze toward Yi Xing growing distant and unfocused. Maybe, just living out my life like this isn't so bad. She suddenly felt no desire to toil for the sect anymore. With Yi Xing by her side now, she wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Xing watched her, a cold smile playing in his mind. Ha ha ha, silly kid, you really thought I wouldn't believe you? He was doing it on purpose. Soon enough, you'll learn what true despair really means. Because right now, he has more important things to do. Yi Xing, Hold on. I need to eliminate the remaining forces of those people first. Yi Xing suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Zhao Lingyao's heart skipped a beat. What does that mean? He intends to annihilate our sect? Zhao Lingyao hurriedly protested, Don't go. Besides, you don't even know where they are. Who says I don't know? Yi Xing's voice echoed. The very next moment, Zhao Lingyao watched in horror. A thick, ink-black mist suddenly surged around Yi Xing. The mist churned with terrifying soul fluctuations. This is... The next instant, before Zhao Lingyao's eyes, wide with utter shock, a familiar figure slowly coalesced from the black mist. None other than the very same old crow granny who had just been struck down. After opening her eyes, old crow grandma merely gave her a faint glance. Then she knelt on one knee before Yi Xing. Master. Those two words struck like a bolt of lightning. They completely stunned everyone aboard the spirit boat. Holy crap! Wasn't she dead? Young Master Yi can actually bring someone back from the dead? What kind of technique is this? Shocked exclamations echoed one after another. At that moment, Zhao Lingyao's entire worldview shattered. How did he do that? Yi Xing merely waved his hand casually. Take me to your hiding place. As you command, Master. Grandma Cold Crow bowed respectfully. Our sect maintains 3 secret bases within the Federation. This servant will take you directly to the most crucial one. With that, she slowly rose into the air, preparing to lead the way. Before Zhao Lingyao could recover from her shock, Yi Xing grabbed her wrist. Let's go. How could he take me there? Zhao Lingyao paled. Yi Xing, what are you? To wipe out those terrorists, of course. Zhao Lingyao felt like crying. But the problem was, I'm one of the terrorists myself. Inside a cave somewhere. A figure scanned the cave's interior with piercing eyes, occasionally issuing stern commands. Female disciples in Sector C, accelerate your dual cultivation progress. What? They can't get out? Give them 1 minute to rest. Just then, a disciple rushed over. Elder. The family of Furnace Vessel number 3 has paid the ransom and wishes to retrieve their child. Wei Tian sneered coldly, flicking his sleeve. Why should they get him back? Just because they paid the ransom? Oomph. Tell him this, even if we toss the child into the sea to feed the fish, we won't return him. Oh, right. Once the ransom is secured, bring those families here too. We could use a few more test subjects. Yes, sir. Wait. Make sure to have the relatives pay the ransom too. Understood. Wei Tian then stroked his beard with satisfaction. At this rate, the revival of our sect is just around the corner. Just then, Wei Tian suddenly remembered something. Judging by the time, Hanya and the others should be returning soon. He turned and walked toward a secret chamber. Within the crystal coffin at the chamber's center, a youth lay within. Even in slumber, an unsettling aura of authority still emanated from him. He was the hope of their sect. Wei Tian had already decided that once the youth awoke, he would succeed to the position of sect leader. For the youth was simply too dazzling. And the sect held a prophecy, a youth would lead the sect to revival. Everyone believed it was him. Alas, such a prodigiously gifted talent. His soul was too powerful for his body to bear, causing it to reject him. Then, during an accident, the youth's soul underwent an unexpected mutation, leading to his complete and utter slumber. After lengthy deliberation, the sect decided to find him a new body. Meanwhile, another youth lay on the other side. That body had originally been intended for the first youth. But upon hearing of a more perfect vessel, this one was set aside. Haven't you always had a thing for that Lingyao girl? Once you awaken, I'll arrange your marriage. Wei Tian spoke, his voice trembling with emotion. Do you know how much suffering that girl endured for you all these years? Just as Wei Tian was about to speak further, suddenly, the entire sect began to shake violently. Wei Tian reacted instantly. Intruder. Chapter 93, The Elder Demon Lord. Appears as pure as a child before Yi Xing. At that moment, Old Crow pointed to a mountain peak. Master, it's right here. Yi Xing looked down and nodded. What about the other outposts? The disciples guarding the other strongholds aren't very powerful. Most of them were established for the sect's expansion. I see. Then go and wipe them all out. Yes. With that, Old Crow vanished from the spot. As a pivotal figure within the sect, her presence would never raise suspicions of high-level defection among the enemy. We were prepared to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender first? At that moment, Zhao Lingyao's expression darkened considerably. She had resolved to sit back and no longer concern herself with the sect's affairs. But now that it's happened, how am I supposed to explain this? Even if Yi Xing trusts me completely, if I don't help the sect, they'll definitely stab me in the back. But if I do help the sect, what if they don't survive? Won't I be screwed either way? No way. Zhao Lingyao's mind raced frantically. She'd have to play it by ear. Should she stab the sect in the back? Or stab Yi Xing in the back? Boom. At that very moment, dozens of auras erupted from within the mountain peak. Immediately, countless figures materialized. Led by Wei Tian, the sect disciples spotted Yi Xing and his companion the instant they appeared. Wei Tian had been wondering who was attacking the sect. But when he saw Zhao Lingyao beside Yi Xing, he froze in shock. What the hell? Before he could react, Yi Xing spoke calmly, a band of demonic cultists. Today is the day you meet your end. Wei Tian forced a smile. Sir, could there be some misunderstanding? We're just an honest, upright minor sect. We cultivate spiritual herbs and raise spirit beasts. Ha, I've killed every man you sent out. They've confessed. Stop pretending. What? Wei Tian was stunned. Old Crow Granny and the others are dead? They were the core of our sect's elite forces. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his gaze locked onto Zhao Lingyao. You betrayed us? Zhao Lingyao? No, I didn't. Don't make things up. Wei Tian instantly understood it must be Zhao Lingyao's betrayal. Otherwise, how could powerful figures like Old Crow Grandma have died so easily? After all, they'd been told beforehand that the enemy had no powerful fighters. Not even any 6th tier ones. Very well, very well. Wei Tian laughed bitterly. Truly worthy of being the disciple I once valued most. You've mastered the essence of the demon sect's backstabbing ways so quickly. This exchange exploded like a bomb. The demon sect disciples erupted in chaos. Zhao Lingyao. You treacherous. And I even taught you the yin-yang union technique that night. Exactly. You didn't even invite me to such an exciting betrayal of the sect. 666. This backstab deserves full marks. Hearing these words, Zhao Lingyao's face turned pale. Oh no. There's no way to clear my name now. Yi Xing's brow furrowed deeper. What do they mean by that? Is that old man telling the truth? Are you really an undercover agent? Zhao Lingyao. Suddenly, I'm the enemy on both sides. Suddenly. Disciples. Now is the time for you to sacrifice yourselves for the sect. Though we've already demanded plenty of sacrifices from you. Wei Tian bellowed at the top of his lungs. Everyone prepare for battle. He refused to believe Yi Xing was alone here. Surely, numerous powerful figures were concealed nearby, preparing to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Yi Xing, meanwhile, watched this rabble with a cold gaze. As the battle seemed imminent, Zhao Lingyao's eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of something. Wait. She immediately forced her spiritual energy to surge. Once again, she unleashed the mind-confusing divine ability. The next moment, Yi Xing's golden pupils gradually calmed, becoming still as a lake. Wei Tian and the others froze. They were utterly baffled. Zhao Lingyao turned her head, her voice firm. Elder. This disciple has never betrayed the sect. The demon sect members exchanged bewildered glances. The disciple who had been cursing the loudest earlier scratched his head. Ah, I see. I knew she wouldn't betray us. The others? Meanwhile, Zhao Lingyao had already turned her gaze to Yi Xing, beginning her brainwashing. Yi Xing, they're not really the demon sect. This is where I grew up. There are no bad people here. Yi Xing repeated, this is where you grew up, and there are no good people here. Zhao Lingyao nearly choked on her own blood. No bad people. As she continued her hypnotic chant, Yi Xing's gaze gradually regained its clarity. Under everyone's tense gaze, he actually retracted his killing intent. It was all a misunderstanding. Sorry, everyone. Wei Tian was dumbfounded. What the hell? At that moment, Zhao Lingyao's eyes lit up. It worked. This was the best solution she could think of. It preserved both sides without causing any conflict. Sorry, junior brother, my heart already belongs to Yi Xing. She planned to run away with Yi Xing this time. She would no longer concern herself with the sect's affairs. Immediately after, Zhao Lingyao approached Wei Tian, intending to explain. Suddenly. But since you're fellow disciples of my baby, from this day forward, my baby must never suffer the slightest injustice or harm. If she endures even a moment of hardship here, I'll slaughter every last member of your sect. Yi Xing changed the subject abruptly. Wei Tian was utterly baffled by the situation. Zhao Lingyao felt a warm surge in her heart. She planned to tell Yi Xing later that they wouldn't be staying here anymore, they'd fly away together. Immediately, Zhao Lingyao frantically exchanged glances with the bewildered Wei Tian. Though Wei Tian had no clue what was happening, he decided to play along. So he affectionately ruffled Zhao Lingyao's hair. Of course we wouldn't let Lingyao suffer. What the hell are you doing? Yi Xing suddenly roared, nearly giving Wei Tian a heart attack. The golden pupils instantly crystallized with lethal intent. You dared touch her head? Are you trying to crush her skull? Wei Tian? Zhao Lingyao? How dare you hurt her? Yi Xing's eyes flashed with fury. If that's the case, none of you will live to see tomorrow. No. He didn't. Zhao Lingyao hurriedly tried to explain. But it was too late. Sun and moon collide. Open. With a thunderous roar, the peerless divine sword in Yi Xing's hand erupted with an immense burst of spiritual light. Wherever the blade pointed, space shattered instantly. Within the domain, the dozen disciples behind Wei Tian didn't even have time to scream. One by one, they were blown to bloody mist. What the hell are you doing? Wei Tian screamed in terror. I didn't even touch her, damn it. At the same time, shock gripped his heart. The opponent's move had caught even him completely off guard. This person. No ordinary opponent. Zhao Lingyao was utterly dumbfounded, her mind going completely blank. This plot twist was completely beyond her comprehension. Oomph. Yi Xing declared sternly, ignoring my warning? Not a single one of you will live today, including you, my treasure. Zhao Lingyao? Wei Tian? Wei Tian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in rage. What the hell kind of bull logic is this? Touching my own disciple counts as harm? If she's really been wronged, I've watched her grow up, I'd be the first to feel sorry for her. You bastard, you're already feeling sorry for her and want to wipe out our entire clan? The most outrageous part is that she's one of us. So she's on the execution list too? The old demon has never seen such an unreasonable justification for murder in his entire life. His prideful demonic logic seemed as pure as a blank sheet of paper before Yi Xing. Holy, this generation of righteous factions. They're even more unethical than the demon sect. Chapter 94, You're the one who captured her, why should I stop? Wei Tian's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Xing. He abruptly turned and demanded in a deep voice, what the hell is going on here? Can you explain this to me? He still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Who the hell was this person? What was the meaning of all this? He's the young master of the Yi family, and also the vessel I intended to find for my junior disciple. What? At that moment, Zhao Lingyao paid no attention to Wei Tian's stunned gaze. Her mind was consumed by one thought. What the hell is going on here? Why would Yi Xing suddenly do something like this? Wasn't he supposed to have been implanted with my thoughts? Could it be that his love for me had grown too deep? So deeply that he's gone mad? Zhao Lingyao racked her brain, even suspecting he'd fallen so madly in love with her he'd lost his mind, never once considering that her divine power hadn't worked at all. Yi? Young Master Yi? Zhao Lingyao. Have you lost your mind? You're telling us he's the target? Wei Tian's eyes widened in horror. He desperately wanted to see what the hell was going on inside Zhao Lingyao's head. You dare to use him as a vessel? Then what the hell is wrong with him now? Didn't you come here together? I don't know either. Logically, he should be in love with me by now. What the hell is wrong with you? A rich playboy falling for me who has a sexually transmitted disease. Zhao Lingyao. Damn it! Wei Tian glared at Yi Xing with fierce eyes. That guy's display of power just now completely surpassed that of an ordinary fifth-tier cultivator. And who knows if there were others lurking nearby. Just as he pondered this. Die. I told you, today I'll slaughter your entire clan. Yi Xing's roar thundered like a bolt of lightning. His figure flickered, instantly transforming into a golden streak of light as he charged straight toward Wei Tian and the others. Damn it! Kill him! Wei Tian shouted urgently. Since the enemy had already charged in, there was no room for hesitation. But, die! Yi Xing merely waved his hand casually, unleashing the power of the coronal realm in an instant. A blinding white light swept through the area. Dozens of disciples were reduced to ashes before they could even utter a scream. What? Wei Tian's eyes widened in horror. This was completely beyond his comprehension. Among those disciples were even peak fifth-tier powerhouses, yet they didn't even have a chance to resist? Before he could even process it. The sin of arrogance. An invisible force of domain power spread out. The surviving disciples suddenly looked terrified. They felt an inferiority deep within their very souls. As if they were utterly unworthy to share the same air as Yi Xing before them. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. Those disciples were obliterated by arrogance itself. Impossible, impossible. Wei Tian's eyes widened in shock, his legs buckling beneath him. In the blink of an eye, the entire elite force of the demon sect had been wiped out? Get out of here! Wei Tian hastily unleashed his life-bound divine ability. The pitch-black light instantly transformed into a hideous demonic head, roaring as it lunged toward Yi Xing. But, crack! Yi Xing casually grabbed it, and the demonic head capable of shattering mountains was effortlessly crushed in his hand. Wei Tian's worldview shattered completely. What the hell kind of monster was this? As Yi Xing closed in step by step, Wei Tian suddenly caught sight of Zhao Lingyao slumped on the ground, and his eyes lit up. Don't come any closer. He violently grabbed Zhao Lingyao by the throat, his gaze fixed on Yi Xing. One more step, and I'll kill her. Zhao Lingyao? She was about to lose her mind. What the hell is wrong with this sect? Why does everyone here love to stab each other in the back? Wei Tian's eyes flashed with fury and shock as sweat poured down his face. You slaughtered our entire clan for her sake. That proves she holds a place in your heart. No matter how mad you are, I refuse to believe you'd kill her just because she's wronged you. Take one more step forward, and I'll. Yi Xing's footsteps abruptly halted. A flicker of wild joy shot through Wei Tian's eyes. I knew it. Zhao Lingyao's eyes also brightened. Indeed, Yi Xing still. Wei Tian was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Wait. Yi Xing tilted his head, looking puzzled. You're the one who captured her. Why should I stop? Wei Tian, ? Zhao Lingyao, ? The air froze instantly. The next second, Yi Xing's figure materialized before them in an instant. His right fist was wrapped in pale lightning. Without any flourish, he unleashed a punch. Boom! A deafening roar. Wei Tian stared blankly down at the arm that had pierced through both his and Zhao Lingyao's chests. You. Wei Tian never imagined, even in death, that Yi Xing would kill the hostage. Put. Yi Xing withdrew his arm. At that moment, gaping holes appeared in both Zhao Lingyao and Wei Tian's chests. Despite such severe wounds, their cultivation levels kept them alive. Zhao Lingyao stared at Yi Xing in disbelief. Had he truly harmed her? Yi Xing, you. Yi Xing smiled faintly. What's the matter? Zhao Lingyao stared at Yi Xing's smile, which seemed terrifying as a demon. Then it suddenly dawned on her. Didn't you say seeing me reminded you of your own brother? Why did you? Oh, that. Yi Xing tilted her head. Sorry about that. I killed my own brother. So whenever I see you, I get this urge to kill you too. Zhao Lingyao froze in shock. Wei Tian coughed up blood beside them, his face deathly pale. He even killed his own brother? This guy, truly a monster through and through. Zhao Lingyao finally understood. Her voice trembled as she spoke. So, you've been lying to me all along? What else could it be? Zhao Lingyao fell silent. She thought she was the hunter, that Yi Xing was merely prey she toyed with. But it turned out she was the one being toyed with, the little darling. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly, the pain nearly suffocating her. Then did you ever love me? Her voice choked with emotion, even for just a second. Yi Xing, ? Zhao Lingyao struggled to speak. Yi Xing, I already have you in my heart. Can we get to know each other all over again? Let's go back to the Yi family together. I'll be a good wife, and then we. Bang! Her limbs instantly exploded, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Agony turned Zhao Lingyao face deathly pale. What the hell are you talking about? Yi Xing tilted his head, his gaze icy. Play a love game with you? And come back to the Yi family with me? No way. How did you get such a rosy picture in your head? Where the hell is your brain? Chapter 95, Lingyao is dead. I have no heart left to judge right from wrong. Yi Xing was genuinely amused by the woman before her. Come back to the Yi family with me? Seriously, how did you come up with such a brilliant idea? She approached him initially to prepare a vessel for that demon emperor. Now she suddenly claims to have fallen in love with him. Are you brain dead? Fallen for me? Didn't you initially see me as nothing but a physical vessel? Yi Xing spoke indifferently. Are you suffering from brain atrophy now that you're saying this? Zhao Lingyao, severely wounded, heard these words. Her pupils contracted sharply, her voice hoarse. You, how did you know? She had never mentioned this matter to him before. How did he know her original purpose? Terror suddenly filled Zhao Lingyao's eyes. As if Yi Xing were a demon capable of piercing through the human heart. At that moment, Wei Tian shouted, Wait! Can you spare me? I'll tell you there's another person in the sect. I'll trade his life for ours. Wei Tian's eyes were wild with desperation. He had no other choice. The thought of the sleeping youth in the cave made his heart ache. I'm sorry, you'll have to endure this hardship. Only by ensuring the elders survive can the sect continue to thrive. Zhao Lingyao, who had been barely clinging to life, heard Wei Tian's words and was so enraged she spat blood. What the hell kind of sect is this? Yi Xing inquired, one life for another? Yes. You're the one who agreed to it. With that, Yi Xing ignored Wei Tian's stunned gaze and stepped directly onto the thunder. One kick obliterated the enemy's skull. Your turn. I'll send you on your way. Just as Yi Xing was about to send Zhao Lingyao on her way. Suddenly, a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth resounded across the land. Don't you dare touch her. The entire mountain peak collapsed in the terrifying roar, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. A bare-chested figure emerged from the dust. Zhao Lingyao's pupils contracted at the sight. The face was utterly unfamiliar, yet the aura felt so familiar it made her soul tremble. Junior brother? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. Oh? So this is the future demon emperor? Night Fengchen was enveloped in pitch-black spiritual energy, and with every step he took, the ground cracked open several feet. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Xing. The overwhelming pressure of a peak 6th tier cultivator made the air itself boil. You want to touch her? You'll have to kill me first. Then he spoke, Lingyao, fear not. I have awakened. Just moments ago, Yi Fengchen, who had been in a deep slumber, had suddenly awakened. No, to be precise, his will had never truly slept in the darkness. Though his physical form slumbered, his divine consciousness had always drifted outside, hazily perceiving everything in the outside world. And at this very moment, he sensed danger. Zhao Lingyao's life force was rapidly fading. Thus, a primal force deep within his soul ignited completely. I cannot let her die. This is the power of love. With that thought, Yi Fengchen looked up at Xing. I don't care who you are. Release her now. Then kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll spare you a whole corpse. Xing smiled. Very well, another fool. No, junior brother. I'm not worth you doing this. Zhao Lingyao shook her head frantically. No. From the moment I first saw you, you were my white moonlight. All these years, I've occasionally heard the elders speak of you how you endured so much hardship for me. I won't betray you. Junior brother. Tears streamed down Zhao Lingyao's face. In that moment, she finally understood her junior brother was her true destiny. She whipped her head around and snapped at Xing. Let me go now. You have no idea how terrifying my junior brother is. He is. But Xing ignored her sudden change in demeanor and retorted. Bro, I know you. You're the type who chases black stockings on campus but seeks pure white moonlight in brothels. Yi Fengchen, ? Yi Fengchen frowned. What do you mean? Nothing. She almost got stabbed to death for you. I know that already. Why do I need you to tell me? But the weapon that stabbed her in the back might not have been a physical one. ? Though Yi Fengchen couldn't make sense of Xing's cryptic words, only one thought occupied his mind now. Release her immediately. Xing suddenly smiled. Hold on, when did I ever say I'd let her go? The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted, and Zhao Lingyao's body instantly vaporized into a cloud of blood mist. And so, hope lingered on her face. But alas! Time seemed to freeze. Yi Fengchen stood frozen in place. Then, no! A heart-wrenching roar shattered the cloud sea within 10 miles. His eyes went blank, and the air around him became chaotic. His body slowly rose into the air, and then his eyes flashed with realization. I will avenge you. Yi Fengchen's eyes burned with madness as he fixed his gaze on Xing. Lingyao is dead. I no longer care about right or wrong. I will make this world pay for her. Go join her down there first. The next moment. Without hesitation, Xing charged straight at him. Watching Xing charge forward, Yi Fengchen sneered coldly, ignorant. He was about to eliminate Xing outright. But the next instant, Xing accelerated instantly. The ignorant one is you. Xing's speed caught Yi Fengchen completely off guard. He hurriedly raised both arms to block, but the instant they made contact, his expression changed drastically. His protective aura was torn apart effortlessly, and then, boom! A terrifying explosion. Yi Fengchen was sent flying backward. He slammed into the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Cough cough. Yi Fengchen struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with disbelief. You, what kind of monster are you? In his perception, the opponent was clearly just a 5th-tier ant. Yet this power was utterly terrifying. Xing looked down at Yi Fengchen, surprised? You're nothing but a 6th-tier trash mob. What are you shouting about? Small fry? Yi Fengchen was dumbfounded. Me? 6th tier? Scrub? I'm a full realm above you. Oh? Xing smiled faintly. Then do you know that killing opponents above my level is as easy as eating and drinking for me? Who gives a damn about that? Yi Fengchen shouted, suddenly forming hand seals. 72 crimson runes instantly appeared around his body. One after another, they flashed to life. Demon Heaven Extinction Curse. You dare. Brother. Xing's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Your casting animation is too long. Before Yi Fengchen could react. Clang. A dazzling sword light blazed like the Milky Way across the heavens. It struck down in an instant. Yi Fengchen froze in shock. This is completely against the code of martial honor. Boom. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the ferocious sword energy showed no sign of abating, even splitting the entire mountain range in two. Xing watched the sky rain down blood and curled his lip. Little cutie. I was just waiting for you to unleash your skill. Chapter 96, I will kill Xing's parents. Cough, 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 cough. Amidst the billowing dust, Yi Fengchen, his body drenched in blood, slowly emerged. He never imagined this person could wound him so severely. Most crucially, he actually interrupted his spellcast. Who the hell are you? Yi Fengchen stared intently at Xing. To possess such terrifying power at the 5th tier, your background is definitely no ordinary affair. And the opponent possessed such keen combat awareness. As Yi Fengchen regained his composure, he realized this man was no ordinary opponent. You have no right to know, Xing said indifferently. The remark made Yi Fengchen laugh in anger. He'd never met anyone more pretentious than himself. Fine then. I won't ask. Just go die already. A towering blood mist erupted around Yi Fengchen. The entire world was instantly drenched in crimson, even the sunlight blocked out. Blood prison descends. Boom! After another explosive clash, Yi Fengchen propelled himself backward a kilometer, his chest heaving violently. His eyes were filled with utter horror. Clearly a fifth-tier opponent, yet his combat instincts were terrifyingly absurd. The opponent was like a living, breathing combat machine. Each strike grew stronger, each technique more perfect than the last. I can't drag this out any longer. Yi Fengchen gritted his teeth. I'll show you true terror. In an instant, a translucent gray glow radiated outward from his body. This was his ultimate trump card. With this technique, he had devoured the souls of countless peak 6th-tier powerhouses. Die. Soul energy transformed into countless vengeful spirits, surging into Yi Xing's forehead. Success! Yi Fengchen was about to burst into laughter. But his expression suddenly froze. Before his eyes lay a boundless golden ocean. And Yi Xing's soul essence hovered high above the throne, gazing down upon him like a deity. Soul Core World Forging. The mightiest soul technique of Yi Xing. Yi Fengchen stared in disbelief. What the hell is this monstrosity? His once proud soul power before this golden ocean. Like a river meeting the ocean. Did I give you permission to enter? Yi Xing's gaze turned icy. Get out. Snap. With Yi Xing's command, the entire golden ocean roared in fury. Countless cracks instantly appeared on Yi Fengchen's soul form. No! Amidst the shrill, agonized scream, his soul seemed to shatter into pieces. Only a tiny remnant of his soul scrambled back to his physical body. In the real world, Yi Fengchen's vital energy rapidly faded. His entire being wilted and withered. Damn it! Then, suddenly, Yi Fengchen realized if he couldn't win with his soul, he'd fight through his bloodline. His face twisted into a hideous grimace. You do have parents, don't you? In the next instant, he channeled every ounce of power, forming a crimson blood curse pattern in the air. Then I'll follow your bloodline and kill your parents. Make you an orphan. Let you taste the agony of losing someone you cherish. Yi Xing's expression suddenly twisted. Kill my parents? What a niche line. Yi Fengchen bellowed, kneel and beg for mercy now while you still can. But immediately afterward, he noticed Yi Xing's gaze was like he was looking at a little cutie. Oomph. You've got some nerve, kid. Yi Fengchen growled lowly. He never imagined Yi Xing would even abandon his own parents. He immediately activated his secret technique, sending his divine sense tracing along the bloodline's causal thread. Suddenly, his face lit up with wild joy. Found it. But the very next second. Boom! A terrifying pressure capable of crushing stars surged back along the causal thread. Yi Fengchen's divine sense felt as though it shattered into countless fragments. The excruciating pain nearly made him question his very existence. Ye Yuan Tian's puzzled voice echoed in his ears. Where did that bug come from? Put. Blood spurted from all 7 orifices of Yi Fengchen's body as his entire soul ignited like kindling. It even seemed to be in an irreversible state. He sensed that terrifying, colossal power. War. War God. Yi Fengchen screamed. A terrifying truth surfaced in his mind. His face drained of color in disbelief. You're the son of the martial god? Yi Xing spoke calmly. What else could it be? Impossible. Yi Fengchen's life force rapidly faded. How? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Seeing you suffer so, I'll do you a favor. Yi Xing sighed. Then I'll let you experience utter despair before you depart. Before Yi Fengchen could react, Yi Xing snapped his fingers. A hazy figure slowly materialized from the netherworld dream. When Yi Fengchen recognized the face, he was struck dumb. Ling Yao? The Zhao Ling Yao before him radiated vibrant life. This was no illusion. Yet the gaze she cast upon Yi Fengchen was as cold and distant as if she did not recognize him. Yi Xing spoke. Come, tell him, did you ever love him? Zhao Ling Yao nodded. I did. Yi Xing, ? This script is off. Hearing this, Yi Fengchen's eyes brimmed with emotion. Ling Yao, I know. I've always known. Immediately afterward, he wondered what Yi Xing was really up to. Before he could react. But that was 5 minutes ago, and even a day ago, because just before that, I had already fallen in love with you, my master. Zhao Lingyao gazed at Yi Xing. Yi Fengchen froze. What do you mean? His mind was reeling. Zhao Lingyao spoke calmly. Over these years, I've fallen in love with countless men. You're just one of them. Impossible. Yi Fengchen whipped his head toward Yi Xing. This is an illusion you deliberately created, isn't it? You made my Lingyao appear in this hideous form on purpose. Yi Xing, not as clever as you think. Yi Fengchen, ? Though Yi Fengchen spoke thus, deep down he knew this wasn't an illusion. Zhao Lingyao's presence was very real. Had Yi Xing actually resurrected Zhao Lingyao? What kind of method was this? If that were truly the case, he murmured to himself, could you really be such a trashy woman? I'm not trash. I just want to build a home with every man in the world. Then aren't you also no longer a virgin? Zhao Lingyao, haha. Yi Fengchen felt his heart turn to ashes. After a moment of silence, he said, it's okay. I love your soul. Even if you. I've practiced dual cultivation with most of the male disciples in our sect. ? Zhao Lingyao, including Wei. No. Yi Fengchen's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could I never have known about this? It must be a lie. It's true. It happened at the banquet celebrating your initiation into the sect. What does that have to do with this? I was the prize for the celebration. Yi Fengchen? Then Yi Fengchen could no longer hold on. His entire body began to burn. His face twisted in despair. Zhao Lingyao also slowly faded away. Yi Xing looked at him with pity. Well, buddy, at least you picked a good day to go. That's something. If only I hadn't drunk so much back then. The night wind carried his desperate cries. He finally turned to ashes. Ding, mission complete. Acquired, Supreme Grade Technique Star-Shattering Abyssal Depths. Chapter 97, Star-Shattering Abyss Technique. Don't let me cross paths with Yi Xing. Star-Shattering Abyssal Technique, seal the heavens and bind the earth. After imprisoning the cosmos, summon the stars to utterly destroy the spiritual energy of this place, transforming it into an abyss. At its pinnacle, one can summon the stellar abyss with a single gesture, crushing this world. When Yi Xing witnessed the effect, his eyes lit up instantly. Summon the stars? That means summoning meteorites? Imagine fighting a battle only for a meteorite to suddenly plunge from the sky. That's pure area of effect devastation. And then there was mention of the stellar abyss. Though Yi Xing had never heard of it, the fact that it could extinguish this world. Its power is beyond question. Immediately, vast knowledge as boundless as the cosmos flooded Yi Xing's mind. The teachings of the star abyss sinking law. This isn't about anything else, it's solely about absorbing the energy of the cosmic stars. Yi Xing slowly lifted his gaze toward the blazing sun suspended high in the sky. Though no stars were visible in the heavens, who could say they did not exist? The stars of the cosmos still shone high above. Without hesitation, Yi Xing resolved to begin cultivating the star abyss sinking technique. Following the technique imprinted in his mind, Yi Xing formed ancient stelly seals with both hands. As the technique began to flow. Then, buzz! The entire world trembled. It was clearly midday. Yet the sky suddenly darkened. Then, countless stars appeared, defying the laws of celestial phenomena. They burst forth in the broad daylight. Even the blazing sun in the sky seemed to dim considerably. 100 miles away. What is this? Upon a spirit vessel. Several figures stared in disbelief at the astonishing scene unfolding in the distance. They witnessed streaks of starlight, visible to the naked eye, plummeting from beyond the heavens. Holy crap! What is that? Someone's triggering a cosmic phenomenon? Stars in broad daylight. What's going on? Quick! Quick, over there! The spirit vessel instantly shifted course, heading straight toward Yi Xing. Meanwhile, on the other side, a massive vortex of starlight swirled around Yi Xing. Yi Xing furrowed his brow. He discovered countless starlight sparks slowly emerging within his body. Each starlight particle contained cosmic energy. As if tiny stars were being born within his body. Interesting. If anyone else were to cultivate this technique, constrained by the strength of their physical bodies and the capacity of their dantian, they'd likely only manage to cultivate 3 or 5 starlight points within their bodies. But Yi Xing possesses the power of the Taishu realm. The next moment, the great void world erupted into existence. The starlight pulsed violently. Then they all entered the sky of the Taishu world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The once empty sky was now filled with countless stars. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. If this continues, perhaps one day, he might directly carve out a stellar abyss within the Taishu world, allowing his inner world to truly evolve into a universe of its own. Just as his excitement peaked. Boom! The starlight cascading from the heavens suddenly grew violent. Immediately after, the sound of shattering bones echoed within his body. Even the surface of his skin cracked open in countless tiny bloody fissures. But then it gradually began to heal. Seeing this, Yi Xing felt not alarm but delight. For this was the power of the stars strengthening his physical form. With a thunderous roar. 5th tier, 6th layer. This starlight energy had actually elevated his cultivation. Immediately, stars surged and roared around Yi Xing. Constant waves of stellar energy radiated outward. It even obscured his figure. At that very moment, not far away, a spirit boat sped toward this location. Upon the spirit vessel, a man clad in black stood at the bow. He stared intently at the distant pillar of light. There seems to be someone inside. A woman in white robes beside him spoke indifferently. No kidding. But who could it be? To trigger such an astonishing phenomenon. The dark-clad man drew a deep breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. Stars in broad daylight, the Big Dipper trembles. This is something ordinary people could never possibly trigger. He paused. Look at that person's cultivation, merely a paltry 5th tier. Yet to achieve such feats is truly terrifying. Fellow clan members, what say you? Should we recruit this individual into our family and have them serve us? After all, wouldn't it be better to have such a prodigy working for them? That's a good idea, but weren't we here to find the young master of the Yi family? Proc. The woman in white spoke calmly. The man in black Proc was the heir to one of the Federation's silver families. Their purpose in coming here was precisely to find the young master of the Yi family. The reason was simple: they had been engaged in combat with certain demonic sect forces when news suddenly arrived that the spirit vessel carrying the young master Yi had been attacked. Thus, they, being the closest, were dispatched to assist. Oof. And now they come here claiming the bandits have been slain, while the young master of the Yi family actually sought them out himself. Proc's voice was icy. Isn't this just adding to our troubles? The white-robed woman sighed. There's no choice. He is the young master of the Yi family. However reluctant we are, we must find him first. She then glanced at Proc. Enough. Best not to speak such words. Be cautious. You want me to be careful of a great Xia man? Have you forgotten what happened to Isha? Cut it out. Proc scoffed. I don't buy it. We both know Isha's strength. How could he be defeated by a fifth-tier opponent? Give me a break. If you ask me, that young master of the Yi family must have cheated. Probably used some high-tier secret artifact back then. The white-robed woman shook her head. That's not our place to say. Just stay away from that guy. Let's find him first. Poof. Proc curled his lip in disdain. Fine, fine. But don't let me run into the Yi family young master later, or I might just test his true worth. Are you sure? A sudden, unfamiliar voice cut in. Proc instinctively snapped back, of course. The words barely left his mouth when he froze. Even the white-clad woman's expression stiffened. Because neither of them had spoken a word just now. The entire spirit vessel fell instantly silent. The next second. Boom! The pillar of light piercing the heavens and earth nearby suddenly exploded with a deafening roar. A colossal palm of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air. Its 5 fingers spread wide, larger than the spirit vessel itself. Amidst the horrified stares of all present, the colossal palm slammed toward them. Crack! The spirit vessel, capable of withstanding 6th-tier attacks, shattered instantly. Parts kept shattering off. Proc was knocked flat to the ground by the shockwave. Who is it? He scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with terror. How dare you attack us? We represent. It doesn't matter who you represent. A cold voice echoed above the spirit boat. Then, the dark shadow plunged down from the sky. The white-robed woman hadn't even reacted when everything blurred before her eyes. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted beside her. She turned her head with great effort, only to witness a scene she would never forget. Proc's entire head was now embedded in the black iron deck. His limbs were twisted. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. This very moment, the man who had just been spouting off arrogantly now lay motionless like a dead dog. You wanted to test my mettle, didn't you? Yi Xing stepped on Proc's head. How'd you fall asleep so fast? Everyone who witnessed this scene, their breaths caught in their throats. Yi Xing then scanned the room. Wherever his golden pupils swept, everyone felt as if they were suffocating. The pale-faced woman in white trembled as she gasped. Yi? Young Master Yi? The figure within the pillar of light just now, it was Yi Xing? Yi Xing gave Proc, who lay utterly unconscious at his feet, a light kick. His voice was icy. Anyone else want to try? The white-clad woman's legs instantly went weak at his words. Her face drained of color as she knelt trembling on the ground. Chapter 98. Yi Xing, my parents are too ambitious. Everyone aboard the spirit vessel trembled in fear. They never imagined that just moments ago, they were discussing the young master of the Yi family. Only to have him burst forth from the pillar of light the very next second. He smashed Proc to pieces on the spot. The pale-faced woman in white. Her mind replayed the earth-shattering spectacle that had just unfolded. A star appeared in broad daylight, dimming the sun. The terrifying spectacle that had turned the entire sky was all the work of the person before her. Just moments ago, they had been scheming how to recruit this prodigy who had unleashed the phenomenon. After all, such a terrifying phenomenon would surely become an immensely powerful force in the future. Yet who could have imagined that this very figure was none other than the young master of the Yi family, the very person they had come seeking? Just a 5th-tier cultivator, yet able to stir the stars. She struggled to look at Yi Xing. Her gaze swept over Proc, who had completely lost consciousness. The white-clad woman's heart clenched painfully. The most terrifying thing was, she hadn't even seen how Yi Xing had attacked. No one had even had time to react. This level of power. The white-clad woman, finally coming to her senses, found her back drenched in cold sweat. She suddenly realized that this man before her could likely slaughter everyone aboard the spirit vessel in the blink of an eye. Gritting her teeth, the white-robed woman declared. We didn't know it was young Master Yi. Proc spoke recklessly and deserved his fate. Our journey was meant to ensure young Master Yi's safety. Concerned for my safety? What? Do I look like I need your protection? No. The pale-faced woman shook her head frantically, her complexion ashen, terrified of provoking this man. Yi Xing paid no further heed to her words. He hadn't come to confront anyone. He was simply disturbed from his cultivation by that foul-mouthed fool. He kicked Proc, who was barely conscious. If you're useless, why act so cocky? At that moment, Yi Xing felt the terrifying power surging within him. 5th tier, 7th level. Feeling the power after his breakthrough, satisfaction flashed in Yi Xing's eyes. I never imagined this cultivation technique would bring me such a pleasant surprise. He had merely elevated the cultivation technique to mastery. Yet unexpectedly, it had also elevated his cultivation realm. Though the leap wasn't massive, Yi Xing could feel the stellar energies continuing to reshape his physical form. What did this signify? As long as the great star radiance within Yi Xing didn't actively grow, his power would steadily increase even without cultivation. Even while sleeping, his strength would grow. Young Master Yi. The white-robed woman spoke cautiously. Then we get lost. Yi Xing ignored them, then swiftly raised his hand. Swish! A spatial fissure created by cold cicada tears appeared instantly. Countless ice crystals refracted dreamlike halos. As Yi Xing's power grew, he had also gained greater mastery over the cold cicada tears. This trip to the Federation had yielded considerable gains. Given that, it was time to return to the Great Xia. Yi Xing then stepped into the passageway. As Yi Xing's figure vanished completely, the spatial rift slowly closed. Only when the last glimmer of light faded. Only then did the white-clad woman and the others dare to breathe heavily. Huff, puff. The deck echoed with the sounds of people tumbling to the floor and gasping for breath. Terrifying. He was only a 5th-tier cultivator, yet his presence made everyone present feel inferior. Yet that overwhelming pressure reminded them all of the Pope. The woman in white glanced at Proc. Her eyes burned with fury. This useless fool, who could do no good but cause trouble, nearly got everyone on board killed. What do we do now? Someone cautiously asked. The woman in white took a deep breath. Back to the ship. Get this idiot treated. We'll deal with him when he wakes up. Just as everyone scrambled to start the damaged spirit boat, the communication jade tablet at the white-clad woman's waist suddenly glowed. She froze. Then, Elia, come back. A voice echoed from the jade tablet. Elia, the woman in white, froze. What's wrong? The mission has only just begun. No need. The voice carried an odd tone. We just received word there's been an internal conflict among the demon sect's high-ranking members. A key figure defected, slaughtered numerous fellow disciples, then took his own life. Elia, what? Imperial capital. The Yi family manor. Yi Xing had already returned to the Yi residence. But suddenly, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Usually, the moment he stepped within the family compound, the powerful aura of his parents would envelop him immediately. But today, where are the head of the family and his wife? He stopped a patrolling guard. The guard promptly saluted. Young master, the head of the family and the lady just left not long ago. Yi Xing was about to speak. Young master! A joyful cry suddenly rang out. Yi Xing turned to see Hua Ziyue trotting toward him. Ziyue. Young master, why have you been running out so often lately? Hua Ziyue pouted in complaint. I haven't seen you in ages. Ever since Yi Xing began wandering the world, Hua Ziyue had thrown herself into cultivation. After all, her young master's talent was simply too extraordinary. She had now reached the late 4th tier level that would be considered genius in any ordinary family. Yet compared to her young master's cultivation has advanced again. Hua Ziyu hung her head in despair. I fear I'll never catch up, nor be able to protect the young master. How she longed for the days of old. Back then, the young master's cultivation was still low, and he often beat me up. Since my cultivation was higher than his back then, those beatings were just right. Even every night. Suddenly, Yi Xing smiled and said, silly girl, just make sure you stay safe. Very well then, I've specially prepared some cold marrow spirit wine for you. Would the young master care to try some? Okay. Soon, the two arrived at a certain place. Yi Xing took the spirit wine and sipped it. He casually asked. By the way, where did my parents go? I heard they went to the 9 netherworld abyss. Hua Ziyu spoke as she took out several ice cubes still emitting a chill. The head of the household said the mistress seemed poised to break through to the 9th tier, which is why she went. Oh, I see. Yi Xing had just taken a sip when it suddenly clicked. He nearly choked on his drink. What? My mom is about to break through to the 9th tier? But she hasn't practiced in ages? How did this happen so suddenly? Before Yi Xing could react, Hua Ziyue spoke up, slowly pulling out some ice cubes and adding them back into the spirit wine. Young master, it's fine. I've packed plenty in here. All right. But then Yi Xing abruptly turned his head. Wait, where did you get those ice cubes from just now? Ugh, you're so annoying. Yi Xing. Chapter 99, A Clone's Journey Through a Martial Arts Future 10,000 Years Ahead? He paid no further attention to the ice cube incident. Yi Xing fell silent upon hearing his mother was about to break through to the 9th tier. Then, through Hua Ziyue's words, Yi Xing finally understood what was happening. Lu Ruyan, seeing how determined he was now, and more importantly, believing Yi Xing had matured. She was no longer the obedient child of the past. Realizing she was on the verge of losing her maternal authority, and after weighing various factors, Lu Ruyan resolved to ascend to a higher realm. Moreover, this would allow her to better protect Yi Xing. Thus, the former cold sky goddess resolved to ascend to the 9th tier. Should she succeed, the Yi family would boast 2 martial gods. Their deterrent power across the entire world would become unparalleled. The ascent to the 9th tier was not merely about the difficulty few could overcome. It also holds a profound secret. Countless peak 8th rank cultivators have spent their entire lives in regret, never knowing the true requirements for ascending to the 9th rank. The secret to ascending to the 9th tier is held by only a handful of individuals. And no one is willing to share this secret. For the world needs but a handful of rulers. Thinking of this, Yi Xing couldn't help but sigh. It's all because my parents were too ambitious. This situation has me ready to just give up. Who among my family could possibly understand? Everyone says fate is in my own hands, but Yi Xing's destiny hinges on his father's achievements. I recall in the future described by the original system, Mom never advanced to the 9th tier. So it seems my current actions have altered the future, leading Mom to think this way. So does that mean if Mom does advance to the 9th tier, it'll be thanks to me? Young master, what's wrong? Waziyu couldn't help but speak up as she watched Yi Xing deep in thought before her. Yi Xing snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. Nothing. Then he couldn't help but glance downward. Wouldn't Hua Ziyue really catch a chill like this? Ziyue, accompany me for a stroll. It's been ages since I last wandered the imperial capital. Sure. Oh, young master, which pair of black stockings should I bring? Every single pair. Shortly after, Yi Xing and Hua Ziyue stepped out together through the gates of the Yi residence. The roar of the Ferrari's engine filled the air. The scenery of the imperial capital flashed by outside the car window. It had been a long time since Yi Xing had felt this way. In the distance, he glanced dismissively at the luxurious clubs. Such a life of extravagance held no appeal for him. Ziyue, has anything new and exciting popped up in the capital lately? Not really sure, I haven't been out much myself lately. Alright then, let's grab a bite to eat first. Yi Xing promptly headed to the restaurant he'd visited with Fong Ningbing last time. Thinking of this restaurant, he suddenly remembered Fong Ningbing still owed him a few private lessons. Just as they were about to enter, a commotion erupted in the distance. Holy crap! This body tempering technique is 10 times stronger than the basic methods. Look at this energy channeling path, it actually avoids 3 hidden meridians. Unbelievable. It's so much better than the breathing techniques taught at the Yi family martial arts hall. Yi Xing's footsteps halted abruptly. Hua Ziyue also whipped her head around. In the center of the crowd, a youth clad in black gave a faint smile. He appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a delicate, refined face. Rest assured, everyone. If you come to me for technique refinement, I guarantee results 10 times better even compared to the Yi family martial arts hall. My Tianji Martial Arts Academy will open soon. Everyone is welcome to sign up. Arrogant. Hua Ziyue frowned. The Yi family martial arts academy was established at his request. And now this man dared claim that even the Yi family martial arts hall's techniques could be improved tenfold? Was he implying that the Yi family's techniques were nothing special in his eyes? Yi Xing suddenly grew interested. He was just about to step forward. Then, ding! You have encountered the Dream Demon Emperor, the innate demon god who commands dreams. He has now completed the final step in creating a new world. Ha! Yi Xing's eyes lit up. A new quest? This demon god, forged from countless fictional dreams, has always been the nightmare of all martial gods. For though he exists not in reality, he can alter reality. Yet such a terrifying existence, in the past, could only survive within the dreams of others. No one knew that the former Dream Demon Emperor had once lived within the dreams of a youth named Li Shuelan. He reshaped the youth's dreams, leading him to believe he possessed the ability to travel to the future within his sleep. Thus, he journeyed to an illusory future within dreams, where he discovered countless modified martial arts techniques. He then extracted these techniques to sell them. Yet these techniques harbored the Dream Demon Emperor's power. Through these futuristic methods, he devoured the soul energy of practitioners. Gradually growing within the dreams, it ultimately became the Dream Demon Emperor. Now, the Dream Demon Emperor exists within countless people's dreams and is even on the verge of creating a new world. You must stop this. Ding! Mission issued, completely eliminate the Dream Demon Emperor. Quest reward, ultimate talent world-shaking dream pursuit. Ha! Upon seeing these words, Yi Xing froze. Dream Demon Emperor? His gaze immediately drifted toward the youth in the distance. He couldn't help but frown. A carbon copy of a high martial arts story set 10,000 years ago? That must be Li Shuelan in the distance. He believed he had used dreams to travel to the future. But now it seemed all part of the Dream Demon Emperor's scheme. He then slowly walked over. Amidst the crowd at that moment, Li Shuelian's lips curved into a smile as she watched the last few copies of the improved cultivation techniques from the future being snapped up. More and more spirit stones found their way into her pockets. I really am destined to be the protagonist. Li Shuelian felt a surge of secret delight. First, I'll use these improved cultivation manuals to earn my first fortune. Then, I'll definitely become a big shot. Recalling that strange dream from a month ago, Li Shuelian still found it hard to believe. One night, he suddenly found himself in a future world a century ahead. Flying artifacts darted between towering skyscrapers. A sci-fi world brimming with futuristic flair. But the most astonishing thing was that the cultivation system there was several times more advanced than the present. At first, he thought it was just a lucid dream. But when he awoke and attempted to practice the breathing technique he'd memorized in the dream, his spiritual energy surged by a full 30%. Even more miraculous was that after slaying a beast in his dream, his cultivation level in reality also rose. Upon discovering this, Li Shuelian instantly realized his golden opportunity had arrived. This is nothing short of a divine opportunity. Leveraging this future advantage, surpassing not just a 9th-rank martial god, but even the Yi family of the imperial capital itself is no longer impossible. With this thought, he straightened his back. He addressed the growing crowd in a loud voice. Everyone! I can refine and improve any cultivation technique or martial skill. If you doubt me, challenge me right here. Whatever effects you desire in a cultivation technique, I can create it. Seeing shock spread across every face, Li Shuelian grew even more smug. I'm not bragging, but in my opinion, current cultivation techniques are all subpar. Even the Yi family's techniques from the imperial capital I could. Suddenly. Then you're more skilled than the Yi family? A voice abruptly cut him off. Li Shuelian froze. Immediately, the crowd parted swiftly, revealing two figures. The moment the crowd recognized the faces, the area fell deathly silent. Some faces even paled with shock. Yi? Young Master Yi? At that moment, upon recognizing Yi Xing's face, her scalp instantly tingled. Yi Xing approached with a faint, ambiguous smile. What did you just say about the Yi family? My hearing isn't the best, but I thought you said, even more formidable than the Yi family? As the last word fell, the temperature along the entire street plummeted. Li Shuelian's face turned pale. She dared not utter another word. Humph. Answer me. Chapter 100, the martial arts you casually simulate are your peak. Not a single soul dared to speak. All eyes were fixed on that figure in stunned silence. Li Shuelian's face darkened. He never imagined his luck could be this terrible. He had just mentioned the Yi family, only to encounter the young master of the Yi family the very next moment. Wasn't this courting death? Meanwhile, some gloating onlookers prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Yi Xing spoke indifferently, why so quiet? Being able to deduce various cultivation techniques does make you a genius, but unfortunately, a genius who perishes midway isn't a genius at all. Li Shuelian paled at the implication in Yi Xing's words. No, young Master Yi, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. Yi Xing listened to Li Shuelian's pleas. His eyes flickered. The Dream Demon Emperor clearly resided within his dreams. But Yi Xing now harbored uncertainty. If he were to kill Li Shuelian outright, would the Dream Demon Emperor transfer to another host through the Dream Realm? If that happened, eliminating the Dream Demon Emperor would become far more difficult. Therefore, Yi Xing decided to observe first. After all, even the Dream Demon Emperor himself could never have imagined someone would cheat and learn of his existence ahead of time. Damn it, why such rotten luck? Li Shuelian cursed inwardly. He'd heard more than a few tales about the young master of the Yi family's methods. If he really ended up dying here today because of this incident, then even if he possessed the Dream Realm, it would be utterly useless. Just as cold sweat poured down Li Shuelian's back, Yi Xing casually picked up a martial arts manual. He began reading it. Those around him held their breath, utterly bewildered by Yi Xing's sudden action. Could it be that even young Master Yi was stunned by this exquisite technique? But the next moment, to everyone's horrified stares, Yi Xing tore the scroll clean in half. Trash of this caliber. Yi Xing's eyes flashed with contempt. And you dare claim it surpasses the Yi family? The entire crowd was stunned. Li Shuelian's eyes widened in disbelief. These were all improved cultivation techniques he'd brought back from the future. Any single one of them would cause a sensation if released on the market. Yet Yi Xing actually called them trash? Yi Xing scanned the room once more before sighing. This is nothing but a pile of junk. He really didn't mean it. At first, he thought they'd be amazing. But upon closer look, each one was so trashy. Nothing like what the system had promised him. Hearing Yi Xing speak thus, Li Shuelian clenched her teeth. Young Master Yi, I know I shouldn't have privately criticized the Yi family, but these are universally acknowledged masterpieces. I poured my heart and soul into refining them, how can you call them trash? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd chimed in. Exactly. These are all top-tier creations. Absolutely. My cultivation has accelerated significantly. Young Master Yi must be saying that on purpose. Keep your voices down, don't invite trouble. Yet when these murmurs reached Waziyu's ears, her brows furrowed deeply. If the young master called it trash, then it was trash. How dare these people openly contradict the young master? She was about to intervene when Xing suddenly laughed. Heart and soul? It doesn't look that way to me. It feels more like something you stole. This sentence instantly sent a chill down Li Shuilian's spine. How did he know? I don't know what you're talking about. Xing couldn't be bothered to respond, merely scanning the surroundings. You don't believe me? What if I deduce martial arts techniques far superior to this trash? The moment these words left his mouth, everyone around him froze. Especially Li Shuilian. Just a moment ago, she'd been terrified by Xing's words. But the next moment, disdain suddenly welled up in her heart. This is an improved version from the future. How dare the young master of the Yi family say such a thing? Unbelievable. How dare he compare himself to the future? Then he thought about Xing's earlier words. He figured it was just idle talk and quickly dismissed it. Even if Xing were as extraordinary as they come, he couldn't possibly devise a martial art that surpasses the future. Young Master Yi must be joking. Li Shuilian spoke with feigned respect. Deriving martial arts techniques requires years of dedicated research. Not everyone possesses my. Everyone says you're trash, yet you still argue? Li Shuilian? Xing then casually crushed the scroll in his hand. Then he produced a blank scroll. Time to give you little geniuses a taste of awe. Watch closely. With a soft command, Xing's eyes seemed to ignite with the radiance of a starry sky. He possessed the heart of eternal cycle and the Dao bone of fate. And how many Dao God tier cultivation techniques did he possess? With these as references, creating a martial art was child's play. The very next moment, the heart of eternal recurrence trembled violently. Countless Dao patterns emerged within the Fate Master's Dao bones. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the entire street surged. In an instant, everyone was drawn into a profoundly mysterious state. This is Dao resonance? Someone gasped, voice trembling. And on this scale, when creating high-grade martial arts techniques, it's already extremely rare to trigger Dao resonance within a 30-meter radius. But now, the entire street is affected. Even the green stones lining the road were beginning to subtly form Dao patterns. Li Shuilian's expression froze completely. What on earth is happening? Using the stars as a foundation. As Xing's voice echoed, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Every star instantly ignited. Everyone felt as though they were immersed in a sea of stars. This was Xing's vision. He intended to harness the stellar power within his body as the foundation for creating martial arts techniques. This is channeling starlight? What kind of technique is this young master of the Yi family using? Holy crap! I feel like I've grasped it. Xing's fingertips moved with fluid grace, flowing like clouds in water. After a long while, that's enough. Xing casually tossed the newly created martial arts jade slip to the nearest martial artist. Study it yourself. The martial artist snatched it up. The moment he examined it, his entire body trembled violently. Holy crap! This can't be possible? What's going on? Others gathered curiously around, and after checking it themselves, their expressions changed dramatically. Because the effects of this martial art technique were utterly mind-blowing. No spiritual energy restrictions whatsoever, anyone could cultivate it. And it could block attacks with 70% of their power. The entire crowd erupted in excitement. Consider that current defensive martial arts techniques on the market can only nullify up to 40% of damage. This newly created technique has just shattered the record? Quick! Let me see. Amazing. This is truly incredible. Defense that also counters attacks? Holy crap! That's incredible. Did young Master Yi really create this offhand? Hearing these words, Li Shuilian's face turned pale. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the defensive secret technique he brought back from the future could only block 50% of the damage. And it required specific spiritual energy attributes. Now you know what real trash is? Waziyu snorted. Chapter 101. You think you can bully me in my own dreams? No. This can't be. Li Shuilian snatched the martial arts scroll from the man's hands. After reading it, Li Shuilian grew increasingly stunned. For these martial arts techniques were exactly as those people had described earlier. They even far surpassed the modified versions he had brought back from the future. A storm of disbelief and awe instantly surged within Li Shuilian's heart. Could the young master of the Yi family truly possess such unearthly insight? His so-called improved techniques were all memorized by rote from his dreams. As for the underlying principles behind them, he couldn't even grasp the simplest spiritual energy pathways. But now, he recognized a harsh truth. His cultivation techniques and martial arts were utter garbage compared to Xing's. In the presence of a true peerless genius, the cultivation techniques he once prided himself on as the future's pinnacle were utterly laughable. Well, Yi Xing's icy voice snapped Li Shuelan out of her shock and back to reality. That single sentence alone made Li Shuelian tremble all over. He forced down his shock. Young Master Yi is indeed a genius. No. A prodigy. Then you admit yours is trash. Li Shuelan's face paled, and he gritted his teeth. Yes, mine is trash. Oh, I see. Yi Xing's voice suddenly turned cold. Then what about earlier? Who do you think you're calling mom? The moment the words your mother fell, Li Shuelan felt an immense pressure crush down upon her. Before he could react, the next thing he knew, boom! Yi Xing delivered a kick. Li Shuelian could no longer hold himself up and instantly crashed into the ground. The entire ground erupted with cracks. Li Shuelan instantly coughed up a torrent of blood. Both legs snapped clean off. He immediately screamed for mercy. Young Master Yi! Spare my life! Yi Xing replied coldly, I can't hear you. Spare me! I said one sentence. Li Shuelan's face drained of color as he screamed hoarsely. I'm trash! I'm trash! Keep talking! My cultivation technique is trash! Trash! Seeing Li Shuelan's state, those around her instantly recoiled in fright. After all, no one wanted to provoke the young master of the Yi family. Li Shuelian was truly unlucky. Blame it on his insistence on showing off about the Yi family today. And he just happened to run into the young master of the Yi family. Now Yi Xing stood with one foot planted firmly on Li Shuelan's head. Did you say thank you? Thank you. Thank you. Li Shuelan was filled with regret. If only he hadn't acted so cocky and dragged the Yi family into this. Just as Li Shuelian thought today was over for him, Yi Xing suddenly lifted his foot and spoke calmly. Sell your martial arts techniques all you want, I couldn't care less. You can even open a martial arts academy. But if I hear another word about the Yi family, Yuan Ti just lose your academy, Yuan Ti live to see tomorrow. Hearing this, Hua Ziyue whipped her head around. The young master actually spared him? Was this really the young master? Li Shuelan was utterly dumbfounded. But he immediately apologized. Thank you, young Master Yi. I'll leave immediately. Right away. Li Shuelian hadn't expected this young Master Yi to be anything like the brutal tyrant described in the rumors. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his belongings and fled in haste, as if terrified Yi Xing might change his mind. Those around who witnessed this scene were stunned. Holy crap, young Master Yi only considered him critically injured? So merciful. This time. Yeah, we've never seen young Master Yi this kind-hearted before. Last time some fool just brushed against young Master Yi's sleeve, he's still bedridden. Has the sun risen in the west? Remember, the young Master Yi of old was a force no one in the capital dared cross. Just the mention of his name was terrifying enough. Yi Xing's gaze fixed intently on Li Shuelian, who was gradually fading into the distance. Then, the corners of his mouth turned up. Clearly, he wouldn't let Li Shuelan off so easily. Let him walk away with just severe injuries? Hell no, like I'm some kind of saint. Ziyue, wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Yi Xing turned to address Hua Ziyue beside him. Hua Ziyue looked at him with a hint of resignation. Though reluctant, she nodded. All right. Yi Xing then slowly walked over. North District. A dilapidated building. Damn it. I hate you geniuses to the core. One day, I'll crush the Yi family under my feet. Li Shuelian, racked with pain, staggered back to his rented room. Upon entering, he immediately locked the door from the inside. Then he collapsed onto the sofa. He gasped for breath. Then, hatred flared in Li Shuelan's eyes. That damn Yi Xing. Just because he has a bit of talent, some connections, and a little power, he dares to treat me like this. Dares to treat the future protagonist like this. Tell me. What the hell makes you, Yi Xing, think you're so special? If you weren't the young master of the Yi family. If you didn't have that talent, that cultivation higher than mine, that face more handsome than mine. Damn it. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get. Li Shuelian took a deep breath. No. I must find a way now. I must have my revenge. And at this moment, there was only one way he could get revenge. That was to rely on his future dreams. Li Shuelian quickly produced several pills. Some were for healing injuries, others for inducing rapid drowsiness. He intended to enter his dreams immediately. He must rapidly enhance his strength within the dream realm and thoroughly teach Yi Xing a lesson. As Li Shuelian's breathing gradually steadied, he gradually drifted off to sleep. At that very moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared in his home. Li Shuelian remained completely unaware. At the same time, Li Shuelan successfully entered the dream. He arrived in the future world. In the dream. Where should I go now to find some monsters to slay? Xiaomeng, find me a way to rapidly boost my strength. Li Shuelian now stood in a hall brimming with sci-fi aesthetics. Gazing out the window at the futuristic world beyond, his mood instantly lifted. This was both a dream and the future. Here. He was the true protagonist. And the Xiaomeng he had just called out to was the AI supercomputer that had been guiding him ever since he arrived here. Xiaomeng AI. Okay, searching for you. Search complete. Xiaomeng's mechanical voice chimed. Recommendation, proceed to prey zone 48148. Abundant resources. Ding. Alert. Alert. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Warning. External force detected invading the base. Li Shuweilan froze upon hearing this. What? Who dares to invade my territory? Could it be those surrounding sects and martial arts schools? Hadn't they already submitted to her? Xiaomeng's voice grew icy. Ding. Intruder identity confirmed. Young Master Yi Xing. Li Shuweilan? After hearing this response, Li Shuweilan fell silent for 2 seconds. Then she burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. So it was just a nightmare. Xiaomeng, ? Li Shuweilan exhaled deeply. How could Yi Xing possibly appear in his future dreams? It must be the psychological trauma from being beaten up during the day. So he'd had a nightmare resembling a future world. Once he woke up, everything would be fine. Forget it. I'll just wake up and dream again. Li Shuweilan shook her head. I refuse to believe I'll dream about that nightmare again. Yeah, that's a good idea. Exactly. Let's go in again. I refuse to believe Yi Xing will show up again. Yi Xing, right. Li Shuweilan, Ha? Li Shuweilan froze. Wait a minute. Who just spoke to me? She abruptly whipped her head around to look at the figure beside her. Yi Xing? Yi Xing was seated in his usual spot, then offered a faint smile. Hello, we meet again. Li Shuweilan startled, but then something occurred to her. She regained her composure. That scared the hell out of me. But it was just a nightmare. What was I afraid of? Xiaomeng. Then he recalled today's events. She turned to look at Yi Xing, her gaze icy. But it's fine. It's just a dream anyway. He charged straight ahead, determined to indulge his desires in the dream. In my dream, I won't let you bully me anymore. Get down on your knees. But the next moment, a palm slammed straight into his face. Before Li Shuweilan could react, his entire body was violently slammed into the wall. Boom! The familiar searing pain made Li Shuweilan instinctively want to beg for mercy again. How is this possible? Even in his dreams, he was getting beaten up? Yi Xing spoke calmly. Do you really think you're dreaming? Let me wake you up. Chapter 102, Why should I save trash like you? What the hell is going on? Li Shuweilan's mind was in complete chaos. She stared at the figure before her in utter disbelief. Why? Wasn't this a nightmare? What was this pain? But he couldn't possibly imagine that the Yi Xing before him was real. Is this your dream? Yi Xing looked around, taking in the highly sci-fi scenes. Too bad this wasn't the real future. As for how Yi Xing got in, it was simple. The netherworld dream. Just moments ago, Yi Xing had arrived at Li Shuweilan's home. He watched Li Shuweilan as she slept, clearly detecting the peculiar energy fluctuations within his mind. Just as he was pondering his next move, he was astonished to discover that his innate talent, the great dream of the netherworld, was able to sense the profound mysteries of the laws within. Without hesitation, Yi Xing unleashed the dream of the netherworld in full force, directly invading Li Shuweilan's dreamscape. And thus, he arrived here. You're nothing but my nightmare. Damn it, I'm waking up right now. Li Shuweilan's expression was furious. He still believed this was a nightmare. But the next moment, Yi Xing's words made his face freeze. If this were really a dream, how could you be this lucid? Yi Xing scanned the surroundings, his voice flat. This is your dream? The so-called future world you envisioned? What? Li Shuweilan froze in shock. How does he know about the future world? Then, all your martial arts techniques and combat skills come from here, but unfortunately, your dreams are fake, and so is the future. Yi Xing shook his head. Hearing these words, Li Shuweilan's face drained of color as she stumbled back 2 steps. What are you talking about? He actually knows my secret? And he said this dream and the future are all fake? What the hell is going on? Then it suddenly dawned on him, right, if it really was a dream, his thoughts wouldn't be this clear. And then he recalled that familiar pain from earlier. You're the real Yi Xing? What else could it be? Li Shuweilan's expression changed dramatically. How did you get to the future world? Yi Xing sneered coldly, hard of hearing? Do you really think this is the real future? What do you mean? What do I mean? Why don't you ask yourself? Li Shuweilan froze for a moment, then immediately shouted. Xiaomeng! Xiaomeng! But Xiaomeng, who had always responded to him before, remained silent this time. The next moment, a cold voice rang out. Shut up, you stupid thing. You've gotten me into big trouble. Li Shuweilan's face froze. Xiaomeng could never utter such icy words. Then, everything around them. The earth, the sky, the skyscrapers all fell into a momentary chaos of data. This. Li Shuilan looked around in utter terror. See? This is merely the false future you imagined. Yi Xing's lips curved upward. Let me show you the real future. The real future? Before Li Shuilan could react, the next moment arrived. Break it! Yi Xing's command echoed as golden light erupted from his golden pupil. The power of the netherworld dream was unleashed in full. Space began to violently tremble. Immediately, the scene before Li Shuilan's eyes gradually shattered. Replacing it. The true vision of the future. Above the heavens. Countless monstrous beasts, each larger than mountains, marched forward. Countless warriors fought desperately to defend their homeland. And in the distance, the imperial capital had been reduced to scorched earth. On the scorched earth, countless lives had vanished. Further still, countless skeletal remains piled atop mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No sign of life. Only death and wails. This place is hell. Li Shuilan froze. This wasn't the future he'd seen in his dreams. How could the future turn out like this? Wasn't the future supposed to be beautiful? How could it be so terrifying? What the hell is going on? Am I still dreaming? But if it really is a dream, why haven't I woken up yet? What is real? Li Shuilan clutched her head, her expression twisted. I can't tell. I really can't tell. And at that very moment, high above the sky, a shadowy, indistinct figure descended, its gaze fixed intently on Yi Xing. How do you know all this? The Dream Demon Emperor's voice still trembled with shock. For these scenes were the true future. And this young master of the Yi family knew everything about the future. Li Shuilan looked up in a daze. Xiao Meng? The Dream Demon Emperor ignored him. Yi Xing, however, looked at the Dream Demon Emperor and spoke with a smile. How should I know if this concerns you? But don't you find it rather pathetic, existing only within others' dreams? You think your scheme is flawless? Dream Demon Emperor. Just then, Li Shuilan broke down and shouted. No! Someone, anyone, answer me. What the hell is going on here? Can someone just tell me? He looked at Yi Xing with pleading eyes. Young Master Yi. Please tell me. What the hell is going on? Help me. I don't want to live like this. Get lost. Yi Xing didn't even lift an eyelid, merely waving his hand dismissively. Li Shuilan's body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Li Shuilan froze. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Li Shuilan saw only Yi Xing's golden pupils that seemed to gaze down upon him like an insect. His voice was bone-chillingly cold. Why should I bother saving trash like you? Chapter 103, Even dogs have to wait in line. As Li Shuilan was reduced to ashes, Yi Xing didn't even spare him a second glance. This was a unique realm, the Dream Realm created by the Dream Demon Emperor. Yi Xing and Li Shuilan existed here solely as souls. Yi Xing had killed Li Shuilan outright. Thus, in reality, his soul would also be utterly annihilated. His sole purpose was to allow Yi Xing to enter this realm and meet the Dream Demon Emperor. Yi Xing almost laughed. Why save him? If you don't understand, then die. No one wants to save scum like this. He was so arrogant, thinking he could travel to the future world and bring back some martial arts techniques. Yi Xing certainly wouldn't spare such a life. Yi Xing lifted his head indifferently, his gaze fixed on the Dream Demon Emperor. Your turn. The Dream Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief. This man's purpose was terrifyingly clear. It was as if his sole purpose in coming here was to kill him. What was even more terrifying was that the other knew the true future. The Dream Demon Emperor had spent endless ages manipulating causality with the power of nightmares, all to evade those who threatened his existence. But I never imagined that despite hiding so well, I would still be discovered. The Dream Demon Emperor murmured to himself. He could have been the ultimate victor. Given more time, he could have even dragged that supreme martial god into eternal ruin. But alas! He had been so steady and patient, hiding deep within the dreams of a low-level martial artist, never emerging. Who in this world would act like him? Clinging to survival at all costs, just to reach max level and then crush everything in his path? Suddenly, the Dream Demon Emperor spoke indifferently. You cannot kill me. Though he hadn't fully matured yet, Yi Xing's current strength was still insufficient to kill him. If your father were to come, I would surely die. But you have no such opportunity now, so please leave. I have no desire to harm you either. Yi Xing laughed. What are you talking about? I came here to kill you. Why would you kill me? The Dream Demon Emperor looked puzzled. Have I ever wronged you? No. Yi Xing smiled faintly. But killing doesn't require a reason. The Dream Demon Emperor drew a deep breath, his gaze turning icy. Very well. After I kill you, I will take your body. Failing to recognize one's own strength is a disease. It seems the young master of the Yi family still underestimates me. What the hell are you babbling about? Yi Xing barked coldly, the Heavenly Emperor's sword instantly materializing in his hand. Yi Xing stepped forward, charging straight at the Dream Demon Emperor. The Dream Demon Emperor watched him expressionless. Stop struggling. This is my world. You cannot harm me. Within this world born of his control, everything was under his command. As Yi Xing charged forward, the Dream Demon Emperor remained utterly unconcerned. But the next second. Is that so? Yi Xing's voice rang out once more. Then, Dark Heaven's great dream. Boom. This power to reverse everything erupted in an instant. The Dream Demon Emperor froze, then a colossal shockwave slammed into his body. Boom. He was sent flying by a single sword strike, crashing through and shattering several illusory mountain peaks. What the hell is this? The Dream Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief. He clearly sensed this was a talent far beyond anything he could comprehend. He had lived for so long, yet never witnessed such power. It felt as though it was suppressing him. What kind of innate talent is this? A hint of terror crept into the Dream Demon Emperor's voice. And he was equally stunned by Yi Xing's strength. A mere fifth-tier cultivator possessed such immense power. Yi Xing charged forward once more. The talent to kill you. Damn it! The Nightmare Emperor gritted his teeth as nightmare energy surged wildly. I said, no swords. Boom! The entire scene shifted in an instant. Everything vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal sword graveyard. Countless broken blades now stood embedded in the earth. The supreme heavenly sword in Yi Xing's grasp grew unbearably heavy, as if suppressed by some force. Boom! The supreme heavenly sword crashed to the ground. The Dream Demon Emperor sneered. Here, I am the god. You. But his words were cut short. Yi Xing reached out and grabbed it, directly picking up the Divine Emperor's sword once more. The Dream Demon Emperor's expression froze instantly. How did you pick it up? Yi Xing grinned. I've got the strength and the means. The Dream Demon Emperor was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell kind of monster is this? Before he could even process it. Die. Countless sword beams erupted from the imperial sword in Yi Xing's hand. As dazzling as stars, they slashed down with brutal force. Boom! Wherever the sword light passed, the sword-tomb world gradually faded away. The Dream Demon Emperor watched that world-shattering strike and finally revealed a look of sheer terror. I said, this attack before us must surely. You, why so many words? Yi Xing roared, cutting the Dream Demon Emperor off mid-sentence. The next moment, the world seemed to be plunged into daylight. When everything reappeared, this time it was a world of pure, blinding whiteness. Cough, cough. The Dream Demon Emperor's form showed no blood, but it began to blur. Even the surrounding spatial scenery could no longer be sustained. Only emptiness remained. Yi Xing was about to act. The Dream Demon Emperor hurriedly spoke up. Wait. I'm willing to become your subordinate. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. At this moment, the Dream Demon Emperor had truly witnessed Yi Xing's formidable power. Whatever talent the other possessed seemed to completely counter his own. This fight was utterly frustrating. His power hadn't been able to manifest at all. The Dream Demon Emperor roared. I am a born demon god. I am destined to become a demon god. And I exist only within dreams. No one can truly harm me. I will submit to you. His gaze locked onto Yi Xing. This was his final gambit. Submission was his greatest concession. For who could know how precious his existence truly was? A naturally born demon god, a nightmare incarnate. In a sense, he could even achieve immortality. Moreover, his destiny was to become a demon god. To rule the world. Now he has voluntarily bowed his head. Yi Xing should be overjoyed. Perhaps he would even cherish her beyond measure. But, and then? Yi Xing raised an eyebrow. The Dream Demon Emperor froze. Didn't you hear me? My existence is. I heard you loud and clear. Yi Xing cut him off impatiently, and then? The Dream Demon Emperor was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, he was a natural-born demon god, destined to ascend to the 9th tier and become a supreme ruler. How could Yi Xing remain so calm? Wait, I'm the one who's supposed to submit to you. You'll still have to wait in line. Dream Demon Emperor, ? He was momentarily stunned. But then, two terrifying auras crashed down. Boom! A colossal mother nest of demons, vast enough to obscure the sky, slowly materialized. Its colossal form radiated an overwhelming aura powerful enough to make countless beings bow in submission. On the other side, a divine blasphemy Qilin, its entire body engulfed in black flames, coldly stared at the Dream Demon Emperor. The Dream Demon Emperor's pupils contracted sharply. He could clearly sense the divine status of these two beings. Neither was weaker than himself. This. Yi Xing pointed at the mother nest of 10,000 demons. There. The mother nest of demons. Used to be a demon god. I think it even ruled over some world at one point. But as you can see now, it's become a dog. Dream Demon Emperor, ? The mother nest of demons trembled slightly in submission. Yi Xing then pointed at the divine calamity Qilin. This is the divine bane. I won't go into details about the others, but anyway. Even to be my dog, you'll have to wait your turn. You can't just become one. Dream Demon Emperor. Chapter 104, He actually possesses immortality? You, who exactly are you? Even the Dream Demon Emperor couldn't believe he was the young master of the Yi family. He'd believe you if you told him he was the head of the Yi family. Over the years, he had kept tabs on the outside world. He was well aware of the capabilities of the four great families' young masters, but none had ever been this far beyond the norm. And why were those two figures by his side? How did he pull this off? And you still want to be the master's dog? The divine-born Qilin sneered, you think you're getting off easy? Not only did you survive, but you get to be the dog too? You've got both perks. You. The Dream Demon Emperor stared in disbelief, your backgrounds aren't simple either, how could you willingly become his traitors? Didn't you want it too? After a moment of silence, Yi Xing spoke calmly, alright, what needed to be said has been said. You may depart. Wait? I've already agreed to submit to you. You can still do so after death. Before the Dream Demon Emperor could grasp Yi Xing's meaning, the next instant, the divine calamity Qilin and the mother nest of 10,000 demons charged forward. This scene terrified the Dream Demon Emperor, who spun around to flee. But then he paused. No. These two aren't Yi Xing, how could they possibly harm me here? I almost forgot this is my. You're pretty brave, buddy. Accompanied by the voice of the divine calamity Qilin, the next instant, he and the mother nest of 10,000 demons erupted with power. The next instant, the Dream Demon Emperor's face froze in shock as he was instantly blasted backward. His form grew even more blurred. It must be noted that both the divine calamity Qilin and the mother nest of 10,000 demons originated from the reversal of the great dream of the netherworld. Naturally, they could inflict damage upon the Dream Demon Emperor. The Dream Demon Emperor was now racked with excruciating pain. Damn it! Why does everyone think they can bully me? You bastards! Die! Now the Dream Demon Emperor was utterly enraged. He held nothing back. Previously, he had manipulated those so-called martial arts techniques to gradually absorb others' power. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing the full might of his nightmare power. His primary host had been Li Shualian, and now that she was dead, he could only seek another vessel. But this only enraged Yi Xing and the others further. His sole desire now was to kill Yi Xing and the others. Immediately, the blank world around them began to shift. Countless devastating martial arts techniques, forged from the essence of nightmares, erupted in an instant. Blade flashes, sword shadows, divine retribution, thunderbolts, the nine hells, demonic flames. Boom! This torrent of annihilation instantly engulfed the divine calamity Qilin and the mother nest of 10,000 demons. This strike was the Dream Demon Emperor's ultimate killing move, fueled by the burning of his very essence. Irretrievable doom. When all returned to silence, the Dream Demon Emperor's aura was feeble and weak, his body nearly transparent. Yet, a savage grin twisted his lips. Ha 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 ha. They're all dead. They're all dead. His divine sense swept across the entire space. The aura of the divine calamity Qilin had vanished. The fluctuations of the demon mother's nest had been extinguished. Though he had paid a terrible price, he had finally annihilated these two terrifying beings. As for Yi Xing, he likely wouldn't survive either. And just then, a voice echoed from behind him. I thought you were just tickling me. The Dream Demon Emperor whipped his head around. There stood Yi Xing, emerging slowly, completely unscathed. Impossible. The Dream Demon Emperor shrieked. His killing move had utterly annihilated both the divine calamity Qilin and the mother nest of 10,000 demons. How could Yi Xing still be alive? Yet the scene that followed made him think he was seeing ghosts. Boom! Boom! Two familiar figures slowly materialized. The divine calamity Qilin and the mother nest of 10,000 demons reappeared. They weren't dead? No. You shouldn't still be alive. The Dream Demon Emperor was utterly dumbfounded, his voice cracking. His killing move had clearly obliterated them completely. The divine-born Qilin spoke slowly, we are indeed dead. But, we have a master. What? The Dream Demon Emperor stiffened, his gaze fixed on Yi Xing. Then a soul-shuddering thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be? Yi Xing could bring the dead back to life. At this thought, the Dream Demon Emperor trembled violently. This was something even a 9th-rank martial god couldn't achieve. What kind of monstrous being was he facing? Master, we all sacrificed ourselves bravely. Don't forget to reward us later, hee. The divine calamity Qilin spoke with flattery. Rest assured, I'll definitely forget. Yi Xing then spoke indifferently, alright, if that's all you've got, then you can go die. Yi Xing then slowly approached the Dream Demon Emperor. The Dream Demon Emperor's face turned pale. Wait. I'll do anything for you. I'll let you imprint the soul slave mark on me. I'll sacrifice everything I have. Why didn't you do this sooner? Now that the child is dead, you finally decide to act? The Dream Demon Emperor was utterly broken. Then why the hell didn't you surrender earlier? Ying didn't accept it either. He felt utterly frustrated now, having accomplished nothing. Yi Xing came looking for him, then tried to kill him. I clearly had no ill intent. I know. It's enough that I do. And in the next instant, Yi Xing held nothing back. The power of the netherworld's great dream erupted in full force. Countless pitch-black chains shot forth. The Dream Demon Emperor tried to struggle, only to discover his nightmare power was utterly suppressed. No, this can't be. And in the next instant, the power of the stars transformed into a torrent of destruction, swallowing the Dream Demon Emperor whole. No! The dream world began to collapse. The sky shattered, the earth sank. Yi Xing slowly closed his eyes. When Yi Xing opened his eyes again, he was back in Li Shuilan's room. At that moment, Li Shuilan was already dead. Yi Xing's expression remained impassive, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. Suddenly, a familiar, icy aura began to emanate from his body. The pitch-black mist gradually coalesced into an ethereal figure. Dream Demon Emperor. The Dream Demon Emperor's voice was hoarse yet respectful. Master. The Dream Demon Emperor had now reversed the course of the great dream of the netherworld. More astonishingly, the power of the great dream of the netherworld resonated to some extent with the force of nightmares. The Dream Demon Emperor's power had not only remained intact but had actually surged. Now reshaped, he had become a unique existence straddling the realms of illusion and reality. No longer confined solely to the realm of dreams. And in the next instant. Ding, mission complete. Acquired ultimate talent world-shaking pursuit of dreams. Chapter 105, Yi Xing, my sovereign father. World-shaking dream chaser, unleashes a vast domain where all soul damage is nullified. Words become law, altering the domain's rules to a certain extent, condemning beings to eternal ruin. Yi Xing's eyes lit up upon reading this. This talent could be said to share a similar essence with the Dream Demon Emperor's abilities. But it was clearly an enhanced version. Not only could it grant immunity to any soul attack, but to a certain extent, it could also make words become law. The Dream Demon Emperor could only do this within dreams. But Yi Xing could activate his domain anytime, anywhere. Imagine if your opponent's innate ability revolves around fire elemental laws. You simply declare, here, flames will heal wounds. Wouldn't that leave them utterly dumbfounded? The more they fight, the thicker their health becomes. At that moment, the Dream Demon Emperor's gaze toward Yi Xing suddenly brightened. For he sensed the same nightmare power emanating from his own master. Even purer and more powerful than his own. What on earth was his master's true identity? Just as the Nightmare Emperor was consumed by curiosity, Yi Xing's phone suddenly rang. Waziyu's voice came through. Young master, the head of the household and his wife have returned. Hearing this, Yi Xing froze. So soon? Could it be? A thought couldn't help but surface. If Mother truly broke through to the 9th tier, then the entire Yi family would possess 2 9th tier martial gods? Alright, you go back first. I'll be there shortly. Alright. Immediately after Yi Xing hung up the phone, the Dream Demon Emperor obediently returned to his body. Yi Xing then prepared to return to the Yi family estate. As Han Chanlei opened the spatial passageway, Yi Xing stepped through. In the next instant, Yi Xing returned to the Yi family estate. The instant Yi Xing returned, 2 immense auras instantly enveloped the area. The very next moment, 2 figures materialized here. Yi Yuan Tian and Lu Ruyan. Just as Yi Xing was about to speak, however. Ding! After Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan were revived, your mother, Lu Ruyan, in order to protect you once more, ultimately broke through to the 9th tier, becoming a martial god. Yi Xing froze. Wait, has the future changed? But what you never could have imagined was that while Yi Yuan Tian assisted Lu Ruyan in breaking through to the 9th tier, he accidentally came into contact with certain laws. At the very moment of Lu Ruyan's breakthrough, Yi Yuan Tian's memories became chaotic. Whether due to rebirth or other factors, this 9th tier martial god miraculously recalled his past life's memories. Yi Xing, ? Later, you came to understand that your father's identity was far from simple. His past life was none other than Emperor Yuan, one of the sovereigns of the multiverse. After 10,000 years of reincarnation, he was reborn into this world. Yet having once been a ruler, he naturally ascended to the rank of 9th tier martial god. But now, upon seeing your father once more, he has become a ruler of the heavens, awakening his divine nature. You're not sure if he's still the father he once was. Assignment, help Yi Yuan Tian recall his family's love. Any reward, supreme Dao marks of all realms. Yi Xing fell silent. After reading the text that appeared from the system, his mind went blank. My father is the ruler of all realms across the multiverse? So I'm the strongest 2nd generation heir? Old man, you finally pulled out the burning decision. Yi Xing never imagined this. He'd always thought his dad being a martial god was the peak of his life's fortune. Little did he know, the real thrill was yet to come. His attention immediately shifted back to that Dao mark. He knew full well what a Dao mark was. It was one of the prerequisites for breaking through from the 5th tier to the 6th. The 6th tier, the Dao Tribulation Realm. Between the 5th rank Dao Infant Realm and the 6th rank Dao Tribulation Realm lay an insurmountable chasm. This realm demanded forging a unique Dao intent from within the Dao infant, followed by enduring the heavenly tribulation. Only by enduring the heavenly tribulation and forging a unique Dao mark could one truly enter the Dao tribulation realm. The day the Dao intent reaches perfection is the day the heavenly tribulation descends. The Dao mark serves as proof of recognition by heaven and earth. But now the system is directly rewarding me with a supreme Dao mark? And just then, why the blank stare? A gentle yet teasing female voice echoed. Xing snapped back to reality and found his mother, Lu Ruyan, smiling warmly at him. Got some good news, want to hear it? Expectation flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, as if she were already anticipating her son's stunned reaction. Yes, she had just successfully broken through to the 9th tier martial god realm. Once this news spread, it would shake the entire continent. But before she could speak, Xing already grinned widely, beating her to it. Congratulations, Mom, on becoming a martial god. Lu Ruyan? She froze, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. You? How did you know? She hadn't even said anything yet. Xing smiled without a word. Of course he knew. Since the system had even generated this kind of quest, it meant his mother had definitely succeeded. Beside him, Ye Yuan Tian burst into laughter, patting his son on the shoulder. Ah, this kid's sharp just like his father. Ding, mission complete. Reward, supreme Dao mark of all heavens. Xing. That's it? But he quickly realized his current father probably hadn't fully regained his memories yet. Otherwise, the task wouldn't have been this simple. Otherwise, with the authority of the ruler of all realms, to stir his paternal affection, he'd probably have to conquer 3,000 universes and stand before him. Sigh, just look at this. Parents are just too impressive. Mom, you haven't cultivated in ages. How come this time? Lu Ruyan smiled as she addressed her son's question. Who said I haven't been cultivating? I've been building up my strength. Do you think breaking through to the 9th tier is easy? True. Xing was about to nod. But actually, it's not difficult at all. Question mark. Xing was momentarily speechless, but he was glad his mother had broken through to the 9th tier. It would benefit him too. In that case, I'll go cultivate too. Xing intended to seize the momentum and break through to the 6th tier. Hearing this, Ye Yuan Tian and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance. Alright, go ahead. Cultivation is a good thing. Xing didn't linger, turning to head off to practice. After their son had left, Lu Ruyan looked at Ye Yuan Tian with a complex expression. Is it worth it? Why must we be so rushed? Ye Yuan shook his head. I had this strange premonition, though I can't explain why. So you're wasting your lifespan? Yes. This time, Lu Ruyan's breakthrough to the 9th tier. It wasn't nearly as straightforward as imagined. She was on the verge of failure, but at the last moment, Ye Yuan Tian intervened. Lu Ruyan succeeded in advancing. But the cost was 700 years of Ye Yuan Tian's lifespan. Ye Yuan Tian smiled. Worth it. Then he fell deep in thought. For at the very moment Lu Ruyan broke through, images began to surface in his mind. Strange yet strangely familiar scenes. He always felt that one day, he would have to leave this place. That was why he had spared no effort to help Lu Ruyan advance. And with his assistance, Lu Ruyan's 9th tier strength was anything but ordinary. Yuan Tian, I don't understand is your lifespan. It's irrelevant. Ye Yuan shook his head. Yes, when certain things surfaced in his mind, his own lifespan now seemed far less significant. He didn't know why. Then Ye Yuan Tian sighed inwardly. I wonder how Xinger will fare. How far will his path truly take him? But rest assured, a father will always be your father and will always protect you. That will never change. Chapter 106. Xing charges toward the heavenly tribulation. If things keep going like this young master will have to dominate all realms in the future. Xing had once thought. With his father, the ruler of all realms, watching his back, he could stride through the cosmos with impunity. But the system's single sentence made him realize. His father's divine essence was gradually awakening. No one could guarantee what the future held. Yet Xing believed his father would never forget his family. Still, he needed to grow stronger. He drew a deep breath, his consciousness sinking deep within his body. Within his dantian, the Dao infant sat cross-legged. Beside it, a crystal-clear substance floated silently, the supreme Dao mark. Without hesitation, the spiritual energy within him erupted. Come! Xing shouted. Simultaneously, the surrounding spirit-gathering array roared into action. Spiritual energy from a 1,000-mile radius converged wildly, transforming into a torrent of spiritual essence that surged directly toward Xing. At the same time, swept away by this torrent of spiritual energy, the mountains of rare treasures piled around shattered one after another. Transforming into the purest energy, they entered his body. Xing's physical and spiritual strength surged at an astonishing rate. 5th tier, 8th layer. 5th tier, 9th layer. 5th tier peak. Xing's aura surged at a terrifying pace, scarcely pausing for even a moment. The instant he reached the peak of the 5th tier, the once clear, cloudless sky darkened in an instant. As if a natural disaster had struck, endless dark clouds rolled in from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they engulfed the entire imperial capital. And they kept growing. This scale? In the distance, Lu Ruyan and Ye Yuan Tian both looked up simultaneously. Their eyes were filled with shock. For ordinary cultivators breaking through to the 6th tier, the heavenly tribulation's range rarely exceeded 10 miles. Yet Yi Xing's calamity clouds enveloped the entire imperial capital. And they were still expanding. How many layers of divine tribulation do you think our son will face? Ye Yuan Tian shook his head slowly. I don't know, but you're well aware just how extraordinary our son is. Lu Ruyan fell silent. The divine tribulation is the core trial for ascending from the 5th to the 6th tier. The more tribulations endured, the more perfect the refinement of one's Tao marks. The highest level of the heavenly tribulation is ninefold. And when Ye Yuan Tian broke through back then, he faced the 9th-tier heavenly tribulation. Our son will likely face the same 9th-tier tribulation as I did. Ye Yuan Tian had barely finished speaking when, boom! The heavens shattered as 4 apocalyptic bolts of thunder struck simultaneously. What? Ye Yuan Tian and Lu Ruyan's expressions changed instantly. 4 heavenly tribulations at once? And without any intervals. No time to catch their breath? This ing wasn't the normal rhythm of a tribulation, it was clearly a deliberate attempt to strike Yi Xing dead. Yet, the instant the thunder engulfed Yi Xing, Yi Xing's figure showed no signs of injury whatsoever, completely unscathed. This? Lu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Ye Yuan Tian's divine sense swept across the thunder sea, and his expression immediately turned peculiar. Because not only was his son unharmed, but he was actually smiling? At this moment, amidst the surging thunder, allowing the violent thunderbolts to enter his body. If it were anyone else, they would have been struck to pieces long ago. But Yi Xing possessed the heavenly mandate of suspension and the true soul of the end of the azure sky. The power of the heavenly mandate itself drastically weakened the thunderbolts. And the most astonishing part was the thunder god. It could even actively devour the power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Another deafening RO. This time, the ninefold heavenly tribulation descended simultaneously. 9 thunder dragons slammed down upon Yi Xing's head. The instant the lightning struck down, the supreme Tao mark within Yi Xing's dantian suddenly began to tremble. Its once mirror-smooth surface began to reveal intricate patterns. With each strike of the heavenly tribulation, dozens more patterns appeared on the Tao mark. This was pure tempering. Come on! Bring it on! Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Yuan Tian and Lu Ruyan were utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't see their son's exact situation. All they could see was the heavenly tribulation striking down like a madman. 20 bolts. 30 bolts. 50 bolts. The calamity clouds raged, wondering why they couldn't strike Yi Xing dead. The entire imperial capital watched the thunder emerging from above the Yi family estate. Countless people trembled, convinced in that moment that the apocalypse had arrived. Can he do it? Lu Ruyan frowned. Ye Yuan Tian, however, stared intently at the sea of lightning. Suddenly, his expression grew increasingly strange, he even felt like laughing. It's fine. Trust your son. For his divine sense clearly perceived that Yi Xing's life force was not only unwaning, but was growing wildly. It felt as though he was devouring the heavenly tribulation itself. The thought barely surfaced. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the distance. Immediately after, under the stunned gazes of Ye Yuan Tian and Lu Ruyan, Yi Xing charged straight into the heavenly tribulation. The couple was utterly dumbfounded. Why didn't you flee? Why did you choose to attack instead? Because at this moment, Yi Xing felt utterly unsatisfied. He then intended to plunge directly into the clouds. But just then, the heavenly tribulation seemed to sense something. With its last ounce of strength, a pale lightning dragon plummeted from the clouds. Come on then. Yi Xing let out a maniacal laugh and charged straight toward the thunder dragon, accompanied by a flash of light in the sky. Amidst the deafening roar, Yi Xing's body remained completely unscathed. Just as Yi Xing prepared to advance further, the heavenly tribulation instantly dissipated on its own. Gone. And Yi Xing's cultivation had finally reached the 6th tier, Tao Tribulation Realm. And because he had absorbed the pale thunder dragon at this moment, Yi Xing's cultivation was now growing at an astonishing rate. 6th tier, 1st layer. 6th tier, 2nd layer. 6th tier, 3rd layer. Yi Xing even discovered that the Tao marks within his own body had surged to a staggering 6,472. And these Tao marks would continue to slowly increase as Yi Xing progressed. The thunder god's talent has grown stronger. Yi Xing gazed intently at the pale thunder in his hand. After absorbing the thunder dragon, Yi Xing's thunder god had undergone further transformation. Yi Xing then slowly made his way back to the Yi residence. The moment he descended, he met his parents' stunned gazes. At that moment, Ye Yuan Tian murmured to himself, "Why do I feel like this kid's cultivation speed is getting faster and faster?" That strike of mine back then was truly extraordinary. Chapter 107. Do I have a habit of arriving early? How did it go? After breaking through to the 6th tier, Yi Xing approached Lu Ruyan and Yi Yuan Tian. Lu Ruyan's gaze was complex. She had never witnessed such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Others would pray for the tribulation to end quickly. Yet here was her own son charging straight into the storm, practically begging for more strikes. Yi Yuan Tian slowly approached and placed a hand firmly on Yi Xing's shoulder. Feeling the terrifying power surging within Yi Xing, Yi Yuan Tian was secretly startled. This power was completely on par with a typical 7th tier cultivator. His son could effortlessly fight opponents a whole tier above him. "You brat," he scolded, "thank goodness you spent years pretending to be useless. Otherwise, I'd be genuinely afraid you'd already reached the 8th tier by now." Yi Yuan Tian shook his head. His son's cultivation speed was far too rapid. Unnaturally fast. He possessed a talent capable of overturning the world. Just then, Lu Ruyan snapped out of her shock and suddenly remembered something. "Right. I almost forgot the main business. Mo Bay recently opened a massive interdimensional portal. It might lead to an unknown world. The other 3 major families have already sent people over. Should we?" Yi Xing heard this and instinctively questioned, "A portal to another realm?" "Yes." After hearing Lu Ruyan's explanation, he finally understood what was happening. Other world portals had appeared in recent years, but never on such a colossal scale. A new world meant new resources, and everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Logically, we agreed long ago that whoever's territory a portal appears in, that portal belongs to that family. But the northern wastes aren't within the jurisdiction of the 4 major families. But the other 3 major families won't let this opportunity slip. They'll definitely find ways to sneak people in. As Yi Yuan Tian spoke, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. "Can I go?" Lu Ruyan shot Yi Xing a puzzled look, wondering why this kid was so eager to run off everywhere. "Of course you can. The Huayanbai families will likely send representatives too. It's just that your cultivation, with Yi Xing's current cultivation level, going there, wouldn't that be like fishing with explosives bullying others?" But Yi Xing couldn't care less about that. "If I'm stronger and don't pick on weaker opponents, then what's the point of cultivating? Though I did bully others when my cultivation was low. Fine. Since you insist on going, you might as well hurry up." Yi Yuan Tian smiled as he spoke. "I'll have Songfeng accompany you." "All right." Without lingering, Yi Xing exchanged a few more words with his parents before departing. The portal to the other world had already appeared. That quest was bound to be challenging. Maybe that kid Huayan is there too. Yi Xing then boarded the spirit vessel alongside Uncle Songfeng. Northern Wastes. Before the portal to the other world, thick spiritual energy continuously emanated from the passage. At this moment, countless factions had already gathered around the passage. Everyone sought to seize their share of this opportunity. "Look! Those are the people from Luxianyanmen. It's Xiao Lingling. She's already reached early 5th tier? How long has it been? Last time we saw her, she was still at peak 4th tier. No wonder she's a direct disciple of the Luxianyan sect. Rumor has it she might even inherit the sect master's position someday. And that's not all. Word is she shares a special bond with that young master of the Yi family. Who knows?" Whispers rippled through the crowd. In the distance, Xiao Lingling stood atop a 5th tier spirit beast. She was none other than Xiao Lingling, the very girl Yi Xing had once helped, and now her cultivation had reached the early 5th tier. This was nothing short of astonishing wherever one looked. All of this stemmed from her innate talent. Yet Xiao Lingling's expression was complex, a certain person surfacing in her mind. "I'll catch up to you soon." Meanwhile, on the other side, members of other sects began to speak up. "Damn it! That's clearly our Mo Bay sect's portal to the other world. Why the hell do those 4 great families get to meddle?" To avoid breaking the rules, they even had their own people join minor sects temporarily. That's just putting a blindfold over their eyes. Ha, those young masters from the great families, which one doesn't have connections reaching the heavens? What we fight tooth and nail to obtain, they're born with. Some voiced their indignation. Someone suddenly chimed in, "Yeah, privileged bastards. It's unfair. Sigh, forget it. Honestly, wouldn't you do the same? If I were one of those privileged brats, I'd be showing off every single day too." "That makes sense. Well then, get lost. I'm about to show off." Before the person could react, Huayan's figure slowly emerged. When the others recognized him, shock rippled through the crowd. The young master of the Hui family had arrived. The man who had just spoken with Huayan was so terrified he immediately dropped to his knees. "Young Master Hui, spare my life." "Don't call me Young Master Hui, call me Background Dog," Huayan said indifferently. Background. Damn it. You actually dared to call me that?" Before the words had even finished echoing, a terrifying aura erupted. The man was sent flying dozens of meters, spitting blood. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at Huayan in disbelief, sensing his cultivation level. Mid-stage 5th rank. Yes, after devouring a 9th tier true soul, Huayan's soul underwent a profound transformation. Even his innate talent had shifted. Poof. Huayan snorted coldly, you still dare call me a background dog? A dog is one thing, but you dare say I have connections. Does that make me not human? Ha! Tell me, am I human or not? Am I human or not? Everyone around him was instantly speechless. Was this young master of the Hui family out of his mind? And just then, boom! A colossal spirit vessel tore through the clouds, descending upon the northern desert. Everyone who witnessed it gasped in shock. Is that the Yi family's spirit vessel? Who could it be? Surely not. It's the young master of the Yi family. At the bow of the spirit vessel's deck, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. Clothed in ink-black robes, eyes like cold stars. Merely standing there, he seemed to suppress the very fortune of the entire world. Yi Xing, the young master of the Yi family. The once bustling surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Lingling's gaze drifted. Yi Xing. And just as everyone stood in stunned silence, Big brother! Big brother! A shrill, excited cry pierced the air. Huayan, who had been acting so arrogant just moments ago, suddenly flew up into the air, frantically waving at the spirit boat. The entire crowd froze in disbelief. The young master of the Hui family is calling Yi Xing brother? What on earth was going on? It must be noted that while the four great families appeared united on the surface, but behind the scenes, none of them truly respected each other. Especially among the younger generation, open and covert struggles were constant. But Huayan's use of Big Brother made his intentions crystal clear. Countless people began wildly speculating. Could it be that the Hui family has secretly submitted to the Yi family? Has Ye Yuan Tian already broken through to that realm? Was the Yi family about to unify the four great clans? On the spirit boat, Yi Xing's lips twitched. This idiot still knows how to stir things up. Big brother! What took you so long? Huayan flashed onto the deck. Yi Xing gave him a dismissive glance. Do I have a habit of arriving early? The casual remark nearly made the crowd below spit blood. So pretentious. So damn pretentious. But no one dared to challenge him. Huayan's eyes flickered as he mentally noted the line. This line must be recorded too to be used for showing off later. Chapter 108, 9th tier? Just the threshold. All eyes were now fixed on Yi Xing and Huayan. There was no other way. Both were children of 9th tier martial gods, making them arguably the most prestigious figures present. Just as Yi Xing was about to speak, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Instinctively, all eyes turned. A massive spirit vessel, entirely snow-white, appeared. The Bai family's spirit vessel. Is that the Bai family's eldest daughter's personal spirit vessel? The crowd erupted in an instant. Bai Fengxue, the Bai family's most outstanding prodigy of this generation. Not only was her beauty breathtaking, but her cultivation was unfathomably profound. Rumor had it she had already reached the peak of the 5th tier, standing but a step away from the 6th tier. At that moment, a streak of light shot out from the spirit boat. Yi Xing! I knew you'd be here. Bai Fengxue appeared before Yi Xing in the blink of an eye. She wasn't as cold as the rumors suggested. Yi Xing paused slightly, then smiled softly. You're here. Ha! So Yi Xing missed me too? Bai Fengxue's heart began to race. They hadn't seen each other for 7 days, 3 hours, and 6 minutes. She'd been counting down the days. Yi Xing, how have you been lately? I sense your cultivation has advanced again. Impressive. He truly lived up to her expectations. Huayan, standing nearby, immediately grew displeased. Bai Fengxue, I'm almost catching up to you. Why haven't you made a move? Bai Fengxue shot him a glance, just a roadside flower. Huayan? But Bai Fengxue couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. She turned to Yi Xing. Yi Xing, after this is over, wanna come back to Shanghai with me? I've been learning to cook again lately. I'll make noodles just for you. The entire room fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. The Bai family's eldest daughter cooking herself? And cook noodles for Yi Xing? What the hell kind of treatment is this? Seeing this, Huayan's sense of crisis exploded instantly. Damn it! Bai Fengxue is trying to steal my thunder. He lunged forward in a single stride and bellowed, Big brother! Why not go to Jinling instead? Our Hui family can cook too. I can make noodles as well. Yi Xing remained expressionless. Say that out loud and you're dead. Huayan? Big brother! You're playing favorites. Just then, a cold voice cut through the crowd. Gentlemen, haven't the 3 great families gone too far? The entire venue fell silent. All eyes turned to see a man clad in black robes striding forward, his gaze fixed on Yi Xing and the others with clear hostility. Holy crap, who is this guy? He's got some guts. Look at his robes. Isn't that someone from the Eternal Night Heaven sect? The Eternal Night Heaven sect? The reclusive sect whose master is currently attempting to break through to the 9th tier? Shoo! Keep your voices down. I hear they're ruthless. Listening to the murmurs around him, Yi Xing raised an eyebrow slightly. Who the hell do you think you are? Huang Shanhai's expression darkened. Me? Just a nobody. I think Shue, so what if I figured it out? Huayan looks like a beggar to me. Yi Xing, not nearly that handsome. Huang Shanhai. His expression immediately turned furious, and he shouted. Who I am doesn't matter, but the Great Xia Council made it crystal clear back then. Whoever controls the portal to the other world within their territory. It belongs to them. What do the four great families think they're doing today? The words sent a collective gasp of shock rippling through the crowd. Has this man lost his mind? Daring to confront the four great families like this? Yi Xing smiled at the remark. Huayan immediately stepped forward, his face twisted with contempt. What are you shouting about here? The rules were set by the martial gods of our four great families. Does Mo Bei have a martial god? I ask you? Huang Shanhai was about to speak. Yi Xing nodded instead. Actually, we've been quite merciful. Huang Shanhai frowned in confusion. Mercy? Yi Xing shrugged. Yeah, we could have just snatched it all ourselves, but we took pity on you lot and let you come along for a taste. Isn't that kind enough? Dead silence fell over the entire room. Huang Shanhai froze for a moment, then burst into a bitter laugh. Fine. Very well. But what if I told you that the Northern Wastes now has a 9th-tier powerhouse? Let me tell you, the patriarch of our Eternal Night Heaven sect, who happens to be my uncle, ascended to become the new martial god just 2 days ago. Huang Shanhai thundered. This world no longer belongs to your four great families. And remember, the sect master is my uncle. The power structure of Great Xia has been completely reshaped. But never forget, the sect master is my uncle. At these words, everyone was stunned. A new 9th rank martial god had emerged. Boom! The entire venue erupted in chaos. A new 9th rank martial god was born? And he's the patriarch of the Eternal Night Heaven sect? This is earth-shattering news capable of overturning the ruling structure of the four great families. Yet just as everyone stared in shock, unable to resist glancing at Yi Xing and his two companions to gauge their reactions. The result? Yi Xing spoke indifferently. What did he say? Huayan immediately chimed in with a shout. He said his uncle is a 9th rank. Oh. Seeing Yi Xing and the others so calm, Huang Shanhai's expectations were suddenly overturned. He had expected Yi Xing and the others to be shocked and terrified. Didn't you hear? My uncle is now a martial god. Huang Shanhai's voice turned stern. Why haven't you left the northern desert yet? Yi Xing nearly lost his composure. 9th tier? Never mind that his family now had 2 of them. How many potential 9th tier candidates had he encountered along the way? He'd even devoured a 9th tier divine soul. Did this kid think reaching 9th tier meant invincibility? What are you doing? Doesn't anyone hear me speaking? Huang Shanhai's expression darkened. Ah, child, let me enlighten you. Yi Xing spoke calmly. Do you think reaching the 9th tier means you're invincible? Think again. Unlike our four great families, the reason they stand at the pinnacle of the world is because the 9th rank is merely a threshold. Your uncle is a newly crowned martial god, yet you dare challenge 3 of our clans? Boy, you're even more reckless than your uncle. Watching Yi Xing steadily approach him, Huang Shanhai's expression darkened. Wait. My uncle is a 9th tier powerhouse. I refuse to believe you dare lay a finger on me. Indeed, your uncle is 9th tier. The next second, Yi Xing's voice boomed like thunder. But you aren't. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. A pale thunder dragon roared as it charged toward Huang Shanhai. Its dragon eyes held nothing but the purest intent to destroy. Wait. No. Huang Shanhai's terrified scream was utterly drowned out by the deafening dragon's roar. Everyone was left with their scalps tingling from the sheer brutality of this overwhelming display. Suddenly. How dare you? A gray figure descended abruptly, carrying the terrifying aura of an 8th tier powerhouse. He reached directly for the lingering lightning, seemingly attempting to rescue Huang Shanhai. It was a guardian elder of the Eternal Night Heaven sect. He never imagined Yi Xing would actually dare to strike a fatal blow. Not a shred of respect for his own sect leader. But he had made a fatal mistake. On the spirit vessel, Sung Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Chapter 109, Yi Xing Reborn Martial God? You actually dared to attack? Our sect master has already become a martial god. Just as the guardian cultivator was overcome with terror, an immense, terrifying pressure instantly descended. No words. No warning. The elder of the Eternal Night Heaven sect, who had just charged forward, froze abruptly. The rage on his face instantly gave way to terror. He couldn't even utter another word. The next moment. Boom! Before the stunned gazes of all present, this 8th tier cultivator and elder of the Eternal Night Heaven sect was instantly blown to bits, reduced to a thick cloud of blood mist. Silence fell over the entire crowd, instantly slaying an 8th tier powerhouse. That was 8th tier peak. Countless people were filled with shock and dread. Yi Xing stood with his hands behind his back. At that moment, Song Feng appeared. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with unmistakable killing intent. Young master, should we eliminate them all? All faces paled. At that moment, Wang Shanhai's figure was engulfed by the raging thunder and lightning, reduced to charcoal. Give face to his so-called martial god uncle? He hadn't given the Gao family any face at all. Why would he care about some newly crowned martial god? The next instant, a flaming phoenix shot toward Huang Shanhai, now reduced to charcoal. Boom! Huang Shanhai instantly shattered into pieces. Yi Xing froze. He immediately turned to look at Huayan. Why is this kid kicking a dead body? Big brother, everyone else is giving him a hard time, but I'm not. Isn't this just me giving him a hard time? Huayan said. Question mark. Yi Xing was speechless, but he let it slide. He then swept his gaze around the room. No one dared to argue back. Yi Xing and Uncle Songfeng exchanged a knowing glance. Songfeng gave a slight nod. Let's go. Yi Xing gave a low command, and his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light. Huayan and Bai Fengshui immediately followed in pursuit. Only after their figures vanished completely did the surrounding factions breathe a long sigh of relief. Such was the might of the young master of the Yi family. The next instant, the trio felt a wave of fragrant spiritual energy wash over them. Then, they found themselves in a scene of primeval forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky. The cries of unidentified creatures echoed from the distance. The spiritual energy concentration here is much higher than back home. Huayan exclaimed excitedly. Bai Fengshui took a deep breath as well. But she immediately noticed Yi Xing standing still, his brow slightly furrowed, as if something was amiss. Yi Xing, what's wrong? Huayan also approached. Brother, did you find any treasures? Yi Xing didn't answer, for he had discovered that the mother nest of 10,000 demons within his body, emitting a surge of craving and excitement. This was highly unusual. Without hesitation, he focused his mind. The colossal form of the mother nest of 10,000 demons instantly materialized before his eyes. What is this? Bai Fengshui's eyes widened. She sensed an extremely unsettling aura emanating from the mother nest of 10,000 demons. Huayan glanced at it and perked up. Don't recognize it? Let me tell you, this is an ancient demon god. What? The ancient demon god? Bai Fengshui stared at Yi Xing in utter disbelief. How could Yi Xing harbor an ancient demon god? What's so surprising about that? Did you really think I'd just blurt out the earth-shattering secret that my big brother is the reborn martial god? Yi Xing is the reincarnated martial god? Holy crap! How did you know? Yi Xing. Bai Fengshui. Yi Xing shot a speechless glance at Huayan. But now wasn't the time to deal with this. All his attention was focused on the mother nest of demons, trembling with excitement. What the hell is going on? On the other side of the world, two figures rested with eyes closed. Suddenly, as if sensing something, both figures leapt to their feet. What is this? Disbelief filled their eyes. For an overwhelmingly familiar aura was emanating from the distant horizon. It's the mother goddess. The mother goddess's aura. There's no mistaking it. Overwhelmed with excitement, Han Dongjun blurted out. Damn it, Zhang Lingyan. Did you see that? I told you so. Our efforts to forge this passage have paid off. The mother goddess. She has finally answered us. She has returned. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyan suddenly snorted coldly. Cut the crap. Don't take credit you don't deserve. Like you had anything to do with the hard work? You lazy bum. Forget the details. Effort and dedication are what matter. Does it really matter whose it was? Just then, Zhang Lingyan's brow furrowed. Wait, something's off. Strange? What's strange? Zhang Lingyan's eyes flickered. The mother goddess appeared the moment this passage opened. That means she must have awakened long ago, but why haven't we received any reports from Sha Chenshao and the others we dispatched? Shouldn't they be following the plan? At the mention of Sandhawk, Han Dongjun also froze. So much time had passed that they assumed the mission had failed completely. That's why they created this portal to another realm. They intended to go personally. But now the mother goddess had come herself. Perhaps the sand owls encountered other complications like being killed by the martial god's son immediately after crossing? Or maybe the mother goddess slew them after awakening? Zhang Lingyan, do you think you're being funny? Ha ha ha. Never mind. Zhang Lingyan shook his head. Dwelling on this now is useless. But sensing the mother goddess's return is already a tremendous blessing. Regardless, welcoming her is the priority. Exactly. Han Dongjun nodded emphatically. Lately, I've noticed the world's foundation growing increasingly unstable. Without the mother goddess, our world would truly collapse completely. Ever since the mother goddess departed countless years ago, the spiritual energy within this realm has actually grown more concentrated. Yet the innate talent and comprehension of cultivators have steadily declined. Even breaking through to the 8th tier has become exceedingly rare. They knew this was the world's primordial source instinctively devouring the potential of other living beings. This damn thing wants independence. Han Dongjun. Zhang Lingen, depart immediately and search by the mother goddess's aura. Find her swiftly and report the world's situation. Plead for her return to save us. Yes. I'm going now. Wait. Zhang Lingen called him back. Zhang Lingen took a deep breath. Remember, the mother goddess is the embodiment of the cosmic order. When facing her, you must hold the utmost reverence. So, upon seeing the mother goddess, you must feel gratitude. Silently recite 3 times, the mother goddess is divine. Then bow deeply with each step. Never look directly at the mother goddess. Never touch the mother goddess. Never step on the mother goddess's shadow. These are the bare minimum. Be prepared for her tentacles to entwine you. If you're fortunate enough to be, if you're honored to be thoroughly, got a bit carried away. Han Dongjun. Zhang Lingen sternly, in short, you must revere the deity. Understand? Oh. Zhang Lingen was satisfied. The mother goddess had finally returned. No matter where she was, the mother goddess remained a revered deity. Actually, he might have said a bit too much earlier. After all, no one would ever show disrespect to the mother goddess. Chapter 110, The winds have changed. This is no longer the Yi family's realm. Why does this thing act like a dog? Beneath the colossal willow tree that blocked out the sky, Huayan watched the mother nest of 10,000 demons circling Yi Xing incessantly and couldn't help but mutter. That sycophantic look more obsequious than you. Where's the dignity of your former demon lord self? Meanwhile, Bai Fengshua's gaze remained fixed on Yi Xing, her eyes shining brightly. So Yi Xing's identity was this formidable. He was actually a reincarnated martial god. No wonder he's so extraordinary. This was the kind of man Bai Fengshue had been looking for. Absolutely perfect. Yi Xing paid no heed to their thoughts. At this moment, he finally understood why the demon mother's nest was so excited. Because this place was actually the world belonging to the demon mother's nest. What a fortunate coincidence. Yi Xing recalled his previous mission. This must be the homeland of the sandstorm owl. Just then, over a dozen spirit beasts with formidable auras lay weakly on the ground. These spirit beasts were utterly terrified. Unable to comprehend what had transpired. They had merely glimpsed that colossal figure before suddenly losing all their strength. As their energy was devoured by the mother nest of 10,000 demons, they gradually succumbed to death. Yi Xing's lips twitched slightly. It was always the case that allies fought each other more ruthlessly. After this period of investigation, Yi Xing and his 2 companions had gained a general understanding of the cultivation methods in this world. The spirit beasts of this world and perhaps even the natives. Their power core didn't seem to be something like a dantian. Instead, it lay within a peculiar insect dwelling inside their bodies. These worms coexist symbiotically with their hosts, granting them power. The stronger the worm within, the greater the host's cultivation. But Yi Xing seems to have discovered. The mother nest of demons can directly control these insect nuclei within the body. This means, the greatest cheat I possess here is actually the mother nest of 10,000 demons. Just then. Oh right, big brother, where are we headed now? Huayan spoke up. Bai Fengshue chimed in, speaking of which, Yi Xing, I heard you broke through the Dao tribulation. That's right. Hearing this, Bai Fengshue felt both joy and disappointment. She hadn't expected Yi Xing's cultivation progress to be so swift. Huayan, so, big brother, how many Dao marks do you have now? 6,472. Holy crap. That many? To achieve this many Dao marks right after breaking through to the 6th tier. For ordinary geniuses, a few hundred would be more than enough. At this moment, Huayan couldn't help but look at Bai Fengshue, as the former top prodigy of the 4 great families. How many Dao marks do you think would be appropriate for you? 13-14 would be more than enough. Bai Fengshue gazed at Yi Xing with eyes full of longing. I want even my Dao marks to be shaped like my love for you. Yi Xing, ? Huayan, damn it, I shouldn't have asked. Just as the 3 were bickering. Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed from the distance. All 3 whipped their heads around. Someone's here. Boom. 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 Several figures were desperately fleeing. Their robes, once bearing the insignia of the Lucianian sect, were now tattered and torn. Behind them, several figures radiating powerful auras gave chase. Run! Weren't you guys from the Lucianian sect acting all high and mighty earlier? You thought you were hot stuff just because of your shady connections to the Yi family. A figure laughed loudly, casually unleashing a blade aura that nearly struck the fleeing group. The leader among them possessed the cultivation of a 7th-tier expert. Within the Lu Tianyun sect, Xiao Lingling's figure stared fixedly at the group behind them, shouting, You shameless scum! Our Lucianian sect even did you favors before, and this is how you repay us, killing indiscriminately without a second thought. What exactly do you want? The leader, Yan Huangquan, spoke coldly. To annihilate your Lucianian sect. Even if every last one of you perishes here, no one will ever know what happened. With a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying 7th-tier aura crashed down. Several disciples of the Lucianian sect were instantly forced to their knees. They were swiftly finished off by the pursuing attackers. Damn it! You Eternal Knight Heaven sect are too arrogant. Just because our sect master ascended to the 9th tier, you treat us like this. Yan Huangquan, do you truly intend to exterminate us all? Yes, the pursuers were none other than the Eternal Knight Heaven sect. And the man in the middle was none other than the newly arrived master's own son. Yan Huangquan. Yan Huangquan snorted coldly, humph. Before my father ascended to the 9th tier, he let you live. Now that he has succeeded, you still live. Wouldn't that make his ascension meaningless? And one more thing. Before, you called me Yan Huangquan and I let it slide. But now my father is a martial god. What should you call me now? The next moment. Yan Huangquan waved his hand and 2 members of the Luxianian sect instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Lingling and 2 other gravely wounded elders remained from the Lutian Yunmen faction. Yan Huanchuan's gaze fixed on Xiao Lingling's face. A lecherous glint flashed in his eyes. I remember you, Xiao Lingling, the pride of Lutian Yunmen. You possess remarkable talent and striking beauty. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Kneel and submit. Become my personal attendant and I'll spare your life. Xiao Lingling's eyes grew icy. Don't even think about it. Ha 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 ha. Still a fiery steed. I like that. At that moment, the gravely wounded elder beside Xiao Lingling cried out urgently. Yan Huangquan. You dare not touch her. She is an old acquaintance of the young master of the Yi family. If you harm her, young master Yi will never let you off. Yan Huanchuan's previously arrogant laughter abruptly ceased. The next moment. You. Say. Who? A torrent of rage and murderous intent erupted from Yan Huanchuan's eyes. Just moments ago, he had led his disciples into the portal to the other world. He never had the habit of arriving early. So by the time he arrived, many had already entered. But he received news that nearly blew his top. Yi Xing had brazenly slain his uncle's son, his cousin Huang Shanhai, right at the portal entrance, in full view of countless witnesses. He even crushed a high-ranking elder of the sect to death. This wasn't just a slap in the face to his Eternal Knight Heaven sect, but also trampled his father's authority underfoot. The past could be forgiven, but not now. So you're that little bastard Yi Xing's friend? Good. Very good. Then I'll have to treasure you even more. Xiao Lingling heard him dare to insult Yi Xing. How dare you? How dare you insult young Master Yi? So what if I insult him? Little bastard. Illegitimate brat. Yan Huangquan growled, I've been too lenient with him. His father is a martial god, and so is mine. I'm a 7th rank. But is he even 7th rank? How dare he attack my Eternal Knight Heaven sect? The winds are shifting. It seems the balance of power in Great Xia is ripe for upheaval. Once I return, I'll tell my father to make the Yi family the first to fall. Xiao Lingling trembled with rage. You're utterly arrogant. If Yi Xing finds out what you've said, he won't let you off. I was worried he wouldn't know. Yan Huangquan roared, not just him. The Huai family. The Bai family. The Gao family. Not a single one of them will escape. They'll soon learn the might of my father. The Eternal Knight sect disciples beside him were stunned. Have you lost your mind? You're challenging the entire Great Xia Empire. But Yan Huangquan, riding high on his current surge of power, felt exhilarated beyond measure. His old man was just too awesome. Yan Huangquan shook his head. Enough of this nonsense. I'll find Yi Xing and the others soon. I'll make sure they understand the sky over Great Xia has changed. It's no longer the time when the Yi family ruled with an iron fist. You. How much did you drink? You're acting like a ING lunatic. A furious shout erupted. Yan Huanchuan's smile froze solid. The next moment. Boom. The sky seemed to collapse. Chapter 111, Yi Xing must be a strong Bao. What is this? The instant Yan Huangquan looked up, his expression froze. For a meteorite engulfed in pale flames had appeared in the sky. It was hurtling toward his position at an utterly terrifying, unnatural speed. Plunging straight toward his position. Yan Huanchuan's shock vanished, replaced by endless terror. Where the hell did this meteorite come from? He had no time to process what was happening. He unleashed every ounce of strength and fled like a madman. No! The instant the meteorite struck. Boom! It felt like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The terrifying shockwave spread wildly, shattering every tree and rock in its path. This. Xiao Lingling and the 2 elders of Luxianian sect were already stunned into a blank state by the scene. How could a meteorite fall from the sky? Is this world this dangerous? The dust slowly settled. Damn it! Yan Huangquan stood there, utterly disheveled. His earlier air of unparalleled arrogance had completely vanished. The 2 Eternal Knight sect disciples he had brought with him hadn't even managed to scream before turning to ash. Suddenly, Yan Huangquan sensed a presence in the sky. He snapped his head up. Who is it? High above, a dark figure gazed down at Yan Huangquan with icy eyes. If it wasn't Yi Xing, then who else could it be? Huaiyan and Bai Fengshui appeared. Huaiyan cursed under his breath. Damn it, I hate these show-offs the most. They piss me off. Hey, big bro, can I learn your earth-exploding heaven star move? Yan Huanshuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Yi Xing. He never expected Yi Xing to attack him. He was just about to go find him. But at the same time, he was stunned by the sheer power of that single move. Had he not sprinted to the edge in time? Had he been right in the center, he'd likely have met the same fate as those two gone to meet his maker on the spot. Such a move. It seemed to be Yi Xing's most powerful strike. Young Master Yi. Xiao Lingling's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Yi Xing to save her again. The remaining two members of the Luxianian sect were also deeply moved. Xiao Lingling hurried to Yi Xing's side. Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving me. Yi Xing turned and smiled. You're welcome. The three of them had been drawn over by the commotion, only to arrive and hear some foul-mouthed barking like a dog. No. If it weren't for you, You're overthinking it. That man insulted us earlier, so Yi Xing intervened. It has nothing to do with you. You're just being overly talkative. Bai Fengshua's calm voice cut Xiao Lingling off abruptly. Xiao Lingling froze, then realized something and couldn't help but look at Bai Fengshui. Bai Fengshua's expression remained impassive. But she gradually positioned herself between Xiao Lingling and Yi Xing. Huaiyan looked thoughtful, then positioned herself between Bai Fengshui and Yi Xing. Bai Fengshui, ? Yi Xing, ? Just then, a furious roar echoed. You bastards! Do you even respect me? Yan Huanshuan's eyes fixed on them all. They were completely ignoring him. And at that very moment, text appeared before Yi Xing's eyes. Ding! You have encountered the greatest traitor in human history. Now, the Eternal Night Heavenly Sect has vanished entirely, becoming an accomplice to the invasion of this world by the many ancient demon gods from other realms. Yan Huanquan, in his quest to ascend to the 9th tier, abandoned his sect at any cost and pledged allegiance to the ancient demon gods. To secure his chance at the 9th tier, he plunged the entire northern desert into an endless night. He has now utterly severed his ties to humanity, becoming the eternal Night King of this boundless darkness. Arriving in this realm of perpetual night, you shall restore light to the former northern wastes. Ding! Task issued, slay the Eternal Night King, Yan Huanquan. Quest reward, Divine Tier Divine Ability Eternal Night without depth. Upon reading this, Yi Xing smiled. So it was a human traitor. Then he deserved to die even more. Yi Xing. I was just coming for you. How dare you openly defy my Eternal Night Heaven sect? Do you not hold my father in any regard? Yan Huanshuan's gaze turned icy. My father is now a revered martial god. This era demands a reshuffle. Huaiyan sneered, go home and wash your brain first. Even if you washed it, the era wouldn't change. Oomph. You're just a 5th tier insect, you have no right to speak to me. After uttering those words, Yan Huanquan felt a surge of satisfaction. Before, he had to address him as young Master Huai. Now that his status had changed, he could simply call them 5th tier ants. He was 3 or 4 decades older than Yi Xing and the others. As for you, Yi Xing. That just now must have been your full strength, right? You've probably exhausted your spiritual power by now. Yan Huanquan sneered coldly. If the former young master of the Yi family were to kneel before me and beg for forgiveness, I might consider. Shut your filthy trap, you bastard. Boom! Without the slightest warning, Yi Xing suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Golden pupil. Yan Huanquan froze solid in an instant. In that instant, all his consciousness was forcibly frozen. Simultaneously, an aura of extreme cold and destruction erupted. An ice dragon, its body coiled with raging, pallid divine lightning, materialized out of thin air. Opening a maw large enough to swallow mountains, it charged toward Yan Huanquan. Suddenly, Yan Huanquan jolted awake. Relying on his powerful 7th tier instincts, he finally snapped back to his senses. Damn it! Yan Huanshuan's soul nearly left his body. Eternal Night Howl. A black light erupted from his center and spread violently outward. Within 100 zhang radius, the world instantly plunged into an eternal, silent night. This was his domain, the Eternal Night Realm. Within this domain, his power would be amplified. His opponent's senses and spiritual energy circulation would be severely suppressed. You think a sneak attack will? His words trailed off. The result? Crack. Yan Huanshuan's laughter froze instantly before his incredulous eyes. The absolute darkness, as solid as substance, suddenly cracked with countless fissures. What? How could this be? His mind went blank, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. The next moment. Roar. The ice dragon's roar shattered the silent eternal night. The Eternal Night Realm shattered instantly. And now, Yan Huanquan was completely exposed before the ice dragon. Damn it! Wait! The next instant, he felt as though he'd been struck by an iceberg. Yan Huanquan coughed up a torrent of blood and was sent flying backward. His eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. His domain shattered? Shattered in a single blow by someone weaker than himself? Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion. Yan Huanquan's figure burst forth, drenched in blood. At that moment, Bai Fengxue and Xiao Lingling's eyes blazed with brilliance. Yan Huanquan, a 7th-tier cultivator, had been repelled by Yi Xing in a single move. Yan Yan's eyes, filled with shock, locked onto Yi Xing. Yet he was, after all, the young master of the Eternal Night Heaven sect. After the initial shock, his rationality regained control. No! Such a ferocious attack must have consumed immense energy. No matter how prodigiously gifted Yi Xing might be, his cultivation base was what it was. He must be spent by now. With this realization, Yan Huanquan sneered coldly. Yi Xing, such an attack must have left you utterly exhausted, right? I ask you, what do you possibly have left to confront me with? As for why you lost, it's because you didn't kill me instantly. You're finished. Yi Xing stared at him with a cold gaze. You. Ha! The next moment, an extremely ominous premonition suddenly arose. Yan Huanquan instinctively lifted his head and gazed toward the sky. His expression immediately turned as if he'd seen a ghost. His blood nearly froze in his veins. The sky he had seen moments before had been completely engulfed by a colossal shadow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plunging down madly. Far more than one. Chapter 112, Beg for Mercy? I'll kill you anyway. Yan Huanquan's mind went completely blank. All his disdain, all his arrogance, were crushed in this instant. Only boundless terror remained in his mind. Who the hell was the one running on fumes now? Shouldn't Yi Xing's spiritual energy be depleted by now? What the hell was that terrifying attack? He's using his ultimate like a basic attack. Boom! These colossal meteorites crashed down in an instant. Yan Huanquan watched the light of destruction draw ever closer. He had long realized there was nowhere to escape in the surrounding space. I have to take it head on. I must endure. Yan Huanquan snapped into action, swiftly drawing a black shield. He frantically channeled his spiritual energy, causing the shield to instantly expand. Simultaneously, he activated the cultivation techniques within his body. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers. Thick, dark shields of light piled up before him. Yi Xing. If I survive this, I'll make you pay 100-fold. The next instant. Boom! Terrifying energy leveled everything around them. Flames shot skyward. It was nothing short of hell. Far away, Bai Fengxue and Huaiyan were both stunned. Huaiyan swallowed hard. Way too intense. Bai Fengxue murmured, so big. Yi Xing snorted coldly. Yan Huanquan's pitiful understanding. How could one comprehend his spiritual energy reserves? As the swirling dust slowly dispersed, a bottomless pit appeared where he had stood. Yan Huanquan had lost one arm. Half his body was engulfed in flames. Both legs still trembled uncontrollably. The spiritual energy within him had been completely depleted in his desperate struggle to protect himself. Cough, cough. Yan Huanquan coughed up more blood. Just then, Yi Xing's figure slowly approached him. Yan Huanquan's eyes filled with unprecedented terror. Yi Xing. What are you doing? Stay away from me. Before he could finish, Yi Xing's foot crushed one of his legs. The excruciating pain made Yan Huanquan scream in agony. Yi Xing looked down at him. What's wrong? You were so cocky just now. Isn't your father a 9th-rank martial god? Why isn't he here to save you? Yan Huanquan was drenched in cold sweat from the agony. Yi Xing. I surrender. I was wrong. I swear I'll never provoke you again. The Eternal Night Heaven sect will apologize to your Yi family and present lavish gifts. Please spare me. Surrender? Dream on. Yi Xing sneered. You think this is child's play? That losing a fight means just saying sorry and it's over? Let me tell you this today, you have only death. Yan Huanquan's face drained completely pale upon hearing this. This was nothing like he had anticipated. He had always believed that both sides had martial gods backing them. At most, they'd give each other a lesson they'd never dare to truly kill. You can't kill me. If anything happens to me, my father will sense it immediately. Do you want to provoke a full-scale war between the Yi family and our Eternal Night Heaven sect? Then let war begin. Yan Huanquan thought he'd misheard. What did you say? Yi Xing crouched down, his gaze icy cold. I said, you can choose to die alone, or take your martial godfather with you. Either way is fine. If the Eternal Night Heaven sect wants war, the Yi family will see it through to the bitter end. But you must die here. Understand? You're insane. You're a complete lunatic. Yan Huanquan completely lost it. He never imagined the young master of the Yi family would be such a madman. Even if it meant provoking a war between two martial gods, he was determined to kill him. Yi Xing wasted no more words, slowly raising his hand. No! Amidst Yan Huanquan's final agonized screams, Endless thunder engulfed him in an instant, reducing him to a pile of ashes. Dispersed by the wind. Ding, mission complete. Acquired divine tier divine ability Eternal Nightless Abyss. Eternal Night Abyss plunges the area into perpetual darkness, causing the enemy to lose all 5 senses and spiritual awareness. Gradually consumes the enemy's flesh, soul, and spiritual power, transforming them completely into an abyssal demon spirit. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to gain another god-tier divine ability. Just then, Yi Xing turned to see the stunned expressions on the others' faces. Especially the 2 elders of the Luxianian sect. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Young Master Yi was this formidable. The son of the martial god was slain without hesitation. We owe young Master Yi our lives. The Luxianian sect will never forget this debt. The members of the Luxianian sect hurriedly expressed their gratitude. At that moment, Xiao Lingling's gaze also fell upon Yi Xing. Bai Fengshue's eyes also held a trace of bewilderment. Once, she had been the brightest rising star among the younger generation of the 4 great families. But then she met Yi Xing. From that moment on, her goal shifted from becoming the strongest among the 4 great families to becoming the woman of the strongest among the 4 great families. Just then, Yi Xing turned his head. This isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first. All right. Then, under the stunned gazes of the Luxianian sect, the form of the demon mother's nest appeared. This is... The elders of the Luxianian sect stared in utter disbelief. Truly worthy of young Master Yi. To command such a magnificent and extraordinary spirit beast. Another elder attempted to mask his inner dread. Yi Xing saw no need for explanation and stepped onto the mother nest of 10,000 demons first. Huaiyan and Bai Fengxue followed closely behind. Xiao Lingling and the 2 elders of the Luxianian sect also suppressed their shock and fear. They cautiously followed behind. Then the mother nest transformed into a jet-black streak of light and vanished into the horizon. Shortly after Yi Xing and the others departed, a figure streaked across the distance at breakneck speed. It was Han Dongjun, who had come searching for the mother goddess. No doubt about it. It's the mother goddess. Her aura lingered here. His eyes snapped open. The mother goddess must have just passed through here. His gaze swept over the enormous meteor crater below. Yet this place had just witnessed a fierce battle. Han Dongjun's face grew pensive. Could this be the mother goddess's divine might? I see. Some insolent ants must have dared to offend the mother goddess. He recalled that quite a few outsiders had arrived this time. Poof. You thought this was your chance, but it's actually your grave. Everyone here will become nourishment for the mother goddess. This was part of the reason they had opened the portal to the other world. Han Dongjun laughed heartily. I can't wait to meet the mother goddess. Chapter 113. Who gave you the audacity to speak to my lord like that? Eternal Night Heaven Sect. Within the sect, the Eternal Night Heaven sect of today was utterly transformed from its former self. Pride now radiated from every disciple's face. Their steps even carried a hint of lightness. The reason was simple. Just a few days prior, their ambitious sect master had successfully broken through. He had ascended to become a new 9th rank martial god. This news sent shockwaves through the entire Eternal Night Heaven sect, with everyone exclaiming in awe. From that day forward, they stood tall and proud. Recalling their hardships of the past, they never believed in you. Yet you alone proved the most promising. This is what happens when one person achieves greatness. When one person succeeds, everyone around them benefits. What a momentous occasion! From this moment onward, they have leaped through the Dragon Gate. They have risen from a powerful sect in the desolate north to become one of the most elite factions in the Great Xia. They now possess the standing to engage in equal dialogue with the legendary 4 great families. Ha 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 ha. This is awesome. Let's see who dares to disrespect us now. You're right. In the northern wastes, our Eternal Night Heaven sect is the sky. How I envy young Master Yan Huangquan with such a powerful father. Won't he walk all over everyone from now on? Ahem, keep that down a notch. As this news gradually spread across the northern wastes, numerous sects and clans rushed to offer congratulations, some even declaring their willingness to follow the Eternal Night Heaven sect's lead. Look at that. That's the true face of things. But damn, it felt good. This feeling of being the center of attention. It made the entire Eternal Night Heaven sect feel incredibly inflated. At that moment, atop the sect's highest point, upon a towering spire, a figure surveyed the sect below. He was none other than Yanhe, the patriarch of the Eternal Night Heaven sect. Have the invitations been sent out? He inquired calmly. A woman clad in black robes smiled and replied, Rest assured, Lord Patriarch. Every influential faction in the entire northern desert has received the invitation. They have all confirmed their attendance at this banquet. Yanhe nodded. By the way, the representatives of the 4 great families must be invited. They must not be slighted in any way, understood? From now on, when you encounter them, your demeanor must be even more cautious than before. The woman looked puzzled. Ha? Sect leader, why more careful? You are now a martial god, shouldn't you? Don't try to comprehend my thoughts with that almond-sized brain of yours. Yen, he shot her a glance. Use your brain. The four great families have deep-rooted foundations, especially those family heads, they're legendary monsters. The Great Xia's power structure is already set. None of them want someone coming along to reshuffle everything. Before I reached the 9th tier, they wouldn't have paid me any mind. But now that I've entered their field of vision, it inevitably disrupts certain interests. At this moment, I must be even more cautious, especially regarding the Yi family. At the mention of the Yi family, a flicker of apprehension crossed Yan He's eyes. That Ye Yuan Tian is a monster among monsters. I could never hope to be his match. So, never provoke anyone from the Yi family, understand? The woman pondered his words thoughtfully. I see. Just as Yan He was about to speak further, he seemed to sense something. His expression turned grim. Master? What's wrong? The woman sensed something was amiss and was about to ask. The next second, a terrifying aura of furious rage erupted violently from Yan He's body. It instantly engulfed the entire Eternal Night Heaven sect. The tower beneath his feet even cracked. Every disciple and elder within the sect felt the wrath of the martial god. Everyone was filled with dread and panic. Master, what's wrong with the sect leader? Before the woman could react. Who killed my son? Hearing this, the woman's face instantly drained of color. What? Holy! Yan Huangquan was killed? Right after his father just ascended to martial god? Who had the audacity to attempt assassination against the martial god's son? The news left the woman's mind completely blank. Yan He ground out through clenched teeth. It happened in the other world. My bloodline connection snapped. He truly never imagined that after he ascended to martial godhood, yet his own son had been slain. Master, please compose yourself. I'll investigate immediately. Dispatch men to the other world immediately. We'll track down the murderer and tear him limb from limb, the woman urgently declared. No need. Yan He fixed his gaze on the distant horizon, his eyes cold as ice. I can sense the aura of the one who killed Huangquan. It remains in the other world. I will go myself. I will tear him limb from limb. Exterminate his entire clan. He swore, no matter who it was, he would make sure the entire family perished. Another world. Elsewhere at that moment. I am truly grateful for your rescue this time. My Luxianyan sect will henceforth follow young Master Ye's lead. Beneath a massive ancient tree, the elder of the Luxianyan sect remained deeply grateful to Yi Xing and his companions. First, they were genuinely grateful for the rescue. Second, they sought to align themselves with the four great families. Now that the northern wastes were undoubtedly dominated by the Eternal Night Heaven sect, and given how much the latter disliked the Luxianyan sect, without the protection of another of the four great families at this critical juncture, the Luxianyan sect would likely face utter ruin. Xiao Lingling's gaze fixed intently on Yi Xing. At that moment, Yi Xing naturally noticed Xiao Lingling as well. One could only say that her divine-level talent truly lived up to its name. Her progress was astonishingly swift. Just then, Bai Fengxue spoke up, no need for thanks. As for the Eternal Night Heaven sect, I can naturally guarantee your safety. But I still hope you'd return first. After all, you're the only ones left from the Lutian Yunmen. It's better to go back and inform your sect master. Xiao Lingling frowned, about to speak. Understood. We'll follow your advice immediately. We have urgent matters to attend to anyway. An elder of the Luxianyan sect, his eyes flickering, hurriedly interjected. He could clearly see through Bai Fengshue's intentions. All along the journey, Xiao Lingling had been stealing glances at Yi Xing. This young lady clearly didn't want them to linger here any longer. The cunning elder quickly pulled Xiao Lingling aside and whispered, Lingling, let's leave first. Xiao Lingling tried to protest, but could only sigh. She shot Bai Fengxue a resentful glance. Damn this power. Young Master Yi, we'll take our leave now. We'll see you later. Yi Xing nodded, saying nothing. He probably understood what Bai Fengxue meant. Sigh. He could only manage his own charm that had nowhere to settle. And just as the Lu Tianyun sect departed, Yi Xing and the others planned to rest for a while. By the way, where are the Gao family members? Yi Xing suddenly recalled that they hadn't encountered any members of the Gao family along the way. No idea. Probably didn't want to see you, big brother, Huayan replied nonchalantly. Who could have known? Out of all four major families, only the Gaos have been beaten up by Yi Xing more than once. Huayan shook his head. If you asked him, the Gaos were just plain crazy. What are they trying to pull? Is it that hard to be a bootlicker? Acting all high and mighty. Just then, the mother nest of 10,000 demons croaked from the side. Master, are you hungry? Yi Xing shook his head indifferently. Truthfully, the mother nest of demons rarely spoke. Unlike the divine calamity Qilin and the dream demon emperor, she was a taciturn creature. Just then, as Yi Xing was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something. Not only him, but even Huayan and Bai Fengxue both snapped their heads up. A colossal aura loomed over the distant horizon. 7th tier? Mother! Mother Goddess. I've finally found you. Immediately after, accompanied by a voice brimming with joy, a figure slowly materialized. Han Dongjun. Han Dongjun now gazed at the mother nest of 10,000 demons he had long sought, tears of joy welling in his eyes. His emotions were utterly overwhelming. Meanwhile, Yi Xing and the others furrowed their brows. Who the hell is this guy? What's he babbling about? Watching the figure before them, who was bowing and prostrating with every step, the three were utterly bewildered. Han Dongjun finished his kowtows and looked up. 3 ants of 6th and 5th rank dared to stand beside the mother goddess. His rage flared instantly. Kneel down at once. Who gave you permission to breathe the air beside the mother goddess? But the moment his words left his mouth, an overwhelming aura emanating from the mother goddess instantly engulfed him. Stunned, Han Dongjun was instantly pinned to the ground. What the hell? Mother goddess, He wondered if he hadn't prostrated enough times, just as he was about to speak. But then, the mother nest of demons' deep voice boomed. Who gave you the audacity to speak to my lord like that? Han Dongjun froze. Then his mind seemed to freeze. Then, Chapter 114, standing before you is the future's strongest. Han Dongjun's CPU had just fried. He had longed to find the mother goddess, and after all his efforts, he finally did. He saw several ants beside the mother goddess. Just as he was about to reprimand them, the mother goddess delivered this line. Han Dongjun was utterly oblivious to the terrifying pressure pinning him to the ground. He managed to stammer out, Mother goddess, what did you just say? He even thought he might be hearing things. Yes. It must have been an auditory hallucination. Han Dongjun sensed that the aura emanating from that pressure was precisely the same primordial power that flowed within him. And because of this, Han Dongjun was utterly suppressed at the level of life itself. The colossal presence before him was undoubtedly the mother goddess he had longed for. Mother goddess, we are your children. The mother nest of demons' voice was deep and resonant. I know you are my children. Then, she pointed at Yi Xing once more, but he is my master. Han Dongjun. He was utterly dumbfounded. The last shred of hope vanished. He hadn't misheard. The mother goddess, as noble as the embodiment of heaven and earth, the very origin of the world, had actually chosen a human as her master? His mind felt like it was exploding. His faith shattered. Meanwhile, Yi Xing was still puzzling over who this person was. The next moment. Ding! The present world is under invasion by the Wasteland Realm. Following the demise of the mother nest of 10,000 demons, the creatures of the Wasteland Realm have fully commenced their invasion of this world. Leading this assault is none other than the demon nest. The Wasteland Realm, growing impatient with the mother goddess's delayed return, realized something had befallen her. Without the mother nest, the world's primordial essence erupted into chaos, plunging all beings of the Wasteland Realm into unbearable suffering. Finally, the demon nest, through unknown means, gained control over the world's primordial essence. They amassed their power and launched their invasion. You encounter Han Dongjun, a key figure of the demon nest. Now, gazing upon your invaded homeland, you resolve to make them pay. Ding! Mission issued, annihilate the demon nest and destroy the Wasteland Realm. Mission reward, ultimate grade soul spirit eternal dragon soul. Yi Xing was stunned at first. Then it dawned on him. So this place was called the Wasteland Realm. So the man before him was Han Dongjun, who would later invade our world. And this reward was actually a soul spirit. And a top tier one at that. He hadn't forgotten the true soul of the ending azure sky from last time. Its effects were beyond description. But Yi Xing fell deep in thought, staring at the mission objective, eradicate the demon nest. The task itself wasn't too difficult, but destroying the Wasteland Realm? How was that supposed to be done? Just as Yi Xing pondered this, Han Dongjun had already regained his composure. He fixed his gaze on Yi Xing and the other two, his eyes darting wildly. This is a major problem. The mother goddess actually recognized him as her master. Who exactly was this man? He was definitely no ordinary man. He dared not make a single reckless move, for the mother goddess possessed the absolute power to suppress him. Here, no one could defy the mother goddess. His mind raced, desperately trying to comprehend Yi Xing's identity, someone who could make the mother goddess submit. Supreme ruler of the heavens? True god of the epic? But why is his cultivation so weak? Could he be a reincarnated ancient monster? Who are you? Huayan raised an eyebrow, demanding an answer. Han Dongjun's mind raced for a countermeasure, then his eyes lit up. I am Zhang Liang, merely an elder of a minor sect. This is my first time here. With so many people entering through the portal from another realm, no one would know if he pretended. Yi Xing frowned, but before he could react. Bull! You think I can't tell you're lying to me? Huayan growled. Ha! Yi Xing instinctively glanced at Huayan. Was this kid really that sharp? The result? Huayan shot him a dismissive look. You don't even recognize the three of us? You can't even fake it. Especially my big brother Yi Xing. You seriously don't know? Let me tell you who stands before you, the current young master of the Yi family, the former master of the demon god, the chosen of heaven, the reborn martial god, the god of war who fights beyond his tier, the son of a 9th-tier martial god, the undisputed top talent among the younger generation of the 4 great families, the pinnacle of natural talent, the destroyer of top-tier powers, the future's strongest. Yi Xing. Yi Xing. By Feng Shui. Han Dongjun. The air grew thick with silence. Huayan, oh, right, and me the young master of the Hua family. That love-struck fool beside me is the eldest daughter of the Bai family. We're of noble birth, got it? By Feng Shui, ? Yi Xing was speechless. No wonder something felt off at first glance, it all made sense now. Han Dongjun, who had just caught on, was instantly overwhelmed by all the titles. He'd been wondering why he'd been exposed so suddenly, turns out it was for this reason? The young master of the Yi family? Of course he knew the Yi family. They had investigated the top powers of that world before, so naturally he knew. He never imagined the other party had such immense backing. And the subsequent titles, Reborn Martial God, Master of the Demon God, sent shivers down his spine. Given all this, the man before him was undoubtedly a figure of immense power. Thud. Han Dongjun knelt on both knees without hesitation, his voice trembling with emotion. Forgive me, my lords. It was my fault. I shouldn't have deceived you. I had my reasons. Bai Feng Shui frowned. Circumstances? Who exactly are you? I'm actually a native of this world. My real name is Yuan Tian. This world is too dangerous. I had no choice. For my safety, I had to lie. Yi Xing smiled. Still lying, huh? Then what about the mother goddess you mentioned? Yes, that's exactly it. The one before your eyes is our long-lost mother goddess. We've waited countless years, and finally, she has returned. His voice trembled with tears as his acting skills reached new heights. Our world now faces a great crisis. Honored guests, I beg you help us. Persuade the mother goddess to save our world. Without the mother goddess, billions of lives will be lost. He calculated inwardly this group looked young. If they possessed even a shred of compassion or chivalry, hearing such a plea to save the world would surely. Why should we help you? Han Dongjun froze, his expression stiffening. Ha? No, my lord, our world is about to. Then let it perish. Han Dongjun was dumbfounded. His brain couldn't process such an outrageous statement. Also, let me correct you, he is not your mother goddess. Yi Xing spoke calmly. Tell them who you are. Upon hearing this, the mother nest of demons replied earnestly. I am a dog. Chapter 115, The True Pleasure. Belongs to ordinary people like you. Han Dongjun's brain was still in a state of complete shutdown. For a moment, he couldn't even process reality. Mother goddess. What the hell are you talking about? Han Dongjun felt a searing pain as if his heart had been torn to shreds, the agony of a crumbling faith. Was this truly the mother goddess they had worshipped for countless years, the one they had always regarded as their hope? To say he wasn't suffering at this moment would be a lie. And these people, even after she'd spoken so plainly, they actually had the audacity to say something as outrageous as, well, the world will just end then. Have you no compassion? Yet Yi Xing felt nothing. The system had always commanded him to kill them and destroy their world. Well, now the opportunity has presented itself. Why should I help? I didn't even know how to destroy your world before, but now you've told me the method. How could I possibly help? No. Honorable master. I beg you. The people of our world are kind and peaceful. The world might truly be doomed, but they are innocent. Yi Xing sneered inwardly. Peace-loving? He couldn't hold back any longer. After Han Dongjun finished speaking, he saw that these people remained unmoved. Now he was truly anxious. What a bunch of jerks. Gritting his teeth, he spoke, Everyone, if you can help us, we'll give you anything you want. The world's primordial source is in chaos. Without the mother goddess to suppress and absorb it, our world will collapse within 10 years at the latest. Yi Xing had been expressionless, but upon hearing this, he suddenly froze. What? 10 years? Yi Xing's brow furrowed. So it would take 10 years for this world to be destroyed? No way. It has to be destroyed now. Where am I supposed to wait 10 years? Is there any other way? Yi Xing inquired. Yi Xing was asking about destroying the world, but Han Dongjun froze upon hearing the question. He had assumed Yi Xing was talking about saving the world and quickly replied. No, there isn't. Only when the mother goddess absorbs the world's primordial essence and regains control of our world can it continue to function. This statement instantly lit a fire in Yi Xing's eyes. So that's it, all she needs to do is have the mother nest of demons absorb this world's primordial essence. Then, as the ruler of the wasteland fate realm, couldn't she simply destroy this place? At that moment, Bai Feng Shui suddenly spoke up, We have no obligation to help you. If the world perishes, so be it, it's none of our concern. What if we aid you, only for you to turn against us someday? She then turned to Yi Xing, her eyes flickering. Besides, I've always admired your rational nature. It may seem cold-hearted, but... Saving the world and upholding justice have always been the principles of the Yi family. I will definitely help you. Yi Xing suddenly declared. Bai Fengxue smiled. That's exactly the kind of person I admire, kind, sincere, and with a heart for the world. Huayan. Han Dongjun. Huayan exclaimed. 666. Does the standard just change on a whim? Han Dongjun finally snapped out of it and exclaimed in delight. Really? You're actually willing to help us? Of course. Do you really think I'd say something as cold-blooded as destroying the world? Han Dongjun's expression froze. He couldn't fathom why this man's attitude had shifted so abruptly. But he knew one thing, thankfully, the task was accomplished. Gratitude instantly flooded Han Dongjun's face. Thank you, noble lords. Meeting you is truly a blessing for our desolate realm. I shall now go and share the joyous news of the Mother Goddess's return with my fellow citizens. They will surely be grateful for your kindness. Go then. Han Dongjun immediately turned and vanished into the horizon. Only after completely leaving Yi Xing and the others' perception range did he hastily set up several barriers to block detection. Then he intended to contact Jiang Lingen. He then drew a token, released his spiritual energy, and spoke. Jiang Lingen, I've found the Mother Goddess. Soon, Jiang Lingen's delighted voice came through. What? So fast? Where are you now? And have you been touched by the Mother Goddess's tentacles? Something's gone wrong. Jiang Lingen paused for a moment, then spoke with regret. So it didn't happen? Han Dongjun was utterly speechless. Is this really the time to discuss your weird XP? Cut it out. This is serious. He took a deep breath and recounted everything that had happened when he encountered Yi Xing and his group. Then, Jiang Lingen fell completely silent. After a long pause, Jiang Lingen's roaring voice finally broke the silence. You're full of. Han Dongjun. Have you lost your ing mind? Are you hallucinating from some kind of delusion? This is impossible. Damn it, use your brain. Do you seriously think I'd joke about something like this? After a long while, Jiang Lingen finally believed Han Dongjun's words. His voice suddenly cracked with despair. So what do we do now? After all, anyone would crack under this kind of pressure. Han Dongjun lowered his voice. Don't worry. I've gained their trust now, and they've agreed to let the Mother Goddess absorb the world's primordial essence to stabilize it. Good. That's the most crucial part. Once the Mother Goddess begins absorbing the essence, she might recall her mission in past. I suspect her current state is likely due to being separated from the world's essence for too long. That makes sense. Han Dongjun agreed. What about those people? Kill them. Jiang Lingen declared. They must be eliminated. As you said, their cultivation is low, but their status is unique. They come from a great clan of another realm. They will inevitably become a major threat to us in the future. Moreover, the Mother Goddess acknowledging an outsider as her master. If such scandal spreads, do you think the other beings of the Wasteland realm would accept it? The Mother Goddess's authority would be utterly destroyed. For the Mother Goddess's glory, for the future of the world, they too must die. Han Dongjun, very well. Once the Mother Goddess absorbs the world's primordial essence, they will be utterly useless. Once the world's primordial essence is fully absorbed, they will be utterly useless. Yi Xing nodded. Han Dongjun's current purpose was to lead him and the mother nest of 10,000 demons to absorb the world's primordial essence. Once it's over, he'd turn on them immediately. Just then, Han Dongjun's figure gradually approached from the distance. He now adopted a new, deeply moved expression. Honored guests, there's no time to waste. I'll lead you there now. Agreed. Immediately after, Yi Xing and the other two arrived directly on the back of the mother nest of 10,000 demons. This sight sent Han Dongjun's heart racing with fear. Damn it! Huayan looked at Han Dongjun. What's the matter? Get on. Cold sweat poured down Han Dongjun's back. No thanks, I'll just fly on my own. How could he possibly step on the Mother Goddess? Suit yourself. Yi Xing said indifferently. Without further hesitation, the others followed. Han Dongjun led the way, and the others followed. Along the way, they gazed down upon the desolate landscape of the wasteland realm. They encountered not only numerous exotic beasts they had never seen before, but also many indigenous inhabitants. When they beheld the colossal form of the mother nest of 10,000 demons, they all panicked and knelt down. Many trembled in fear. Bai Fengxue raised an eyebrow. So these are the people of your world? Yes, Your Excellency, you may not know this, but the class divisions in our wasteland fate realm are immense. Take me, for instance. I rose from ordinary poverty. Han Dongjun smiled as he spoke. The lives of the poor are truly hard. Only those in the upper echelons live comfortably. Though I now count myself among the highest ranks, I still cannot compare to the backgrounds of Your Excellencies. As he spoke these words, Han Dongjun radiated pride. This is what they call breaking through poverty with sheer determination. Just then, Yi Xing sighed. Truthfully, you needn't envy us. Our lives are equally tragic. Han Dongjun froze. Huh? Truthfully, we envy ordinary people like you. Unlike us, who've had to shoulder so much since birth, all you need to do is survive. Do you really think we're happy? Sure, we have powerful connections, never lack money, resources, or power. We can have anything we want. But what else do we have? Yi Xing sighed deeply. Unlike you, whose limits were set at birth, we stand so high that the burdens we carry are beyond your imagination. It's truly agonizing. You, on the other hand, get to savor the gradual process of building success step by step. Do you think we ever get that chance? No. We'll never experience that feeling in this lifetime. That's why you have no idea how much I envy ordinary people like you. I wish I had ordinary parents instead of some legendary martial god. Who in my family would ever understand? Yi Xing surveyed the stunned faces around him. He spoke earnestly. So, the ones truly suffering are people like me. The ones truly enjoying life. It's you ordinary people. Chapter 116, The Familiar Pain of a Raid. The entire room fell silent. Han Dongjun was utterly dumbfounded. It took him a long moment to process. He understood every word he'd just spoken, so why did they make no sense when strung together? Could a human being actually say something like that? Han Dongjun's eyes flickered with confusion for a long moment. Then it dawned on him, so that's it. Ordinary people have been enjoying the good life all along, while you noble lords have been enduring hardship. Yi Xingzhong nodded emphatically. Exactly. Han Dongjun gave a faint smile. Yeah, right, my ass. Is that even something a human being should say? Every day we have to compromise and make sacrifices just to survive. Cultivation resources come at a price. Han Dongjun thought back to all the humiliations he'd endured in the past to obtain cultivation resources, crawling between people's legs, letting them insult him. So I've actually been living in luxury? And then you stand at the pinnacle, telling me you're suffering. Honestly, right now Han Dongjun just wants to kill Yi Xing. At that moment, Huayan nodded thoughtfully. Big brother has a point. No wonder whenever I stand at the top, getting whatever I want, I always feel this emptiness. I knew it. If I were truly living in luxury, would I feel this way? Turns out I'd been suffering all along, damn it. I've endured over a decade of hardship. At that moment, Huayan silently resolved, once he returned home, he would go out incognito, live like a dragon king in hiding, and then show off and rub it in their faces. Bai Fengxue remained silent but nodded in agreement. Yi Xing's words held undeniable truth. This scene sent Han Dongjun's emotions spiraling. He had no desire to speak with these people any longer. A short while later, he sensed they were drawing closer to their destination. Han Dongjun's eyes lit up as he pointed ahead and called out. Everyone, we're here. A colossal island came into view in the distance. Honorable guests, my people and I are profoundly grateful for your kindness. We have prepared a feast here to express our heartfelt thanks and show our appreciation. MHM. The mother nest of demons then flew toward the island. As soon as it drew near, countless figures instantly knelt in a vast expanse. Men and women, young and old alike, gazed upward with fervent eyes at the mother demon's nest. It's the mother goddess. It really is the mother goddess. The mother goddess has returned. Heaven has eyes. Wonderful. Our world is saved. Countless voices echoed. This fully demonstrated the mother nest of 10,000 demons' supreme, almost sacred status in the hearts of all living beings in this world. Alas! At that very moment, a figure soared upward from below. It was Zhang Lingen, who had been waiting here all along. Spotting the figures atop the mother goddess's back, Zhang Lingen's eyes twitched violently. Suppressing the surging rage and murderous intent within, he forced a smile. Honored guests, you've traveled far, thank you for your efforts. I am Zhang Lingen. A modest feast has been prepared. Why not join us first? No need. Yi Xing cut him off immediately. Take us directly to the source of the world. Zhang Lingen's smile froze. Well, Your Excellency has journeyed far. Please allow us to offer our hospitality and express our gratitude for your kindness before proceeding. I see. Yi Xing stroked his chin. All right then, Huayan. Go gather up all the valuable items and treasures here, pack them up, and bring them back. Consider it their advance payment and token of gratitude. Huayan froze for a moment before quickly agreeing. Yes, brother. At the mention of ransacking the place, Huayan shot out like a bullet. His movements were so practiced it was almost painful to watch. Zhang Lingen and Han Dongjun froze in shock. What are you doing? My lord. What are you? Yi Xing shot him a puzzled look. What do you mean? I'm saving your world, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Or is your so-called gratitude just empty words? Han Dongjun and Zhang Lingen nearly choked on their breath. This was outright extortion. A short while later, Huayan returned, his face beaming with joy. Big brother. I'm back. Holy cow, there's a ton of good stuff here. Spirit-nurturing ancient jade, 10,000-year blood marrow crystals, plus tons of spirit herbs and ores I don't even recognize, and... Yi Xing, get to the point. The point is, all of this is yours now. Not bad. At that moment, Han Dongjun and the other felt their hearts bleeding. They dared not speak their anger aloud. They vowed silently to make them pay dearly. All right, lead the way. Yes. Thus, Han Dongjun and his companion resolved to lead Yi Xing and the others to the location of the world's primordial source. They schemed that once the mother goddess absorbed the world's origin, they would strike immediately and kill these people on the spot. As they gazed upon the mother nest of demons, which looked like a dog, to say they weren't tormented by this sight would be a lie. After some time, under their guidance, they finally reached the ultimate destination of their journey. The very core of the world's origin. It was a strange space beyond description. At its very center, an ever-shifting energy entity manifested. This was the world's origin of the wasteland realm. At that very moment, the mother nest of 10,000 demons, which had remained silent beside Yi Xing, suddenly stirred with excitement. It was the exhilaration of a sovereign about to reclaim its rightful power.